The year is 2024. Let's dive right into a wild world where your job class dictates your entire life. A massive event for every student here. But for one young man, it is literally survival. A year ago, he was isekai'd into this crazy world as Chu Yi. Before he could even catch his breath, his mother passed away. A complete, total tragedy. Right after that, his little sister, Jo Yun, got hit with an incurable illness. Medical bills are stacking up fast, and his dead-end part-time job just isn't cutting it. So today, Chu Yi has to score a combat class. He needs that dungeon-clearing money to hire a high-level priest to save his sister's life. No pressure, but fate has his back. Right as the ceremony starts, a hidden system boots up. Bam! A new player gift pack drops, unlocking an insanely rare, overpowered profession just for him. Bathed in the goddess's blessing, Chu Yi gets 3 heavy choices: Light Mage, Holy Priest, or Holy Knight. Light Mage? A total glass cannon. Massive damage output? Sure, but 0 defense in a monster-filled world. That is a fast track to the graveyard. Meanwhile, the Holy Priest packs solid defense. It even brings game-breaking revival skills. But the combat power is absolute garbage. He'd have to rely on a party, which doesn't fit his solo goals at all. Watch closely, he locks in Holy Knight. A perfectly balanced class with insane power and solid defense. Sure, it lacks flashy solo skills right now, but that raw Holy Light potential makes it the absolute perfect fit for his desperate situation. His mind is made up. Chu Yi locks in the Holy Knight. System chimes in class change to Holy Knight successful. Starting at level 10. The second the ceremony wraps, his classmates swarm him like absolute sharks. Everyone wants a piece, begging the class rep to carry them through the college entrance trials. One kid yells out that he's a summoner, promising a guaranteed high score if Chu Yi just lets him tag along. Another begs for a spot as a mage. Suddenly, a strict voice cuts through, telling everyone to back off. A senior student pushes forward, eyes totally locked on Chu Yi. He praises the performance, then orders him to rest up and report to the principal tomorrow morning. Safely back in his room, Chu Yi finally gets to check out his shiny new personal stats. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, plus 10 free attribute points. Not only did the class change jack up his base stats, but he's got all these free points to spend. Strength first, then Constitution, he decides. He needs heavy attack power to speedrun these monsters. Without hesitating, Chu Yi dumps 6 points directly into Strength. Then he drops 2 points each into Constitution and Agility. Instantly, raw energy explodes through his veins. That is the crazy physical rush of leveling up. You and I both know what happens next. A hidden system notification pops up. Holy Knight quest activated. He gets to pick between 2 epic daily reward options. Option 1, 10 extra attribute points. Option 2, a random piece of rare Holy Knight gear. With an offer that broken, Chu Yi hits accept. The system immediately matches a training ground. Match successful. Mission: eliminate the E-rank monster. Go lobby. Take this seriously. Die in this trial, and you die in real life. Flash. Chu Yi teleports to another dimension. He scans the area on high alert. A mine. Makes sense, textbooks say Golubus live underground. Sure, they aren't technically meat eaters, but just like every other monster out there, they go absolutely berserk the second they spot a human. Suddenly, danger. Chu Yi blasts into the air, perfectly dodging a nasty ambush from the Golubai. This is his very first real monster fight. He decides to test his raw physical stats. No skills attached. Let's see if fists alone can take it down. He's shocked. His body feels incredibly agile, and his jumping power is insane. Boosting those base stats really paid off. But just as Chu Yi gets a little too cocky dodging those strikes, bam! The beast's razor-sharp tail whips around and literally stabs a massive hole straight through his stomach. Game face on. Chu Yi stops playing around and fires up his self-heal skill. Level 1. It restores massive health for 30 seconds. Guess you really can't underestimate even a garbage-tier monster. The beast charges again. Chu Yi fires back with a brutal counterattack using 2 heavy skills, Pure White Blade and Tiger Strike. He condenses raw power into his arms, slashing a glowing cross. It deals massive light magic damage and stuns enemies. Stick around. You and I need to see this fight end. Let's dive right in. Watch this D-rank skill closely. Tiger Strike level 4. Grab your target, charge forward, and aggressively slam them down. This move actually deals extra collision damage to anyone standing in your path. Boom. After wiping out the beast with crazy combo strikes, Chu Yi clears the trial. Grade A performance achieved time to select rewards. Option 1 offers 10 free stat points. Option 2 gives a brand new Holy Knight skill. Option 3 is random Holy Knight gear. He knows raw stats and skills are the true foundation of real power. Since there is absolutely no rush to upgrade skills, taking the raw stat points is the smartest move here. But honestly, a solid weapon would make future trials way easier. Thank goodness the system actually hands out gear. Being broke means he cannot buy anything anyway. He locks in the stat points and the gear. Reward successfully claimed. 10 stats. A basic long sword. Trial cleared. Just like that, Chu Yi teleports right back to his dusty room. Suddenly, his phone pings with an alarm. 5 p.m. time for the hospital. Cut to his sister, Jo Yoon. She is resting, watching the news, when her TV suddenly clicks off entirely. The head nurse stands there holding a massive bill. 10,000 required immediately. Zhao Yun grabs the paper, her hands visibly shaking. Why double? It was always 5,000 before. There has to be some massive mistake here. Her brother breaks his back working 3 jobs just to earn 5,000. How will they pay? The nurse just snaps right back. She coldly lists the extra suppressants, stabilizers, and even the cost of calling a priest for her. 3 severe episodes this month alone, forcing the entire hospital night shift to run around totally exhausted for her. The nurse scoffs at her attitude. If she really thinks there is a billing issue, she can check the paperwork herself. Jo Yoon panics, trying desperately to explain that she meant no disrespect, but the angry nurse completely cuts her off. The nurse cruelly spits that poor people shouldn't get rich people diseases and must simply accept their miserable, pathetic fate. Now pay attention here. Before that nurse can finish her cruel rant, a heavy hand firmly grips her shoulder. She flinches hard, spinning around. A man coldly points out that she has an incredibly sharp tongue while berating a helpless patient. He casually wonders if she will talk like that when they visit the hospital director's office. The middle-aged man smiles, but his eyes are totally dead. Beside him stands a massive bodyguard, instantly terrifying the nurse. These guys radiate absolute power. Realizing she messed up, she wisely decides to shut up and retreat completely, but she still demands the money today before bolting. Left exhausted, Jo Yoon nervously asks the strangers who they are. Are they violent debt collectors? The man simply hands over his business card and flashes a warm, friendly smile instead. He confirms her name and gently introduces himself as a good friend of her older brother. Moments later, Jo Yi bursts in holding a receipt. Yoon, he just checked the bill, and somehow, there is suddenly 100,000 loaded into their account. Does she have any clue what happened here? Jo Yi finally looks up from the crazy receipt and spots the 2 imposing strangers in the room. He cautiously asks who they are. The older man politely introduces himself. Hello, Mr. Joy. I am Zhao Bin, the personal secretary to the city mayor. He extends a hand to chat. For context, the mayor runs everything in Guangxi City, making his secretary an insanely powerful figure too. You and I are thinking the same thing here. Why him? Zha Yi shakes Zhao Bin's hand politely. But obviously, a hospital room is a terrible place for serious business discussions. They agree to relocate. Before leaving, Zia Wenbin instructs the huge bodyguard to stay and protect Jo Yoon. News of Chu Yi unlocking a hidden class is spreading like absolute wildfire. Everyone is already gossiping about his sudden rise. For example, 3 academy girls are chilling in a coffee shop right next to Chu Yi's table. They are checking trending topics online. Someone from the 2nd Academy awakened a legendary hidden class named Zhao Yi. A leaked photo shows he is cute. Hearing them fangirl, Xiao Wenbin smiles knowingly at Chu Yi. Mr. Zhou, congrats on unlocking the S-rank talent, Protection of the Holy Angel, plus becoming a Holy Knight. Zhou calls it luck, but the secretary laughs. Getting an S-rank class is absolutely not just mere luck. The city mayor is taking this extremely seriously. He locked down the media to keep Zhou completely safe. Then, he slides over a small box holding a mysterious key. The mayor even secured premium training resources to prep him for the brutal university entrance exams. They are locked in the city bank, and this is the only key. Trust me, with backing like this, we are about to see him dominate. The mayor clearly sees his insane potential as a future powerhouse, so he is not sparing a single cent to invest heavily in him right now. This sounds like a total win. But you and I both know nothing comes for free. The mayor definitely expects a massive payback later. Seeing Chu Yi's total silence, Zhao Wenbin finally drops his ultimate trump card. Starting right now, a whole team of elite medical specialists will be looking after Miss Jo Yoon 24/7. Plus, the mayor pulled strings. A level 36, 2nd advancement priest is arriving in Guangxi City, next month, just to treat Miss Xiaowen. Hearing that, Xia instantly accepted the massive financial backup. After wrapping up with Xiao Wenbin, Xiao Yingyi rushed straight back to Xiao Van's side, spilling absolutely everything. She gasps, completely mind-blown by the insane news. So wait, does this mean you have actually hit the big time now? Can I just be the little charm hanging off your leg? Xiaoyi gently flicks her forehead, totally teasing her. You are talking absolute nonsense. Just focus on healing up. Right after that, Xiaowen looks up, super curious. Every class has totally unique skills. What are yours? Hearing that, Xia suddenly remembers something huge. 3 exclusive Holy Knight skills popped up after his awakening. Blade of Purity for striking, Gradual Recovery for healing, and Weapon Blessing for insane support buffs. Gradual Recovery directly restores your health points. Watch this next part. Xiao Yingyi places his hand on Xiao Van's head and activates it. Wow, that feels amazing. It is like sitting in a hot spring while getting a full body massage. Van, are you feeling any better now? Snapping out of her pure bliss, Xiao Van's face lights up with sheer joy. Brother, it really doesn't hurt anymore. My hands are actually getting warm. You're incredible. Xia looks at her, silently hyped that he picked the legendary Holy Knight class. Honestly, aside from its raw power, Xiao Van's weird illness was the main reason he locked in this exact class. After all, the Holy Knight is the ultimate healer, even if it can't cure her 100%. Just wiping away some of that absolute agony is a massive win. The next day, Principal Lu Hang personally escorts Chong Yi to his office. Smiling huge, he says, dozens of universities called yesterday about early admissions. My phone was literally blowing up. And just this morning, 4 of the top 10 schools already called me. Make sure you show out and grab the absolute best resources. These professors are all second advancement elites, level 35 or higher. Get an early spot, and your future is locked with top-tier training. Principal, which legendary schools actually called us? Cao Enji asks. Vin Duong University, Shu Yan Nam University, Cat University, and Hanthan University. Wait, didn't the top 3 big ones call? The top 3 only care about entrance exam scores. They ignore talent or hidden classes, so they never do early admissions. Now listen closely. Reaching the office door, we can literally hear an absolute screaming match inside. Old Xiao, Swan Province is over 4,000 kilometers away. Don't tell me you flew a private fighter jet here. A jet? That's weak. I used a long-distance teleportation circle. Activating one of those burns a level 30 mana core every time, and you would waste that on a genius? What is there to be stingy about? Chengyi is already ours at Shu Yennam University. Huh. We will just see who has the bigger pockets then. Bam. Lu Hang kicks the door open, looking smug as hell. Admissions professors, the genius student Xie, is finally here. He then points to each of them. This is Professor Xiao Tianfu from Vin Duong University, Professor Li Bing from Shu Yannam, Professor Chu Yi from Hanthan, and Professor Yu Yuan from Angkat University. Xie immediately bows, respectfully greeting the epic lineup. They absolutely love the manners. He wasn't arrogant at all, despite unlocking a legendary hidden class. No crazy pride, no impatience, just a solid kid. Right then, Xiao Tianfu cuts straight to the chase. Let me drop the massive offer from Vin Duong University. Join us, and you get 2 million Zhongsha currency, plus 3 exclusive Holy Knight skill books. Chongyi is completely stunned. A normal family makes 6,000 a month. Vin Duong is dropping 2 million up front, plus Holy Knight skill books that regular people could never even dream of seeing. Even the loaded mayor did not offer resources this insane. Haha, is that a joke? Vin Duong is cheap as always. Li Bing laughs like a villain before tossing out his own crazy deal. Student Xiao Engi, come to Shu Yannam University, and I will give you 3 million. 3 Holy Knight skill books every single year. Plus, you will be trained by a level 56 third advancement Holy Knight. Level 56. That is basically God tier on the blue star. Becoming his disciple? Limitless power. Trust me, you're not gonna want to miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. What Professor Chu Yi drops next absolutely floors him. Your offers are a joke. Hanthan University is only offering 2 million, but the second you enroll, I will hand you full B-rank training resources. Wait, B-rank resources? Lu Hang completely loses his mind, staring at Zhao Yi like, bro, accept it now. You cannot just buy B-rank gear with cash. With that kind of insane loot, you could turn a literal pig into an absolute beast. Staring down these god-tier early admission deals from 4 separate colleges, Zhao Yi actually rejects them all. Why? because he is aiming for the top 3 universities. Among the top 10, Suhong University, Qingjing University, and Modu University sit in a league of their own. The absolute big 3. They take exactly 1,000 freshmen a year. And it is not just humans applying. Elves, giants, and other races shoot for the big 3 too. And they have a massive natural advantage. Add the bottomless resources of the massive Zhongxia nation. This is where it gets crazy, guys. Zhao Tianfu completely snaps hearing this wild rejection. He explodes with raw aura, totally chewing him out. He thought he found a prodigy, but instead got an arrogant punk. I read your file. For 18 years, your foundation has been absolute trash, without top-tier gear to fix it. Your stats are a joke, and your power is weak. Plus, with your current pathetic stats, dreaming of the big 3 is just a massive joke. Even if you snuck in, you would be bottom of the food chain. Without brutal training, you are nothing. Zhao Yi braces himself, barely standing. He thinks, this pressure is beyond insane. If I was the old me, I would definitely be on the floor right now. Boom. Lu Heng steps in, flaring his own energy to block the oppressive aura. Teacher Zhao, what is this? Bullying my student on my turf? Meanwhile, Chu Yi watches quietly, analyzing Zhao Yi. Surviving that pressure for 3 seconds, this kid is totally next level. Realizing he went way too far, Zhao Tianfu pulls back his aura and turns around. College is not just about talent, it is character too. With his garbage attitude, he will fail anyway. See you, Principal Luo. Since this kid has his head in the clouds, I am out. The other 2 reps bail out with him. Lu Heng immediately chases them to do some damage control, leaving only Zhao Yi and Chu Yi. I know what you're thinking. Bold, right? But the guy isn't completely wrong here. Zhongsha Nation is packed with monsters, not to mention demi-humans born with absurd strength. Crashing the big 3 is nearly impossible, but Zhao Yi just smirks. My test scores will do the talking. With 1 month left, and his overpowered system ready, he knows he can hit absolute god-tier levels. When the time comes, he will be the one picking the school. She stares at him. It has been forever since she saw that kind of fire. It totally takes her back to the war zones. I have been living too comfortably, playing it safe. I guess I really am getting old. Chu Yi gives him a long look, then turns to the exit with a smirk. All right then, prove it on the exam. Catch you later, Zhao Yi. Time skips forward in a flash. Boom. The month is up. The epic exams are finally here. The hall is absolute chaos. Demon Lord Yang built the test. We are completely dead. Last time he made the exam, the entire province bombed with the worst scores in history. Dude, did you hear? Zhao Yi threw away a free pass for the big 3. Absolute madness. It is crazy. Even city-level monsters would not bet their lives on getting in. Who does he think he is? A hidden class does not make him a god. He is going to fail so horribly. That offer came with over 1 million yuan. I would have signed that instantly. Total waste. Right then, Zhao Yi walks in. The same hater talking trash suddenly freezes, staring at him. He stammers, why does he look so different? That is the aura of a total boss. Dungeon unlocked. Trust me, you are not ready for what comes next. Let's dive into an entrance exam that's pure chaos. Umbreal Forest Depths, level 10 to 13. 3 difficulty modes: easy, hard, and nightmare. Party size, 1 to 5 people. But heads up, the deep forest is crawling with vicious demon cats and bullfeed monsters. These beasts love nothing more than devouring humans. The students are freaking out. The deep Umbreal Forest, swamp terrain is guaranteed. Demon cats are insanely fast, and bullfeeds are built like tanks. Demon Lord Yang is absolutely trying to wipe us out. The bigger the allowed party size, the crazier the dungeon's difficulty. Past exams only capped at 3 members. But this year, they bumped it up to 5. While the candidates panic, examiner Li Zhangyang steps up and yells a final warning. Do not bite off more than you can chew. If things get lethal in there, pop your return scroll instantly. Because dying in this dungeon, it means you die in real life. Failing the exam is way better than losing your life. Time is up. All candidates, prepare to enter the dungeon. The second Yang finishes talking, the candidates dissolve into blinding light and teleport straight into the action. At the exact same time, massive screens light up outside, broadcasting live feeds of every single candidate. Class 1. Sun Chang. Job, Warrior. Challenge level hard, running totally solo. Class 1. Mu Qin, Assassin, hard level, solo. Then the Class 1 trio of Long Fei, Wang Fong, and Sunanjian, Elementalist, Archer, and Nethermancer, taking on hard mode as a 3-man squad. Class 5. Holy Knight. Nightmare level, totally alone. Then Class 2's Jiang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, and Yang Erlang Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Apothecary, Hard Mode, Party of 4. Exactly what you'd expect from the elite rocket class. Besides a few teams, the top tiers are running this dungeon solo. No sharing means you keep all the XP. Chasing a high score brings massive death flags. But that's a gamble only the rocket class elites normally take. While the crowd goes wild, a girl suddenly screams in pure hype. Now pay close attention. She points at the screen. Chu Yi is running a nightmare level dungeon completely solo. Up in the VIP section, Education Director Jia Tao is staring at the feed with his jaw literally on the floor. He slams his fist down, turning to Principal Luo Hang in an absolute rage. A Holy Knight's support buffs are god tier. He could join any squad and completely carry them. So why the hell is Chu Yi dropping in solo? And to make it worse, he locked in nightmare difficulty. That mode has a massive 40% death rate. Principal Luo, our city dumped massive resources into that kid this month, just to guarantee him a top-tier rank. If he dies in there, Lijiang City's entire reputation takes a brutal hit. Pulling a stunt like this means he totally disrespects our massive investment. Luo Hang quickly forces a polite smile, doing damage control to try and calm him down. Director Jia, do not panic. Chu Yi is no fool. I guarantee that kid has a wild trump card. Back in the dungeon, Chu Yi is moving out when a sudden dark shadow darts through the canopy at lightning speed. Going dead serious, Chu Yi draws his weapon and locks into a combat stance, a bronze, single-bladed axe. The second he equips the heavy axe, his combat stats update. Strength +7, agility -2. Boom! A monster drops from the branches, lunging straight for his throat with razor-sharp claws. Perfect timing. I know what you're thinking, a support class? Watch this. With one roar, Chu Yi cleaves the beast completely in half. Strength 45, vitality 51, agility 43. Intelligence 52. He swipes his status window closed, a totally arrogant smirk locked on his face. He thinks to himself, level 10 in a month, but my average stat is already 47. That totally rivals a level 13. Across the entire Suzhou province, I am easily a god-tier candidate. Grinning like an absolute maniac, he taunts the shadows. Too scared to step up? Fine by me. I guess I will just have to hunt you down myself. He charges straight into the thicket where the beasts are lurking. Instantly, a blinding golden aura explodes around his weapon. Weapon Blessing level 4, C rank. It channels holy light to severely boost strength and physical attack power, plus maxing out the critical hit rate in range. Chu Yi crashes into the monster pack like an absolute apex predator. Every single heavy swing of his axe instantly annihilates a monster. Thanks to his S-rank talent, Divine Angel's Protection, his exclusive Holy Knight Weapon Blessing gets an absolutely insane power multiplier. His bronze axe power shoots up by another 21 points. If the other candidates saw this broken buff, they would cry tears of blood. Because remember, this exam dungeon heavily restricts players to 3-star bronze weapons or lower. So, what do you and I learn here? With this buff, his basic gear hits like a 5-star weapon. Alright, stick with me, we are jumping into a story where every single stat point matters. And our guy? Already miles ahead of the pack. Suddenly, another monster pack tries a cheap shot from behind. But Chu Yi just drops his weapon, spins around, and whispers a quick spell. Pure White Blade. Boom. A massive cross of pure light blasts from his hands, shredding those monsters into literal confetti all over the forest. He smirks. His Pure White Blade is already at level 5. Add massive light damage to the Divine Angel's Protection buff? Yeah, he's one-shotting these low-level mobs like it's absolutely nothing. Without missing a single beat, Chu Yi casually scoops up a severed monster claw and launches it straight ahead. His target? The one lucky survivor trying to escape. That severed claw flies like a sniper bullet, punching right through the beast's stomach and pinning it dead to a tree. Cut to the outside crowd glued to the big screens. They go completely wild. Just absolute madness. The students are losing it. His timing was flawless, firing off that Pure White Blade the exact second they struck. He wiped them out in one hit, totally broken. Senior Chu Yi is radiating pure overpowered energy right now. Someone recognizes his axe from the weapon shop. It weighs a ton. So how on earth is he tossing it around like a plastic toy? Did this guy really dump every single free stat point into raw strength? Hearing the chatter, teacher Tong Tianjun frowns. Being a high-level instructor, he sees exactly what the rookies are missing. And he realizes, no, it is way more than just strength. He tells them to look closer. Chu Yi's actual movement speed? It is completely outspeeding those agile demon cats. His skill casting is instant. and his magic output is off the charts. He definitely poured plenty of points into intelligence, too. Every axe swing, the spacing, the raw power, it is all flawlessly calculated. The kid is an absolute combat genius. Hearing that, Tang Tianjun shoots a super bitter glare over at teacher Li Xiangyang. He mutters under his breath, wondering how a top-tier monster like Chu Yi ended up in Class 5. Meanwhile, director Jia Dao looks dead serious. He admits Chu Yi has insane instincts, but thinks he is playing stupid. Blowing all that stamina on the very first wave? Big mistake. This is a nightmare-level dungeon. The monsters are not just strong, the sheer massive numbers will absolutely drown you. Top-tier mages easily fail here just from running completely out of mana. And swinging that heavy battle axe? That drains massive energy. A couple of swings is fine, but doing it non-stop for hundreds of heavy strikes? That is a total death sentence. Soon, he won't even have the muscle to lift his own weapon. Those demon cats are going to tear him to absolute shreds. Now, pay close attention here, because a massive new wave of monsters just spawned on screen, and the crowd completely loses their minds. The next demon cat wave is already charging. They're not giving this guy a single second to catch his breath. This is straight up brutal. There has to be over 100 of them closing in fast. Can Chu Yi actually survive this? Every single eye is locked on the monitors, holding their breath. But, inside that dungeon, Chu Yi does not disappoint for a second. He flawlessly chains heavy attacks with magic, wiping the floor with the entire monster horde. The exact moment the final beast drops, a glowing portal opens up and starts expanding. Boom, entrance to stage 2. Chu Yi casually steps right through. But the second he spawns on the other side, a gigantic army of monsters is already waiting. Back outside, the hype man host points frantically at Chu Yi's screen, broadcasting live to the entire freaking nation. Welcome to the live broadcast. Your boy Big Bro here. And right now we are witnessing absolute greatness from the second Academy's most legendary top student, the guy with an S+ rank talent, the one and only brilliant Holy Knight, Chu Yi. He just crushed the first stage of a nightmare tier dungeon with totally mind-blowing, brutal efficiency. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Let that sink in for a second. Guys, do you realize how insane that time really is? That is 29 whole seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. The host is so hyped, he shoves his face right into the camera, making his cameraman sigh. He yells to stop blocking the camera. Nearby, a fan gasps. He literally just bulldozed and slashed his way through everything. He did not even pause to breathe until the final kill. How ridiculously high is Senior Chu Yi's constitution stat anyway? Jiang Fei wags her finger, grinning. Director Jia said blowing stamina on the first wave was a dumb rookie mistake. But looking at him now, yeah, maybe the experts are totally wrong. Down in the front row, teacher Li Xiangyang quickly tells her, keep quiet and just watch the exam. Huh? Maybe Director Jia's expert take was pure garbage. Jiang Fei covers her mouth, teasing Li Xiangyang. Mr. Li, you are smiling like an absolute proud dad right now. You cannot hide that from me. Even so, Li Xiangyang starts feeling a tiny bit self-conscious. He squeezes his cheeks, mumbling about his smile. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. All right. You and I are about to witness something totally wild. The entire crowd instantly went dead silent. Down inside the dungeon, Chu Yi used his appraisal skill. The monster stats popped right up. Level 14 Silver Tier Minotaur with Berserk, Savage Charge, War Stomp, and Super Armor. Plus, Level 12 Bronze Tier Fluorescent Demon Cats. Those are Master Healers. Then there are Level 13 Bronze Tier Flame Demon Cats, throwing Fireball Spit. And finally, Level 11 Cursed Demon Cats, mastering Dark Magic. Chu Yi figured it out quickly. The regular cats are warriors, the glowing ones are priests, and the rest are mages. And on top of that, a super high damage Silver Tier Minotaur. It is the perfect, classic team composition. Stage 1 was just fighting random stragglers. But this second stage, he is facing an actual army. The danger level just spiked 100 times over, giving him zero time to think. The monster horde instantly launched their coordinated attack. The frontline fighters charged right in, while the mages started blasting spells from the back. Suddenly, creepy black arms burst right out of the ground, locking Chu Yi completely in place. Now watch closely. He is forced to face them head-on while deadly fireballs and monsters are literally charging right at him. Outside, the whole audience gasped in horror. Everyone was freaking out because Senior Chu Yi just got hit by that nasty cat curse. But back inside, Chu Yi just stared at certain death with a smirk. Warriors attacking, priests buffing, and mages supporting. He actually thought their teamwork was pretty solid. Chu Yi waited until those massive claws were inches from his face. Then he raised both hands and screamed, "Holy Cross Light!" Instantly, a massive golden beam of energy formed a giant cross, totally wiping out the entire wave of enemies. Holy Cross Light is a level 4 B rank skill. It summons pure holy energy that forms a cross, burning every single enemy inside its glowing radius, with massive light damage for several seconds. Absolutely terrifying screams echoed everywhere. When the blinding golden flash finally cleared, those snarling monsters were entirely gone. Nothing was left but a massive pile of dead bodies. Out in the crowd, Jia Dao dropped his jaw, completely stunned. Every single low-level monster just got one-shotted. Since, when is a Holy Knight considered just a weak support class? That is a B-rank God-tier area attack. Just like Hunter talents, these skills have absolute tiers, from the lowest to the highest. There are 7 tiers total. The higher the rank, the crazier the destructive power. But Gyatso was super confused. The government usually only hands out weak C-rank skills for normal resource distribution. I know what you are thinking, how did he get a B-rank skill? This Chu Yi kid is hiding something huge. Back in the dungeon, the horde was wiped out. Only that giant bull-headed monster was left standing. Chu Yi pointed his weapon and taunted it. "Just you and me now. Bring it on." Instantly, the massive bull-headed beast triggered 2 powerful skills on its own body, Berserk and Super Armor. Then it unleashed War Stomp. It smashed the ground incredibly hard, sending a huge cracking fissure straight toward where Chu Yi was standing. Zhao Yi reacted instantly, jumping sky-high to dodge it. But while Zhao Yi was stuck in midair, the beast used Savage Charge, rushing right at him. Since it was fully covered in its super armor, absolutely no damage could stop its charge. But Chu Yi had zero intention of dodging anyway. He used Aerial Slash to smash it head-on, knocking it back. Next, Joy crossed his arms and fired off pure white blade. A glowing cross-shaped arc sliced through the air. As he furiously dashed forward, the pure energy blade ripped right into the massive beast. It roared in pure agony as its heavy body staggered backward. A split second later, Chu Yi appeared right in its face with his weapon raised high. Super tough hide and thick flesh. Muttering to himself, Chu Yi swung down violently without a single hesitation, chopping the huge monster right in half. Somehow, the beast was not dead yet. Laying in a massive pool of its own blood, it glared at Chu Yi with huge eyes. Zhao Yi walked over with completely dead eyes and stomped his heavy boot right through the monster's skull. This time, he was absolutely certain the monster was finished. A familiar swirling vortex popped up right next to him. Staring at that portal, Chu Yi knew the boss stage was next. Back outside the dungeon, the entire crowd was basically losing their minds. People were jumping right out of their seats, screaming out in total hype. He just chopped the head off a 4-meter-tall monster with a single swing. That is totally insane. And remember, it was fully berserk. His strength is unbelievable. We are about to see the boss. And trust me, you cannot miss it. The main character checks the clock and gasps. Stage 2? Cleared in exactly 59 seconds. It's so insane that even Jia Dao jumps up, literally giving him a standing ovation. Stick with me here, because this kid is brilliant. His skill placement? Perfect. His power control? Absolute perfection. Crazy part? He only switched classes a month ago. Still hyped, Jia Dao turns toward Lu Hang with a massive grin on his face. Principal Luo, huge congratulations. Looks like the second academy finally bagged an absolute prodigy. Lu Hang just beams with joy. Everyone gets their moment. It is high time our academy raised a monster like this. His chest is literally bursting with pure anticipation. Since this school opened, our best record was some kid hitting rank 72 in the whole province. But maybe this time? Maybe Chu Yi can drag this academy up to legendary status. Suddenly, a finger points at the screen. Wait, why isn't Chu Yi resting? The madman is rushing straight into the boss room, head snapped to the monitors. Seeing Chu Yi literally step into the vortex, with zero cooldown time, Gyota snaps and curses out loud. What a fool. Going into a boss fight without full stats is basically asking for a brutal beatdown. This could ruin everything. Lu Hang quickly steps in to chill him out, saying Chu Yi must have a solid plan for this. Let's just watch. Lu Hang thinks it through. Suhang province is absolutely stacked with god-tier geniuses everywhere. Just to crack the top 100, you basically have to solo nightmare-level dungeons like it's a walk in the park. Same exact difficulty. You want that champion title? You have to speedrun this entire dungeon faster than anyone else alive. Now, pay close attention here, because right as he steps into stage 3, boom, there's the boss, chilling right up ahead. Appraisal skill activates. It is go time. Minotaur King, level 16, packing golden grade potential. Skills? Completely unknown. The level gap is too huge to read. Description: King of the Minotaurs. You dare step into my palace? Prepare to die. Roaring, the beast charges like a freight train, swinging its massive weapon right at Chu Yi. Blessing of courage. Divine grace. Blessing of protection. He spams every buff he has in a split second. Covered in heavy armor, he flashes right behind the boss, waving his hand. Yo, little calf, I am over here. Every single buff active. Primary Holy Knight form. Furious. The boss whips around as Chu Yi dives in for the kill. But get this, the Minotaur King literally just raises one hand and blocks the hit. 4 massive buffs stacked up, and he didn't even leave a single scratch. Absolutely shocked, Chu Yi dashes to the front and slams his weapon into its chest again. But it is like punching solid steel. Sparks just explode everywhere into the air. The giant king roars in pure rage. It smashes its weapon into the floor, blasting out a shockwave that rips the ground apart. Chu Yi only just barely leaps out of the way. But the second he clears the smoke, a blinding purple flash. In one heartbeat, the monster teleports directly in front of him, swinging its weapon with brutal force. Chu Yi had zero time to dodge. Boom! He gets launched like a ragdoll, smashing right through 5 concrete pillars before hitting the wall. Thank God for that Holy Knight armor buff. I know what you are thinking. He's finished, right? But surviving this exact first hit gave him the answer. That brutal hit actually paid off. Muttering under his breath, Chu Yi slowly lifts his right hand and screams out, "Spear of Victory." Instantly, dozens of glowing golden vortexes pop up all around him. Then, sharp golden blades rip out of the portals and launch straight at the giant boss. It is his level 3 Spear of Victory. He fires an endless barrage of holy energy straight at his target, guaranteeing massive damage on impact. Seeing this threat, the boss wildly swings to block. But no matter how many golden spears slam into it, he cannot even make it bleed. Suddenly, a system alert pops up right in his face. Warning: mana levels are critically low. Please restore mana. He just glares at the warning and completely ignores it. He keeps the heavy fire going while his brain works in absolute overdrive. This boss is just way too tanky. Both its defense and physical strength completely outclass mine. Going head-to-head is literal suicide here. Sure, most players would just kite it around, but that takes way too long for a speedrun. Think about it. The proctors would never drop students into an impossible, guaranteed death trap. There has to be a weak point, and then it hits him. When they clashed earlier, he noticed the beast's speed stat was actual trash. If I just spam attacks from every blind spot, it won't be able to guard. Instantly, he shifts the spears to rain down from completely random angles. The effect? Absolute perfection. Several strikes rip right into the monster's unprotected knees. System warning: mana is critically low. So what do we take from this? Never blink. He clenches his fist, detonates those spears, and forces the giant down. You and I know its agility is trash, but its real weakness? Magical resistance. Sure, it's an absolute tank with massive health, but status effects and critical hits completely wreck it. So the play is simple. Spam high damage skills back to back in a tiny window. But I've got to time every single cast and skill number perfectly, or it's over. Otherwise, my mana drains to 0 before this beast falls, and I fail the exam completely. Plan locked in. Chu Yi knew this was his one golden shot. While the monster was grounded, he went all out. Spears struck from every angle, then, boom, detonation. But suddenly, a system warning flashed. Mana levels are critically low. Please replenish mana. He wanted to drop his ultimate attack, but time was absolutely up. No hesitation. Chu Yi rushed the Minotaur King, swung his blade with everything he had, and sliced that massive beast straight in two. System alert. Nightmare tier Umbral Bronze Sanctum cleared. Time: 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Exam: time officially locked. Clear rank: an absolute legendary SSS. Congratulations, you are the top-ranked clearer here. Hearing the system, Chu Yi was completely stunned. Top rank? Wait, does this mean I actually took first place in the Suhang district? Reality hit him. He clenched his fists, shaking with pure hype. Yes, I finally did it. He thought back. Since waking up in this world a year ago? Pure tragedy. His mom passed away, and his sister got dangerously sick. Massive debts. Xiao Yun's hospital bills. It was literally suffocating him. But despite all that absolute garbage, he refused to just roll over and quit. Couldn't level up stats? Fine. He pushed his combat skills to the absolute max instead, building an unbreakable iron will. Then the system awakened. It was his golden ticket out of hell. A real second chance. Here's the part you and I need to remember. This time, his fate is his own. He swore to grab this chance, grind endlessly, and absolutely never look back. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi dismissed his heavy armor and stepped straight into the portal. Ding! 5,121 experience points, plus 20 attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level 11, level 12, and straight up to level 13. Loot drop, the Rainforest Belt, plus 10 Constitution, plus 7 Strength. Level 10 required. Set effect activated. Fight in a jungle environment, and your Constitution triggers a massive continuous buff across the board. Triple health regen, triple stamina recovery, and triple mana regeneration. Absolutely insane survival stats. Next drop, the Rainforest Ring, level 10 requirement, with the exact same set effect. Again, jungle combat gives you that crazy continuous buff based entirely on your total Constitution stat. Triple health, stamina, and mana recovery. Plus, 10 strawberries just dropped. Wait, let's read the note. Eat 1, restore mana. But the real prize? 1 golden Minotaur King card. Pure enchanting material. Nail the enchantment, and your equipment strength limit instantly bumps up by 20 whole points. He steps out of the portal, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. Welcome back, Senior Zhao. We love you. You are literally a god. Senior Zhao is insane. Brother Yi is a beast. God Yi, God Yi. Zhao Yi was completely thrown off. We both know how crazy fame gets, right? Before he could even blink, cameras clicked everywhere. He turned to find a massive swarm of reporters aiming lenses right at him. Camera flashes went off nonstop. Through the crowd, 2 figures walked straight toward him. Headmaster Lu Hang, alongside the director of the Education Bureau, Jia Dao. Lu Hang stepped up with a huge smile. Clearing a nightmare dungeon solo in just 10 minutes? Nobody in either academy has pulled that off in over a century. It is a massive honor. Based on years of data, Zhao Yi is basically guaranteed first place in Su Hong County. The kid's future is limitless. He just smiled. You're too kind, sir. Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up, making the crowd gasp. Whose ride is that? How is it on the exam grounds? Wait, is that the S400 magical car with flight mode? The one worth a literal mansion in the capital? Yeah, that exact one. The vehicle parked right in front of him. Director Jia literally opened the door for him, saying, "The official results drop in 3 days maximum. We'll notify you immediately." Thank you, Director Jia. Following Lu Hang, Zhao Yi walked to the S400. Go home, rest up, and wait for good news. Shortly after, Zhao Yi reached the hospital to visit Xiao Yun. After their last chat, Xiao Wenbin had actually kept his word real quick. So what do you and I take from this? Hard work pays. Xiao Yun got the best VIP suite, monitored 24/7 by absolute pros. Let's get into this. You and I are watching Zhou Yi step into the elevator, greeted by a smiling nurse. He nods back. Just here to see Xiao Yun with some great news. He casually asks how her exam went today. Pretty sure she aced it, right? Smiling, the nurse presses the button for the 26th floor, but as they go up, the temperature inside suddenly drops like a rock. Shivering, the nurse gets completely confused. Why is it so freezing today? Did someone blast the air conditioning way too low? But Zhou Yi suddenly spots pure freezing mist creeping right through the elevator doors. His face instantly drops. The doors finally open on the 26th floor, and the nurse immediately lets out a blood-curdling scream. Absolute nightmare. The entire hallway is completely buried in solid ice. And the people out there? No exception. Turned into literal ice statues, pure terror frozen on their faces. Xiao Yun, his mind races, panicking. Zhou Yi dashes straight for Xiao Yun's room, totally ditching the screaming nurse behind him. She frantically tries yelling his name, but halfway through her sentence, that deadly cold air instantly turns her into a solid frozen statue too. Zhou Yi doesn't care. He violently shatters the ice wall to her room and bursts inside, screaming her name. Now pay attention, because what he sees next is absolute madness. Xiao Yun is agonizing on the hospital bed while raw, freezing energy continuously pours out of her, forming a massive ice dragon right above. Right beside her, someone is frantically holding a spell, trying to heal Xiao Yun. Seeing Zhou Yi about to smash the dragon, the girl screams out for him to stop. Do not attack. Hearing that panicked warning, Zhou Yi instantly kills his momentum and backs off. He rushes over to the healer, Sister Cheng. She warns him fast. Hitting it recklessly will completely shatter Xiao Yun's heart meridians. He demands answers. A dragon? Sister Cheng explains her illness just went critical. That cold energy is turning everyone into solid ice pillars. She can only contain the blast to this floor. She tells him to run, but he refuses. totally frantic. What about Xiao Yun? Before he even finishes his sentence, she shuts him down. Without a high-tier priest, she is utterly helpless. Chu Yi forces himself to calm down. Understood. He triggers his system, dumping every single skill point. He maxes out gradual heal, pushing it straight to level 10. This insane buff slowly heals party members nearby, while massively boosting their stamina and raw mana. It lasts for a while. Without wasting a second, Chu Yi blasts that healing light onto Xiao Yun. Sister Tin gasps in pure shock. A Holy Knight's healing skill packing this much mana? Absolutely unheard of. It totally crushes her own output as a level 23 priest. Holding the spell steady, Chu Yi tells her to go. You and I feel the desperation. Tell Secretary Zhao to get a high-tier priest here. But Sister Tin panics. The top-tier priests are totally booked out. The secretary's appointment isn't until next week. Even rushing over is useless. Hearing that, Chu Yi snaps his head back, his expression dead serious. You tell the secretary, if he drags a high-tier priest here right now, then for the rest of time, I, Chu Yi, will owe him one massive, unconditional favor. I swear on my life. Sister Tin stares at him in stunned silence, then finally nods and sprints off to find the secretary. Chu Yi immediately throws his focus back into treating Xiao Yun. This terrifying cold eruption, it is a nightmare Xiao Yun has suffered through every single night for a year. Consumed by this icy aura, her body gets torn apart by excruciating pain. Literal suffering way worse than death. Lately, the freezing attacks kept getting worse, but manifesting as an actual physical ice dragon outside her body? Unbelievable. Muttering curses, Chu Yi grits his teeth and pumps in the magic. Even while the freezing aura aggressively infects his own hands, hours drag on into the night. Just as his mana hits absolute rock bottom, a glowing green orb blasts inside. It bounces around like a wild rubber ball, smashing the ice dragon repeatedly, cracking its solid armor. Seeing Xiao Yun wince in pain, Chu Yi screams at it to stop, but the green orb violently slams into Chu Yi instead, blasting him backward. A mysterious girl holding a massive brush walks in, casually waving to taunt the raging ice dragon. It roars. The beast lunges straight at her. She swings that giant brush like a baseball bat, absolutely crushing the dragon right in the face. Flourishing her weapon, she rapidly paints glowing special characters all over the ice monster's body. So what do you and I make of this? Green light flashes as she brings her weapon crashing down. Watch this closely. A massive magic circle erupts, slamming that ice dragon right back into Xiao Yun. The beast shrinks down, compressing into a single glowing ice orb before vanishing straight into her body. Seeing her face finally relax from all that pain, Chu Yi lets out a huge breath. It's finally over. Then, the healer girl locks eyes with him. She introduces herself as Quina, a level 35, second advancement priest from Qingyun City. She already knows exactly who Chu Yi is. He quickly greets her, and she explains that Director Jia practically begged her to come treat his sister immediately. Looking him up and down, she thinks, if the director hadn't hyped him up as a potential provincial champion, she never would have bent the rules. But seeing him tank that freezing energy for so long, the director definitely wasn't lying. Chu Yi isn't wasting time. He desperately asks what is actually wrong with his sister. Can she even be cured? Quina drops a bomb. That overflowing, physical cold energy? It's a full-blown bloodline awakening. Chu Yi freezes in pure shock. A bloodline awakening? See, when the game Eternity launched, players picked non-human races like elves and demons. And when the game merged with reality, those players actually started mutating, growing the physical traits of their chosen in-game races. Elf players got glowing green eyes and literal pointed ears. Giant players grew over 3 meters tall. But over 200 years of marrying normal humans, those magical bloodlines thinned out massively. The powers faded over time, except for one insanely rare loophole, a spontaneous bloodline awakening. Quina gets deadly serious here. Here's what you and I need to know. It's a curse, but success unlocks legendary ancient powers. Leveling up becomes a total breeze. But if she fails? Best case scenario, permanent paralysis. Worst case? Instant death. Her body is just way too weak to handle the massive power surging from her own blood. Quina reveals she's awakening the ultra-rare Frost Bloodline, basically hitting the most dangerous lottery ever. To survive this, her entire physical body needs a total, ground-up overhaul. There is exactly one legendary item that can do this, the Glacial Ice Lotus, but finding one? Basically impossible. The last one popped up 30 years ago and sold to an anonymous buyer for a mind-blowing 13 billion. He only has 3 months before the icy energy completely detonates inside her, killing her. The backup plan? Slapping a massive sealing technique right onto her core to lock the bloodline away entirely. She hands him a token to call her. But the cost of sealing it? His sister would never level up again. Zero progression. Stuck forever. As she walks away, Chu Yi just stares blankly at that token, completely crushed. 5 days later, he finishes his daily quests. Then, a system screen pops up. 200 squats, push-ups, sit-ups, and weapon swings, all maxed out. Daily quests officially cleared. Time to claim the rewards. He instantly picks attribute points. For these daily grinds, free stats are always the smartest play. For his Holy Knight class, beefing up constitution and intelligence is absolutely vital, but you can't ignore the rest. He usually spreads his points in a tight 2-3-2 formation. Balanced progression minimizes his weaknesses. But suddenly, another huge system alert flashes right in his face. Exam results detected. The epic achievement quest is officially completed. You and I knew he was overpowered. He just claimed top provincial scorer, unlocking some absolutely insane rewards. Boom! He scores the S-rank, God-tier skill, Divine Beast. Absolutely broken. Next up, the S-rank Divine Artifact, the Resurrection Cross Staff. And it doesn't stop. A one-time S-rank Secret Art, God's Descent, plus an A-rank Field of Light skill. And, to top it off, 30 free attribute points. Since the exams wrapped up, Chu Yi's name has completely hijacked every single news headline and media outlet. On TV, the principal brags that he knew Chu Yi was destined for greatness from day one, demanding the city invest more resources into his training. He's totally taking all the credit for spotting him. Meanwhile, some students watching the broadcast are completely stunned. The top scorer is a Holy Knight? Isn't that basically just a high defense support role? One guy is losing his mind. You can't fool him. A Holy Knight clears dungeons painfully slow. Trust me, you'd think the same. A level 10 soloing a nightmare dungeon? They totally think he's cheating. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. A female student pulls out her phone to defend Chu Yi. The video proof is right there. Suddenly, even the haters who doubted his actual strength are completely blown away. They are just staring, calling his raw power absolutely insane. Look at that holy light cross. Doesn't that damage hit way harder than an elite fire mage's ultimate spell? Weapon blessing, God's grace, courage blessing. Seriously, can somebody count how many buffs this provincial top scorer is actually stacking? Meanwhile, over in some luxury apartment, this red-haired guy is sitting there. He is glued to Chu Yi's exam footage, completely locked in. 9 minutes and 24 seconds? That beats him by 20 seconds. He admits this Chu Yi kid is pretty interesting. But as he says it, he casually points at something nearby and just blows it up. Then he flashes this totally sinister smirk. How dare someone steal his glory? Cut to the next morning. Chu Yi is heading out to visit his sister when his phone buzzes with a sudden text. It is a massive bank notification. The government and the local education bureau just dropped a crazy amount of money into his account. Chu Yi immediately dials up Secretary Jiao to figure out what is happening. Turns out, because of his legendary exam performance, the leaders decided to give him a massive reward, 5 million in pure cash and a luxury villa. They even ask if he has a favorite neighborhood or if they should pick. Now watch this. Everyone knows he is the provincial top scorer. Chu Yi just plays it cool, telling them to pick for him. Then Jiao drops some news. Recruiters from the big 3 universities are rolling in. He asks if Chu Yi needs a ride. No need for that. They tracked him down already. Chu Yi stares at the guy blocking his path. The man smiles warmly, hands over his card, and introduces himself as the recruiter from Vinh Duong University. Vinh Duong University? Chu Yi is pretty surprised, but right then, a totally new voice interrupts them. Didn't Vinh Duong originally call Chu Yi arrogant and clueless? So what is with the sudden VIP treatment and total change of heart? The Vinh Duong guy looks up, and boom, there is this absolute unit standing on a rope ladder dropping from a helicopter. The guy who insulted him was totally blind. They already fired him and expelled him from the university entirely. Hearing that, the Vinh Duong recruiter looks back at Chu Yi, completely sweating bullets. He panics and drops an insane offer. If Chu Yi joins them, Vinh Duong will hand over 4 million right now. But the helicopter guy laughs. Whatever Vinh Duong pays, Modo University will double it. Modo is not letting this kid go. He flat out tells everyone else to pack up and go home. The muscular dude lands, sounding ridiculously confident. The Vinh Duong guy looks ready to flip a table. But wait, a girl's voice suddenly chimes in. Have you even bothered to ask what Thongchin University brings to the table? I know what you're thinking. A standard bidding war? Nope. A winged, purple-haired girl snatches Chu Yi right before the big guy can. Now she has him alone. With Chu Yi all to herself, she leans in close. She whispers that Thongqin University might lack some things, but they have insane amounts of cultivation resources for all 4 years. They will literally provide him a rank cultivation gear every single school year. But right as she finishes her pitch, a magic circle sucks her in. Then, a teacher dressed entirely in black steps up. She slowly drops a threat. Stealing the top prospect ruins your reputation and drains finances. Anything Jinghua University offers, Suhong University can match perfectly. So, what is this? A straight-up kidnapping. She tells them to drop him, or things get ugly. The muscular guy flies up to join the chaos. He yells out that nobody is forcing him. Badu University will not just hand out a rank resources once a year. They will throw in a full set of gold rank equipment right off the bat. The winged girl is absolutely fuming, but she knows she is beat. She lets Chu Yi go, forces a smile, and denies kidnapping. She claims she just wanted a friendly, private chat. The ultimate choice is completely up to him. The lady in black steps up. She is Su Mayer from Suhong University, and there, raw power is king. If he can climb their Earth and Heaven campus rankings, forget a rank. He will get his hands on legendary S-rank resources. Plus, Suhong has crushed the Inter-University Freshman Exchange Tournament, taking first place 4 years running. So clearly, their ability to train absolute monsters is ranked number 1. The winged teacher glares at her. What is she implying? Does she think she is unbeatable now? Winning is an undeniable fact. She tells Miss Sun that Jinghua better try harder. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want more. While those two teachers kept bickering back and forth, let's jump right in. Chu Yi is seriously weighing his massive options here. Every single elite academy offered him the exact same epic recruitment package. Any of them guarantees an unstoppable future. But he wants raw, real-world combat experience. He needs the absolute best place to level up. After thinking it over, Chu Yi locks in his choice, Suhong University. Hearing that, Miss Su instantly whips out a scroll. Here is Suhong University's official special recruitment contract. Read it over carefully. If everything looks solid to you, go ahead and sign right here. The buff teacher practically groans, completely crushed to lose a genius like him. Suhong University snagged the top prospect yet again, but Miss Sun refuses to quit. If things go south at Suhong, our doors at Jinghua University are always open for you. Miss Su instantly shoots her a pure death glare. That sneaky rival used staffless casting just now. Only high-level mages can pull that off. Chu Yi stops reading the contract, totally shocked, and asks Miss Su directly. Excuse me for asking, Miss Su, but what exactly is your current class level? Now pay attention here. She is a level 42 advanced mage. He is stunned. You look under 30. It is a massive world. At Suhong, you will see tons of insane young powerhouses. Chu Yi gets totally hyped. Honestly, he has not faced a real rival his own age in forever. Sparring with heavy hitters at Suhong means massive stat boosts for his own skills. Contract officially signed. Miss Su tucks it safely away and immediately drops his next set of instructions. All right, kid, you have exactly 1 week to pack up your entire life. I will pick you up then. Wait, does Suhong actually start registration this early in the year? Miss Su just winks. Special recruits arrive early for hardcore advanced training. It skyrockets your overall strength way faster than normal. This way, you will easily dominate the upcoming National University Freshman Exchange Tournament and completely crush the competition. Boom. 1 week flies by. After settling his little sister Zhao Yun into their brand new luxury villa, it is finally time for him to head off to school. Before leaving, he specifically asks Secretary Zhao to keep her completely safe. He nags his sister over every tiny detail before finally hopping into Miss Su's fancy ride. Seeing him looking back at his sister all reluctantly, Miss Su just smiles. Is this your very first time leaving home? Then you better brace yourself. Before Chu Yi can even process what Miss Su meant, the car drives straight into a massive, glowing spatial gate. Instantly, the giant security gates of Anning City University flash right before his eyes. We all know what you are thinking right now. A massive teleportation circle just for a daily commute? Chu Yi looks around and sees luxury cars flying out of glowing magic circles everywhere. He is absolutely mind-blown by the scale. Usually, teleportation magic circles are strictly controlled by the military. Even tiny priest circles need government permits. But Suhong University partners directly with the military district, so they built this massive, large-scale teleportation network right near the campus. Extremely convenient and perfectly safe, Miss Su explains, nodding forward. We have arrived. Zhao Yi just stares blankly at the crazy futuristic landscape unfolding right before him. He gasps out loud. This is beyond insane. Let's go. I will get you fully registered, Miss Su says. While Zhao Yi is busy sightseeing, he suddenly feels something violently whiz right past his head. It turns out to be some young guy who just got totally launched by a brutal kick. The white-haired girl glares at him, her eyes blazing with pure anger, as she drops a warning. I said I have zero interest in knowing you. Consider that kick a very friendly warning. Do not test me again, or I stop holding back. She storms off while a crowd quickly gathers, completely roasting the guy who just got totally wrecked on day one. Looks like young Master Dung finally messed with an absolute demon this time around. Every single year, he creeps on the new girls. He definitely picked the wrong target today. Totally serves him right. Karma never misses. Zhao Yi watches the white-haired girl walk away, noticing a literal demonic marking. She literally has demon blood. Miss Su notices his intense reaction and quickly steps in. There are actually a ton of students and teachers here with rare non-human bloodlines. Try not to look so shocked if you run into them again. Do not worry, Zhao Yi replies. Even if they are non-human, as long as they fight for humanity, I have absolutely zero hate for them. I am not crazy enough to hate an entire race just because of what happened to my father. Glad to hear it. Here is your student ID. She materializes a sleek card for him, and trust me, you are going to want to see this insane new school ranking system next. Alright, you and I are diving into this ruthless ranking system. Each school year has its own tier. Basically, power equals status. Right now, the freshman leaderboard is purely based on their scores from the big entrance exam. Zhou Yi grabbed first place, making him the strongest rookie. But honestly, that rank is completely temporary. In exactly 1 month, a massive freshman tournament drops. The entire leaderboard will get totally wiped and reshuffled after that. From today on, he is a massive target. Every single student wants to steal his #1 spot. But Zhou Yi just smirks. If he is already at the top, he has absolutely zero intention of stepping down. Sumir just smiled, leading him forward while explaining the rules. Next up, the credit system. Freshmen start with a base amount of credits, totally depending on their assigned serial number. These credits buy everything: food, heavy-duty gear, healing potions, and even rare skill books. If your pockets are deep enough, you can grab whatever you want. We are talking insane S-rank skills and premium resources. Outside of fighting for rank, there are 2 extra ways to get paid. First up, hitting the mission board. Just swipe your student ID, pick a job online, and boom, finish the task, and those sweet credits hit your account. The second method is a monthly paycheck. The higher you sit on the elite Earth and Heaven leaderboards, the more you earn. Out of 1,000 fierce students here, everyone is fighting tooth and nail for those top spots. So getting cocky is a quick way to lose everything. The Academy also hides 3 completely secret dungeons. Here is where it gets crazy, so watch closely. Dungeon 1 is the Underground Goblin City for levels 17 to 21. Then comes the Twisted Forest for levels 23 through 26. Finally, the Absolute Nightmare Zone, Purgatory. You need to be level 28 to 31. But hitting the level requirement is not enough. Stepping foot inside these brutal zones will also cost you a very heavy chunk of those precious credits. Too weak for dungeons? Hit the training grounds. You can throw down with actual players or smash some combat droids to level up. In this academy, raw power is everything. The strongest fighters grab all the best resources. Survival of the fittest, period. Right then, a squad of freshmen struts down the hall, walking straight past Zhou Yi and Sumir. The upperclassman leading the pack shoots Sumir a quick, polite nod before marching his rookie squad down the corridor. Walking past, a few rookies locked eyes on Zhou Yi, whispering like crazy. Who is this guy getting a VIP tour straight from a teacher? Seriously. The rest of them got jammed into groups of 10 by older students. Did this kid bribe someone to get special treatment? Enter Wang Li, the ultimate campus gossip. He smirks at his clueless classmates. Looks like you guys are completely living under a rock. The absolute top scorer of the entrance exam always gets a private orientation with a professor. First, it helps the genius adapt fast. Second, it is basically a huge flex to attract even more elite prodigies to this university later. Wait, so that random guy is actually the #1 ranked monster from this year's exam? Tell us everything. The whole squad, including a mysterious white-haired girl, leans in. They are practically begging Wang Li to drop the lore. That is Zhou Yi, the absolute beast from Suhong province. A level 13 holy knight. Absolute shock. Just like anyone hearing this for the first time, their jaws practically hit the floor when they hear his class. Are you absolutely kidding me right now? A Holy Knight is a total support class. Shen Lingfeng, the monster in second place, is literally a level 14 berserker. You and I both noticed that. How did a healer beat a berserker? Wang Li scoffs. You guys doubting my intel? My reputation as the campus know-it-all is totally legit. I never get these details wrong. One girl is completely melting, practically swooning on the spot. He is so gorgeously handsome. He could straight up be an idol. Hearing those insane stats, the white-haired girl narrows her eyes, silently scanning Chu Yi. So, he is the legendary #1 ranked freshman. That's when Lu Jing snaps. Seeing his ultimate crush staring down Chu Yi triggers pure jealousy. He raises his voice, aiming to humiliate the champ. I bet that rank is totally fake. All flash, zero power. Instantly, Chu Yi catches the disrespect and locks eyes right onto the loudmouth. Lu Jing pushes through the crowd, stepping up to challenge him directly. Level 13 Punishment Knight, rank 38 on the board. There's no way you deserve that top spot. I am challenging you to an all-out duel right now. Whoa, back off. The older student guide grabs Lu Jing's shoulder. Don't waste our time. In his head, he's absolutely screaming, what an absolute idiot. I am barely getting 1 credit for babysitting you guys. Why the hell are you picking a massive fight? But Lu Jing aggressively slaps his hand away. Relax, senior. I am going to make this completely quick. This makes the guide furious. And honestly, you and I know this kid is doomed. The official rankings were verified by the absolute top academy masters. There is zero chance those rankings are wrong. Alright, let's dive into some serious academy drama. Hearing Lu Jing's challenge, the freshmen immediately start buzzing. They are totally ready for a show, holding off on leaving just to watch. Is Lu Jing seriously trying to use the rank 1 student as a quick stepping stone for fame? The Holy Knight class isn't known for pure strength, so it makes sense someone wants his rank. Chu Yi just crosses his arms, looking completely unbothered. He stares Lu Jing down. Why should I accept your challenge? 100 credits. Beat me, and they're yours. Lose, and you walk away clean. Chu Yi glances from Lu Jing's arrogant smirk right to the massive crowd of whispering freshmen. He thinks to himself, if I want any peace and quiet this semester, I have to take this fight. But I need to make an absolute example out of him. The price for stepping up has to be brutal. That's the only way they'll learn. So Chu Yi casually bumps the wager up to 300 credits. I'll fight. Hearing that, all the color instantly drains from Lu Jing's face. The crowd mutters, I'm rank 40, and I only have 400 credits. Lu Jing is rank 38, so his wallet is about the same. Losing that much would absolutely ruin him. Picking a fight right on day 1? Is this guy seriously just brainless cannon fodder straight out of a comic? Lu Jing definitely feels instant regret. But the second he spots his crush staring obsessively at Chu Yi, pure, blinding jealousy takes over the wheel. He bites the bullet. 300 it is. Let's hit the arena. Chu Yi smirks. You've got some guts, I'll give you that, but no need for the arena. If you aren't on your knees in 3 moves, I'll count it as my loss. Despite the trash talk, they all head to the arena anyway. Su Mayer personally steps right up as the referee. Watch closely here. 3-second countdown hits, and Lu Jing immediately charges. He thinks to himself, Punishment Knight and Holy Knight are both rare hidden classes. My Punishment Knight is all about burst damage, while his Holy Knight is totally support-based. If I blitz him before he casts buffs, this is an easy win. Right then, Lu Jing instinctively shoots a quick glance at the white-haired girl below. She's finally gonna notice me. Stealing his nerves, Lu Jing swings his heavy blade, triggering the blood chi slash straight at Chu Yi. But Chu Yi sidesteps it like it's nothing, driving a lightning-fast kick directly into his gut. The guy instantly crashes onto the floor. How boring, Chu Yi sighs, actually feeling let down. He expected at least a tiny bit of a challenge, but this clown folded in less than 1 move. A student guide quickly checks Lu Jing's horrific injuries, reporting straight back to Su Mayer. Ma'am, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is totally unconscious. Grab a priest to heal him, Su Mayer says, tapping both of their student IDs together to instantly process the transaction through the school system. A second later, she tosses the ID back to Chu Yi. 300 credits have been wired to your card. That ultra-fast beatdown is a massive wake-up call for the freshman. A Punishment Knight's blood chi slash is stupidly hard to block, yet he broke it with 1 casual kick. Is this the true power of rank 1? He's literally on another level. The raw strength gap between them has to be at least 20 points. You and I both knew she wouldn't just sit there. The white-haired girl finally steps up, demanding a match. Back at the gate, I realized she didn't just have a rare demon-kin bloodline. She's actually rocking legacy-grade gear. That's my first time ever seeing legacy equipment. I'm genuinely curious to see how strong she is. Chu Yi casually fires off his appraisal skill to check her stats. Weapon, Dark Moon, Ancient Sword. Quality, 3-star, Legacy. Requirements, Human Race. Required Class Swordsman. Effects unknown. After a brief pause, Chu Yi smirks. Alright. Another epic match begins. Seeing this girl is definitely no pushover, Chu Yi decides to summon his Mystic Light War Halberd to face her properly. Weapon, Mystic Light War Halberd. Quality, SS Gold. Attributes, Constitution, +18. Intelligence, +24. Effect, boosts all light element skills of B rank and below by an entire level. Source, System, Game On. This time, even the second and third year upperclassmen are rushing over to watch the spectacle. Freshmen already throwing down on day one, probably just a bunch of weak chickens pecking at each other. Li Dong, one of the directors from the elite Aurora Guild and a level 29 marksman, happens to stroll by. Spotting Su Mayer, he walks over to say hi, then decides to stick around for the show. 3, 2, 1, begin. The absolute second the signal drops, both fighters explode forward. The white-haired girl instantly triggers her skill Extreme Shadow Slash, rushing her enemy at terrifying lightning speed. Chu Yi counters with his Storm Halberd strike. He hoists his massive weapon and obliterates the ground, creating massive area of effect damage to blast her back. The exact moment their two deadly skills collide, a massive explosion erupts, blasting both fighters backward. Trust me, we're just getting started. She's strong, an absolute monster. The white-haired girl suddenly dials her attack up to 11. She triggers Demonic Chi Slash, coating her blade in raw dark energy before launching a massive shadow wave straight at Chu Yi. Let's dive right into this showdown, trust me. His reaction is priceless. Instead of panicking, Chu Yi just grins and yells, "Awesome, finally, a real fight, bring it." He immediately throws an uppercut, striking from below to send his target flying. Next up, Enhanced Double Strike hits twice mid-charge. Then, Rending Wave Slash rips through the air in front of her, detonating a massive shockwave. That shockwave blasts the target with multiple rapid hits, knocking them straight into the sky. Following it up, Glacier Smash lets you leap forward and brutally slam your weapon into the dirt. It triggers a chain of impacts, with the final blow crushing the enemy down. These two are chaining insane combos, but somehow, they are perfectly deadlocked. Down below, the crowd is just staring in absolute shock. Jaws are practically hitting the floor as these two blur at light speed. People are whispering, "Are these really just students?" Li Dongthong squints at the arena. If that Spirit Blade Swordsman does not pull out a trump card soon, she is absolutely done for. The student guide frowns, totally skeptical. Really? Because from down here, it looks like a perfectly even tie. Dongthong shakes his head. Her reinforcement stance absorbs enemy hits. Initially, against the Holy Knight's triple combo, she only had to block one. But now, he is swinging twice as fast, forcing her to parry everything. Normally, when you swing a massive weapon like that, you hold back slightly to keep your stamina from completely draining. The second Chu Yi spots a gap, he is going to crush her defenses completely. And, the craziest part? He is not saving any energy. He is either completely reckless, or just that confident. Since the fight started, that heavy war mace has been locking down her movements, giving her no choice but to block desperately. As Chu Yi drops one earth-shattering blow after another, a guy in the crowd yells, "He is showing zero mercy to such a pretty girl. This guy is absolutely brutal." Warm-up is over. Instantly, Chu Yi triggers Grace of the Gods, Grace of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Dawn's Blessing, and Grace of Protection. A blinding light swallows him. You and I both feel that insane pressure. Is this his actual true power? While she braces herself, Chu Yi aims his hand, casting Spear of Victory. Spotting the tiny casting delay, the white-haired girl makes her lethal move. She triggers Phantom Shadow Slash, instantly closing the gap for a strike. She is hoping for a one-hit knockout, but Chu Yi just flashes an arrogant smirk. "I knew you would try that." Without hesitating, he brings that massive mace crashing down toward her. Completely trapped, she just squeezes her eyes shut and braces for the pain. But seconds tick by. Nothing hits her. "You want to keep going?" She slowly blinks her eyes open, only to find Chu Yi totally chill. He cancelled his skill and is just leaning on his giant mace. "I am done fighting," she sighs. "Your offense is just way too heavy. If we keep going, I lose anyway." "You were holding back," Chu Yi calls her out. He knew she had completely ignored her top-tier swordsman skills and that dark attribute energy hiding inside her. "You saw that coming, right?" She flashes a huge smile. You caught me, huh? I just wanted to test my limits. No way was I dropping my trump card today. Plus, you were holding back too. I saw your exam footage. Let's exchange WeChat info so we can spar later. After they swap their info, Su Mei takes over again, guiding Chu Yi through the campus. Honestly, she is buzzing with excitement. On day 1, this guy bagged 600 points and made every single elite special admission student view him as a massive threat. Looks like this year's freshman class is about to be wildly entertaining. The freshman dorms are set on Little Mountain Peak. Normal students stay on the mountainside, but the specially admitted elites? They claim the very top. Furthermore, the elite dorms are insane private villas, with the luxury scaling straight off your rank. From now on, you are living right here. Su Mei nods toward the absolute fortress of a mansion sitting right in front of them. As she swipes her card to enter, Su Mei suddenly freezes and turns back to Chu Yi. Oh, wait, I heard you need the extreme cold lotus. An old squad spotted one out in the Gale Mountain Range once, but a high-level magical beast was actively guarding it, so they completely gave up on picking it. That report is from 6 years back, though, so I cannot promise it is still accurate. Using Su Mei's tip, Chu Yi spends the next few days hardcore researching the Gale Mountain Range, and that is where we leave it. Turns out, this mountain range only spawned after eternity merged with Blue Star. Stick with me, we're about to explore a massive zone packed with endless epic treasures. Rare herbs and absolute nightmare monsters roam here. Even maxed out, 3rd job tier veterans are completely terrified to venture too deep inside. With Zhao Yi's current stats, running into a high-level beast means instant death. Fleeing would literally be his only option, but luckily, right after crushing his college exam achievements, the system handed him a broken revive skill to cheat death itself. Zero hesitation needed, he is totally locked in. Time to gear up. While scrolling his PC for a few more skills before heading out, a wild system notification suddenly popped up on his screen. System alert, it detected him as the absolute #1 ranker in the special admission program. Every single A-rank Holy Knight skill was now completely free, granting absolute immunity to all physical damage. Super overpowered, right? He instantly grabs a ranged attack skill. Honestly, free loot is undefeated. Without blinking, Zhao Yi completely wiped the store of every single epic free skill. Sadly, he still had to drop some exam reward points on one crucial thing: a full, high-tier jungler gear set. Fully prepped, Zhao Yi charges straight into the Gale Mountains. Mission? Find the frigid Frost Lotus and cure his sister. Now pay attention. While hunting for the Lotus, an earth-shattering explosion rocks the area. We both know he's going over. He hauls ass to investigate. Meanwhile, we cut to Jang Kairon. After adding Zhao Yi on WeChat, she eagerly slid into his messages to shoot her shot. But ever since he mentioned hitting the Gale Mountains, our boy had gone completely radio silent, leaving Jang Kairon ridiculously bored. So, she obviously calls up her best friend to gossip. She brags about this special guy she dueled yesterday. And get this, mid-fight, she actually unleashed a fraction of her rare succubus powers. He was totally unfazed. Didn't even bat an eye. Her friend is completely stunned. Wow. His willpower must be absolutely insane. Her friend notes. Jang Kairon just smirks, deciding right then to track her crush straight into the Gale Mountains. Meanwhile, deep inside a chaotic sector of the Gale Mountains, an absolute bloodbath was erupting between demon monsters and a 4-girl squad. Meet Zhu Rao the mechanic, Wentian the summoner, Zuan the gunmaster, and Su Qinglin the fierce swordswoman. First up, Zhu Rao pushes her massive tank forward, tossing bomb-rigged discs right at the demons. One step, and boom, the trap completely obliterates them. Surviving demons charge the tank in a pure rage. Instantly, Wentian activates her ice summoner skills, throwing up a massive ice wall to block their frenzy. I know you saw that coming. A sneaky demon lunges through the trees at lightning speed, dead set on flanking their blind spot. 9 o'clock. Following Zhu Rao's command, Zuan unleashes hell, shredding that monster to pieces. She keeps mowing them down with heavy machine gun fire, screaming for them to push. In a flash, Su Qinglin unleashes a masterful sword combo, executing the remaining demons. Success! Zhu Rao laughs in pure triumph. Wentian turns around, totally ready to celebrate the win, when her face instantly goes pale. Shoving Zhu aside, she desperately chants a rapid defensive spell, forming an ice shield over the window. But the blinding fire blast, shooting from the forest, is just way too overpowered. Wentian's ice shield instantly shatters into dust, sending their entire tank flying. Guys, are you okay? Su Qinglin screams out, sprinting over to check the smoking wreckage. But Wentian suddenly shrieks a terrifying warning behind you. The other three violently snap their heads around. And there, a massive new demon horde charges, like vengeful gods, charging fire magic to roast them alive. They just burned all their ultimate moves, killing 4. Are we seriously dying here today? The 4 girls completely lose hope, tragically resigning themselves to a brutal fate. Bam! Chu Yi bursts from the tree line riding a majestic white wolf. He triggers Sacred Storm, ripping the demons into a violent vortex. Light converges. The storm descends. Finishing his chant, a colossal, glowing sword drops straight from the heavens. It plunges right into the storm's eye, instantly wiping the demon horde from existence. The whole zone erupts into a raging sea of fire. Chu Yi gently pats his spirit beast. Understanding the assignment, the white wolf casually snuffs out the inferno with one icy breath. With the danger completely gone, he approaches the girls, who are absolutely stunned, and starts dropping some high-level healing magic on them. Holding an unconscious Wentian, Su Qinglin smiles up. Thanks, Junior Zhao. He smiles back, surprised she even recognized him, considering her Azure Phoenix team is ranked second in the entire school. Of course I know you. Honestly, that just makes me feel way more ashamed. She laughs, but watch her expression. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let's dive right in. Junior Hao's light magic absolutely wrecks demons, but these monsters are way too dangerous. He really needs to head back to base with the crew. He has spent an entire month scouting the outer region, looking everywhere, but that frigid Frost Lotus is nowhere to be found. The freshman tournament kicks off in just 3 days. Looks like he will have to pause the search and come back later. Making up his mind, Chu Yi agrees. Su Qinglian glances over at Zhu Rao, who gets the hint and just nods. She immediately starts chanting. Screaming metal, soul of speed, ghostly roar. Ferocious machine, shine and assemble, right now. The second the spell ends, a massive mechanical spider vehicle bursts right out of Zhu Rao's glowing magic circle. Chu Yi and his white wolf are completely blown away. No time to explain. Get in. Zhu Rao yells at them. Watching this dramatic entrance, Su Qinglian stays totally quiet, just thinking about what a huge show-off she is. On the ride back, Chu Yi asks if this Raging Wind mountain range was always full of demons. Su Qinglian replies honestly. Her squad has been roaming the Raging Wind mountain range for over 2 months, and this is actually their very first encounter with them. Hearing that, Chu Yi guesses these demons must have crawled right out of the deepest parts of the Raging Wind mountains. Now pay close attention here. Either that, or a dimensional rift just opened up and let them escape. Exactly. They need to rush back to base immediately and warn the military. Chu Yi is totally caught off guard by this. Wait, doesn't the military have mages monitoring this entire area? Quick context here. The Raging Wind mountain range is packed with wild magic beasts. To stop them from launching a surprise city attack, the military set up a trade base at the entrance. Mages are posted there to constantly track beast movements inside the mountains. Hearing his question, Su Qinglian frowns and tells him that they do, but these magic beasts are just way too low level. Chu Yi is even more confused now. A level 30 silver demon? He definitely wouldn't call that low level at all. Reading his mind, Su Qinglian explains that the mages mostly watch the deepest zones of the Raging Wind mountain range. They track the movements of high-level and epic, or even legendary beasts. The weird aura on these demons is completely below the mage's radar, so they probably slipped by undetected. As she explains all this, a bunch of troubling questions start popping up in Su Qinglian's own head. If it is a dimensional rift, why in the world would they only send low-level demons through? The exact second the base forces spot these demons, they will absolutely wipe them out. Plus, a rift fitting a level 30 beast could easily let a level 51 pass through too. Doing this is literally just a pointless suicide mission. You and I know that just exposes the rift's location. But whatever. This is definitely not their problem to worry about. They just need to get this intel straight back to base. Suddenly, the whole squad hears a demon horde screaming for food. Right then, a blinding streak of light shoots down from the sky, slamming hard into the ground and triggering a massive explosion right near Chu Yi's convoy. Demons. Somebody out there is completely surrounded by them. Wait. He recognizes that specific aura. Chu Yi speaks up urgently. You guys head out first. I will go check it out and be right back. Ignoring their protests, he sprints off totally alone toward the massive explosion. That aura. He would never forget it. What is she doing out here? But get this. It wasn't just Chu Yi's group. Another squad nearby also noticed that someone was in serious trouble. One of them speaks up, sounding super nervous. Those are level 20 silver demons. That poor girl won't last much longer. Should they step in and help? Total silence. After a heavy pause, one guy finally answers. Better not risk it. They are completely surrounded themselves. They can't even guarantee their own survival. If she somehow solos those demons and escapes, she is straight up a prodigy. But what an absolute shame. The squad turns their worried eyes toward the fiery explosion. Huang Nian, covered in brutal wounds, is desperately struggling against the endless beast horde. Fighting for her life, she grits her teeth hard. Damn it. These monsters definitely know her powered-up state has a strict time limit. They are just surrounding her instead of attacking directly, trying to completely drain her to death. The demons are scattered across the plains in groups of 10. Even if she kills the 8 right in front of her, the rest will just swarm her instantly. There is basically zero chance of breaking through this trap and making it back to the base alive. If her spirit power runs completely dry before she breaks the encirclement, at that dark thought, her eyes turn completely ice cold. Just as she is about to unleash her ultimate skill, a massive lightning bolt blasts down from the sky, striking every single silver demon around her. They are instantly vaporized into nothing. She whips her head toward the footsteps. It is Chu Yi. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you're about to watch him charge in like a god on a white wolf, screaming at Huang Nian to get back. Behind her, a massive demon rips its jaws open and unleashes a deafening roar. The sheer sonic force is completely unbearable for Huang Nian instantly clamps both hands over her ringing ears. The vile demons activate their berserker skill, Domain of Raging Flames. They roar, charging forward in perfect unison for the kill. Huang Nian screams a warning for Chu Yi to run. Recognizing that terrifying demon berserker skill, panic completely takes over her mind. The demon's power just multiplied. There is absolutely no way Chu Yi can handle this monster alone. She calculates the odds. If she self-destructs, there is a 90% chance she can protect Chu Yi. But suddenly, Xiao Ying appears right behind Huang Nian on his white wolf. He grabs her waist, effortlessly pulling her onto its back. Huang Nian screams Chu Yi in pure shock. In that exact split second, a demon lunges forward to strike. Moving on pure instinct, the white wolf leaps forward, flawlessly dodging the attack. Riding the beast, Xiaoying simply turns his head, extends one hand, and roars Judgment of Light. Boom. A massive torrent of holy lightning obliterates the entire area in front of him. Chu Yi just smiles, realizing exactly why everyone loves playing mages. Wiping out endless monster hordes from a safe distance? Yeah, not a bad feeling at all. You need to watch closely. That massive attack from Chu Yi, it aggroed every vile demon on the plains. They immediately swarm in, forming a massive, tight circle that completely traps the 2 of them inside. 180 demons. An area attack would be perfect, but they are scattered. Musing to himself, Chu Yi casually places 2 fingers right on Zhang Qiran's forehead. He tells Zhang Qiran to pull the left side demon safely. She stares at him, totally confused. Without another word, Chu Yi starts casting a crazy series of buffs on her. Gradual heal, Dawn's Blessing, Weapon Blessing, God's Grace. She gasps, those are Holy Knight Legion-wide buffs. She checks her status window. Level 16 Swordsman. Status: Dual Demon Body. Seeing her strength, speed, stamina, and intelligence stats all massively boosted by 25%, makes Zhang Qiran's jaw drop completely. But Chu Yi has zero time to care about her shocked reaction. Before she can even speak, he leaps right off the wolf, draws his heavy weapon, and charges straight into the nearest monster horde. He lunges, smashing his hammer down and making the entire area explode. Zhang Qiran finally dismounts too. Staring at Chu Yi, she marvels at his power. A 25% stat boost basically doubles her overall combat strength. From what she knows, absolutely no level 16 Holy Knight, not even a level 20 should be capable of this. Suddenly, monsters swarm in on Zhang Qiran, but without a single command, the white wolf violently lunges forward, its jaws snapping shut on an enemy. I know what you're thinking, but there's no time. She has to follow his orders. Zhang Qiran's expression turns dead serious as she draws her weapon and fights. Meanwhile, Chu Yi is a blur of incredible speed. Every single swing of his hammer brutally annihilates multiple monsters at once. Out of nowhere, a monster sneaks right up behind Chu Yi, raising its blade to cleave his head wide open. Right before that fatal blow can land, a glowing purple whip suddenly lashes out. It strikes the monster's hand, sending its weapon flying and saving Chu Yi. He glances back to see Zhang Qiran shredding the horde with her whip. Shadow Lash, a technique that gathers raw demonic energy to form a deadly whip. It deals heavy bonus shadow damage. Turns out, Having holy light abilities acts like a massive demon magnet. With countless demons from the plains gathered here, he can finally unleash that special skill. Smirking to himself, Joy casually casts Sacred Shield. A glowing protective barrier surrounds Zhang Qiran and the White Wolf as he gives his orders. Zhang Qiran, wait right inside here. Sacred Shield, a B+ ranked skill that traps party members in a holy aura, making them completely immune to physical damage for a set time. Then Chu Yi screams, Cross of Holy Light. This powerful move summons a holy cross behind you, burning any nearby enemies with continuous light attribute fire damage every single second. Level 7, 200-meter range. That massive cross summoned by Chu Yi erupts, blasting a golden beam straight down onto the monster horde. In the next second, blinding golden flames erupt, completely engulfing them all. The fire makes them shriek in pure agony. Zhang Qiran stares dumbfounded, eyes sparkling at the epic scene. And that's where we leave it. Most monsters are wiped out, leaving only the big ones. Stick with me, we are kicking off with absolute madness. All darkness vanishes under his light. Light converges. The storm descends. His divine light storm summons a massive holy vortex right on target. It deals area of effect magic damage. And the second Chu Yi speaks, giant lances of pure holy light materialize right above him. Those shining lances rain down hard, forming a massive circle that traps every single monster inside. 1 second later, a vortex spins up at the center, sucking the beasts in and shredding them to pieces. Hiding in the bushes, a group watches with their jaws dropped. That is insane. Who is this kid? Is he even human? Boss, should we go say hello? Hearing his team ask that, the leader pauses, totally deep in thought. I am level 26, and you 5 or 24. Forget fighting him one-on-one. We would not stand a chance even going 6-on-1. This guy is way too terrifying, and so young. Ultimately, the boss decides to step out and meet Chu Yi. He knows he absolutely has to make friends with a powerhouse like this. Now pay attention, because things get wild. Before they can move, a giant mech comes speeding toward Chu Yi. When the machine stops, Zhu Dan, Zhu Rao, Wen Tianrun, and Su Qinglin are all riding on its back. Zhu Dan raises a hand to wave. Junior Zhao, we are here to help. But getting a clear look at the sheer carnage, all 4 of them just freeze, totally stunned for 5 whole seconds. Chu Yi just glances back at them. Then he casually pulls out a recovery potion and downs it in one shot. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 17. You gain 15 attribute points and 15 skill points. Boom! Another sweet message. Congratulations, leveled up to 18. 15 more attribute and skill points. Name Chu Yi, level 18. Experience 1,300. Strength 160. Stamina 162. Intelligence 172. Zhao Yi calculates in his head. 180 demons means 60,000 experience points. It is a real shame that class holders have level-based caps on the experience they can actually gain. Otherwise, I could have squeezed way more from this fight. He stares down at the empty potion bottle in his hand. Zhao muses. My mana pool grew, but with all these high-level skills, it is still not enough. I will have to ask my teacher back at the academy. I am sure she has a solution. Just then, Zhu Dan and the crew finally snap out of their shock, hop off the mechanical spider, and walk over. Su Qinglen speaks up first. Chu Yi, did you do all of this? Zhu Dan chimes in right after. Chu Yi, your strength is way greater than I ever even imagined. But before Chu Yi can answer, Zhang Qiran suddenly collapses to the ground. The other girls rush over in a panic. What is wrong with her? Chu Yi calmly replies. She probably overexerted herself and hit a weakened state. The girls help Zhang Qiran up, while Su Qinglin, however, stares intensely right at Zhao Yi and asks, while you were wiping out the demons, did you face any that were super tough to kill? Chu Yi strokes his chin, thinking it over before replying. The highest level demon I crushed was a level 23 gold rank. None of them were hard. Is something wrong here? Su Qing frowns hard and explains. Demon armies and human armies work the exact same way. They both have commanders. You guys realize what that means, right? No boss here means the main demon force is somewhere else. We need to move. We have to get back to base right now. Zhao Yi instantly nods. You are right. Back in the bushes, seeing Chu Yi's group packing up, one of the hidden guys nudges his captain. Boss, looks like they are moving out. Should we go out and say hi now? The captain seriously hesitates, but before he finishes, a crushing, invisible force slams into their bodies, filling them with absolute terror. Boss, what the heck is happening? The boss peeks out, face pale with horror as he screams. This demonic energy is insanely dense. That is a high-level demon. The sky turns blood red as a massive barrier swallows the entire zone. Instantly, a huge rift tears open in the sky, and a literal dragon flies right through. And riding on its back, a humanoid beast radiating an absolutely crushing wave of demonic energy. Through their appraisal skills, the terrifying stats of both creatures flash right before everyone's eyes. Level 30 Legend Grade Demon Monster. Skills unknown. Plus a level 24 Gold Grade Fire Dragon with the Blazing Flame Bombardment skill. Meanwhile, back at the military base, every single monitoring screen flashes blood red with blaring warnings. Warning. Emergency. Otherworldly energy concentration has completely shattered the safe limits. Analyzing data now. Data analysis complete. A catastrophic level 4 otherworldly invasion is officially confirmed. Target location locked. East of Ragging Winds Mountain. Longitude 111.4 east. Latitude 15.3 north. He grabs his radio. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive in. You and I are witnessing a level 4 invasion. All Legion members must assemble immediately. I repeat, a massive level 4 invasion is fully confirmed. All members, prepare for all-out combat. Warrior and Knight squads of the Snow Dragon Legion, stop your training and hit the assembly square. Priest squad of the Snow Dragon Legion, prep support. Get mana reserves to maximum. Logistics squad of the Snow Dragon Legion, distribute mana ore and crystals. Mage squad of the Snow Dragon Legion, lock coordinates. Longitude 11.4 east, latitude 15.3 north. Build the teleportation array. Soon, the entire Legion stands ready. Perfect formations locked inside massive golden magic circles. A soldier runs up, reporting straight to the Snow Dragon Legion commander, Chu Yi. Commander, all personnel await your command. Chu Yi draws his blade, pointing forward, roaring, like a sword cutting through all thorns. Like a shield defending our very home. The soldiers roar right back in perfect sync, a sword cutting thorns, a shield defending home. Fully satisfied, Commander Chu Yi barks the order. Move out. Now watch closely with me. Minutes earlier at the lair, the commander stares down his massive horde. I handpicked every demon. 6 months on Blue Star, and we barely lost 10 brothers. But right during our final celebration, right before returning to the Sacred Realm, over 100 of our people got slaughtered. We leave for the Sacred Realm in 12 hours. Before that, we go out with an absolute bang. The horde below erupts with pure hype. Thank you, Your Highness, for this bloody blessing. Back to the present. Riding his fire dragon, the demon commander glares at Chu Yi's group. Zero mercy. I'll rip your souls out and burn them in hellfire. Then, the boss summons his massive legion. Olima's, the demon son, pops his summoning skill. Boom, a silver grade demon appears, followed by a gold grade. Su Cheng instantly fires up her appraisal skill, scanning the terrifying enemy lineup. A legendary grade demon, a gold grade knight, and a silver warlock. Her face goes completely pale. Drawing her weapon, she steps right in front of Chu Yi. Chu Yi, the Blue Phoenix squad has your back. If you see an opening, break through and run immediately. She's right, Chu Yi. You have to survive, Ju Dan says, guarding him. They all know Chu Yi is a once-in-a-lifetime monstrous genius. With absolute god-tier talent like his, he's worth sacrificing their very lives to protect. Suddenly, a huge golden magic circle lights the sky. Everyone looks up. The Snow Dragon Legion, they're all level 30 plus. And their commander is a level 51 warrior. We are totally saved. You and I caught that too, right? Chu Yi frowns. If they're teleporting, why miss our exact location? He gets his answer immediately. The demon commander on the other side just bursts into insane laughter. Haha, don't worry, humans. A magic circle covers this area. Your precious army is locked out. Su Cheng gasps in pure shock. What? Impossible. She stares at the sky. Only then does she realize it. The entire army on those massive golden formations, completely blocked by a giant red barrier. Outside the barrier, Chu Yi turns to Wang Ling. What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far? Wang Ling touches the red barrier, sensing the energy for a second, before grimly replying, this is the Dark Flame Wall. An ultra-rare, cursed-class magic formation from the demon race. It blocks all teleportation and outside attacks. We'd need the combined firepower of at least 2 entire legions just to crack this thing. Otherwise, we just have to sit here and wait for it to naturally dissipate. Chu Yi frowns hard. How long until this magic circle goes down? Wang Ling replies. 5 minutes. Hearing that, Commander Shu closes his eyes. A heavy sigh. Then, a dark command. Log all their information. When this is over, tell their families to collect the bodies. Yes, sir. Wang Ling replies. Meanwhile, trapped inside the dark flame wall, the system chimes in. Legendary grade demon detected. New achievement mission issued. Eliminate the demon. Penalty for failure? None. Reward? S plus talent. Apothecary's blessing. So what do we take from this? Chu Yi just smiles. A brand new achievement mission. Stick with me here. You and I are about to see Chu Yi erupt with pure golden light, blowing past Zhu Dan's squad. Su Qinglian desperately grabs his arm. Meanwhile, that massive demon commander? His eyes are locked straight on Chu Yi. Such a thick holy aura. The demon growls. So you're the one slaughtering my kind. To return the favor, I'm going to rip you into 100 pieces. Prepare for absolute, endless agony. The commander charges forward on his giant fire dragon. Chu Yi just brushes off Su Qinglian's hand, drawing his weapon. Game on. Up above, the beast opens its massive jaws, blasting a deadly stream of fire straight down. Su Qinglian screams in panic. But Chu Yi? Totally chill. He swings his axe, launching a blinding golden arc right back up. Boom. The attacks violently collide midair, but Chu Yi's strike easily shreds the dragon's flames. The golden blade keeps going, slicing cleanly through one of the dragon's wings. Losing lift, the beast plummets. The demon commander gets dragged into a terrifying freefall alongside it. A massive crash shakes the earth. The dragon is completely out cold. The commander lands safely, but he's definitely feeling that shockwave. Not wasting a second, Chu Yi flashes behind the boss, swinging his axe hard. Sensing the killer intent, the commander wildly swings back. He misses the body but smashes Chu Yi's shoulder plate clean off. But a split second later, a blinding golden light flashes right up in the demon's ugly face. Panicking, he throws his weapon up to block. You're going to want to watch this. He leaps back, staring at the crater Chu Yi smashed, screaming internally, what the heck? This puny human is only level 18. How does he have the raw power to match me? Chu Yi takes his time. He rests his heavy axe on the ground, cracks his knuckles, and smirks at the boss. Not bad. You actually blocked it, he says. By the way, you're my first legendary grade monster. You arrogant human. The commander roars, lunging forward with a brutal thrust of his sword. Chu Yi grips his axe, leaping sky-high to dodge. Midair, he brings the heavy blade crashing down in a massive cross-shaped strike. The pure white edge lands a perfect stun. Raising his hand, Chu Yi roars, Light's judgment. But legendary stats are no joke. Shaking off the stun instantly, the commander bellows, Flame, Demon's Shield. A blazing barrier fully absorbs the massive lightning strike. Chu Yi mutters, even Light's judgment couldn't put him down. Standard attacks aren't going to scratch this thick-skinned legendary boss. Time to break out the crazy new skill the system handed him after finals. The enraged demon commander turns to his massive army, shouting, My beloved warriors, tear him apart. Following his command, thousands of bloodthirsty demons roar and swarm toward Chu Yi, but our guy doesn't even blink. Blinding holy light erupts around him as he floats upward, pulsing with insane waves of golden mana. You saw that too, right? Everyone is frozen in shock as a huge vortex rips open, dropping a literal giant hand. The commander trembles, wondering what kind of god-tier entity is descending. Before he can even process it, the entire battlefield is swallowed by golden light. Boom! The giant hand violently smashes down, sending massive shockwaves that shatter the earth beneath the entire demon legion. Su Qinglian whispers, Is this a dream? Is that his skill? Nearby, Zhang Qiron's succubus bloodline is absolutely shaking with pure terror. Outside the crimson barrier, Siyu is stunned. That strike matches a magic crystal cannon. Who exactly is trapped in there? Wang Lang immediately answers. Students from Su Hong University. The one dropping that massive skill is this year's absolute top ranker. Holy Knight Chu Yi. Siyu sighs heavily. The top ranker? Man, it's tragic. The level gap is just way too massive. If that kid had just a bit more time to level up, that hit would have erased that demon, and Siyu called it perfectly. The dust clears, and the demon commander is somehow still alive, radiating insane, pure evil energy. He completely loses his mind. How dare you, insulting my legendary status. Flame Demon Legion, launch an all-out attack. Flame Curse Legion, fire. In seconds, a relentless wave of dark magic blasts toward Chu Yi from every single direction. The commander glares at his healer, totally confident. He's just a level 18 Holy Knight. The healer nods quickly. Exactly. Dropping a nuke like that? His mana pool is 100% drained. So what do you and I make of this? 0 mana against 3 entire legions? We'll shred him. The commander smirks. Let's dive in. Surrounded by total chaos, Chu Yi stayed perfectly calm. He thought, God's hand is drained, my mana is practically zero, and my gear recovery is dragging. Time to do this myself. Suddenly, a skill window flashed. S rank, Holy God Art. An ultimate one-time secret technique of the Holy Temple Knights. It costs 0 mana and completely bypasses silence skills. Once activated, the user channels a fraction of the God of Light's power. Your 4 core stats skyrocket directly based on your body's raw endurance level. All holy skills get a massive 5-level boost, while health, stamina, and mana recovery instantly multiply by a staggering 20 times. This godly effect has a strict time limit. Once it fades, he will drop into a severely weakened state. A split second later, a massive light pillar crashed from the sky, shattering the crimson barrier and blasting onto Chu Yi. The demon commander panicked. What the hell was this? Looking up, he saw Chu Yi bathed in gold, embraced by a 6-winged goddess. Glowing feathers rained from above. Any demon unlucky enough to touch one was instantly vaporized into pure ash. Xiu gently touched a falling feather and gasped out loud. This is God's descent. Wang Ling, the Snow Dragon Corps vice captain, stood nearby, looking completely stunned. Captain, what exactly is God's descent? It is an absolute peak skill for divine classes. They literally channel the raw power and pure faith of a god. I once saw a priest trigger this. In one move, he healed our whole damn legion back to max health. Because of that single art, our army survived being swarmed by 3 demon legions until backup finally arrived. A god's energy is basically infinite. Honestly, he could probably nuke all these demons by himself right now. Down below, the demon commander's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Impossible, he screamed. Now, pay close attention here. He is just a level 18 holy knight. How on earth can he wield a god's power? His mage rushed up, panicking. Your Highness, once God's descent drops, only equal divine power can possibly block it. If he finishes charging that ritual, our whole legion is dead. All from one single skill. The tables had completely turned. How much longer until the dark barrier finishes our return magic circle? 1 minute left, the mage shouted. The commander scowled. Understood. Time to prove your absolute loyalty. Yes, sir. The mage agreed, spinning around. Hear me, demons. Offer your everything to the demon lord. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his own soul first. Great demon lord Lima, I, Roskin, offer up my entire existence for you. Great demon lord Lima, I give you everything out of pure devotion to you. Just like that, hundreds of frenzied demons chanted and completely sacrificed their souls, letting the demon lord absorb every single one. The demon lord's dark aura violently erupted, growing insanely strong, but the goddess simply scoffed. Pathetic, ugly, lower life forms. Holy Knight, take my divine energy. She gently lifted Chu Yi's hand, aiming it straight at the monstrous demon lord. Instantly, Chu Yi's eyes burned bright. A devastating laser of holy light blasted from his hand, ripping straight toward the demon lord while he was powering up. The ground violently shook. An earth-shattering explosion wiped out the area, throwing up massive dust clouds. You and I both thought he was finished, right? As the dust cleared, the demon lord stood back up, charging a colossal fireball. This massive fireball was his absolute strongest innate combat ability. It pushed the fire element to its absolute limit, 15 million degrees. If my clan hadn't died, I could never use this trump card, the boss realized. Then he roared, Die, Holy Knight. He launched that nuke straight at Chu Yi, but got a harsh reality check. Through the smoke, Chu Yi stood there totally unharmed. In that horrifying second, he finally realized he and Chu Yi were in completely different leagues. Without hesitating, the boss tucked tail and bolted for the escape circle. But obviously, Chu Yi wasn't letting him slide. Heretic, in the name of God, die. Chu Yi swiped his hand, and a holy orbital strike instantly vaporized the demon lord. Return. I finished my mission. In glorious triumph, the demon lord muttered madness before finally dying. Seeing this, the surviving demons completely lost their minds in sheer terror. What do we do? The boss is dead. The escape circle is totally wrecked. How do we get home? It is finally over, Chu Yi whispered, instantly collapsing as extreme weakness claimed his mind. His body went into freefall. Zhang Kairan and the Qingluan squad rushed over, completely terrified. We are just getting started, the vice captain desperately shouted. Healer, quickly check his condition. Squad 1, Squad 2. Fan out and search the entire mountain area for any surviving professionals. The rest of the legion, charge with me. Meanwhile, Chu Yi is suffocating. Something impossibly heavy is crushing his chest right now. Is this sleep paralysis? Stick with me here, because Chu Yi is waking up to absolute madness. His eyes suddenly snap open. He is in a hospital room. And that crushing weight? It is actually a 110-pound shadow pressing right on him. Jang Churon rubs her sleepy eyes. Oh my god, Chu Yi, you are finally awake. You have been knocked out cold for 2 whole days. I need to tell everyone. And hey, thank you for saving my life. She suddenly plants a kiss right on his cheek, then runs off completely flushed. This girl, Chu Yi thinks, shaking his head. Suddenly, the system panel pops up. Daily mission, 200 push-ups, failed. 200 squats, failed. 200 sit-ups, failed. He slept for 2 straight days and completely missed out on all those sweet daily rewards. But wait, what about the achievement reward? Mission Exterminate the Demon Lord completed. The massive loot drop has officially hit his inventory. Congratulations. You just scored the S+ rank innate ability, Death Resistance. Death Resistance. Basically, his body can literally cheat death and heal incredibly fast from huge damage. Congratulations. You also received an S rank magic potion, the Elixir of Fortune. Drink it, and your luck absolutely skyrockets for 12 hours. Now, healing abilities are pretty common. Every class gets some version, but the actual effects always vary wildly. But this is an S+ rank talent called Death Resistance that has to be completely broken, right? Watch closely, because this guy is crazy. He summons a knife and casually stabs himself right in the chest. He pulls the blade right out and just watches. The fatal gash closes up at lightning speed. Seeing this happen, even Chu Yi is totally mind-blown by the insanely fast recovery. Healed in exactly 2 seconds. Perfect. With this active, normal combat damage literally will not matter anymore. His survival rate just went through the roof. But what if the injury is way worse? Instantly, he summons a massive axe. Yeah. No. After a quick second thought, he decides against doing something quite that incredibly stupid. Axe goes away. Now he checks out the Felicity Potion. It boosts luck, sure, but by exactly how much? Would he literally just trip over a legendary grade weapon on the sidewalk? Or maybe he helps some grandma who turns out to be a 3rd-tier max-level adventurer. Or maybe he could just stumble across god-tier loot at a street stall. One single potion could open up limitless crazy possibilities. But you and I both know he should save it for later. Then suddenly, another massive system notification catches his eye. A rank Sacred Flame Aura. It literally wraps the user's entire body in holy fire, unlocking full control over the fire element. Plus, it boosts fire and light damage for him and all allies by 20%. This insane buff lasts for a set time. Sacred Flame Aura? What even is this? A literal divine codex skill. Flashing back to his epic fight with the Demon Lord. That is when he unlocked S+ rank Divine Angel's Protection. The Divine Angel is now fully bound to him. His light stats are skyrocketing. Every single light and holy skill gets a massive exponential damage boost. The A rank Sacred Flame Aura wraps blazing holy fire right around his entire body, giving him absolute mastery over the fire element. It straight up increases fire and light damage for him and his squad by 20%. And since this aura is technically a light-based skill, it gets massively buffed by his new Divine Angel's Protection too. Once he triggers the aura, his fire and light attacks will deal an extra 40% damage. Absolutely broken. So if he casts Punishment of Light while this flaming aura is totally active, does that make him a dual-element lightning and fire mage? While his mind races with crazy combos, a loud knock pulls him back. A young man, a total stranger, walks into the room. They sit down, and the guy quickly introduces himself to our hero. I am Wang Leng, Vice Captain of the Snow Dragon Corps, and a high-level mage. Student, Chu Yi. Thanks to you smashing that teleportation circle, we actually wiped out the demonic beasts in time. You helped us secure tons of demon prisoners. Chu Yi just plays it cool. You are way too kind, sir. I only did my job, but do you need something? The man explains their captain wanted to thank him personally, but he is extremely busy, so he came instead. Even though your final nuke wiped out half the valley, the exact traces of the demon descent were somehow perfectly preserved. Our squad uncovered the demon's secret, and the captain is reporting this massive intel to the higher-ups right now. With that, he pulls out a glowing orb, he activates it, and boom, the entire room transforms into a virtual armory. Floating right before his eyes is the massive treasure stash the Snow Dragon Corps has built up over centuries. Pick whatever you want. Trust me, you and I must see his next choice. All right, stick with me here. Chu Yi looks around, totally blown away by S-rank Earth treasures. After digging around, he finally asks Vice Captain Wang, does the Snow Dragon Corps warehouse have an S-rank Extreme Cold Ice Lotus? Wang Leng tells him to wait, taps a few keys on his screen, and points. Is this the one you need? That is exactly it. Zhao Yi yells out, completely hyped up. All right then. Wang Liang tries to play it cool on the outside, but inside, he is crying absolute rivers. 100 million contribution points, that is his entire salary for 3 whole years. He figures the captain will just have to foot the bill. Since the extreme cold ice lotus is at the main warehouse, Wang says he has to chill here for a few days. He casually turns toward the door, offering to send some guys to hunt demonic beasts in the mountain range with Zhao Yi if he gets bored. But the second he steps out of sight, Wang smirks. He is totally going to send the younger core members to tag along with him. They can hunt beasts together and bond. That way, when Zhao Yi inevitably becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Corps gets to share the glory. His master plan is absolutely flawless, but right as Wang Ling celebrates his own genius, Zhao Yi drops a bucket of ice water on him. Sorry, but I have to head back for the freshman competition tomorrow. Just deliver the extreme cold ice lotus straight to my dorm room instead. Oh, right. Wang Liang sighs, suddenly remembering this absolute beast is still just a student. He promises to deliver it to Suhong University, Dorm 101, in 2 days. Before leaving, he tells Zhao Yi to hit up the Snow Dragon Corps if he ever faces trouble he cannot handle in the Fang Mountain range. Wang leaves, and Zhao Yi just flops onto the sofa, a massive grin spreading across his face. Xiao Yun is finally saved. Honestly, I should really thank that demon thing. Here is where things get interesting for us. Without that demon, he never would have snagged the extreme cold ice lotus from their warehouse. Checking the clock, he realizes it is almost 12. Time to knock out those daily quests right now. Meanwhile, over at the Qingluan squad base, Su Qinglian steps out of the shower, only to get ambushed by her hyped-up teammates. Captain, we want to invite Zhao Yi to join the squad. What do you think? She just plays it cool and shrugs. She doubts he would agree. With his insane strength, he wipes out Nest's solo. Only a demonic beast might actually change his mind. Jodan laughs. Come on, how would we actually know unless we try? Besides, the captain clearly wants him here just as badly. Tanun chimes in, saying he has caught her sneaking off to visit Zhao Yi quite a few times. Su Qinglian stays completely quiet, silently remembering her last private meeting with him. She actually did invite him to join their team, but he politely turned her down. She was definitely disappointed, but she could not force his hand. But right before leaving, she just had to say something. Oh, right. To thank him for saving them back at the Gale Mountain Range, she gave him a special little reward. She planted a kiss right on his cheek, then walked off, smiling brightly. Zhao Yi suddenly remembers Zhang Churan doing the exact same thing, feeling pretty awkward about it all over again. A special thank you reward? Man, girls these days are getting incredibly bold. Meanwhile, Shu Yuzhou is reporting to his superiors. The new investigation shows the demonic invasion this time was way different from 3 years ago, popping up randomly across the Gale Mountain Range. The demons have somehow figured out how to travel through medium-sized spatial rifts. Wait, are you absolutely certain? I know what you are thinking. How bad is this? Very. Until now, otherworldly monsters only used large-scale rifts. They could only invade Bluest Star, and since large spatial rifts are super rare, the invasion threat was pretty low. But medium-sized rifts on Bluest Star, there are literally countless of them. If those creatures can use them to invade, Bluest Star faces total extinction. That is exactly why they double and triple check these crazy results. Luckily, they found out only otherworldly creatures below level 30 can pass through these medium rifts. Hearing this massive threat, the Horned Man gives his strict orders. If that is true, we must devise a counter-strategy immediately. We need a battle plan right now. Counselor Yang, notify every major military corps across the entire country today. Have them instantly investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts in their zones. Counselor Zhang, go to the next United International Assembly. Drop this massive intel and gauge everyone else's reactions. Just then, Suhong University's president, Wang Wei, suddenly speaks up, and that is where we leave it. Did this terrifying intelligence really come from an 18-year-old boy? Yes, stick with me, we are about to witness the rise of an absolute legend. On screen, Chu Yi, a newly awakened holy knight. He absolutely crushed the Suheng province exams. Ranked number 1 out of every single incoming freshman at Suheng University. Plus, he recently used a holy advent spell to wipe out demons and completely shatter their transportation portal. That move gave humanity a massive edge. The rest of the room, totally speechless. A holy knight taking the top provincial spot, super rare. And with the last name Zhou from Suheng province, they immediately wonder, is he secretly from the elite Bing Chong Zhou bloodline? Right then, A top brass official turns straight to Counselor Wang Wei. He tells him to dig into Chu Yi's background once he gets back. If this kid is a top-tier talent, they want him. No, hiding him away, someone else jokes. Meanwhile, Shu Yu-jo is quietly admiring the kid. These are the nation's absolute heavyweights. Getting on their good side means Joe's future is totally set. 2 days later, it's go time. The freshman tournament kicks off, with a drone buzzing across campus blasting announcements. Attention all students. The freshman competition starts at 10 a.m. on the dot. All students need to hit the athletic field immediately. As the clock ticks down, the War Academy Dean steps up to represent the official judges, and this panel is stacked. We've got deans from the Weaponry Academy, the Elemental Academy, Tactics, and Logistics. Dean Wang takes the mic, introducing himself as head of the War Academy. Welcome to Suhang University. He announces that this year's massive competition has 2 brutal stages. Stage 1, a brutal dungeon run ranked purely by difficulty. Fast clear times equal high ranks. Stage 2 is an all-out free challenge. 3 chances to fight someone ranked higher and steal their spot. Win, and you take their rank. But while Wang is explaining the rules, Su Mayer is sweating bullets nearby. Now, pay attention, because here is where the panic sets in. Chu Yi and Zhang Kairan are completely missing. Disqualification is looming. She's kicking herself. She never should have tipped him off about the extreme Frost Lotus before getting solid, confirmed intel. Now, everything is falling apart. And guess what? Su Mayer isn't the only one realizing Joe is missing. Whispers start ripping through the crowd of students. Everyone is looking around, wondering where the number 1 guy went. Haven't seen him at all. Did he seriously forget about the biggest event of the year? Honestly, maybe. The guy hasn't shown his face on campus for a solid month. But hey, that's one less massive threat for them to worry about. Standing in the mob, Shen Lingfeng lets out a cocky smirk. He thinks Joe skipped out on all his training, wasted a whole month, and now he's too terrified to even show up for the big freshman showdown, throwing away the ultimate chance to prove his strength. Shen thinks it is completely pathetic. Anyway, back to the action. Stage 1 of the competition officially begins. The gateway to the Silver Secret Realm is wide open. As the announcement echoes, the massive portal violently swings open. A terrifying blast of dark flames erupts, swallowing the area. Since this year's rookie class is the strongest in Academy history, things got upgraded. We both know standard tests are boring, right? So they threw out the old rules. Easy, hard, and nightmare weren't enough. They just dropped a brand new tier. Abyss difficulty. One student totally loses it, practically shaking with hype. No freaking way. They unlocked the Abyss. That completely explains the dark fire pouring out. Absolute madness. Isn't Abyss supposed to be 10 times deadlier than Nightmare? Oh man, this is about to get really, really good. He's pumped, vowing to completely crush this Abyss-level run. The whole crowd immediately scrambles, loading up on high-tier magical potions and gripping their weapons, ready for hell. The signal to begin drops. Realm stats instantly flash right before them. Secret Realm instance identified. Furbong Lair. Level requirement, 12 through 19. Selectable tiers. Easy, Hard, Nightmare, and Abyss. Party size capped at 1 to 6 players. Warning. This pitch-black forest is crawling with vicious furbongs. Word is, a whole human body won't even satisfy a baby furbong's appetite. Boom. In a flash, every single freshman gets teleported straight into the dungeon. Watching the screens, Gong sees every team picking Nightmare or Abyss. He whispers to himself, not bad. Not bad at all. These rookies are fearless, ready to risk it all. But right in that moment, Gong realizes something is very wrong. Where are numbers 001 and 003? Someone stammers nervously. Turns out, those two went grinding in the Windstrike Mountains and never came back. Gang absolutely explodes with rage. This decides their entire future and cultivation resources. So what do you and I make of this? How could he miss something this massive? You and I are about to watch these arrogant, high-ranked rookies get put in check. Sumer tried desperately to defend Chu Yi, explaining why he was late. But Headmaster, Go Mong, he completely cut her off with a single wave. He barked that cocky students need a brutal reality check. No show means last place. But right on cue, Chu Yi came crashing through the doors, carrying Zhang Kairan completely on his back. Sorry, we are late. Apology out of the way. They instantly locked in Abyss difficulty. Boom. Teleported straight into the Secret Realm instance. A robotic voice announced their arrival at the Furbong lair. System warning flashed. Abyss difficulty confirmed. The monsters here? Absolutely unhinged. and out for blood. The system literally told them to keep their emergency escape teleport ready. Hope this actually poses a challenge. Chu Yi smirked. He instantly stacked massive buffs: Blessing of the Dawn, Gift of Courage, God's Gift, and Guardian's Gift. He drew his weapon, totally ready for battle. Up ahead, level 17 silver quality Furbong warriors, packing nasty skills like Guardian's Mane and Frenzied Attack, plus level 18 Furbong warriors, flexing aura of resilience and war stomp. You are going to want to see this. Chu Yi casually checked the charging monster's stats. Better make me use my full strength. Chu Yi laughed, completely hyped up. He launched himself high into the air, bringing his axe down hard. Cut to Jang Chiron. She triggered her B-rank skill, the Phantom Flash Army Breaker Slash. She swung her blade like an absolute demon, firing off waves of sword energy that completely shredded right through the monster defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng channeled raw heat, triggering his limit breaker known as Flame Fist. It was a brutal single-target attack, making it absolutely perfect for melting these beasts. Another elite student unleashed the C-rank Tornado Soul Thrust. He launched into a rapid spin, leaped high, and kicked a monster straight down, stunning it cold. But 16 of these Furbongs swarming at once, he was getting entirely overwhelmed. Up in the control room, the judges watched the monitors. They nodded in approval. This year's fresh batch of students was actually pretty decent. The Furbong instance was literally the most brutal secret realm in the entire academy. Usually, first-year students got thrashed so fast they could not even blink, getting kicked right out of the competition in seconds. Yet this year, they were actually surviving. Suddenly, Headmaster Go Mong ordered the tech crew to pull up a specific screen. Let me see what level he reached after wasting a whole month in the Raging Wind Mountains, the headmaster demanded. We both know he did not slack off. The screen showed Chu Yi surrounded by thick fire. Suddenly, a massive system notification popped up. Congratulations on completely clearing the first wave. 16 Furbongs destroyed in 5 seconds flat. The result was so absolutely insane that Headmaster Zhu Huyang literally screamed in pure shock. 5 seconds to clear the wave. How did he trigger such a massive flame effect and instantly wipe those monsters using just a support skill? The Sacred Flame Halo. Headmaster Seonggi of the Weaponry Academy was stunned. The explanation? Chu Yi's intelligence stat had to be completely off the charts. Even Go Mong had never witnessed anything like this madness. He kept his mouth shut, analyzing the crazy situation with extreme caution. There are plenty of reasons a skill might hit that hard. Insane intelligence, stacked buffs, or maybe even legendary treasures. We cannot be certain after just one quick fight. With all my years of combat experience, I cannot identify that strange ring of light. What exact tier is that skill, and how strong is it? Chu Yi clearly did not slack off this month. This kid is fascinating. Completely unaware he was giving the judges a heart attack, Chu Yi stayed locked in. He instantly cast his next move, Punishment of Light. The second he spoke, thousands of brutal lightning bolts rained down, striking the monsters and sending them straight to the afterlife. Bam! Another blue screen flashed. Congratulations on passing the second stage and wiping out 200 Furbongs. Clear time? 1 minute, 23 seconds. Riding that insane momentum, Chu Yi unleashed Spear of Victory, smashing the third stage in 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Abyss level cleared. Total time, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Triple S rating. He was officially crowned the brand new record holder for the entire instance. The loot? A B+ skill book, Penance Hammer, plus 13,212 experience, 25 attribute and skill points. The Penance Hammer. Smashing an enemy with this holy, divine-powered weapon guarantees absolutely devastating, massive damage on impact. Trust me, you and I just witnessed greatness. He unlocked a crazy new talent achievement. System prompt. Choose one of 3 options. First up, Focus Aura, an A- skill boosting nerve reaction speed by 30%, with a solid 30% anti-interruption cast chance. Swift Action, A-. Enter combat, and your movement speed ramps up to a maximum of 50%. Steadfast Protection, A-. Equip a shield, and your blocking power jumps by 30%. Stick with me here. Joy is completely stunned. You can actually score a new talent just by clearing an instance? In this world, a fighter's true power runs on talents. He remembers his own S+ talent. That's exactly what let him trigger the Holy Knight class change back at the job selection conference. This has to be an exclusive perk for silver grade instances or higher. I mean, he shattered records in the bronze level tournament and never got a crazy reward like this. Getting to choose 1 out of 3? Surprisingly generous. At least he won't get stuck with garbage stats. Taking a step back, Joy immediately starts weighing his options. Steadfast protection works perfectly for a tank build Holy Knight, but he doesn't need that. Swift action is decent, but honestly, focus aura beats it. In actual combat, that split second between spotting your enemy and launching a counterattack is everything. Stronger enemies strike way faster, making raw nerve reaction speed absolutely priceless here. Fights get messy, and focus aura stops his skills from being interrupted. That is a massive advantage on the battlefield. Boom. Suddenly, another portal tears open, leaking heavy dark energy. A system prompt flashes abyss-level instance cleared. Do you want to activate the side gate card? A totally foul aura is bleeding out of this portal. Now watch this. Joy wants a challenge, so with pure hype, he steps right into that dark portal without hesitating. Meanwhile, back outside, his insane performance just left the Academy judges completely speechless. The experts are losing their minds. That combat style is brutal. Perfect elemental control, rapid-fire thinking, and top-tier adaptability. Opening the abyss difficulty was totally worth it. Chu Yi is just built different. He hasn't just mastered heavy attacks, magic, and buffs. His close quarters combat is terrifyingly good too, but Chu Yi's Holy Knight skill tree is almost too massive. If he keeps leveling up like that, the crazy resource cost might actually hold him back later. Hearing the Tactics Academy head bring this up, Wang just nods in total agreement. Yeah, that's a massive problem. Once this freshman tournament wraps up, I'm pulling him aside for a personal chat. Hearing that, Sei and Ju Huang jump straight in. Dean Wu, Chu Yi, hasn't even picked his academy yet. Shouldn't the headmaster of his actual academy be the one handing out advice? Exactly. Everything pauses until Chu Yi makes his choice. His elemental magic is peak level, making him an absolute lock for the Elemental Academy. And just like that, an all-out bidding war begins. That comment immediately sparks the room. Headmaster, looks like everyone here is completely obsessed with Chu Yi. Too bad I showed up late. I totally missed seeing his peak strength, Wang Hui says with a grin. Cut back to Chu Yi. The second he walks through that side gate, pure nightmare fuel drops right in front of him. You saw that bone mountain too, right? Chu Yi stops, staring at the absolute horror, wondering, was some twisted evil god ritual held in this place? He stares hard at the skeleton chilling on the throne above the bone pile, already knowing the terrifying answer. If a god of light actually exists here, then a dark, twisted evil god has to exist right alongside it. An evil god doesn't just mean a god of darkness. It's a title for completely chaotic, insane deities. The difference is massive. Praying to the light or dark gods, that only costs your loyal faith. But serving an evil god demands pure life and fresh souls. That infamous Bloody Abyss incident years ago, all sparked by a third-tier professional hooked on an evil god's power, the guy secretly plotted to sacrifice an entire mid-sized city. Millions wiped out in one single night. Just like that, his power skyrocketed straight from level 54 to 89. Even though the Legion and Patrol envoys finally took him down, those millions of souls fed to the evil god? Gone forever. Since that nightmare, the Zhongsha Kingdom banned evil god worship completely. Get caught doing it, and you're dead on the spot. But despite the threat, these dark cults just kept expanding. Way too many people are hungry enough for power to risk it. And trust me, it wasn't just humans making these dark deals. Beastkin, elves, even literal angels fell to this madness. With all that dark history in mind, Chu Yi steps right onto the glowing red magic circle. Boom. Thick purple smoke swallows the skeleton on the throne, and the boss wakes up. Level 19. Spectre Furbong. Get this, it's a ghostly evolution of the Furbong tribe leader, mutated by a twisted evil god ritual. Been forever since I tasted fresh blood. You humans smell incredible. But it is seriously game over for you. Physical damage is useless against an immortal like me. Let's be real. You and I know any normal warrior would faint seeing this boss. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Chu Yi throws his axe over his shoulder, totally amused. He just smirks. Come get me. Then he fires off Holy Light Tempest. A condensed storm of light drops down, blasting out magic damage across the whole area as his opening move. Talk about a warm welcome. The boss barely even finishes talking before it gets sucked into the vortex and vaporized. But a second later, the beast reforms with 0 damage. It actually praises him. Human, your light is insanely strong. But against the immortal power Lord Xia gave me, every single thing you do is completely and utterly useless. Seeing Chu Yi's aura exploding with intensity, the boss mocks him. So much concentrated light. Prepping your ultimate move? Give it up. Everything you are trying to do right now is pointless. Once your ultimate is gone, you'll be running on empty. My next revival is going to be your absolute end. Oh, is that right? Chu Yi just smirks, lifting one hand pointing straight at the monster. Boom! A massive orb of light blasts the boss, making it scream in pure agony. But even while vaporizing, it still talks trash. I told you, I cannot be killed. What a joke. Now, watch closely here. Chu Yi stands his ground, firing endless orbs until it stays dead. System alert. Dungeon cleared. Congrats on winning. Clear time? 1 minute 12 seconds. Rewards issued. Boom. 7,113 experience points. You have hit level 19. Plus, you scored the golden grade Great Bear Horn drop. So the infinite revival trick was a total fake out. He literally just had to drain its power supply to end it permanently. Before exiting the secret dungeon, Chu Yi looks back, thinking hard. Walking in, he felt this weak, chaotic energy. Not elemental magic, but something really close to his own holy light arts. So he figured it out. It was the leftover energy of an evil god. When the specter bear revived the first time, some of that demonic energy completely vanished. That proved its extra lives had a limit. The real trick to winning? Just keep killing that bear on repeat, forcing it to burn through all the evil god energy until it ran dry. While Chu Yi is already totally done, the other students are out there fighting for their lives. Besides the kids who got absolutely crushed, a few actually managed to scrape a win. Take Shenling Feng, for example. This side stage is hands down the most brutal part. I had to drop that crazy specter bear 10 whole times before it stayed dead. Good thing I leveled up twice recently, or there is no way I would have cleared this in under 8 minutes. Feeling pure pride, Shenling Feng exits the dungeon. Wait, Hand of God? Chu Yi has an S-rank skill. Wukin, the Logistics Academy Dean, is totally shocked but smiles big. As Chu Yi steps out, the other teachers immediately start gossiping. He definitely just lucked into some kind of shortcut. Yeah, right. A shortcut like that. You and I know rookies don't just do that, right? Our holy knight is definitely hiding wild secrets. An S-rank skill? A kid from the poor district shouldn't even know that exists. Could it actually be? Before the teacher can even finish, the dean drops a loud fake cough, shutting him up instantly. He is super confused, though. Why is the dean protecting a student? Then Sui, glaring right at Chu Yi, notices something crazy. Wait, his level is completely wrong. Level 19? How? The rest of the crowd overhears and starts freaking out. 19 for real? When the first exam rankings dropped, Chu Yi was sitting at just level 13. Not even an Abyss tier dungeon gives a 6-level jump. This guy is a literal monster. Wait, I know what happened. Wang Hai steps up to explain. After checking in, Chu Yi ditched school to grind monsters. He took a solo trip straight through the Fang Mountain range and clearly hit the absolute jackpot there. He was already level 18 walking in. The guy could solo the entire Flame Demon Legion without breaking a single sweat. This freshman tournament? A complete joke to him. If it did not decide who gets all the resources, he probably would have stayed home. The second Shen Lingfeng finally leaves the dungeon. His jaw drops seeing Chu Yi just chilling right there. Why is he here? No way he actually cleared this brutal dungeon before me. His ego instantly takes over. Nope, impossible. He definitely failed the side stage and just rage quit early. I am carrying the pride of the 8 great families of Jiangning. I refuse to lose to some nobody from the slums. You and I both know he's terrified. Shenfeng drops his aura, acting totally normal. All right, stick with me here. This guy shoots a hateful glare at Chu Yi and storms past. Our main character is totally baffled. Why the anger? Did he fail the dungeon? But before he can think about it, a terrified scream echoes from nearby. Chu Yi snaps his head toward the sound. It is Zhang Churan, free-falling right out of the portal. Watch out, he shouts. Moving like lightning, he catches her midair. She smiles. Brother Chu Yi, I knew you would clear it faster. She hugs him like it is no big deal. Brother? Chu Yi just stares, totally confused. You are a few months older, so shouldn't I call you brother? She replies smoothly. Yeah, sure, whatever. He decides to just roll with it. But right on cue, a massive wave of students comes crashing out of the portal. Only, they are not quite as lucky as her to be caught by a handsome guy. And from the looks of it, their dungeon run was an absolute nightmare. Hitting the ground, they immediately start screaming in pain, begging for medics. Healing team, move, hurry, Sumani orders, rushing to heal a critically injured student. 1 hour later, everyone is finally safe. Wu Ang seals the portal and steps up. Phase 1 is over. Time to reveal the clear times and official rankings. Finally, Shen Lingfeng is smirking like a champion. But the second he checks that scoreboard, pure rage. First place, Chu Yi. Dungeon cleared in 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Side stage, clear time is 1 minute, 12 seconds. Second place goes to Shen Lingfeng. His dungeon clear time is 13 minutes, 35 seconds. Side stage clear time is 7 minutes, 42 seconds. Third place goes to Zhang Qiran, followed by Song Enchin. He actually cleared that abyss dungeon before me, and a whole 15 minutes faster? Completely unable to accept this brutal reality, the guy looks like he is losing his mind. He practically climbs a dragon pillar, cursing internally. Chu Yi, you already stole my spot as the top scorer in the grand exam. And now, you have stolen my title as the #1 freshman. I do not care how you cheated. In Phase 2, Shen Lingfeng shoots absolute daggers at our main character. I will crush you under my boot. Meanwhile, Chu Yi has zero clue about this massive grudge. He is just watching this guy act totally dramatic. Like, why is he climbing that pillar? Next up, the Phase 2 challenge begins. Wu Ang claps his hands, and massive floating arenas instantly materialize. 3 chances each. 5 minutes rest. Watch closely, because Phase 2 is where things get absolutely wild. I challenge rank 754. My class is terrible for monsters, but perfect for player combat. I challenge rank 86. I challenge Chu Yi. Shen Lingfeng screams at the top of his lungs, leaping directly onto the arena, his eyes burning with absolute defiance. Get up here, Chu Yi. Let us see who is stronger. Zhang Qiran quickly whispers some intel. That is Shen Lingfeng, the noble family prodigy. He has that ridiculously rare flame dragon bloodline. Because you showed up, his dream of being the undisputed #1 was destroyed. He hates your guts. He is nowhere near my level, yet entirely clueless. What a total idiot, blinded by rage. Chu Yi jumps onto the stage. A holy knight versus a berserker. This is going to be epic. Let us see who is stronger. Shen Lingfeng sneers arrogantly. Begin. He instantly triggers Blood Fury and Crimson Flame Fist, charging straight at Chu Yi like a madman. You and I both saw that coming, right? Up in the stands, Wang Hai instantly recognizes those brutal signature berserker skills. He is going for a fast, crushing victory. Wu Ang completely agrees, activating his strongest moves right out of the gate. He wants to prevent Chu Yi from casting any defensive buffs. Ju sighs in pure admiration. As expected of a noble, his combat decisions are incredibly fast and ruthless, but even with all that elite combat sense, he is still a step behind our hero. Realizing his attack had absolutely zero effect on Chu Yi, he screams out in pure shock. Holy Light Protection? When did you even cast that? It is a solid B-rank skill that tanks heavy physical damage. That was the Yixa. I could not let him cast, and I was still too slow. Shen Lingfeng completely panics. Smart choice, but your attack was just a bit too slow. It only takes me 0.1 seconds to deploy my Holy Light Protection. Chu Yi smirks, pulling out his massive hammer. I was honestly hoping for a real fight here, so I intentionally let you take the first swing. Sorry, but you are just too weak for me. And that's where we leave it. Chu Yi swings his massive hammer and smashes it straight into his face, sending him crashing down from the sky, face first into the dirt, absolutely shattering his flame shield on impact. How is he this strong? Stick with me here, because while Shen Lingfeng is panicking, Chu Yi is already right in his face. That massive hammer is already swinging down. He can't dodge it, but his pride won't let him lose. Boom. As Chu Yi's heavy hammer connects, Shen Lingfeng gets blasted across the arena again. But this time, he finally triggers his Flame Dragon domain. He actually blocks the hammer with just one bare hand, then explodes forward, throwing absolute lightning-fast punches right at Chu Yi. A domain skill. So this is the legendary power hiding in his fancy bloodline. Chu Yi just laughs, drifting like the wind, and casually dodging every single one of those hyperspeed strikes. He's putting it together. First, Zhang Qiran. Now, this guy. It looks like every elite class holder with rich parents gets some insane bloodline trump card. Not gonna lie, he's actually a little bit jealous. Bloodline or not, you are totally out of your league. Chu Yi catches that flying fist mid-punch and swings his massive hammer again, but something shifts. Shen Lingfeng actually slips right past the strike, catching even Chu Yi completely off guard. His dragon bloodline? It is definitely not just for close combat. Time to witness the real horror of this domain. Dragon's Breath. Shen Lingfeng unhinges his jaw and unleashes a massive torrent of fire straight at him. Pay attention, because Dragon's Breath is the absolute peak signature move of his entire lineage. He literally got pushed to his absolute limit, and without a fancy bloodline to rely on, Chu Yi looks like he is in massive trouble. People think it's over. Zhang Qiran is visibly panicking in the stands, And all this crowd chatter is only making her anxiety spike. Back on stage, Zhao Yi calmly triggers his halo of sacred flames, eating up every single drop of that roaring dragon fire, hitting Shen Lingfeng with a spine-chilling sense of dread. Just one look into Zhao Yi's eyes makes this elite rich kid feel like a peasant staring at a king. Refusing to accept reality, he stubbornly pumps out even more fire. But it is completely pointless. Zhao Yi totally owns those flames now. He grabs that raging dragon fire directly with his bare hands, rears back his heavy hammer, and violently smashes the inferno right back at its owner. This showdown is dragging. Time to finish things. Trying to burn me with my own fire? Keep dreaming. Shen Lingfeng immediately throws up a counter skill to snatch back control of his flames, but the fire just completely ignores him, blasting straight into his face and instantly knocking him out cold. The fire user is out cold. Zhao Yi casually takes the win. The ref calls it while medics scramble to save the guy. That arrogant hothead just got dismantled from start to finish. The craziest part? Zhao Yi was barely even trying. If that absolute monster actually went all out, it would be a massacre. You and I both know his insane battle IQ was always going to dominate here. Fair point. I mean, who randomly hits level 5 in a single month of training? While the crowd is losing their minds, Wu Ong nods toward the stage, totally amused. Look out. Another regional champion incoming. A tiny girl in a traditional robe steps right up to Zhao Yi. She is Song Halan, a level 17 spirit Taoist, ready for a lesson. Now, a spirit Taoist is an ultra-rare, high-tier class back in the Sha Kingdom. These guys are absolute masters at talismans and crazy seals. Since a priest confirmed his sister's weird sickness was just her bloodline waking up, he needed sealing arts to fix it. Talk about insanely perfect timing to meet one. Zhao Yi quietly sizes her up before dropping his own stats. Level 19. Holy Knight. She smiles. Zhao Yi, you totally held back earlier, right? Before we clash, I want to feel the absolute max of your new breakthrough power. Go ahead. I promise I won't interrupt your buffing sequence. Down in the bleachers, the students are completely stunned. This information is just too wild to process. When the heck did he hit level 19? No wonder appraisal skills were failing. He is 3 whole levels above them. Exactly. Against that dragon kid, he didn't trigger a single buff. That is just straight up terrifying. Wait, isn't Song Halan the heiress of that massive family from Guyun province? They literally own the monopoly on this stuff? Hearing her bold request, Zhao Yi flashes a confident smirk. No need to hold anything back. I will show you exactly what you want. She just grins and claps her hands together. This is where we leave it, guys. The battle begins, and Zhao Yi activates his insane skills. Dawn's Blessing, Courage's Grace, Protection's Grace. Song Halan is completely awestruck. This is my absolute peak. Let's make this fun. All right, let's jump right into this crazy showdown. Zhao Yi flicks his wrist, firing a blinding beam straight at Sun Halan. She knows she has to go all out. Her face drops into dead seriousness, activating her talismans and chanting the repentance mantra. Dozens of paper tags shoot into the sky, creating a glowing circular barrier that perfectly blocks Zhao Yi's deadly beam. Grabbing one more talisman, she mutters a quick incantation, and boom, the light beam detonates completely. Dust fills the air. It's the perfect cover, and she immediately tries to slip away. But wait, Zhao Yi is already gone from his spot. While she nervously scans the thick smoke, a chilling voice suddenly speaks from right behind her. Did you honestly believe shifting your spot would let you escape me? Before the words even finish, he swings his heavy axe. Sun Halan reacts instantly, spinning around to summon a talisman shield that barely blocks his brutal surprise attack. Cold sweat drops. How did he teleport behind her so fast? Even with every single automatic defense item triggered, she is absolutely struggling to survive this. Time for a desperate gamble. Making up her mind, Sun Halan launches multiple fireballs to buy precious seconds, then chants an ancient spell to summon a massive legion of bean soldiers. Watch this reaction. Zhao Yi just smiles and calls it interesting. A Taoist art turning beans into warriors? He didn't see that coming. At her command, the entire squad charges right at him. Zhao Yi slashes through the whole army in seconds. But wait, they instantly revive and rush him again. The warriors are physically weak, sure, but their crazy regeneration is exactly like fighting immortal wraiths. Pretty annoying, honestly. The only way to permanently wipe them out is to cut off their direct mana source. While Zhao Yi calculates his next move, he keeps easily dodging, leaving Sun Halan completely baffled. It makes zero sense. Her formation can stall a level 30 pro, yet this guy is treating it like a warm-up. While she panics, Zhao Yi vanishes like the wind again, flashing right behind her back with his axe raised high. Sun Holland instantly throws her hands in the air. She gives up. Chu Yi stops his swing, looking completely confused. Didn't she want a real battle? Her reply? They aren't even in the same universe. She happily admits defeat with a laugh, but inside her head, she thinks he is totally insane. This tournament is long. If she fights to the death here, she will end up crushed, just like Shen Lingfeng. Promising to ask for his guidance later, she smartly jumps right off the fighting stage to safety. Chu Yi twirls the massive axe, staring down at the terrified crowd. He coldly asks if anyone else wants a turn. You feel that tension? He is waiting for challengers. Obviously, nobody wants a death wish today. The students invent 49 different excuses just to avoid fighting this absolute beast. Zhang Qiren looks up with a massive grin, proudly saying that is exactly what he expects from his brother Chu Yi. Meanwhile, Suwani simply stares at him, finding this guy more attractive the longer she watches. Raw physical power, crushing agile fighters, plus a sharp intellect outsmarting actual mages. His strength is just completely off the charts. Watching this, a female teacher turns to her colleague with a huge doubt. Is this kid actually from a broke, ordinary family in the north? There is no way he isn't elite clan royalty. Sitting at rank 1 of the freshmen, calling him a genius feels like a massive understatement right now. He is a total monster. Meanwhile, Dean Wang notices the other deans looking incredibly tense. The second round is finally wrapping up. Now the real war begins. The department heads recruiting top students. Naturally, Chu Yi is the #1 prize for every single academy. Sumini definitely knows this is about to get messy. Whispering to Wang, she confidently promises that preparations are made. She is going to recruit Chu Yi, no matter what. She absolutely needs him. But elsewhere, opportunists are jumping on Shen Lingfeng, using his brutal injuries from the previous match. Random students easily beat him to boost their own ranks. Shen Lingfeng's rank plummets straight into the dirt. He is absolutely raging, but entirely powerless to do anything but curse. Once his injuries finally heal, he swears he will make every last one of them taste pure, terrifying regret. Half an hour later, the brutal free-for-all challenges finally come to an end. The absolute top freshman rankings go to Chu Yi, Zhang Qiren, and Sun Halan. With that epic finale, the freshman tournament officially shuts down. Fresh rankings mean new rules. Everyone's dorm rooms and school credits are getting completely rearranged. So, what do you and I take from this? Even if a student ranks super low, they can still grind. As long as they hustle hard, the academy offers tons of ways to level up. Up next, time to officially introduce the academies. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to watch the craziest academy draft ever. First up, the 5 deans drop their pitches. Wu Mang kicks things off for the War Academy. Even though the dark era of massive monster invasions is finally over, thousands of fighters still drop dead on the front lines every single year. The War Academy's main goal? Building hardcore combat skills so our students actually survive out there. We don't hold back. Extreme and brutally tough. That is our golden rule. Next, the Elemental Academy steps up, strictly recruiting those with heavy magic-based classes. Their dean promises to unlock the absolute peak of pure elemental power. Then there is the Weapons Academy. They don't care about flashy magic spam. It is all about mastering pure, raw weapon strikes. They want the heavy hitters. Just your physical body and a blade? That equals ultimate destruction. Meanwhile, the Tactics Academy is strictly for the brainiacs, focusing on flawless command and squad coordination. They claim anyone can join their ranks, no matter the class. Because let's be real, a god-tier tactician keeps the entire squad breathing when things get ugly on the battlefield. Finally, a solid supply chain is the backbone of any raid. A massive shout-out to all the life class support players out there. He begs them to join the Logistics Academy. Sure, their combat stats are trash, but you learn elite crafting and support skills. And once we hit max level, the frontline fighters will literally be on their knees begging us for gear. The Logistics Dean slaps his belly, laughing like a maniac. The other 4 deans? They instantly look away, deeply regretting standing next to this guy. Wu Mang awkwardly clears his throat. Anyway, the academy pitches are officially a wrap. Students can now lock in their choices. Right on cue, a girl turns and asks, "Hey Chu Yi, where are you heading?" Chu Yi stays dead silent, eyes glued to his screen. Now watch closely, because this is where the absolute madness begins. Wu Mang practically screams an offer. Join the War Academy, and I will personally train you. A personal tutor? Chu Yi blinks, confused. Wu Mang explains the system. A dean only takes 1 elite student for exclusive, private coaching. Every single high-tier resource that tutor owns gets dumped straight into that student's inventory. Plus, I have got signing bonuses. 3 A-rank skill books and an A-rank resource token. But before he can even finish his pitch, the other deans completely lose their minds and join the bidding war. Zhao Yi, wait. Picking a mentor is huge. Do not rush this. Come to the Elemental Academy, and I swear on my life, I will instantly gear you up in full legendary armor. The Weapons Academy dean isn't about to lose. Standing right next to Wu Meng, he uses a literal teleportation skill, flashing directly into Zhao Yi's face to drop his offer. Join our Weapons Academy, and every single external power-up item in our massive vault is yours. Pick whatever you want and use it freely. Hey, back off. I saw him first. Wu Meng screams from above. Since when does first come, first served apply to genius students? It is all about who pays the most. Zhao Yi just scratches his chin, sweating drops. Why does this chaotic bidding war feel so weirdly familiar? The rest of the freshmen are literally shaking with pure jealousy watching this insane flex. 3 legendary deans begging for one guy. I know what you are thinking. Is this the special treatment reserved for the top scorer? It is absolutely sickening. Snagging a personal dean is basically like becoming the sole heir of a billionaire clan. You get an exclusive pass to endless loot. But seriously, aren't these 3 old guys pushing the offers a little too high? A-rank skill manuals are already basically impossible to find, and the Elemental Dean just casually promised a full set of legendary gear. These top-tier veterans are actually going all out, betting everything on this kid. The weapon guys make sense, but why on earth is a Magic Academy trying to kidnap a Holy Knight player? While Wu Meng is busy cursing out his rivals, a booming voice drops a massive bomb. Zhao Yi become my personal disciple. Wait, the principal? Every single head snaps toward Principal Wang Hui. He smiles. I will personally perform the bloodline fusion ritual on you. The crowd gasps. They have heard the rumors. What exactly is this legendary bloodline forging? It is straight up forbidden magic. You have to literally fuse alien monster blood into your veins to unlock a freakishly overpowered, customized genetic bloodline. This ritual permanently maxes out your base stats, and every time you level up, you get double the free attribute and skill points. The fact that the headmaster himself stepped in just broke the entire student body, offering a forbidden tier hack right off the bat? Absolute chaos erupts across the hall. Isn't that literally breaking the game's balance? Because get this, the principal's oldest student is literally the guild master of the legendary Sky Dance Guild, the undisputed #1 guild in the nation. Trust me, you and I both know if he takes this deal, he becomes a god overnight. Stick with me here. Shen Lingfeng stood at the front, his heart practically burning with absolute jealousy. He cursed Zhao Yi's ridiculous luck. Without that bastard, he would be the top freshman right now. He'd be the one snagging a massive powerhouse backer like Principal Wang Hai. Meanwhile, Zhu Huang could only force a bitter smile. He couldn't compete with Wang Hai. Who knew Zhao Yi's raw talent was so insane that the principal himself just had to step in? Principal Wang Hai just laughed. There are still plenty of crazy surprises left regarding Zhao Yi. He pulled an item out, handing it over. The Grand Marshal of the Snow Dragon Corps personally ordered him to deliver this exact reward. Shen Lingfeng instantly recognized the shiny golden medal. Absolutely impossible. Even his elite Shen family, one of Ningguang's 8 great houses, didn't own a golden medal. What the heck did Zhao Yi do to score something so legendary? People were rubbing their eyes, completely stunned. A real medal of honor. Holland gasped out loud. Jiang Chiron cheered with pure hype. A golden contribution medal. Her own dad bled on the front lines for years, only ever earning a silver one. Given only to ultimate heroes who crush every obstacle to push the Zhongxia nation's entire civilization forward. Zhao Yi stared at the description, totally confused. When exactly did he pull off such a monumental favor for the nation? Reading his mind perfectly, Wang Hai smiled. He knew all about Zhao Yi's insane stunt in the Raging Winds Mountains. He totally earned every inch of this golden medal. Now, pay attention here. Just wiping out a demonic legion doesn't equal a golden medal. So what's the real story going on behind this? Still deep in thought, Zhao Yi took the gift, politely thanking the principal. Zhu Huang just chuckled and teased the boy. Why so stiff? Still calling him principal? Zhao Yi's eyes lit up as he instantly understood. He bowed his head immediately. He would be deeply honored to call Wang Hai his master. With zero time to waste, Wang Hai flexed his spiritual power, instantly whisking his new student away. Meanwhile, Hong Wumeng happily walked over to Jiang Chiron, but before he could even speak a single word, someone completely cut him off. Miss Jiang Chiron, become my personal disciple right now, and I will hand you every single resource I had saved up for Zhao Yi. A total clash. One shouted. Since the principal snatched away Zhao Yi, there was absolutely zero chance he'd let the other guy take Jiang Kairon. Flashing back to our main guy, Zhao Yi arrived at Wang He's massive private villa, a hidden fortress for storing unbelievably valuable treasure. The master told him he could drop by here anytime he ever needed anything. First up, picking out materials for the bloodline forging technique. Zhao Yi realized this insane villa had to be the principal's personal vault. You literally had to teleport just to get inside. You and I both know this secret place might be completely outside the nation. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle flashed right in front of him. Wang Hai channeled heavy elemental power. He warned that this bloodline forging technique would fundamentally mutate his entire genetic code. Most regular folks get totally blinded by the hype of forbidden tier spells, but they completely miss the real cheat code. The primal blood that acts as the core of the whole transformation. Human potential hits a hard ceiling. As you level up higher, the stat boosts you actually gain just start falling off a cliff. That is exactly why top tiers hitting a massive leveling wall fuse with alien or monster blood to break past their limits. Hearing this crazy fact, Zhao Yi was totally stunned. Even at his master's godlike rank, he still struggled with the brutal grind of leveling up, obviously. After hitting that third-class advancement, moving up a single level demands an absolutely colossal ocean of experience points. Currently level 64, Wang Hai explained that fighting a same-level monster meant facing a Lord-grade boss. Almost impossible to solo easily. So, he prepared 3 different types of legendary primal blood, straight from the angel race, the titan race, and the dragon race. Every single one boasting a pure divine lineage. This forging technique guarantees a special grade bloodline upgrade. Zhao Yi just had to make his choice between these 3 epic options. The angel blood was pure essence extracted from a fallen archangel. These beings are the direct divine descendants of the light god himself. Fusing with this holy material grants an incredibly rare and powerful holy affinity attribute, high-grade light magic. Meanwhile, the Titan clan commands the absolute raw power of the mighty thunder god's lightning. This would supercharge any lightning skills. But here's what you and I really want to see: the Great Dragon Clan, descendants of the dragon god, possessing the absolute purest dragon bloodline. Fusing this grants the power to crush beast clans, angels, titans, and great dragons. We are talking high-tier races, level 60 minimum. Stick with me here. Even with system cheats, our guy knows zero about this world. He cannot just guess. So, Zhou Yi pauses and asks his master, Wang Hai, which one he should actually pick. What actually fits him best? Dropping 3 insanely rare blood essences in front of any normal kid would totally break their brain. They would panic, go with their gut, and blindly grab one at random. But Zhou Yi, totally chill. Asking for advice right now proves exactly how ice-cold and rational this guy is. Wang Hui secretly praises him before dropping some wisdom. Titan and Great Dragon blood are absolute beasts, but fusing them mostly just spikes your raw energy and magic. But since Zhou Yi has that crazy link to the god of light, the angel blood is easily the top pick. It could trigger a massive level up, completely blowing past anyone's expectations. After thinking it over, Zhou Yi takes Wang Hai's advice and locks in the angel blood. His teacher nods. This essence is basically tailor-made for him. He mentions Zhou Yi is his 5th student, promising to introduce him to his 4 senior upperclassmen when the time is right. But Zhou Yi has one more question. Why exactly did he get an outstanding contribution medal just for wiping out a demonic legion? No way that simple wipeout earned something so rare. Wang Hui's face instantly goes dead serious. Fine. No more keeping you in the dark. Pay close attention here. Wiping out those demons totally exposed their master plan. The military found out otherworldly monsters are invading through medium-sized rifts. Hearing that, Zhou Yi instantly realizes just how incredibly bad this is. Does that mean swarms of monsters are already hiding across the Hakia nation? His teacher confirms it. The first sweep of the Haxia nation alone turned up 100 of these creatures leaking from different spatial rifts. Luckily, they are mostly low-level trash, so the military can easily sweep them up. Armies nationwide have orders to exterminate them, and soon, the academy system is going to start dropping missions for it too. Wang Hui hopes his new student catches up to his seniors and uses his raw power to protect the country. Zhou Yi clenches his fists, eyes locked in. He agrees, and Wang Hai passes him a weird cube with strict instructions. The fusion ritual needs serious prep work. He tells the kid to head home and sleep. Take this teleporter device. Use it to warp back here tomorrow morning at exactly 9 a.m. Morning hits. Zhou Yi pops open his system panel, trying to figure out which crazy reward to claim first. His master warned him a flawless fusion depends entirely on your physical stats, and honestly, pure, unfiltered luck. So Chu Yi grabs his luck potion. It is an S-rank item that guarantees an insane luck boost for 12 straight hours. You and I are about to find out if this S-rank monster drop actually works. Chu Yi chugs the whole thing down and immediately cracks open a random treasure chest. Boom. System alert. He just scored an S-rank natural treasure, the dragon condensation fruit. This rare fruit literally grows on the corpses of giant dragons. Eating it massively spikes your physical stats and cranks up your magic damage. Chu Yi is absolutely hyped. An S-rank treasure. Every other random chest he opened before this only spit out total garbage. That luck potion just handed him the ultimate jackpot. Now, it is time to go meet Teacher Wang Hai. He quickly activates the teleport device, warping straight over to his master's house right on schedule. But when he spawns in, he overhears Zhu Huyang whispering to Wang Hai, asking if the headmaster is totally sure about this. Angel remains are incredibly rare, making that essence nearly impossible. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this wild manhwa. We're talking about blood essence so legendary. Entire armies would slaughter each other for one drop. Wang Hui waited years to find the perfect vessel for this epic power. And his chosen one? The absolute beast, Chu Yi. He's handing over this treasure without a second thought. But Chu Yi? He acts completely clueless, like he didn't hear a word. He simply greets Dinju. Wang Hui checks Chu Yi's condition and smiles proudly. Perfect. Your body is absolutely primed for this. Step right up. The ultimate bloodline fusion ritual is completely ready for you. Shirt off. Right in the center of the magic circle. Chu Yi steps up and does exactly that. Wang Hui turns to Dinju, asking him to fire up the formation while he stands guard. The Dean instantly agrees. Dinju powers it up. The magic circle flashes, immediately kickstarting the bloodline fusion ritual. Pure radiant holy light completely swallows Chu Yi. But suddenly, a fierce blue frost erupts, completely crushing that golden glow. Dinju is absolutely stunned by the sight. This icy power? It's downright terrifying. Chu Yi is already packing a secret, god-tier bloodline. Within seconds, a massive layer of thick ice freezes the entire villa. The Dean glances down in pure shock. His own spellcasting arm is completely frozen solid. The power level here is unreal. You're definitely thinking what I'm thinking here. With this insane frost energy, Chu Yi could easily become a top-tier ice mage. They knew his sister awakened a frost ability, so they totally suspected he might be hiding a similar hidden talent. But get this, the angel bloodline is practically peak tier. It should easily crush and suppress any lower-level abilities during fusion. That is exactly why they didn't even worry about it. Yet here we are. The angel and frost powers are violently clashing. For the ice to fight back, its quality must be legendary. Chu Yi's background is definitely not normal. Wang Hui frowns, realizing these insane hybrid traits trace back to the Eternal's earliest players. Ever since the game perfectly merged with absolute reality, high-level players unlock way more of their bloodline inheritance. And Chu Yi's inner frost is actually fighting off a pure angel. This basically proves his ancestor was an absolute powerhouse. A top-tier player who dominated the Eternal right from day one. Because, honestly, an ordinary descendant would never naturally awaken such a terrifying, bone-chilling frost power on their own. If that ice wasn't fighting back so hard, the angel essence would have perfectly fused with Chu Yi by now. But instead, these two epic powers are locked in an absolute life-or-death tug-of-war. Even if the frost eventually loses out, the angel essence is going to be almost completely burned away. Wasting that much pure angel crystal means the final boost might be weaker than using a rank item. What a massive loss. They can only pray. If they forcefully stop this ritual right now, Chu Yi suffers vital energy deviation and dies instantly. We just have to hope luck is on his side. Dinju sighs heavily. Let's pause for a second. While Chu Yi is enduring pure torture from these clashing powers, something completely crazy happens. System alert. Gate of consciousness activated. Enter mental space. Suddenly, Chu Yi's mind is pulled into a bizarre, glowing new dimension. Far off, a radiant angel smiles warmly. My child, you've arrived. Chu Yi looks around, wondering if this is his mind. While he's standing there, totally confused, the angel speaks again. Congratulations, my child, on receiving a true divine blessing. The divine sent me to grant you ultimate power. You'll be totally free from human morals and annoying little rules. Just follow your deepest desires. So, tell me, are you ready to claim this absolute god-tier strength right now? But wait, underneath that holy hood, that's no angel. That is the sick, twisted grin of a total demon. Absolutely repulsive. Chu Yi literally feels the urge to summon his holy mace and smash her to dust. But she just purrs. Don't fear this gift. Embrace this, and you'll unlock unimaginable, world-breaking power. The fake angel reaches out and instantly takes a massive mace straight to the face. Chu Yi casually shoulders his weapon, feeling great. Oh yeah, much better. Always trust your gut when dealing with shady demons. Cut to somewhere else. The real angel, Hang Yao, is watching this and just bursts out laughing. Her servant looks totally confused. Just saw someone incredibly entertaining, she says, waving it off. Inside, she's actually getting hyped for what comes next. Don't disappoint me, kid. Back in his mental space, the fake angel is screaming her absolute lungs out over getting hit. How dare you attack a divine being? She screams that the heavens will brutally punish him without an ounce of mercy. Drop to your knees right now and beg the divine for your pathetic life. You and I know what's next. Chu Yi aims his weapon right at her. Total declaration of war. All right, jump in with me. The fake angel flashes a cruel smile. She thinks this kid is clueless. She reaches out with those razor-sharp claws, tightly clenching her fist. Boom. Thousands of chains explode outward, trapping Chu Yi as blood-red eyes open everywhere. The fake angel just laughs, completely thrilled by the chaos. Payback for disrespect, she claims. But Chu Yi calls her bluff, just a servant of an evil god. Smack. He gets a brutal slap straight to the face. She sneers this insolent brat finally caught her master's eye. Her dark master sent her down here to wash away his so-called sins. A twisted blessing. Immediately, that heavy, evil force starts tearing into Chu Yi's mind, violently corrupting his consciousness. Meanwhile, on the outside, a massive dark aura violently swirls around his body. Wang Hui recognizes that evil god energy instantly. He forcefully pushes his own power to keep the magic circle intact, but his mind is racing. How is an evil god's power hiding inside angelic blood? Unless the evil god slaughtered that angel. Wang Hui watches the dark energy violently push against the formation. Zhu Huayang goes completely pale. This is terrible. Chu Yi is in massive danger, because that evil power wants to crush the angel. Suddenly, Wang Hui's face lights up. Hold on now. Chu Yi's angelic power isn't fading, it is actually exploding. The ice and angel bloodlines team up, slowly crushing that nasty dark aura deep inside his subconscious, fueled by both epic bloodlines. Now, watch closely. He absolutely shatters those chains, leaving the fake angel stunned before she can devour his soul. Where did this godlike power come from? Chu Yi literally transforms into a light warrior, rocking pure ice wings. He pulls a weapon from his back and violently stabs it right through the fake angel. The fake fades, revealing the evil god's true minion. It cackles. Did you really think that would hurt me, kid? Fighting back is just a tiny bump in the road for my grand plan. The monstrous minion whips its iron chains at Chu Yi again, but they just smash into a solid ice wall. While the beast is still stunned, a glowing magic circle drops under its feet. Boom! Sharp ice spikes erupt, totally impaling its body. It laughs. Thanks for the welcome, but your human energy? Just a pathetic little spark of light tossed down by the gods. As the master's most loyal servant, I flex a level of power that a basic mortal like you could never even understand. The minion's body suddenly balloons in size. Thousands of creepy eyes fire literal destruction beams straight at Chu Yi. But Chu Yi? He smoothly dodges every single deadly ray. The monster scoffs exactly what you'd expect from a running insect. All you do is run. The evil minion lashes out with chains, completely pinning Chu Yi down to charge its ultimate attack. But shocker, Chu Yi violently shatters the massive chains and throws up a shield. You saw that coming, right? He escapes, leaving the evil minion totally mind-blown. It quickly snaps out of it and fires back, blasting blinding light beams from thousands of monstrous eyes. Just like before, Chu Yi easily dodges every single shot, sliding right up to the main body. One single finger strike, he completely obliterates the creature. Right then, a glowing sphere of pure light drops from the sky. Chu Yi pulls back his aura and grabs the glowing sphere. Instantly on the outside, a massive light pillar swallows Chu Yi. Zhu Huang and Wang Hai are absolutely hyped. This is true angelic power, completely wiping out the evil god's taint. Fusing that angel bloodline directly with his ice powers turned out to be an absolute genius move. A literal angel figure appears, hugging Chu Yi from behind before fading out. The ultimate bloodline fusion is officially complete. Zhu Huayang strokes his beard, smiling. Chu Yi's destiny is built different, completely off the charts. To think that right at the edge of death, the god of light blessed him, flipping absolute doom into a massive upgrade. Wang Hui beams with total pride, checking on his star student. Chu Yi, how do you feel? He smirks. It feels like my strength just leveled up insanely. Right on cue, glowing system notification panels pop up in his vision. Special Bloodline. Six-Winged Angel. Talent unlocked, Divine Rune of Light. A rank. This new divine rune gives him an insanely high affinity for both light and ice magic. As the bloodline evolves, his connection to other elemental magics will just keep growing stronger. So what do we take from this? A B+ immunity to stuns and enemy skills makes him unstoppable, and other utility skills, Chu Yi yelled. Plus a six-winged angel bloodline. And I got 2 extra bloodline talents on top. Zhu Huyang's eyes practically bulged out of his head. A six-winged angel? Let's dive in. Guys, we both know this means his fusion was an absolute success. That's the highest possible tier. Even better, as he levels up, those inherited six-winged angel talents, they can actually keep evolving straight up to S+ rank. Master, Chu Yi cut in. Hyped. I also unlocked an S+ rank secret bloodline art called Divine Angel. He stammered, staring right at the system notification floating in front of him. A secret bloodline art, Divine Angel body, S+ rank. It unlocks hidden bloodline power, literally transforming the user into a six-winged angel scion. Higher levels mean way more bloodline power unleashed. And the more you let out. Huge warning though. Before level 50, that angel power isn't fully absorbed yet. Using this secret art triggers a major weakened state afterward. Go ahead, fire up that secret art right now, his master urged. Let's see your actual power boost. Following Wang Hui's call, Xiang immediately channeled his raw energy, sparking that divine angel bloodline secret art. Now watch this closely. Insane angelic power exploded from him. Chu Huaduang's jaw literally hit the floor. Crazy elemental waves filled the room. Wang Hui surged his spiritual energy to inspect Chang'e, completely blown away. Incredible. By just activating that bloodline secret art, Xiang's raw power multiplied by a massive 5 times. Chang'e, how are you feeling? Unbelievable, he replied. My whole body is packed with more insane energy than ever. The light and ice elements felt like absolute loyal partners. He could bend and command them effortlessly. This overwhelming power surge actually triggered Wang Hui's villa security. Sirens started blaring out a loud warning. High-level elemental energy detected. Level 3 defense activated. A six-winged angel truly is blessed by the elements. Cancel the secret art. Now, if he keeps this up, the room's defense system will totally attack him. Xiang'e rapidly pulled his power back, and Wang Hui's smart house systems instantly went back to normal. But then, Xiang suddenly stumbled. He threw a quick healing skill on himself, while Chu Huaduang watched, totally worried. What's wrong? Are you hurting somewhere right now? Even though that secret art gave me a crazy power boost, I've never fought a long battle yet. My whole body is aching. Wang Hui nodded calmly. That bloodline secret art does grant an absolute massive spike in combat power. But six-winged angel energy is just way too potent for you right now. The toll is huge. Save it as your absolute last resort. Chu Huaduang just watched Wang Hui and Xia Yi talking, quietly losing his mind over these stats. A six-winged angel bloodline, 2 broken evolutionary talents, plus an S-rank secret art like the divine angel body. You and I both know the other freshmen are basically dreaming if they think they can catch Cha Wangyi. Based on your awakening, Wang Hui asked, your sister's ice bloodline is just as broken, right? If you really want her to get the absolute best awakening, you must refine that extreme cold ice lotus into an extreme cold pill. Suhong University has a dedicated alchemy department. Just put in an order straight through the school system. For right now, head back and rest up. Wang Hui smiled, clapping Xiao Yi on the shoulder. But the second Xiao Yingji walked out, Chu Huaduang's smile completely dropped. His face turned dead serious. Headmaster, why exactly was Chao Yingyi targeted by that evil god's energy? If anything bad happens to him, it's a catastrophic blow for Suhong University. And honestly, the whole Jiangxia nation. Chao Yingyi only survived thanks to the god of light's pure luck. I am launching a full-scale investigation immediately. No stone will be left unturned here. Back in his dorm room, Xia Yingyi kept stressing over his sister. He had to refine that extreme cold pill. Aside from the main lotus ingredient, he also needed an A-rank heavenly treasure called Ice Spirit Grass. The Snow Dragon Core should be delivering the lotus soon. As for the Ice Spirit Grass, Shangyi did some quick math. Bronze medals cash in for 500 credits. Silver medals are worth 1,000 credits, while the absolute highest tier gold ones fetch 2,000. With my current stash, I should definitely have enough. I'll just buy it straight from the school's shop. Right on cue, Su Minhee showed up on Dean Wu's orders, dropping off the sweet resources the War Academy promised Xiaoing. She was totally confused. After just one single day, Chu Yi somehow felt significantly stronger. That heavy pressure wasn't from leveling up, it was the raw nobility of his bloodline. Suin realized. Shengyi was stunned. Didn't I pick instructor Wang Hui? Why is Dean Wu giving me loot? Trust me, guys. Su Minhe's explanation sets up something wild next. Stick with me here. Instructor Wang Hui is his mentor, but he still has to attend normal academy classes. Plus, all these top-tier resources, the War Academy hands them out to every single high-ranking freshman. Zhao Yi gets it, but he is confused. Miss Su is a mage class, right? Why is she at a War Academy? Are mages banned from teaching at the War Academy? Or something? Is there some kind of strict rule? Miss Su just laughs it off and starts handing over his loot. A rank Heavenly Treasure, Heavenly Mountain Dragon Root. Another A-rank treasure, Ice Spirit Grass. A rank Chaos Short Sword, plus the B-rank Eternal Marquis White Armor. B-rank Enchanting Materials too. Windchaser's Secret Sinew, and some fresh Earth Dragon Blood. And 3 C-rank skill books. Ice Touch, Ice Beast Protection, and the Blade of Light. Huge haul, right? But only one thing actually catches Zhao Yi's eye, the Ice Spirit Grass. Combine that grass with the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus, and he can craft the ultimate Extreme Cold Frost Pill. This pill massively boosts his chances of waking up his Arctic Ice bloodline. Talk about absolute luck. The luck potion is real. Once he grabs that Arctic Ice Lotus and a few extra ingredients, it is absolutely go time. He signs for the gear. Miss Su claps her hands. All right, the business side is totally handled. Now, pay attention here. She starts her lecture. He got stronger, so training in Raging Wind Mountains is fine. But charging straight into the inner region? Pure suicide. He needs to guarantee his own survival first. As she says this, her expression gets super heavy. Every single year, top-tier talents graduate from Suhong University. But the ones who actually become legends? Super rare. So many geniuses run into crazy danger out there and end up dead way before reaching their prime. She knows she sounds annoying, but caution keeps you alive. He obviously cannot reveal his secret system protection. To him, the danger in those Raging Wind Mountains is completely under his control, so Zhao Yi plays it smart. He tells Miss Su he gets it, carving her warning into his heart. But then, he shifts gears. His overall strength just spiked again, right? He asks for some safe training zones to get actual combat experience. She literally calls him a monster. Sumer just sighs in total shock, leading him to a massive robot facility. He can wake up these training droids for real combat drills, adjusting the difficulty to push his absolute limits. These bots range from combat stance 1 to 10. And the more you fight, the crazier their power scaling gets. At stance 10, just one bot can crush a level 20 master. Plus, telescopic cameras record every single move. They track all his stats during the fight, spitting out a massive detailed report right after. She tells him he can pause any time, but strongly suggests starting on a super low difficulty. She has to run to her class. Just take it slow. She reminds him not to go absolutely crazy. Now, all he has to do is command the ocular sphere to start. The second she leaves, Zhao Yi gives the command. Ocular sphere, let us go. Start at combat stance 7. The system locks in. Combat monitoring activated. 50 training droids fully deployed. You and I know what is coming. Stance 7 is live. Instantly, a massive storm of bullets and bombs rains down on him. But for a dodge master like Zhao Yi, total child's play. He effortlessly dodges the insane assault. Then he launches his counterattack using his brand new Arctic Ice Bloodline Frost Power. One punch completely obliterates a giant robot. This Frost Power is broken. Smirking, he switches to Frost Storm. Just one move wipes out the entire robot army. The system chimes in. Huge congratulations on passing the brutal combat stance 7 test. Tallying the results now. 50 level 7 bots completely wiped out in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. All units destroyed. Rating? Excellent. That Frost ability is ridiculously overpowered for solid crowd control. If stance 7 was this much of a joke, can the highest difficulty even make him sweat? He thinks for a second, then decides to go all out. Start stance 10 directly, because he totally wrecked the bots. Stance 10 actually triggers a crazy emergency backup plan. The droids start upgrading fast. And trust me, you are going to want to see this superclass bot fight. Alright, stick with me. Our guy is facing a superclass robot, packed with level 25 stats and supreme artificial intelligence. If things get way too dangerous, he can just order it to stop. But hearing this warning, Chu Yi is absolutely hyped. This is exactly what he wanted. Time to go all out. After a 3-second countdown, the machine blasts him with intense frost magic, completely catching him off guard, but he recovers instantly, leaping into the air to dodge. He instantly activates a glimmering skill, blending light and frost to create a perfect ice clone. Now, the robot can't track the real one. He launches a sacred light spike, aiming straight for the machine's weapon to disarm it. But plot twist. The robot perfectly mimics his technique, blasting him right back and knocking his weapon away. How is it copying his skills? The observation sphere must be syncing his combat data in real time. Attack systems are completely synchronized. Combat levels boosting. Weapon modules fully optimized and online. But wait, what is that thing? Now, pay attention, because this gets wild. Chu Yi watches in pure shock as the cannon literally transforms into a mechanical gale wolf. Yes, he has to brawl head-on. Shifting gears instantly, Chu Yi steps up and launches that metal beast flying with one massive punch. Angel's domain, fully activated. Let's see the robot try to copy this. Meanwhile, Jang Chiron is reflecting. Becoming the headmaster's direct disciple gave her insane amounts of rare loot, and her own training is skyrocketing. Last time, she totally failed the level 7 simulation. But today, she's ready for a brutal rematch. But as Jang Chiron scans her fingerprint to enter the heavy training room, a system alert pops up. Warning. The training robot has sustained massive, severe damage. Please return and attempt your simulation tomorrow instead. Wait, this zone is strictly for rookies. Normally, absolutely nobody tries anything past level 6 here. Even top seniors would get absolutely crushed at level 10. Who on earth is fighting in there right now? Back inside the room, after activating his domain, Chu Yi unleashes massive chains of blinding holy light. The divine chains lock down the machine, crushing its mobility. Using light's true sight, he scans it entirely, spotting every hidden weakness and ability to set up his ultimate strike. And bingo! He realizes the core weak point is sitting right inside the robot's chest cavity. Chu Yi charges straight in and lands a devastating punch, completely shattering the massive machine into scrap metal. The insane shockwave literally wrecks the whole training area. Level 10 simulation successfully cleared. System access restored. However, due to catastrophic damage across the facility, it's highly recommended to schedule your next battle for next week. Level 10 actually cleared. You're probably thinking exactly what she is. Who the heck did this? Jang Chiron cautiously steps closer. Student Chu Yi. Huge congratulations on crushing the level 10 simulation in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Your overall combat evaluation is outstanding. Physical attack, 2734. Magic damage, 50, 6021. Combined skill damage, 106,021. If it wasn't for that cheap sneak attack from the wolf, he could have wiped the floor with it. Now he realizes he urgently needs to contract a magical beast to fight right by his side. Right on cue, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Senior Chu Yi. Jang Chiron runs over to him, absolutely beaming with excitement. She gasps, Senior, did you already finish your bloodline fusion? How on earth did you get this ridiculously strong in just one day? It's no big deal. I just finished the bloodline fusion technique this morning. I now have the 6-winged angel bloodline. Her eyes instantly light up with total awe. That is amazing. And it's an ultra-rare divine tier, too. She sighs. My phantom bloodline is barely considered high quality compared to that. Chu Yi just smiles at her. He then asks if she can guide him to the magical beast market so he can grab a contract and boost his overall combat power. Of course, she happily agrees to help. Cut to an hour later at the bustling market. Silver rank Crimson Flame Tiger Cub. Grows to level 20. Yours for only 110 academic points. Level 19 Dragon Horned Rhino. Featuring real dragon blood. Just 210 points. First come, first served. Jang Chiron leads him past all the chaotic stalls before asking, Senior Chu Yi, are any of these magical beasts catching your eye at all? He replies thoughtfully. Well, I actually tamed a gale wolf back on Mount Guangfang once, but unfortunately, I passed out right after beating that demon spawn, so I completely missed my window to actually form a contract. I'm really hoping to find a wind magic gale wolf cub to bond with. But the second those words leave his mouth, some guy interrupts them. A gale wolf cub? I've got one right here. A guy with glasses slides up to them, flashing the fakest smile you've ever seen. I'm Luji Schwer, third-year logistics student and level 22 tamer. But you and I both know this guy spells total trouble. I actually have a gale wolf cub I raised myself. Wanna check it out? Jang Chiron whispered to him. Beast taming is a popular life skill, and this particular guy? A student from their very own Suhong University. Trust me, stick around, because you and I are about to see this campus deal turn into an absolute masterpiece. Hearing that, Chu Yi simply agreed. Immediately, Liu Shishui held up a tiny beast with 2 different colored eyes, starting his pitch. This Gale Wolf is just 10 days old, man. Its mother was a solid silver rank beast. I used an appraisal skill. Its potential is definitely silver rank. Yours for just 60 points. But Zhao Yi honestly felt pretty underwhelmed. Silver rank? Got any gold ones? The seller scoffed. Gold rank? Good luck finding one of those anywhere in this entire market. But hey, if you're actually serious, the second I hear about a gold tier cub, I will let you know right away. It's gonna cost way more, obviously. Zhao Yi sighed. Never mind. Let me look at this little guy first. Zhao Yi scooped up the tiny Gale Wolf. The cub instantly liked him, letting out this super soft, adorable little whimper. Senior Zhao Yi, something feels completely off here. This cub is way too small. It is totally underdeveloped, his friend warned. Liu Shishui looked super guilty. He stuttered, claiming Gale Wolves are naturally smaller than other beasts, making up bad excuses. Zhao Yi just lifted the little Gale Wolf high up into the air and smiled warmly. Hey, no problem at all. I am taking this one. There are no useless mana beasts, only useless masters. I can totally see its bright future. Once the points were transferred, Liu Shishui grinned like an absolute maniac, happily handing Zhao Yi a special magic scroll. This mana beast contract scroll is completely free. Total comes to 60 points. Go ahead and form your contract right now. Then you can store it in your contract space. Super easy. Honestly, Liu Shishui was secretly losing his mind with joy. Out of the entire litter of Gale Wolf cubs, this specific runt was in the absolute worst physical condition possible. He thought he'd never sell it, but suddenly he hooks a total rookie. Thank God he already locked in those 60 points. Now, watch closely. The seller expects a messy failure, but you and I are about to witness absolute magic happen. Come on, buddy. I believe you can become insanely strong. With those words, Zhao Yi initiated the magical contract process. Remember that luck potion? The one granting him insane good fortune for 12 whole hours? Yeah, it was still fully active. Boom! The defective little cub instantly transformed into a super tier mana beast, leaving the entire market staring in utter shock. That glowing purple light? He scored an epic beast in a campus stall. Crazy luck. Hey man, selling that cub? I will pay 1,000 points right now. Brother Zhao Yi, your eye for talent is unreal. This cub was actually a devolved epic tier beast the whole time. The second it received your personal mana to nurture it, it instantly recovered its original legendary talent tier. Zhao Yi scratched his head, forcing a smile. Epic tier? He thought. Wow, I completely underestimated how crazy that luck potion is. Hearing the crowd gasp in pure awe made the seller grind his teeth in extreme, bitter anger. He basically handed an epic beast to a freshman for pure dirt. Oh, hey, brother Zhao Yi, you haven't even named it yet, Jiang Churan gently reminded him. Zhao Yi paused, thinking for just a quick second. All right, let's call him Xiaoyi. While they were happily playing with Xiaoyi, the seller shamelessly went back on his deal. My deepest apologies, fellow student. It was totally my oversight selling this to you at a silver price. To keep it, you literally owe me another 1,500 points. You and I saw this coming, right? The classic scammer trying to dissolve the contract and take it all back. I will refund your 300 points. Decide right now. If you don't know what is good for you, do not blame me for getting violent. The surrounding crowd heard his threat and started loudly whispering. It was super obvious. The seller failed to check the cub's actual tier. Seriously? Why else would he have sold it for practically nothing? But Liu Shishui is backed by the powerful Liu family major academy partners. Looks like our freshman is in some serious trouble now. That insane epic tier beast he just scored? He probably will not even be allowed to keep the little guy. Still, trying to forcefully take back a pet after you just legally sold it? Absolutely ridiculous behavior. Boom! Zhao Yi's raw power erupted. Face completely dark with killing intent, he snapped, "Stop daydreaming and get out of my sight." One cold glare was all it took. Liu Shishui was so terrified he questioned his entire existence. How could a simple freshman have such a monstrous aura? Watching Zhao Yi slowly approach, step by heavy step, the seller trembled uncontrollably, aggressively stammering out pathetic excuses. Bro, my bad. This is totally just a massive misunderstanding. I swear, a complete misunderstanding. He keeps the cub, warning the scammer to vanish forever. And trust me, you and I definitely wouldn't want to face this guy's wrath either. Alright, let's jump right back into the academy madness. Zhao Yi and Jiang Churan head out, and she is totally thrilled, holding his hand. She asks if she can visit and play with Xiaohui later. Zhao Yi smiles. You can come over absolutely anytime. But wait, the crowd finally spots him. Whispers start spreading like wildfire. Hold on. Isn't that Zhao Yi? The absolute #1 ranked freshman, the exact same guy Principal Wang Hai took as his personal student. Rumor has it he just bagged a gold contribution medal too. Meanwhile, Lu Jishui always flexes his family's wealth to act like a total jerk, but this time, he messed with the wrong guy. Suddenly, the crowd splits. Make way. Wait, is that Lu Wuchang? Did he show up for his little brother? Lu Wuchang stomps straight through the crowd, towering over his pathetic brother. Seeing his back up, the kid instantly starts whining. Big bro, you have to get revenge. But before he can finish, boom, a brutal kick straight to his face. You absolute trash. He screams. Do you have any clue what a freshman getting a gold contribution medal actually means? You are insanely lucky he did not end you right there. From now on, stop being a total embarrassment. Get out of my sight right now. The bully grabs his swollen face, terrified of who he just provoked. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. Back to our guy and his epic tier Gale Wolf. It is insanely young, but already using wind magic purely on instinct. While Zhao Yi tests out the pup's crazy skills, the Snow Dragon Legion suddenly rolls up. They hand-deliver the Extreme Ice Lotus right to him, and he is absolutely grinning. I honestly did not expect these guys to move this fast. It has not even been 3 days since I left the Raging Wind Mountains, and they already tracked it down. With this legendary Ice Lotus finally secured, the next step is simple. He just needs to forge the Extreme Cold Pill. That will completely fix Xiao Yun's dangerous bloodline awakening. Remembering his master's advice, Zhao Yi immediately books a session with a pro alchemist. You are booked with the 9th grade legend, Master Hai Tian. Refining an S-rank heavenly treasure demands insane security and seriously rare materials. Head over to the alchemy department to sort out the details. Getting the message, Zhao Yi sprints straight to the lab. Bad news though, the master is out on a research trip. Only his apprentice, Lin Yi, is holding down the fort. She asks what kind of pill he needs forged. If he has any questions, she can clear them up right now. You and I both know he is about to flex. He drops the S-rank extreme cold materials, and Lin Yi literally gasps in shock. An S-rank heavenly treasure, the extreme ice lotus, and even an A-rank ice spirit grass? You are just a freshman. How do you have so much crazy rare loot? Zhao Yi just gives a humble smile. Just got lucky. Since you already brought the ice lotus and the spirit grass yourself, you only need to drop 800 academic credits for the S-rank forging fee. Just leave your contact info here. The second my master finishes crafting this epic pill, I will ping you to come and grab it immediately. They swap contacts, and Zhao Yi heads straight to his next class. Walking in, he catches 2 students whispering, "Dude, did you hear? They are spotting otherworldly monsters everywhere right now." Wait, seriously? You seriously have not heard? Huge guilds and legions are getting pulled back from the front lines. My buddy leaked the info. He said it is because traces of otherworldly monsters are popping up literally all over the Zhongsha nation. Wow. News of this massive monster invasion is spreading super fast. While Zhao Yi is deep in thought, a hand taps his shoulder. Song Xuan, you are in this class too? Of course, Dean Wu Ming is my mentor. Looks like we are classmates now. Song Xuan reaches out her hand with a huge smirk. Classmate Zhao Yi, I hope you have my back out there. Anytime. She laughs. Come on, you are way too strong. I doubt I will ever be the one protecting you. But hey, if you ever need a favor, just say the word. Right on cue, the magical beast instructor walks through the door. And guess what? It is none other than Sue Meyer. Listen up. Before we kick things off, I have some massive news for everyone here. The rumors are totally real. Otherworldly monsters have breached the Zhongsha nation. They might not be boss tier yet, but the higher-ups are taking this threat dead seriously. Because of this looming threat, every single legion in the nation is officially on level 3 combat alert. And get this, top universities are literally doubling their resource drops for students. So what do you and I make of this? Suhong University is boosting rank-based monthly resources by 70%. Plus, completing any university-assigned missions. You guys are getting way more academic credits than before. Abyss mode for the 3 main campus dungeons is finally open. But there is a huge catch. You have to buy Abyss stones using your academic credits. The entire classroom instantly explodes into complete chaos. Stick with me here. The nation is dropping absolutely insane resources. They want to forge absolute monsters at any cost. Unlocking Abyss mode means I can personally grab a massive ton of crazy new loot. Even the base credits and mission drops got a massive buff today. The Academy is definitely planning something huge. Everyone, you need to quiet down right now. Standing up front, Teacher Sue snaps her fingers, blasting out a massive wave of pure energy that shuts the whole class up immediately. Ignore the resource changes. Your only real job is to train hard and become absolute beasts. Looks like I am not the only one leveling up rapidly. Teacher Sue is way more powerful than when we first met. Chu Yi thinks quietly. All right, listen up everybody. Let us kick off today's lesson. Open your books. A few hours fly by, and class wraps up. I am already level 19. Since I have the extreme cold ice lotus, I can completely skip those crazy dangerous Gale Mountains from now on. And this brand new abyss level goblin dungeon, it is literally the absolute best spot for me to grind and level up. While Chu Yi is plotting his next move, he spots Zhang Churan waiting just down the hall. Xiaoan, what are you doing here? I heard the drop rates for the 3 main campus dungeons got super buffed. I wanted to team up with you. Man, what a coincidence. I was literally just thinking about that. Once they teleport straight into the dungeon lobby, Zhang Churan turns and asks, which difficulty are you picking? The abyss level. What about you? She instantly waves her hands in total panic. Abyss level is actual suicide. We are totally on different tiers. With my current stats, I am pretty sure I can only handle the hard mode for now. Chu Yi gently takes her hand to comfort her. Do not worry. Once I clear this abyss run, I will party up and carry you through it. Awesome. It is a promise then. I will tackle hard mode first. Good luck out there. All right, she replies with a shy smile and walks away. But suddenly, one single player steps into the lobby, and the whole crowd goes wild. Now, watch closely. Why exactly is a top-tier legend like Shi Mingwen suddenly showing up at a starter dungeon? You have not heard? Smashing the speed record in an abyss mode run literally grants you a rare talent achievement award. Oh, wow. Talent achievements are insanely impossible to trigger normally. Makes perfect sense why Shi Mingwen sprinted all the way down here today. Shi Mingwen, level 23 mage, sitting at rank 86 on the Earth leaderboard. Whatever. So boring. Time for me to jump into the abyss. Chu Yi mutters under his breath, completely ignoring the guy's stacked stats. He casually clicks abyss mode and walks right in. The entire lobby completely loses their minds watching this madness. Wait, Chu Yi? Is that not the top-ranked guy from the freshman class? Yeah, but he is only a level 19 Holy Knight doing an abyss run. He is totally out of his mind. Talk about massively overestimating your own stats. Those 400 academic credits of his just went straight into the garbage. Hearing this, Shi Mingwen smirks to himself. Guess this massive credit boost gave these weak rookies a fake sense of ultimate power. System alert. Abyss mode selected. We are deducting 400 credits from your balance right now to forge your abyss keystone, transporting straight into the Goblin Undercity. Warning. Abyss monsters hit way harder and are insanely aggressive. If you are about to die in there, smash your keystone to instantly teleport out of this nightmare alive. Can you believe this absolute wreckage? The Goblin Horde literally destroyed every single thing in sight. Right while he is thinking, a dirty goblin launches a sneak attack, but with one super casual backhand. Chu Yi instantly sends that ugly monster to the grave. Instantly, a massive goblin army completely surrounds him and charges in. Monster info, level 22 Goblin Warrior, silver tier with deadly ambush and slash abilities. Okay. That is a seriously massive swarm. But the tougher the enemy gets, the more epic this fight becomes. Gripping his mace, Chu Yi swings hard, instantly wiping out the whole front wave in one blast. Bam! Another huge wave spawns instantly. Chu Yi realizes he needs a real strategy. The real danger here is just the endless suicide swarms rushing him. Fighting like this is going to bleed my mana pool completely dry. I have got to save my energy. If I empty my tank now, I will have nothing left to nuke the final boss. Changing tactics, Chu Yi decides to activate his crazy radiant illusion slash. You and I just witnessed pure destruction. He swings at lightning speed, blasting out light waves that completely vaporize the entire monster mob. Goblin mob destroyed. 11,236 experience points gained. Level 19 progress. 22,000 out of 54,000. Let's jump right in. You and I both know leveling up gets ridiculously hard later on. Even after wiping out all these goblins, he'll only hit level 20. He is really banking on the boss experience points for a major breakthrough. Chu Yi pushes deeper and instantly spots the boss. Level 24. Goblin King. Epic tier potential. Skills are completely unknown. The system notes, this king led his tribe to conquer multiple human cities. The monster growls, a pathetic little human. Welcome to the land of the dead. You dare slaughter my entire tribe? Die, you wretched human. And just like that, the Goblin King brings its massive axe slamming down. Chu Yi leaps high into the air to narrowly dodge the strike. This goblin is surprisingly powerful, isn't it? Despite its massive size, its speed is totally unaffected. Thinking fast, Chu Yi gathers his energy and immediately launches a brutal counterattack. But the boss has super armor active right now. While in this state, it totally resists every single physical attack. Worse, it triggers a shield that actually reflects a chunk of incoming damage. So yeah, his last strike did absolutely nothing. Realizing physical hits are useless here, Chu Yi completely switches tactics. He channels his magic system, instantly summoning glowing magical chains. He completely locks the boss down, totally paralyzing it. Then boom, he unleashes a single, devastating blast that wipes the boss out instantly. The system chimes. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss tier dungeon. Clear time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on past runs, you have established a brand new speed record for this dungeon. Big congratulations on taking down the final boss. You received 30 attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This king was literally an Abyss tier boss. But wait for it, you and I just watched him end the fight in one single hit. And here he was, saving a massive chunk of mana, totally ready to drop his heaviest skills to secure the win. Suddenly, another glowing panel pops up. For shattering the clear record, you have unlocked the A- rank talent. Swift casting. The casting speed for your magic skills gets a massive boost. Now, even those low-level spells can be thrown out instantly, just as he expected. Smashing records inside an Abyss difficulty dungeon actually rewards you with a brand new, rare talent. With this A- rank swift casting buff equipped, his overall power just jumped up to an entirely different tier. Time to head back. The only real bummer here is that he is still just barely shy of hitting level 20. With tons of academic credits now, he plans to drag Sharon into the Abyss dungeon next time. Meanwhile, back outside in the main lobby, tons of players who confidently picked the Abyss difficulty had already been forced to tap out. They just couldn't handle the pressure. Now, they are standing around with everyone else, staring up at the massive ranking board, absolutely buzzing with excitement. So far, not a single person has cleared it. This Abyss tier dungeon is pure torture. The second I walked in, hundreds of silver-grade goblins literally swarmed me out of nowhere. If I did not escape immediately, I would definitely be dead right now. They don't call it Abyss difficulty for nothing. The difficulty is beyond insane. It looks like our only hope rests on those top-ranked heavyweights, like Shiman Hyun. Hiding in the crowd, Kwang So-yan listens to this and thinks, thank God I only picked the medium difficulty tier. That is the only reason I survived. Now, I know what you're thinking, will Brother Ye make it? Let's find out together. I heard an Abyss-level dungeon opened up during this year's freshman competition too. Yeah, sure, but how many actually survived it? Exactly. Oh wait, wasn't there that one guy named Chu Yi? A level 19 Holy Knight who completely dominated the freshman class. He even set a new record. While they are gossiping, someone suddenly screams out loud, the dungeon record just got broken again. The second guy points directly at the massive ranking board, eyes totally wide with pure shock. Wait, are you talking about that name up there? Rank number 1, Chu Yi. Abyss difficulty, clear progress 100%. Total time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. The system officially confirms this as the fastest clear time ever for the Abyss Goblin dungeon. The entire crowd goes wild. Someone actually cleared the impossible Abyss dungeon. But wait, Chu Yi? Why have I literally never heard that name before? Is that all? At all? Senior Chu Yi? He was a top freshman, sure. But taking down a level 24 epic grade Goblin King? Absolutely no way. I was literally in that exact freshman competition. It has only been a few days. How did Chu Yi get so overpowered this fast? Hold on. Brother Hai probably just went in later, so he is naturally lagging a bit behind. A young guy laughs confidently, adding quietly in his own head. The second Brother Hai steps out with a better record. Chu Yi's name is getting knocked right off that top spot. But plotting aside at that exact moment, a totally beaten-up Chi Min Hai stumbles out of the dungeon. The guy quickly rushes over to help him. He groans in pain. This Abyss dungeon is just way too brutal. I burned through so much gold-grade equipment and still completely failed. Jin He curses, suddenly realizing the crowd is totally ignoring him. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Everyone was crowding that ranking board, absolutely buzzing. He thought it was weird, but didn't sweat it. He just whipped out a potion to patch up his fresh wounds. Then his lackey dropped the bomb. Chu just cleared the Abyss dungeon in record time. The news hit him so hard, he literally choked on his drink. Look, Chu Yi is out. But wait, no way. He's barely a level 19 freshman. How could a rookie clear an Abyss tier run? How could I lose to him? I need answers right now. He's just stepping out of the gate. He definitely cheated. Chi Minhyan smashed his bottle in pure rage, slapped on a painfully fake smile, and walked over to chat with Chu Yi. But before he could even spit the words out, Chu Yi completely blanked him. Just walked right past to meet Kwang Sonian. She smiled. Congrats on the clear. I barely survived hard mode. I feel like you're leaving me in the dust. Chu Yi just smiled, reaching out to pat Kwang Sonian's head gently. Hey, don't stress it. The Goblin King is a total joke. I'll teach you every single trick to beat this stage. Plus, I am swimming in credits right now. I can carry you through a few more runs until you completely master the mechanics. After that, even the Abyss difficulty will be easy. While those two shared a sweet moment, the crowd kept hyping Chu Yi up. Meanwhile, Chi Minhyan was left sulking in a corner, finally accepting the harsh truth. In Chu Yi's blinding spotlight, he was officially a nobody. True to his word, Chu Yi dragged Kwang Sonian into the Abyss dungeon. During the fight, he stacked buffs on her and called out goblin weak spots for one-shot kills. Now watch closely. Everything was a breeze until they hit the boss room. An Abyss boss is absolute nightmare fuel. Brother Ye, how did you even survive? It looks terrifying, but its magic resistance is actual trash. Just nuke it with heavy magic skills and it goes right down. Hearing that, Kwang Sonian stepped up to solo the boss. Exploiting that weak resistance, Kwang Sonian tapped into her charm demon bloodline. She fired off the demon's blade skill, unleashing an absolute storm of slashes. That dark demonic energy packed inside the slashes was supposed to detonate on impact. It should have dealt massive dark attribute damage. But plot twist. Instead of melting the boss, her attack actually buffed its magic, making the monster stronger. The massive beast slammed its foot down, triggering a brutal shockwave. The ground shattered, blasting out waves of force meant to knock back and stun anyone nearby. Xiaoying planted his feet, flaring his own power to block the blast. He shouted through the chaos. Tunian, are you hurt? I am okay, Brother Xia. This is my fault. I lost control of my magic, and the boss just fed on it to level up. Hey, do not blame yourself. Hold on, let me test a different attack on this thing. Chongyi immediately fired off Light's Judgment. Bam, blocked right by its shield. The attack did almost 0 damage this time around. Its magic resistance just skyrocketed. He realized with a heavy sinking feeling. Shangyi grit his teeth. Okay, this is bad. I'll try one last strike. If this does not work, you shatter that abyssal crystal immediately. Remember, this is only a practice run. Do not get killed. Throwing his hands up, Shangyi summoned glowing magical chains to lock the boss down. But nope, the monster snapped them like absolute twigs. Watching him struggle, Kwang soon felt awful. This is all my fault. I made this fight impossible. What am I supposed to do? We both see where this is going, right? That crushing guilt woke her inner demon. It whispered in her mind. You are too weak. Master your succubus bloodline. Do that, and you won't have to watch your precious brother Xiangyi struggle. Only absolute power will let you stand by his side. It is time. Unleash everything. Get stronger. Sonian whispered, completely hypnotized. Her eyes flashed deadly red. Out of options, Xiao Inji started charging up his archangel form just to keep her safe. But suddenly, a massive beam of pitch-black energy blasted right past his shoulder, cleanly severing the boss's entire weapon arm. Chuangyi froze, staring at the girl behind him. Brother Chuangyi, let me butcher this thing for you. This dark, demonic version of Sonian purred. Why shouldn't I just eat its magic? It's trying to corrupt me anyway. The boss roared in pure panic. Oh, calm down, that was just an appetizer. Smirking, Kwang Sonian casually flicked her wrist, blasting the beast again. I want it all. Give me more magic. Honestly, you look absolutely pathetic right now. That's where we leave it. Never mess with an awakened demon. She destroyed it with one single hit. System alert. Student Kwang Sonian just crushed the Goblin King boss, bagging 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 XP. The disgusting monster is finally dead. Kwang Sonian pulls back her aura and approaches Chongyi, looking incredibly seductive, leaving our guy completely stunned. You and I know something is definitely off here. His eyes turn ice cold. Are you really yourself right now? Hearing that, the demoness suddenly freezes right in her tracks. Slowly, she shifts back to normal. The usual Kwang Sonian stammers out, looking totally flustered. You were scared, Brother Chowie, right? That entire crazy moment? Just the demonic power from my succubus bloodline acting up. Chu Yi lifts her chin, studying her face closely for a second before breathing a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I honestly thought the demon possessed you. She laughs it off. No way. Hey, why don't we team up and farm this boss again? Once you fully master that demonic power, I bet you'll be soloing abyss-level dungeons without even breaking a single sweat. Besides, the Goblin King and us are basically best buddies now. I'm sure he won't mind the extra beatdowns, right? That is academy life. A dungeon boss exists literally just to get farmed for our sweet loot, but maximizing those dungeon rewards, that takes real strategy. Xiaowing flashes a sly grin, one scary enough to make the dead Goblin King absolutely tremble in fear. Outside, the crowd is still completely mind-blown by Xia's previous speed record. But then, the leaderboard updates again, a full minute faster than the old record. And the player? None other than Shy. Absolute chaos erupts as a massive shockwave ripples through the watching crowd. Watch closely, you and I know the crowd is about to absolutely lose their minds over Xia again. He really cleared it again, and somehow shaved off even more time. That is terrifying. Boom. The board flashes another insane record, completely crushing Xiangyi's time. First place? Kwang So Nian. The chosen difficulty? Abyss level. 100% completion progress. Time? 9 minutes and 23 seconds. It is officially confirmed. The new speed record for the Abyss Goblin Dungeon. Wait, isn't she a freshman? They only do hard mode. How is she soloing an Abyss level right now? Well, Kwang So Nian is ranked second among the freshman class. Plus, with Chu Yi actively guiding her, breaking past her level limits isn't impossible at all. Right then, Chi Minhai's lackey grabs his head and groans in pure defeat. Brother Hyun, I finally understand you. Seeing the massive gap between me and a true genius? That absolute helplessness is just brutal, man. And just like that, Xia Ongyi and Kwang So Nian keep spamming the dungeon, grinding on their own absolute god-tier setups. They blaze through the Abyss level one last time as a duo before finally teleporting back to the main lobby. Zhao Yi, the Elemental Academy has a freshman fireworks show tonight. Let's go together. Zhao Yi smiles back. Sounds amazing. Perfect chance to just chill out. So, our duo heads straight for the gorgeous Elemental Academy campus. Taking in the incredible views, Zhou Yi is totally blown away. This is the famous Elemental Academy, after all. I know what you're thinking, magic streetlights? Wild. We literally farmed dungeons until dark without noticing. We scored an absolutely massive haul from conquering the Abyss-level dungeon this time around. All thanks to your carry. You did the heavy lifting. I just backed you up. Joy replies with a soft smile. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, staring at a massive stone figure. Who is that? That's Mage Wei Yang, the Guardian Archmage. He literally single-handedly crushed multiple crazy invasions from the terrifying otherworld demonic legions. His epic heroic deeds made him an absolute legend. Sadly, during the Great War, a Lord-level demon violently ambushed him. In the end, the ultimate sacrifice. His soul was completely wiped out, meaning resurrection was absolutely impossible. A true legend. Honestly, my history is rusty. Can you give me the quick rundown on the terrifying Dark Age? Absolutely. Jang Chiron starts explaining. To truly grasp that bloody history, you gotta jump back 80 years to the Golden Age. In the year 254, tons of insane, naturally gifted class users started rising to supreme power. That massive power boom is exactly why it became known as the Golden Age. Legends like the Tempest Sword Saint Kang Pinghai and Blazing Flame Saber Saint Li Xiaoyang. Those titans are still holding the front lines today. But right when humanity felt hopeful enough to counterattack the otherworld, bam! The horrifying Dark Age suddenly dropped on them. It unleashed the most absolute frenzied invasion of otherworld monsters humanity had ever witnessed. The absolute titans of the Golden Age faced an impossible threat. One by one, they laid down their precious lives. Makes you think, right? 30 agonizing years, and hundreds of millions dead. That is the bloody price for the peace we have today. Stick with me here. The otherworldly monsters are invading again. Hoping it is just a bad dream? No need to panic. Zhou Yi gently patted her head, keeping things completely calm. This massive monster wave? It only happened because of a random, temporary spatial rift opening up. These creatures are not even that strong. Plus, our heroes have leveled up massively since last time. If darkness falls, those monsters are the ones completely doomed. Jang Chiron just laughed out loud at his confidence. You are totally right. We have been training and stacking up power for ages. We are beyond ready for this fight. Boom. Fireworks suddenly lit up the night sky. An absolutely hyped Jang Chan grabbed Chu Yi and pulled him along. Let's rush to the viewing spot. The view up there is going to be epic. Chu Yi agreed. The very next day, he took a train home. Meanwhile, his little sister Ah-ching was waiting impatiently. Don't worry at all. Your brother just called and said he is almost home. Right on cue, Chu Yi walked in. Welcome home. Xiao Yun sprinted over, giving him a massive hug. Catching her with a huge smile, Chu Yi sighed. I was so worried about your condition, but seeing you this happy and energetic, I can finally breathe. Xiao Yi, you are back. Xiao Yi smiled warmly. Ah-ching, it has definitely been a while. Xiao Yi, how long are you staying this time around? Probably just 3 or 4 days. I took time off specifically to finish Xiao Yun's final treatment. That is way too short. She pouted heavily, but she instantly perked up. Brother, did you bring a gift for your absolute favorite little sister? Obviously, I brought you epic loot from an abyss-level dungeon clear. Then, Chu Yi pulled a mysterious horn straight from his inventory. Just blow this horn, and a gold-tier spectral bear fiend will instantly summon to protect you from anything. Xiao clapped excitedly. You are the best. Chu Yi just laughed and ruffled her hair gently. Once you are fully healed, I bet you will become just as overpowered as me. Minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Kuei Lina straight to Chu Yi's mansion. Welcome, both of you. Mr. Zhou, I called Miss Kui yesterday, and she traveled overnight just to be here. Suina chuckled softly. Secretary Zhao, an invitation from Chu Yi is not something I can ignore right now. Chu Yi replied humbly. You are way too kind, Miss Kui. I should thank you for rushing over. Oh, and I completely forgot to congratulate you. You found the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus, and actually refined it into the insanely potent Extreme Frost Pill. Watch closely here. Secretary Zhao was absolutely stunned. A legendary rank pill? That is a priceless, world-class treasure. Chu Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, I just got super lucky. My master recommended a top-tier alchemy expert to help refine it. Anyway, let's hurry and start my sister's final healing ritual. You are totally right. Let's handle the important stuff first. Soon, Yun tugged Yi's clothes, looking super worried. Brother, are you sure this is safe? He smiled. Yun, do not panic. Just relax. Just swallow this pill, and your true Frost Bloodline will awaken. That wild frost power will never hurt you again. Ye handed over the Polar Core pill. Taking a deep breath, Yun grabbed it and stepped right into the magic circle. Brother, I am ready. Instantly, Ye started stacking high-level buffs right onto Yun. Blessing of the Dawn, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage. He was setting up the absolute perfect conditions for Thena to conduct the healing treatment. I am a second advancement priest, yet my holy light is inferior to Ye? As Therina zoned out, Ye interrupted. Please activate the magic circle now. Not a problem at all. Thena unleashed her raw power, firing up the circle and yelling for Yun to take the Polar Core pill immediately. You feel that tension, right? Insane frost energy suddenly exploded outward, forcing everyone back. She was losing control. Is this going wrong? Qing asked, her voice totally panicked. It is fine. I have got this. Yi summoned his sacred flame wheel, completely melting away the wild frost outburst. Then he smiled with pure confidence. That was her final frost eruption. Therina watched Yun closely and let out a huge sigh. The hardest part is over. Now, we just wait patiently for Yun to completely finish her epic bloodline awakening. Soon enough, the brutal treatment ended. Yi instantly dashed over to Yun's side. How do you feel right now? She playfully declared herself completely cured. So, what do you and I do next? Check those new stats. Stick with me. Watch Yun test her power. This Frost Bloodline just unlocked an insane innate talent, pure control over the ice element. She and the Frost, they are in perfect sync right now. She can manipulate it however she wants. But wait, can a Bloodline awakening seriously grant a new talent? Normally, not a chance. But she is Yi's sister, and she just awakened the incredibly rare Frost Bloodline. Yi looks on proudly. Honestly, both of them have scored massive upgrades from this icy genetic jackpot. It makes him wonder, were their ancestors actually high-level class users with legendary frost powers? If so, their clan must have fallen off hard over the years. Anyway, Yun's Frost Awakening is officially a massive success, but just to be totally safe, Yi asks the doctor for one last thorough health checkup. Thena cheerfully agrees. Right then, Secretary Zhao chimes in, confirming that Zhou Yun is fully healed and rocking her new frost powers. The mayor is taking this super seriously. In fact, he specially ordered a massive batch of cultivation resources just for Yi and his sister. Yi shakes Secretary Zhao's hand with pure gratitude. He thanks him, mentioning he has to head back to the academy soon. so he needs them to keep an eye on Yun. The secretary smiles. It is an absolute honor. Watching Yun joke around with Sister Ching, Yi asks what class she wants to pursue. A mage, obviously. Yi nods in agreement. It is the perfect fit. He promises to find her a crazy hidden mage class once she hits level 10. Awesome, she cheers. But then she suddenly claims she can feel a dark power awakening inside her, and their ultimate liberation is coming. Now, watch closely. Yun's wicked gaze and dark villain speech leaves everyone completely stunned. Thena panics and rushes over. Did she miss something in the checkup? Where is this dark power from? But Yi just sighs. He suddenly remembers when they were little kids, way before any of this power awakening, back when they used to cosplay as superheroes. She would dramatically warn him about the darkness, a tiny 3-year-old Yun vowing to protect world peace. Snapping back to reality, Yi realizes she is just acting out her embarrassing childhood script. Before she can finish, Yi just drags her outside. Time to show her what real frost power looks like. Yun dramatically screams for Sister Ching to save her. Watching this chaotic performance, the adults nervously agree she is definitely going to be an outstanding mage. She is not usually like this, I swear. While Secretary Zhao and Ching awkwardly make excuses, Thena just stands there sweating, still worried about that dark power. Right after the awakening, Yi suggests a friendly spar. Yun instantly gets into character, threatening to freeze everything. With a ridiculous battle cry, Jo Yun goes all out, launching a flashy, full-force ice element attack straight at Jo Yi's face to show off her skills. But it gets completely shut down by his shining sacred light of protection. He smirks. Since her body is clearly fully recovered, it is time to start a brutal training regimen. You and I saw this coming. Jo Yun instantly fakes her cold energy acting up. She claims she can't train today. Nice try. But under Jo Yi's strict supervision, she is still dragged into working out. After one high-intensity session, she is completely out of juice, face planted on the ground and groaning in pain. She whines that she had no idea training was this awful. As for saving the whole world, she officially leaves that grand mission to him. Yi just sighs, totally helpless against her antics. He decides to summon Little Koi, the cute new familiar he just signed a contract with. He tells her this little guy will be her training partner for the next few days. He jokingly warns her not to lose to a fish, because that is pathetic. No problem at all. Jo Yun promises she will definitely train hard now, happily petting her adorable new little familiar. She instantly asks the fish to go sign a dark contract and become ultimate partners in crime. Yi catches the look of pure, absolute misery on Little Koi's face, and just completely bursts out laughing. He will never forget this. A few days pass. Yi grabs Little Koi to head back to school, but gets totally surprised by Su-mania waiting at his door. The massive freshman exchange tournament is starting soon, and the epic team battles require a 5-person squad. She came all this way just to have him confirm the final roster for their school's squad. He's officially team captain now. That's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see this upcoming tournament. You and I are about to watch him build an unstoppable team. No problem. Jo Yi smiles. She hands over the files for the top 10 ranked freshmen, leaving his own name out. He just needs to pick 4 to fill out his squad. Without hesitating, Jo Yi says he's just taking the top 4 highest ranked students. Miss Su instantly shuts that down. She warns him he's being way too reckless here. Team battles usually drag out into the late game. It completely becomes a massive test of endurance. That means a priest class is absolutely vital to keep everyone healed up and fighting. Sure, he's a paladin with solid buffs, but his healing cannot even compete with a dedicated priest. For a standard 5-man squad, a healer is completely non-negotiable. But Jo Yi just grins. He confidently states that if they crush the enemy fast enough, they won't even need any healing. He tells Miss Su he's completely dead set on taking the solo championship in the upcoming exchange tournament. Plus, once he pops that crazy angel bloodline in teamfights, he can literally solo the entire enemy squad. His raw power totally dwarfs the other freshmen. With him on the front lines, a healer is basically dead weight. They could just steamroll every rival school. Realizing this, Swanee finally compromises. She agrees to hand this aggressive roster over to Dean Wu, but then remembers something. Did he sort out little Yun's bloodline awakening? Jo Yi nods, thanking Miss Su for giving him the tip about that extreme cold ice lotus. Swanee smiles, totally relieved to hear the good news. But then Jo Yi gets serious. He asks Miss Su exactly where he can secure a hidden class change scroll. A hidden class scroll? Now this is where it gets interesting for us. Knowing that monsters are about to spill out of a dimensional rift has been putting massive pressure on him lately. He desperately needs little Yun to get strong enough to defend herself. Suwani praises his protective brotherly instinct. She casually mentions the scrolls are listed on the school website, but warns it won't be easy before leaving. Chu Yi is pretty confused at first, until he logs into the academy portal and sees the crazy requirements. To even buy one, you need to hit level 25 and hold an absolute A rank grade or higher. Plus, you gotta clear an A rank mission and dominate either the Earth or Heaven rankings. Absolutely insane. No kidding. Locking down a hidden class change scroll is basically a nightmare. And the absolute cheapest one? It costs a jaw-dropping 20,000 academy credits to purchase. He realizes he can't hook little Yoon up immediately, but he swears to grind his way to that goal within the next 6 months. Suddenly, a system quest drops dominate the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. The mission officially kicks off. The system promises to dish out some insane achievement rewards based purely on how hard he wrecks the competition in this national tournament. I know what you're thinking, he is absolutely hyped right now. The last 2 times this happened, those system rewards spiked his power to ridiculous heights. He knows he has to go all out. Getting the absolute best tournament results means securing the most overpowered loot possible. Meanwhile, the high-level deans are all holding a serious meeting regarding the upcoming tournament. Dean Wu confirms Chu Yi's submitted roster for the team battles and gives everyone a quick breakdown. Captain Chu Yi, a holy knight, joined by spirit swordsman Zhang Chan, Taoist Song Helen, Mage Lingxi, and warrior Wei Tasun. Hearing this, Dean Wu Kokjin immediately objects. Where is the priest? Dean Se agrees running a squad like this is incredibly reckless. Without a healer, their margin for error is practically zero. But while the others panic, Dean Ju Huang smirks. He calmly states that he doesn't see a single problem with this strategy. With Chu Yi's overwhelming power, adding a priest would honestly just be completely redundant. After that epic bloodline refinement, Ju Huang knows nobody understands the kid's true potential better. Chu Yi could probably solo the team battle entirely. When you really break it down, he doesn't just hand out broken buffs. His defense is an absolute iron wall, and his offensive skills are even more devastating on the battlefield. He's literally covering 3 roles at once: swordsman, ultimate tank, and pure support. So what do you and I make of this? Even the tactics, Dean Zhongling has 0 objections. Stick with me here. You and I are about to see how his abilities and strategies completely dominate. Say, thought about it for a second. Then my department totally approves. Wuma announces the roster is set. Hopefully, Chu Yi can show off some absolutely shocking strength during the big exchange tournament. Now for the training phase. Dean Wu is officially put in charge of whipping them into shape. These freshmen? Super strong individually, sure, but their teamwork and actual coordination still need serious work. No problem. They will meet at the War Academy in 3 days. Now, let's jump right back to our hero. While grinding out his daily quests, Zhao Yi suddenly gets a message from his teacher, Wong Hui. Time to schedule a private session, his very first one since officially becoming a student. He is definitely going to learn a crazy new skill, but first, he needs to claim today's system reward. Let's see what the choices are. Option 1, 15 attribute points. Option 2, 15 skill points. Option 3, a completely random skill book. And option 4, a random chest. He picks the skill points and instantly feels a massive surge. Just by finishing daily quests, he racks up both attribute and skill points. With this broken system, leaving everyone else in the dust is almost too easy. Next day, they hit the training grounds. Staring down a pack of level 23 forest demon wolves, he asks if he should wipe them out. Wang Hui waves it off. They are at the Sky Marshal Guild's leveling spot just outside the forest, so there is 0 need to panic. And sure enough, not even a single second goes by before. Now watch closely, this gets absolutely insane as a massive dragon roars, sending those terrified wolves scattering everywhere. Seeing his stunned face, Wang Hui explains. That is a level 62 epic grade demon dragon, owned by his eldest senior disciple, keeping the local beasts completely in check. If just the pet dragon is this ridiculously strong, just imagine how terrifying the actual master must be. Wang Hui smiles proudly, saying they are evenly matched. Sitting pretty at level 64, his actual combat power is basically off the charts, which is exactly why he trusted him with the Sky Marshal Guild. Level 64 at just 30, that senior's talent is completely heaven-defying. But Wang Hui admits our boy's potential is actually higher. Keep pushing hard, because one day, his achievements are totally going to eclipse his seniors. Alright, time to pay attention. He is about to demonstrate a very special, high-level skill. Wang Hui merges Holy Light and Shield Infusion together, instantly summoning 2 absolutely massive golden shields. The colossal shields slowly grind toward each other, Boom. You felt that impact too, right? That earth-shattering explosion just leveled the ground, proving how overpowered a third advancement professional actually is. When the smoke finally clears, Wang Wei tosses him a book. The first skill he will learn. Just focus your mind on the cover and burn those skill points to absorb it instantly. Got it? He nods, closes his eyes, follows the instructions perfectly, and locks in the new Holy Light Shield. It is an A+ rank level 1 move. Spawns 2 massive walls right in front of him. When they finally crash together, they trigger a huge explosion, dealing massive holy attribute magic damage. Allies walk right through, but enemies get blocked. Wait, a paladin legacy skill? Reading the specs, he seriously cannot hide his shock. A paladin legacy skill here? How does a master have a paladin move? Turns out, his senior sister created it herself back when she was a third advancement paladin. He inherited the awesome technique from her back in the day, and now he is passing it down. You got it down? Show me what you can do. He executes it perfectly. The raw power isn't exactly mind-blowing yet, but Wang Wei still smiles, saying, level 1 is fine. Pulling off this much already shows serious talent. He specifically chose this technique for the upcoming team battles. Use those giant walls to split the battlefield and completely lock down enemy movement. Now that the new skill is locked in, practical combat training starts. A massive dragon lands behind them. Glaren is going to lure all the surrounding beasts here. The XP he earns depends totally on how hard he fights. Wang Wei gives the dragon the signal. Glaren roars. The beasts charge. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this incoming bloodbath. All right, you and I are diving right in. A monster lunged from the bushes, aiming straight for Chu Yi's head, but our guy was totally ready. One simple strike sent that beast flying. Right after, Chu Yi unleashed an absolutely insane combo of every skill he had, stacking light buffs and blasting ice attacks. He wiped out every single monster. He didn't stop grinding until the sun came up. He was panting, absolutely drenched in sweat. Wang Hui just smirked. Going that hard? I really didn't think you would burn out every last drop of mana and stamina. Not scared more beasts will show up. Chu Yi just grinned back. You're still here, right, master? Chugging a potion to get his energy back, he could only think one thing. Man, this feeling of insanely power leveling all night is just epic. Boom. System alert. Congratulations, you hit level 22. Reward, 20 attribute points and 20 skill points. Without hesitating, Chu Yi dumped all those fresh points into upgrading his Holy Light Shield straight from level 1 to 3. Not bad, his master nodded. I figured you would only take out around 100 beasts. Never expected you to crush nearly 400. Chu Yi smiled. All thanks to you, master. On my own, grinding this much would have taken me months, he said gratefully. But then, Wang Hui's tone got a lot more serious. You were bold enough to enter the upcoming exchange tournament without a single healer. Since you're my student, you must stay absolutely cool under pressure and never drop your guard. Relax, master. With me leading the charge, that championship trophy is definitely ours. Meanwhile, over at a Stormwind Forest rest stop, the speakers suddenly blasted a hype announcement. The National Freshman Exchange Tournament was officially starting. 218 colleges from everywhere are officially participating. Now, watch closely, because here is where the haters start seriously doubting our guy. Suhong University doesn't have a healer? A wild lineup like that is completely suicidal. Are they a bottom-tier school or what? Just then, Zhou Rao and Zhou Dan strolled by. They overheard the juicy gossip, peeked at the roster screen themselves, and had to jump in. The screen showed Chu Yi as the team captain, with Zhang Churan as the vice captain. Scrolling through the online hate, Zhou Dan just cracked up. Someone literally posted that our entire lineup is trash, just because we skipped a healer. Look at this. Any team without a healer is totally guaranteed to fail. That is just hilarious. Zhou Rao agreed. These haters had zero clue how terrifyingly strong Chu Yi really was. The gossiping girls just glared back. Visibly annoyed, they snapped. Who are you guys? Sitting quietly nearby, Su Qinglin watched the groups bicker. She just smiled at Wanun and said, go tell the staff I'm totally covering their bill today. In her head, she knew the truth. With a monster like Chu Yi leading them, lacking a healer didn't mean a single thing. That trophy was already theirs. Anyway, back to the action. After his lesson, Chu Yi spent his whole day smashing training bots in the sparring arena. Ever since he hit level 22, I know what you're thinking, when does it get hard? Well, these training bots were basically paperweights now, making his practice totally useless. Before he could ask Sumir what to do, she actually called him first. Dean Wu was officially kicking off their special tournament training today. Everyone in the tournament had to be there. She told Chu Yi to drop everything and rush straight to the War Academy's main hall immediately. Walking in, he quickly spotted familiar faces, Zhang Churan and Sun Xiaolan. But there were two completely new faces. Wei Tin, a level 18 warrior, and Tong Ling, a super strong level 18 mage. While the team awkwardly said their hellos, Dean Wu secretly used his appraisal skill on Chu Yi. He realized Chu Yi's leveling speed was totally unbelievable, thanks to the principal. Hearing this, Zhang Churan stared at his captain, absolutely mind-blown. You seriously leveled up again? Chu Yi rubbed his neck. Got lucky with my master's help. Dean Wu clapped. All right, time is short, so listen up. To get you guys battle ready for the massive national freshman tournament, I will be your hardcore drill instructor. From here on, I'm leading your team battles and throwing you into pure specialized training for solo and survival matches. For today's brutal session, I'm testing your actual teamwork. Your very first mission? Group up and try to survive the absolute nightmare that is the Abyss-level Goblin City dungeon. And don't panic about the fees. The Academy is completely covering all costs for this Abyss run. Tong Ling realized something. No wonder they were pushed to hit level 18 fast. The teachers were setting them up for this Abyss challenge. Looking around, she felt pretty confident. With this stacked team, even an Abyss run should honestly be a total breeze. Besides, Tong Ling thought, glancing at Chu Yi, this guy was so overpowered, he could honestly clear an Abyss dungeon entirely solo. Trust me, you'll want to stick around for this. With them backing him up, failing is literally impossible. Catching Tang Lingxi staring, Chu Yi flashed her this blinding smile. The poor girl instantly panicked and ducked behind Tin, leaving Joy completely clueless. Stick with me here. We're heading right into the dungeon with this newly formed 5-man squad. Getting serious, Chu Yi took charge. Since it was their very first run together, he stepped up to handle the entire battle strategy. Everyone instantly agreed in unison. Wei Tian got the frontline duty pure defense and pulling all the monster aggro. Zhang Churan and Tong Lingxi were put on pure damage duty, while Song locked down all the supporting firepower from the backline. Chu Yi, he's playing pure support. Right as the roles were finally set, a massive horde of goblins crashed the party out of nowhere. Wei Yi rushed in first, smashing the ground with raw force. The huge shockwave instantly sent the monsters flying backward. She just stood there, totally shocked by her own attack. Her skill power had spiked by over 40%. Was this the captain's buff? Tangling watched Joy cast, completely mind-blown. No way. His spell casting speed was absolutely unreal. He just dropped 3 heavy buffs in under a single second. Not even a pure dedicated mage like her could ever dream of matching that speed. Snapping back to reality, Tong Lingxi quickly unleashed a totally devastating magic spell. It completely stalled the goblin charge. Seizing that perfect opening, Zhang Chiron bolted in, ruthlessly tearing down the monsters with her sword. Tin, watch out for an ambush. Right as Chu Yi yelled the warning, a deadly shower of arrows plummeted straight toward them. Catching the early warning, Wei Ti popped her shield wall just in time, perfectly blocking the sneaky goblin sniper strike. Now watch closely, something is totally off. This is completely different. Since when did dungeon goblins pack a ranged archer squad? Level 23 silver grade archers, with sneak attack barrage. Chu Yi casually checked out their monster info. He just laughed it off. It seemed because they brought a bigger squad, the dungeon goblins actually upgraded all their attack pattern. Still talking, Chu Yi dropped Punishment of Light, instantly wiping out the archers. He decided to clear out those annoying pests first, leaving the rest entirely to them. After all, Chu Yi's main goal for this run was building some actual team chemistry. Soloing it would totally ruin the point. No problem at all. Zhang Chan and Wei excitedly replied back. Seeing the whole team go so hard hyped Song Zolan up big time. She started spamming her attack talismans right at the horde. Meanwhile, observing from the monitor room, Wang watched the battle unfold and couldn't help but nod in approval. His casting speed had more than doubled since the freshman tournament. Sumi theorized some of his skills were dropping instantly with 0 delay. She figured that after surviving the Abyss-level dungeon, the new talent he picked was definitely meant to supercharge his casting speed. Honestly, Chu Yi's growth rate was totally monstrous. A brand new freshman, and he's already carried Zhang Churan straight to the Abyss tier summit. Wang just chuckled. That was exactly why he wanted to test the kid further. You caught that, right? He rigged their difficulty. Back inside, thanks to flawless teamwork, Chu Yi's squad was completely obliterating the massive, overwhelming goblin horde. With enemies swarming her, Jang Churan let out a cold snort and fired up her signature technique, Phantom Slash. She unleashed a brutal flurry of high-speed strikes, effortlessly shredding the vanguard. The others weren't slacking off either, firing off their own epic abilities. Song ripped a talisman, raining down the epic 5 Thunder Judgment straight into the monster pack. Tong Lingxi unleashed her wind magic, Gale Tornado. It created this massive vortex that completely ripped through the monster horde. Then she yelled, Taishan, hit them with the final blow. Got it. Wei Tin replied curtly. Leaping high into the sky, she came crashing down with a brutal series of aerial assault kicks. By the time she finally landed, the entire monster mob was completely wiped out. Benefiting from that insane buff, crushing those goblins felt totally effortless to her. That was awesome. So refreshing. Still itching for more action, Wei Yin smiled and shot Tang Lingxi an excited, inquiring look. Wait, does that mean we're already done with the goblins? Tong Lingxi nodded. Yeah, Xiao Bi told me there aren't any left nearby. Joy just laughed and casually reminded them. This was only the warm-up. The upcoming boss fight is the real main event. Don't let your guard down. But Wei Ta just cracked her knuckles, face totally full of confidence. What is there to fear? Bro, your buff literally doubled my damage output. With you backing me up, isn't clearing this entire dungeon just a total piece of cake? Xiaolan cheerfully chimed in. That's right. Honestly, Zhao Yi could probably clear this entire dungeon all by himself blindfolded. Tong Lingxi nodded in agreement. The captain's sheer strength is truly impressive. Hearing this, Zhou Yi rubbed his temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. Are you guys trying to set impossibly high expectations for me? The hype was getting way too real. So what do you and I make of this? A team hyping you up this much is just begging for trouble. Yung Chu Ran just brushed it off, covering a quick giggle as she stood aside. A few moments later, our squad finally pulled up to massive doors. The final boss is behind this, right? Yet Shin asked. Zhou Yi nodded. That's right, but as they stepped up, something felt completely off. Trust me, you and I are about to witness absolute madness behind these doors. Zhou Yi pushed the heavy doors wide open, and the second they walked inside, a colossal boss materialized right in front of them, instantly talking trash. You fools, finally made it. The monster sneered. A level 25, second-generation Goblin King. Epic grade. Skills? Completely unknown. This beast was the new ruler who snatched the throne right after the old king died. Tangling Shade totally froze. A level 25 epic boss? Knowing I had VIPs coming, I prepared some special gifts. The monster mocked. Laughing like an absolute maniac, the boss hoisted its weapon high into the air and summoned a giant fireball, blasting it straight at Tangling Shade. A basic fireball spell? How is it this strong? She stammered. Panic totally locked her down. She couldn't even move, just staring blankly as the blazing inferno rushed right at her face. Get out of the way, Wei Tin screamed, sprinting forward and violently shoving her back. She instantly threw up a defensive shield, but it was a total joke. Barely a single second passed before massive cracks spider-webbed across it. It's no use. I can't hold it. Just as Wei Tin yelled that, the barrier exploded. Now she was completely exposed to a point-blank fireball. Gritting her teeth, she panicked. Even with the captain's buff doubling my overall stats, I literally can't block one basic attack from this monster. The king let out a sickening laugh. Stop struggling. This room is the graveyard I personally built for you all. Now burn. And he didn't hold back. He started spamming fireballs like crazy, raining absolute hellfire down on the entire squad. One lethal hit was bad enough. Now it's a barrage. But watch closely, this is where you and I see a true captain shine. Zhou Yi wasn't about to let his team die today. Everyone, fall back right now, he ordered. He jumped to the front line, unleashing his frost aura to summon a colossal ice wall, way thicker than Wei Tin's shield, catching the blazing barrage head-on. Captain, watch out. Those aren't normal fireballs. But the second she screamed that warning, the ice wall totally absorbed the flames. The massive blasts literally shrank down to the size of ping-pong balls. Absorb, Zhou Yi whispered. He casually caught a tiny flame in his hand, crushing it into nothingness. All right, this guy is seriously tough. His raw power is miles above the last boss we fought. Hearing that, Song Xiaolan boldly stepped up. Then let me take the opening shot. She flashed a quick hand seal, launching an absolute swarm of glowing talismans at the king. Heaven's mandate. Guide my path. Spirit talismans. Unleash. Explode. The moment she yelled that, the talismans went off like a bomb, completely swallowing the boss in a raging, massive inferno. But a second later, the beast just casually inhaled the fire. He crushed the leftover talismans like paper. 0 damage taken. Song Xiaolan's jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. How did that do absolutely nothing? She gasped. Tangling Shay stepped forward, her face turning dead serious. Let me try my magic, she said, instantly sparking her own fire aura to life. Summoning a longbow, she unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of flaming arrows. Let him choke on this. Zhang Churan screamed, firing off her own skill. Demon's Edge. Several lethal sword waves ripped right toward the target. Both ultimate attacks slammed straight into the boss. Boom! A massive explosion sent a heavy shockwave ripping through the entire room. You and I both expected massive damage, right? Nope. Wrapped in purple energy. The boss grinned. How interesting. But this is where it ends. He unhinged his jaw. A tiny purple orb sparked to life, rapidly sucking in all the dark energy around him, until it grew massively. Finally, he fired the orb right at them. Zhuang Linhai lost all hope. The level gap is just too insane. We literally can't beat this thing. Right when panic peaked, Chu Yi casually walked to the front. Calm down. You still have me. Boom. A brilliant golden shield flared up, tanking the blast perfectly. With just a wave of his hand, the boss's ultimate was completely shut down. Vaith Yet Tam spoke up. Brother Yi, let me try a melee strike. Chu Yi just smiled, clapping a hand on his shoulder. A level 25 epic boss is way out of your league right now. Stand back. I'll handle this. Instantly, Chu Yi locked onto the king with his Eye of Light skill. It reveals hidden weaknesses. So what do you and I take from this? The boss is 1 level higher, but his stats are literally doubled. If I trigger my S-rank Bloodline secret art, stick with me, you and I are about to witness an epic flex. Since this test is targeting him, it was obviously set up by director Engo. If that is how they want to play, he will show everyone his true seraphim strength. Boom. Chu Yi instantly transforms into a seraph, holy light blazing in his left hand, an absolute freezing frost power erupting from his right. Outside the dungeon, Too Many looks super anxious, asking the director, isn't this boss difficulty way too extreme? Is this torture really necessary? Director Gang explains. Sure, their current power is impressive, but rival schools hide some absolutely insane talents too. In the upcoming exchange tournament, geniuses from Mado and Thonkin universities will be ruthless. He needs to crush them with a defeat so they understand how brutal this competition gets. Tumini whispers in shock, a defeat? Then she actually chuckles. Director, you are seriously underestimating Chu Yi right now. Gang just smiles. He actually hopes Chu Yi proves him wrong. Back inside, the boss stares at transformed Chu Yi, completely amused. A glowing little bird? How interesting. Show me what you got, the boss taunts. Chu Yi does not hesitate, blasting him with a massive radiant impact. The monster snaps back big words for a little brat. You need to learn your place as a challenger. Then, the boss counters with a devastating apocalyptic meteor. Boom. The skills collide, triggering a massive energy explosion. Kwang So Yen slams her sword into the ground, burning her own mana to throw up a protective barrier. Tong Halin gasps. You and I are finally seeing his real power. It suddenly hits her. Her team's power level is not even in the same universe as Chu Yi's. She whips around to Kwang So Yen. Has Chu Yi ever unleashed this crazy form before? Kwang So Yen just smiles. First time for her too. It looks like brother Chu Yi is finally going completely all out. Smoke clears. Both fighters are completely unharmed. The boss just grins. Is that really all you have? Brat? No matter what flashy form you use, you still cannot defeat me. Chu Yi just murmurs a word. Chains of holy light shoot forward, wrapping tightly around the boss's limbs. The monster panics. What is this? While the beast is stunned, Chu Yi unleashes Spear of Victory. Glowing weapons rain down from the sky. Time to turn the tables. Chu Yi instantly follows up with Radiant Flamestorm, trapping the boss inside a fiery vortex. This wasn't just one strike. You saw that too, right? His insane combo chain just dealt absolutely massive damage. The beast roars in agony. Chu Yi just smirks. Do not worry. I have more. He dashes in, shoving his hand right into the screaming mouth. Thunderlight beam. The blinding light fades. The boss reappears, dripping pitch-black blood from its jaws, barely managing to speak in a weakened gasp. Seems you still have not used your full power. Sorry, I could not give you a better fight. Chu Yi chuckles. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame. He was really hoping to test out his hand of God in the six-winged angel form. Guess he has to save that for later. But since you are still breathing, allow me to finally send you on your way. Chu Yi points two fingers, condenses his energy, and fires. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Director Wu Meng is absolutely sweating in fear. What a total monster. He meticulously designed this boss to be a brutal challenge, even for a level 26 player. Chu Yi's current strength is completely terrifying. Director Wu Meng turns to Su Meier, asking if she has his usual combat data from the training grounds. Su Meier just smiles warmly. I absolutely do. As it happens, Chu Yi did a quick test run on the training grounds right before showing up here today. He easily cleared the level 10 combat simulation in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Hearing this, Wu Meng chuckles. No wonder you two had so much confidence in him. She smiles right back. Well, it is perfect timing that Chu Yi could prove his insane strength right in front of your eyes. Back inside the dungeon, the second the boss takes Chu Yi's final move and completely vanishes into thin air, a system panel pops up. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss level dungeon. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Right below that, the crazy clearance rewards start rolling in. Instantly, a bright level-up glow wraps around Tongling Shi. She is completely stunned, gasping, wait, I got 8,000 experience points? Wei Tito looks just as shocked. He got 8,000 points too. One run in this Abyss level dungeon seriously gives more rewards than a whole week of grinding outside. As for Chu Yi, he already dropped his overpowered transformation. Back in normal form, his personal panel appears. Congratulations, you have earned 11,236 experience points, 10 free attribute, and 10 skill points. So what do you and I make of this? Chu Yi is unstoppable. Stick with me, you and I are about to see him level up again. Just then, Zheng Churan runs over, looking totally worried. Brother Chu Yi, talk to me. You aren't hurt, right? Chu Yi just stands up, brushing himself off. I'm all good. Just totally drained. Let us go check out what insane loot this boss actually dropped. No hesitation, the squad rushes over to the boss's remains. Boom. A shining gold chest is just sitting right there. They pop it open, and wow, gold grade. Staff of Flames, requiring level 24. Another gold weapon. Fire Spirit Shield, level 24 gear. Gold Ring of the Flame Demon. Wei Tot absolutely screams with pure hype. This loot is totally insane, right? Pure gold grade drops. Brother Yi, you triggered an absolute jackpot. Chu Yi just laughs it off. Guess our drop rates are pretty stacked today. Do any of you guys need these 3 gold items? The team speaks up. Wei Titam says the level requirement is just way too high. I can't equip it. Tong Ling Zi adds that fire stats clash with her build, passing 2. Jang Chiron steps up. This gear ignores my class, and Halan's too. Sei Halan insists. Chu Yi, you carried this whole raid. You should keep everything. Chu Yi does not argue. Grabbing the loot, he smiles. Well, that is a shame. I will hold this gear for now. Once back, I will auction it for school credits. Then I will split the profit evenly and send your shares. Wei Titam shuts that down fast. No way, bro. You deserve 70% minimum. We would be totally crushed without you. Song Halan adds shyly. Exactly. You were the main reason we actually beat that boss. I know what you are thinking, he is too nice, right? But Chu Yi smiles. An even split means nobody struggles with school credits anymore. Jang Chiron stands there, flashing a huge grin as well. Just take the deal, guys. Honestly, Brother Chu Yi is the absolute last guy worrying about his academic credits. Hearing that logic, the squad stops fighting it. They gladly take the massive payout. All right, it is settled then. With the insane loot sorted, Chu Yi smiles. Do not forget, our goal is not just winning this entire tournament. We have to defend our academy's honor too. T-Tam nods hard. Brother Yi, I will not fail you. I will train twice as hard. Song Halan speaks up. I will give it my all. Captain, me too. Chu Yi nods, totally hyped. Perfect. This crazy drive is exactly how we win. I know for a fact our squad is gonna absolutely dominate this exchange tournament. Stepping straight out of the dungeon, the crew gets hit with massive applause from Dean Wu Muang. Massive congrats on clearing that custom Abyss tier dungeon. Dean Wu and Miss Su just keep hyping them up. You guys absolutely crushed my expectations. And Chu Yi, you were on a whole different level. You totally blew my mind. Chu Yi just scratches his head, smiling. I only did my job. Wu Muang then looks right at Chu Yi. So, about snagging first place? Thoughts? Chu Yi tightens his fist. First place? We are absolutely claiming that crown. Perfect. You need that exact killer confidence to win. Miss Su chimes in. Since Chu Yi plays support and attack, let's run 2 strats. Phase 1. Chu Yi acts like a pure support to completely hide his god tier power. Now, pay attention here. When the moment is right, he unleashes everything and totally destroys them. Running that play practically guarantees us the tournament championship trophy. Dean Wu Mong grins, totally agreeing. Brilliant move. Let us show those old veterans exactly what a monster Chu Yi truly is today. Miss Su nods. But their synergy is still sloppy. They need serious grinding to fix that. No arguments here. Tomorrow, we start a brutal bootcamp fixing those exact flaws. All right, class dismissed. Go home and recover. But heads up, to keep this bootcamp spicy, we prepared some brutal penalties. Chu Yi immediately sweats. Penalties? Come on, sir. Can you drop a tiny hint? Spoilers ruin the fun. We have VIP business to handle, so we are out. Boom, they vanish. Miss Su, Chu Yi yells out, but she completely ignores him, walking away like an absolute boss, gone in literal seconds. Whatever. Chu Yi turns back to his hyped-up squad. All right, guys, let us all train hard and dominate this exchange tournament. Yeah, the team roars. Time flies, and that is where we leave it. Later on, outside the gates, some random guy cries about nightmare mode being absolutely impossible. A random player sighed. Tell me about it. I tried twice and still got absolutely crushed. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to see this impossible abyss mode get totally wrecked. Right as he complained, they overheard a crazy question. Lingzi, do you think we can speedrun this abyss mode dungeon in under 10 minutes? Both players jumped, snapping their heads around. A squad of 5 walked right past them, completely relaxed and just laughing. The one talking big was the black-haired girl in the squad. This was Chu Yi's party, stepping up to challenge the dungeon. Hearing Wei Tizhen's question, Tong Lingxi just smiled. We have been training forever. Plus, with our captain's insane buffs, 10 minutes will be an absolute breeze. Wei Tizhen nodded. Fair point. Plus, Dean Wu gave me some killer advice just yesterday. Tong Lingxi let out a chuckle. Well then, I am super excited to see what you pull off today. After Chu Yi's squad walked in, the first player freaked out, treating abyss mode like a speedrun. Who the heck are they? The second guy answered. That is the team representing our academy in this year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament. The first player gasped. Freshman? I thought our absolute strongest main team player was only level 19. Their weakest is level 20. That is unreal. And the guy who just spoke looked like an absolute beast. The second guy pointed at the ranking board with pure respect. He is not just strong. Take a look. That is Yi, the monster holding the #1 clear record. Another player overheard this, glancing up at the glowing leaderboard in total shock. He instantly yelled, Chu Yi? So he is the legend that even the top Earth rankers cannot beat. Exactly 7 minutes later, deep inside the dungeon. Die, you pathetic little insects. Now pay attention, because things get wild. The boss unleashed a world-ending inferno, but Wei Tizhen just laughed excitedly. You finally used your ultimate move? Now, shatter. She screamed, her hands exploding with bright red energy as she charged straight ahead, smashing the fiery attack into pure dust. She smirked to herself. Thanks to the Dean's brutal training, I am easily strong enough to block your garbage now. Suddenly, the massive boss's voice boomed out. The weak, stay weak. Do not think a tiny bit of progress lets you act arrogant around me. Wei Tizhen froze in panic, turning her head to see a giant fist inches from her face. Fall back, Chu Yi commanded, leaping right in front of her and punching the monster's fist head-on. In an absolute flash, the monster's entire arm twisted into shreds, making it scream in pure agony. Chu Yi turned back with a cool smile. You did an awesome job blocking that first attack all on your own. Now let's team up and finish this guy. Tong Lingxi chimed in with a warm smile. Take a breather, leave the rest to us. The boss roared in blind fury, threatening to kill them all. But before it could even twitch, shining golden chains locked it down tightly. A massive surge of brutal lightning ripped right through the chains, making the beast scream all over again. I know what you are thinking, game over, right? Chu Yi grabbed the chain, laughing. Feeling it now? Do not worry, scream all you want, but we are not letting you go. Song Haran stepped up next. She nodded. That is right. Her face went dead serious as she flashed hand seals. Heaven and Earth sealing formation activate. An absolute flood of glowing talismans flew out, plastering the boss entirely. Then, Tong Lingxi joined in. Why don't you taste this killer move? Gu taught me this one. Lightning magic, thunder's descent. From high up, a giant pillar of lightning slammed straight down on the monster. Finally, Zhang Qiran took her turn. She rushed right in, screaming for one final blow. With that, she unleashed a devastating slash, sending the monster's huge head flying into the air as the system chimed. Congratulations on crushing the Abyss-level dungeon. The clear time was 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Epic rewards dropped instantly. Just a moment later, Chu Yi's squad stepped out of the dungeon, where Dean Wu marched over to praise them. Not bad at all. You beat the 9-minute mark. Even I cannot find a single flaw in your run today. Chu Yi blinked in surprise. Dean Wu, what are you doing here? Dean Wu's face turned completely serious. I came to drop some major news. The big exchange tournament date is locked in. It is 1 week from today. Tomorrow, I am taking your entire squad to the venue at Thongqin University. Hearing this, Song Haran cheered loudly. That is epic. The tournament is finally kicking off. Zhang Qiran clenched her fists, practically vibrating with excitement. We trained insanely hard for so long, all just for this exact moment. Wei Tizhen smiled too. After all that grinding, we finally get a real match. Tong Lingzi, however, asked a curious question. Thongqin University? Trust me, we are in for a wild ride. Stick with me here. You and I are about to witness one epic tournament. Chu Yi cracked his knuckles, grinning wide. He was completely sick of just fighting dungeon bosses anyway. Finally, a real chance to crush top-tier prodigies from rival schools. The very next day, Teacher Wu arrived to escort Chu Yi's squad straight to the main event. But before heading out, he dropped a quick warning. For their own safety, they would use the school's private teleportation array. It would shoot them directly to the exchange tournament over at Thongqin University. Principal Wang Hui and the top deans were already waiting at the portal. After a quick greeting, the principal faced the students. As their absolute best freshmen, the school's entire reputation rested on their shoulders. They had held the champion title for 4 years straight. He expected them to bring home that 5th consecutive trophy. Without missing a beat, Chu Yi's squad yelled "Yes, sir" in total unison. Satisfied, Principal Wang signaled Dean Zhu to fire up the teleportation array. And boom! In literally the blink of an eye, Chu Yi's crew, plus their teachers, touched down perfectly at Thongqin University. Chu Yi was honestly blown away. They were already at Thongqin? That was insanely fast. Weren't the two schools supposed to be over 2 million kilometers apart? Teacher Sumer just smiled, giving all the credit to Dean Zhu's massive spellcasting. Without him, they would have been stuck on a train for days. Only a true third advancement mage could actually pull off an ultra-long-distance warp like that. Suddenly, a loud voice welcomed the Suhang University crew to Thongqin. The man yelled out that it was a massive honor to host them all. Teacher Wu stepped up happily, warmly shaking hands with Chang Yong-chun, an absolute beast of a third advancement mechanist. Chang insisted on personally escorting his old friends right to their dorm. He smiled warmly, then immediately scanned Chu Yi's group. He had to admit, this new batch of kids looked seriously impressive. He'd already heard rumors about a few freshmen with absolutely terrifying power levels. He promised they'd meet on the battlefield. After the friendly catch-up, Teacher Wu turned back to brief his students. The official opening ceremony for the tournament was exactly 10 days away. All the brutal matches would kick off right after. After a full month of hellish training, the team was basically running on fumes. So, no more crazy workouts for the next few days. They could actually relax. But Thongqin was swarming with random visitors right now. Watch closely. We both know alien spies might have infiltrated the city. At massive events like this, demonic enemies almost always try to assassinate humanity's top geniuses. It literally happens every single year. With that warning, he dismissed them. They were free to explore the city for a few days, but they had to stay on high alert. Business handled. A service robot escorted Chu Yi's squad to their private rooms to finally crash. The robot officially welcomed them to the Thongqin University residential block. It offered 24/7 assistance if they needed anything at all. Chu Yi declined, but he had to admit this high-tech service was pretty awesome. Chu Yi stood by the window, staring out at the massive city before finally pulling up his system panel. He dumped all his stockpiled experience points, smoothly breaking through right to level 23. That scored him 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. He let out a heavy sigh, still miles away from level 24. Most of his skills were still stuck at C or B rank, even after hitting his second advancement. The base skills of a holy knight. To learn the good stuff, he needed to be at least B+ rank, maybe even snag an ultra-rare A+ rank skill. The Iron Vanguard and Light Auras could massively boost his allies' stats, while his Dark Aura was designed to deal absolutely devastating damage to any enemy. Reaching the third advancement? Yeah, that was still a long way off. Whatever, he needed to focus on crushing this current system achievement first. One long week later, the 157th National Freshman Tournament of the Zongsha Nation finally kicked off. And you and I saw this coming. The very first match was Su Hang versus Ryang University. The absolute hype and electric energy inside that arena literally made Chu Yi gasp. Now, it made total sense why everyone killed to compete in this national tournament. An epic scale like this was just breathtaking. Jang Qiran smirked beside him, and get this, it was only the opening round. By the time they reached the final showdown, this insane crowd would easily double in size. While Chu Yi's squad soaked up the hype, their opponents from Ryang University looked totally miserable. Drawing Su Hang, round 1, absolutely brutal luck. There was literally nothing they could do. They were just destined to be cannon fodder for the champions. Su Hang took the crown last year. So, yeah, what do you and I take from this? Anyone facing them is completely doomed. Alright, you and I are about to watch an epic tournament clash. The brown-haired guy just scoffed, boasting about being top 30 last year. He figured they could put up a fight. Up in the stands, the crowd was already going completely wild. People noticed the Holy Knight in back was level 23. At that level, he could absolutely crush any other freshman here. Good thing he plays support, right? If that guy was dealing damage, the other team would be in for an absolute nightmare. Ryang University was basically doomed. Now, everyone just wondered how many secret weapons they could force the Su Hang team to actually reveal. Down on the arena floor, that brown-haired captain finally noticed Chu Yi's crazy level. The guy was literally shaking in his boots, but kept up a brave face. Sure, Su Hang has skill, but in the arena, level isn't everything. Both teams locked into position. The battlefield instantly materialized around them as they threw up their heavy defensive barriers. The robotic announcer kicked off the countdown. The exact second that 3-second timer hit 0, the Ryang students almost charged in for a crazy first strike. But their captain held them back. He wanted to play it safe. Focus on pure defense first, and see what they were dealing with. Here's the part you're going to want to watch closely. The enemy Holy Knight casually waved his hand, and a massive light instantly engulfed the Su Hang team. In a flash, every single one of their stats completely skyrocketed. The crowd went dead silent. He dropped multiple massive buffs in literally seconds. Insane, right? Holy Knight Chu Yi truly deserved that captain title. Even Chang Yongsun was completely blown away. Old Wu, he muttered, this Holy Knight captain of yours, Chu Yi, is an absolute monster. If he keeps this pace, your whole team's stats will jump by 50%. Wu Meng just smiled proudly. The Holy Knight is a rare hidden class. Its biggest advantage? Dropping massive area of effect buffs across the entire battlefield. And in a tight team fight like this, the power is absolutely overwhelming. Chang Yongshun went completely silent, thinking, thank goodness his own team had some secret weapons, because fighting Chu Yi alone would be pure torture. Now, let's see how Ryang University handles this crazy pressure. Unfortunately for them, Chu Yi's squad didn't even look like normal students anymore. They looked like a terrifying squad of Grim Reapers. One guy was shaking so hard his weapon hit the floor. Captain, what do we even do? The captain's face went totally pale, but he forced out a response. I think I can block this. I know what you're thinking. But Chu Yi just smirked. The enemy was nothing special. So, time to roll with the absolute simplest battle plan. Everyone, charge in. Let's wipe them out in one massive hit. Jang Qiran and Song Xiulan completely agreed. Understood. The second that order dropped, an excited Tongling Shi summoned a massive, raging storm of deadly fireballs. Let me take the first hit, Captain. Instantly, she unleashed an insane volley of countless fire arrows, blasting straight at the Ryang team. Fire magic arrow volley. The assault forced the Ryang guys to grit their teeth and pop a guardian light shield. Holding the barrier, their captain screamed, "We blocked it." That's all they've got. But suddenly, a teammate behind him went totally pale. Captain, there is another attack coming. Charging in was Wang Tekken. Eyes like sharp daggers, Void Breaker Fist. Her brutal punch shattered their shield like glass. And before they could even react, Jang Qiran dropped from above, raining down sword strikes. The demon's ring hit, followed by blasting lightning, creating one massive explosion. That relentless assault instantly wiped out every single student from Vinh Duong University. With zero strength left to fight back, the system finally announced the end. The clear winner? Su Hang University. The system floated up. Thank you both for such an epic, spectacular battle. Please hold on. The next fight starts shortly. The second it ended, Jang Qiran immediately started complaining. My opponent is just a warrior, but I'm match 27. I have to wait around forever. Song Xiulan sighed right next to her. I've got it worse. I'm number 45. When will it finally be my turn? Hearing that, Chu Yi chimed in super hyped. I'm match 6 against a swordsman. Guess my luck is actually pretty solid. That means I'm up in group 2. The girls could only glare at him with pure envy. The crowd started whispering. Chu Yi didn't even lift a finger in that last match. I really want to see what he's made of. Can a support Holy Knight actually survive the brutal individual tournament? You and I both know he's hiding his real power. He's the captain, after all. Soon enough, Chu Yi's match was up. The whole crowd instantly exploded, screaming his name over and over. All right, you and I are about to watch an absolute beatdown. The system announces the 9th match of the solo tournament. It is Chu Yi from Suhong University taking on Liu Chang from Chuan University. Fighters, get ready, this showdown is starting now. Our MC's opponent? Liu Chang, a level 18 swordsman who thinks he is the absolute boss. Liu Chang sneers with total disgust. He figures Joe is just a weak support class, thinking he just scored the easiest win ever. Getting a free victory right from the start? Liu's fan club in the stands starts hyping him up like crazy. They whisper that Liu is fighting the Suhong captain. Sounds like a tough fight on paper, right? Well, not exactly. A Holy Knight is just a healer, right? Liu is totally gonna one-shot him. The system flashes the final countdown sequence. 3, 2, 1, start. The second the bell rings, Liu Qiang instantly raises his blade and launches the first strike. He arrogantly barks that if Joe gives up right now, he might actually let him walk away with some pride intact. Joe just laughs it off completely. Him? Surrender? He casually tells Liu to see if he can survive even a single punch before he keeps running that loud mouth of his. Furious, Liu swings his heavy sword downward, roaring at the punk for daring to act so arrogant right to his face. He unleashes the Raging Bull's fire wave, but Joe effortlessly dodges every single lightning-fast sword strike. That insane speed actually startles Liu. So fast. But he quickly recovers with an evil sneer, claiming the match ends right here. Now watch closely, because this is where it gets wild. Suddenly, thick ice completely freezes Liu Qiang's feet solid. By the time he looks up, Joe is already charging forward, fist fully raised. Panicking, Liu curses under his breath. Damn it, how dare this guy use such pathetic, cheap tricks against him. Desperate, Liu blasts a blazing fire spell to shatter the solid ice that was trapping his legs in place. He furiously lunges forward, slashing his sword and screaming about pathetic tricks. But then, total shock. Joe blocks the glowing blade, completely barehanded. That crazy defense leaves Liu absolutely paralyzed with fear. He blocked it. A split second later, Joe buries a devastating punch straight into his gut. He screams in pure disbelief. Impossible. The sheer raw force instantly launches Liu Qiang flying dozens of meters backward. The crowd down below erupts into total panic. Wait, what the heck just happened? Their captain just got swatted like a fly. Nobody could even track Joe's attack. It was just way too fast. Their instructor sighs heavily. The opponent is the Suhong captain, after all. Liu Chang made the fatal mistake of underestimating him. Even as a support class, his real fighting power is absolutely terrifying. As the heavy dust slowly clears, Liu is finally revealed. Face totally covered in blood, body completely knocked out cold. The system drone quickly scans him and announces that Liu cannot continue fighting. The arena system instantly declares the undisputed winner is Chu Yi. Joe lowers his smoking fist and scoffs. Way too weak. The guy could not even handle a single basic C-rank punch. Hearing that savage flex, the entire stadium absolutely loses its mind. What a godlike strike. He literally insta-killed his rival. Just unbelievable. You and I know the truth. That was not even his full power. Meanwhile, Professor Chu Yi from Qingjing University gasps in shock. It has only been a few short months since she scouted in Lijiang. Joe's power level has skyrocketed way too fast. Beside her, Dean Chang smirks, realizing that this absolute monster was incredibly close to enrolling as one of their own top-tier students. Chu Yi nods with heavy regret. That is right. If she had realized his insane potential earlier, she would have fought tooth and nail to recruit a genius top scorer like him. Huge sigh. With Joe on their roster, they would absolutely dominate this whole tournament. Nearby, a level 19 archer named Halen watches Joe with intense interest. He definitely looks like that special overpowered guy Little Ran was gossiping about. His real battle skills are genuinely terrifying. How is this guy a master at support, close quarters, combat, and high-tier magic? Nearby, a level 18 priest named Zhou Xiao starts sweating anxiously. The insane speed of his freezing magic, it just makes absolutely zero sense. Not even the elite ice mages in her own clan cast that fast. Suddenly, her mystic bracelet glows brightly. Xiao freezes, eyes wide with shock. Wait a minute, the clan's sacred treasure is reacting. Could this guy actually be an awakener of the legendary glacial bloodline? Noticing Xiao trembling in absolute silence, Xiaolun quickly turns and asks her what the heck is wrong. Startled, Xiao tightly grips her glowing bracelet. I am fine. Panicking, she immediately scrambles for any quick excuse to escape the arena. Sister Lan, an emergency just came up. I gotta go. Her totally suspicious behavior leaves Xiao Lan completely confused and staring blankly. Okay then? Xiao instantly sprints to a dark, secluded corner and dials Zhou Hang. The second it rings, he picks up the line. He answers confused. Xiao, isn't your big tournament happening right now? Why are you calling your old man right now? And on the secure company phone? Seriously? Hearing his voice, she drops the bomb. Dad, I found a glacial bloodline awakener. And get this, his last name is Zhou. Trust me, we are just getting started here. Let's dive right into the madness. Hearing Chu Yi's glacial bloodline purity is over 70%, Zhou Hang completely froze. He gasped in pure shock. Are you absolutely sure? That high of a purity level? Zhou Xiao nodded. I am 80% sure. But to lock it in, I need to scan him at point-blank range. Zhou Hang took a deep breath. Pushing up his glasses, he ordered, all right. Find a way to get me right next to Chu Yi. While you do that, I will run full background checks. We need to know if this kid is actually part of our Zhou clan. Call dropped. Zhou Hang bolted to his feet, staring out the window, literally vibrating with excitement. A glacial bloodline. If this is legit, maybe our Longland faction can actually be saved. Meanwhile, at the arena, the right side of the crowd is absolutely roaring Chu Yi, but the left side, screaming just as hard for Lion. Lian's classmate just laughed and patted him, saying, Brother Shin, do not hold back out there. Lian flashed a totally wicked smirk. Relax. My only fear is that punk Chu Yi will not make me use my full power. But Wei He chimed in right away, warning him, Xiaowin, careful. Chu Yi's strength is no joke. Even I feel an insanely dangerous aura off him. Instantly, Lian's expression turned dead serious. Got it, brother. And with that, Lian immediately activated his skills. His classmates stepped back, totally amazed. As expected of Brother Shin, this aura is absolutely unreal. Wearing level 18 Gale armor, I bet Chu Yi will not even touch a single hair on him. Qiong immediately agreed. Oh, exactly. Now watch closely. Here is where it gets crazy. They are mocking Chu Yi, but as the match starts, the entire arena absolutely explodes with non-stop, deafening hype. Chu Yi is the absolute strongest. Let's go Chu Yi. Madu University versus Li Xin. The crowd is just going wild. Right then, Zhou Hang showed up, panting heavily. Glad I made it in time. Zhao Donger looked around, totally impressed. This arena rivals our clan's training grounds. Suddenly, Zhou Xiao popped up right behind them. Donger spotted her instantly, spinning around with a huge smile to call her sister. She bolted over, hugging Zhou Xiao tight. Hugging back, Xiao asked in confusion, Dad? Donger? Why are you two here? Zhou Hang replied super calmly. What else? We are investigating Chu Yi. He is highly likely from our main lineage that got scattered during the Dark Age. The clan leader heard someone awaken the legendary glacial bloodline. So, he ordered me down here to verify it with my own eyes. Plus, it is the perfect chance for your little sister to watch Suzhou's absolute #1 freshman in action. Donger instantly pouted. What is so epic about some basic support class Holy Knight? It is not like I can learn anything from him. Zhou Xiao sternly shut that down. Donger, drop the attitude. Who cares if he is a Holy Knight? You and I both know the stakes here. If his purity breaks 70%, he easily qualifies for our clan's legendary hidden classes. Donger's eyes lit up. Wait, sis. The highest bloodline purity in our entire main branch's youth is only 40%. Is his 70% really that godlike? Zhou Hang immediately snapped, scolding her. Donger, I warned you before we even left. You need to show Chu Yi some serious respect. By clan hierarchy, he is technically your older brother. Donger just huffed, totally annoyed. Whatever. Even if he is family, if he wants to be my senior, he better prove he is actually strong enough in this fight. Zhou Xiao quickly played peacekeeper. Okay, Dad is here now. We will test his bloodline purity and finally get the truth. For now, let's just watch his match. Donger reluctantly agreed, backing down. Right on cue, the system announced the battle. Chu Yi from Suhong University, facing Li Xin from Shanghai. The third round of singles is kicking off. Give it up for our two epic contestants. Lai from Modu versus Chu Yi from Suhong. Lai stepped up in full heavy armor, oozing pure confidence. Honestly, I plan to wear light gear and finish you off in seconds flat. But my captain warned me you are tough. Time to get serious. Chu Yi just smiled, completely unfazed. Oh really? Good luck. Chu Yi scanned Li Xin for a second, analyzing. Wow, he actually gauged my true strength? Seems that Modu University captain is definitely not someone to mess with. But staring at Lian, Chu Yi muttered. Level 18? This guy is a solid 5 levels below me. If I use even one single punishment of light attack, he will literally pass out on the spot. The level 18 fighter stood ready, fully locked in. But the second he met Chu Yi's cold gaze, he violently flinched. This fight gives Chu Yi a headache. Trust me, you and I definitely need to see tomorrow's team match against Qingjing University. All right, stick with me here. Our boy has to hold back his insane power, so close quarters combat is his only option right now. Holding back is seriously getting on his nerves. Seeing both fighters ready, the system finally rings out. Contestants, please prepare for battle. The match officially begins in 3, 2, 1, start. The second it kicks off, Chu Yi casts Blessing of Protection, blasting a massive pillar of blinding light. The glare hits Lian right in the face, making him shield his eyes. But Chu Yi's casual stance just ticks him off even more. You have got some flash, but it is all for show. With a scoff, Lian charges straight at Chu Yi like a madman. He arrogantly throws a vicious low kick, but Chu Yi blocks it without even breaking a sweat. Is that seriously all you have got? Chu Yi instantly counters with a glowing, heavy elbow strike. The massive blow forces Lian to throw up his armor. He grits his teeth in pure agony. Why does his heavy gear feel completely useless right now? That pathetic block does not last a second before Chu Yi sends Lian flying. Lian's body slams right into the arena wall. You and I are watching a pure fighter get totally crushed by a support class. Spectators are losing their minds. Nobody has ever seen anything like this. How in the world did Chu Yi actually injure him? Lian awakened the A-rank talent Iron Bones. His raw defense should be leagues above a simple Holy Knight's. Bruised and battered, Lian staggers up and yells, "Are you absolutely sure you are not from some elite martial arts clan? There is no way your combat skills are this much better than mine." Chu Yi just casually shakes out his arm. Nah, I am just a little bit tougher than your average guy. With that, he unleashes an absolutely brutal barrage of holy fist punches. Lian grits his teeth, desperately throwing up his guard. He curses under his breath. This crazy offense is way too strong to escape. Chu Yi's relentless, punishing assault forces Lian further and further backward. Suddenly, Chu Yi's voice drops ice cold. Time to end this. Staring down that incoming strike, Lian panics. There is zero chance he can block this hit. Terrified out of his mind, Lian screams out, "Stop, Chu Yi, I surrender." Hearing that, Chu Yi instantly redirects his fist. But the sheer, explosive power of the shockwave still violently blasts Lian across the stage. He crashes to the floor, in total agony. Seeing Lian's shattered armor and wrecked body, the system declares, Chu Yi is the winner of this match. Congratulations on advancing. You have officially secured a top spot in the 4th round of the singles tournament. Chu Yi awkwardly scratches his neck, thinking to himself, man, holding back is honestly way harder than it looks. I stepped on stage and accidentally went a little too crazy on it. The entire stadium erupts into pure chaos. I know what you are thinking. Since when can a support class Holy Knight fight like an absolute demon? A Holy Knight just beat a fighter with his bare hands. Where's the logic in that? His close combat destructive power is genuinely terrifying. Chu Yi slowly walks over to Lian's battered body and chivalrously offers him a quick heal. Holy light. As 2 frantic medics rush over, Chu Yi steps back, openly taking the blame. My bad, he surrendered a bit too late. I could not pull my punch in time. Passing the nurse, he casually adds, I tossed a small heal on him. That should have stabilized his major injuries. I will leave the rest to you guys. The dazed nurse simply nods. Okay, but the second she looks down at Lian's trembling, mangled body, her jaw drops. She gasps out. His injuries are incredibly severe. Lian just groans weakly from the floor. Ah, everything hurts so much. The 2 panicked medics instantly start administering emergency first aid. Examining his brutal wounds, the nurse shakes her head. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to heal this. How did a Holy Knight cause this much explosive damage? Up in the stands, Chu Xiao smirks proudly. See? I told you guys so. Chu Yi's strength is completely unreal, crushing any genius his age. Watching closely, Chu Heng replies with a dead serious look on his face. He sent a heavy armored opponent, flying with a single shockwave. That is actual, monster-level physical strength. Maybe our clan's ice bloodline can match him? It seems his hidden class upgrade came with some crazy elemental boost too. This overwhelming display leaves Donger completely speechless. She huffs, crossing her arms resentfully. Fine, I will admit it. He is super strong. Are you happy now? Her adorable pout makes Zhao Yi burst out laughing. Looks like Chu Yi's insane power finally won Donger over. Zhao Yi turns to Chu Xiao and says, I am going to need you to set up a private meeting between me and Chu Yi. Chu Xiao just gives a simple nod. Right then, the system suddenly announces Zhang Chiron's upcoming match. The clash between Suhong University's fighter and Modu University's Zhang Feng is seriously heating up. The winner is about to be decided. Stick with me to the very end, because Zhao Yi already knows this next guy is pure trash compared to Lian. Stick with me here. Xiaoan should easily win this, exactly as predicted. Down in the arena, Zhang Feng is getting completely crushed. She realizes bitterly that Suhong University's fighters are insanely strong this year. She's totally at her limit, wondering how many more brutal hits she can survive. Meanwhile, Zhang Chiron just keeps pushing forward, attacking relentlessly. She decides to end it fast. The raw energy gathering before her leaves Zhang Feng absolutely terrified. Eyes wide, she screams as Zhang Chiron unleashes a massive wave of slashes, cutting right through her. Phantom slash. Completely overwhelmed, Zhang Feng finally just collapses to the ground. The system chimes in. Zhang Feng from Modu University is down and cannot continue. Zhang Chiron advances to the 4th round. The crowd is left speechless, completely stunned by the insane power coming from Suhong University. Zhang Feng from Modu University literally did not stand a single chance. Nobody expected Suhong University to hide another monster like Zhang Chiron alongside the powerhouse Chu Yi. Tomorrow's team clash against Qingjing University is going to be absolute madness. Down below the stage, Chu Yi walks over to praise her. Great fight, Xian. That final attack was epic. But Zhang Chiron just smiles modestly, claiming she only got lucky. Her opponent was just weak. Suddenly, Zhang Chiron's tone turns completely playful. If I fought you, brother Chu Yi, I'd surrender immediately. Zhao Yi just awkwardly scratches his head, telling her she has to be kidding. How could I ever fight you? Suddenly, someone rushes up, urgently calling for student Chu Yi to wait. Joy turns around, completely confused. You looking for me? Catching her breath, Chu Xiaoyi quickly introduces herself. I am Chu Xiaoyi from the Tianlanzhou family. I came all this way because you awakened the legendary Frost Bloodline. With a Frost Bloodline that incredibly pure, you must belong to our Zhou clan. Hearing this massive reveal, Chu Yi mutters thoughtfully. Now, pay attention. Hearing those names, Zhang Chiron steps up to quietly explain. Brother Chu Yi, I know the Zhou family, just like my Zhang family. They're an ancient clan. They have ruled Tanlin province as a major powerhouse for centuries. They have a massive history, and their raw strength is seriously nothing to joke about. Zhang Chiron continues. But recently, rumors say that fewer and fewer members of the Zhou family are actually managing to awaken that Frost Bloodline. Since the Zhou family is desperate for awakened Frost Bloodlines, brother Chu Yi, you could easily score a massive amount of cultivation resources from them. Zhang Chiron's blunt words make Chu Xiaobai blush hard, but she shyly admits that it's actually possible. But Chu Yi just coldly rejects her offer. No need. I don't require any resources, but you claim I am a Zhou clan member. Do you have any actual proof? Hearing this, Chu Xiaobai immediately pulls out an appraisal stone. As it turns out, her father is also here in the arena. He brought the bloodline appraisal stone with him. If you are truly family, this magic stone will completely resonate with you. Zhao Yi reaches out to touch the appraisal stone, casually agreeing to give it a quick try. The second he touches it, immense power erupts. Chu Xiaobai screams in absolute shock. His Frost Bloodline purity is over 90%, but Chu Yi smiles calmly, admitting he definitely feels a familiar connection with her through their blood. Can you believe this? Just by joining a simple exchange tournament, he discovered his true Frost Bloodline origins. With it verified, Chu Xiaoyi nervously asks, Brother Chu Yi, my father would love to meet you. Is that possible? Chu Yi readily agrees. He turns to Zhang Chiron, telling Sean to head back first. He's going with her for a bit. Zhang Chiron smiles and tells brother Chu Yi not to feel pressured. The Zhou family might rule Tianlan, but they're absolutely nothing compared to her Zhang family. Chu Xiao instantly fires back, claiming their Zhou family is actually amazing. With that settled, Chu Xiao leads Chu Yi over. Stopping at the room, she mentions her father and little sister are already inside waiting. At that exact moment, Chu Yi absolutely couldn't help but scoff internally. When little Yun was critically ill at their absolute lowest, The Zhao family didn't lift a finger to help. So what do you and I make of this? Now that his bloodline awakened, they finally come knocking. Suddenly, the door swings open. Zhao Hang walks right in, saying they finally made it. Zhou Xiao greets him. Walking right up to Chu Yi, the man introduces himself. Hello, young friend. I'm Zhou Hang. Chu Yi politely shakes his hand. Zhou Hang smiles warmly, saying he's long heard of his reputation. Seeing you in person now, you truly are extraordinary. Let's dive right into this. The necklace glows, and Zhou Hang loses it. A Frost Bloodline with this level of purity? Absolutely unreal. Realizing he is acting way too eager, he quickly coughs and plays it cool. Your old man and I actually share a common ancestor, and Xiaoyi over here. She is your distant cousin. Man, it is a real tragedy. Your dad passed away so early. Chu Yi stays entirely chill, but hey, that is ancient history. Zhou Hang pushes on, totally hyped. Listen, Chu Yi, just come back to the main family branch. We need you to reclass into our hidden Frost class. The Zhao family will back you up with absolutely everything. We mean infinite resources. You will hit your third advancement instantly. Hearing this crazy offer, Chu Yi raises an eyebrow. A hidden class, but I am already locked as a holy knight. Can I even swap classes now? Zhou Hang's eyes immediately light up again. Zero need to stress over that. We already secured a top-tier class change item. Plus, with your insanely pure Frost Bloodline, you are going to unlock the absolute true power of this hidden Frost class. Chu Yi actually stops to think. The catch? His overpowered support system is already permanently bound to the Holy Knight class, and thanks to that Holy Light guidance, his leveling speed is already completely off the charts compared to any normal person. Now, pay attention here. To him, right now, the Zhou family's so-called hidden class is basically garbage. After mulling it over, Chu Yi drops the question. So basically, if I refuse to change my class, I get absolutely zero support from the Zhou family. Is that the deal? Zhao Hang flinches a little. Well, yeah, exactly. But the second you reclass, our entire Zhao family library and endless elite skill books are totally yours. Massive resources, zero leveling stress. But Joy just shakes his head. Total rejection. Getting a ton of free resources sounds awesome, but honestly, hard pass. Hearing this straight-up refusal, Zhou Hang enters total panic mode, frantically throwing out more bribes. When you reclass, every single skill resets. We will refund all your points. Your stats will not drop at all. Join the main branch, and I swear, in under 6 years, we will power level you straight to 50 for that third advancement. Chu Yi shuts him down. Honestly, those terms are completely useless to me. I pull plenty of loot from my own academy, so I am really not sweating over leveling up. Plus, playing a Holy Knight is way better. Yohang is completely stunned. A Holy Knight is literally just a support class. Our Zhou family's hidden class is God tier. Zhao Yi, what more could you possibly want? You and I both know that was a mistake. Just a support? That insults his absolute pride. He snaps back, furious. If you seriously think a Holy Knight is nothing but a healer, it just proves how ridiculously narrow-minded you are. Lucky for you, my tournament match against Qingjing University is tomorrow. I will show you exactly what a real Holy Knight can do. Dropping that bomb, Chu Yi turns his back, giving a lazy wave goodbye. Xiaoyi, I am out of here. Catch you at the arena tomorrow. Panicking, Zhou Xiaoyi tries to grab him. Brother Chu Yi, wait up. But he is already a ghost. Frustrated, she spins on her dad. Why did you not fight harder to keep him? Yohang's face turns rock solid. Let the kid walk. He clearly does not understand the hard limits of a Holy Knight. Tomorrow will be a massive wake-up call. Once Qingjing University crushes him, we will step in and recruit him again. Suddenly, Zhou Donger, chilling on the sofa in the back, lazily throws her hand up. Hold on. I completely disagree here. Zhou Dong air glares up. Dad, you guys are playing way too nice just to drag Chu Yi back to the main family. Is he really worth all this drama? Zhou Xiaoyi stammers awkwardly. Hang just sighs helplessly. Let your father explain the history. He gets dead serious. Our Zhou family's legendary ancestor was the very first player on Blue Star to awaken a Frost Bloodline. With that insane power, he turned the Zhou family into absolute giants. For generations, our bloodline thrived. We literally produced multiple god-tier fighters who hit their third advancement. But then the nightmare of the Dark Age changed absolutely everything. Chu Hang explains how the Dark Age brought endless swarms of otherworldly demons crashing into our reality. Our Chu family ancestor charged straight to the front lines with our elite troops. But during a deep raid into enemy territory, he vanished without a trace. Without his godlike protection, every single third-tier elder was slaughtered alongside those invading monsters. And yeah, magic managed to revive 5 of those elite elders, but a demon lord slapped them with an eternal curse. Chu Hang slumps down, whispering, "Since then, our Frost Awakening rate completely tanked to under 1%. And that is where we leave it. You and I absolutely need to see tomorrow's fight. Stick with me here, because this eternal curse is absolutely devastating. Bloodlines alone cannot purify it." He smiled, explaining that without a real successor, the Chu family looks tough, but honestly, they are incredibly fragile underneath. That is exactly why getting Chu Yi and his ultra-pure Frost Bloodline back to the main family branch is crucial. They would dump the entire clan's resources into his training. Eventually, Chu Yi's power could actually rival their legendary great ancestor. He scoffed, pointing out that right now, Chu Yi is riding a massive high from his crazy individual winning streak. His ego is maxed out. But once he faces Qingjing University, he will finally realize the Chu family is his only real path to ultimate power. Chu Dongni asked doubtfully, "Dad, what if Chu Yi actually wins?" Chu Hong hesitated. Suddenly, Chu Xiao stepped up, ruffled her hair, and snapped, "Why are you suddenly taking his side? You have your own match tomorrow." Chu Dongni sniffled softly. "I was just asking what if." The next day, the arena was absolutely packed with hyped fans. Man, fighting for these match tickets was a total bloodbath. Bro, you traveled all this way just for the Suhong and Qingjing University showdown, right? Obviously, pay attention now, because a top-tier collegiate team battle happening this early in round 3 is absolutely insane. This is going to be legendary. The crowd buzzed, dying to know if Chu Yi could actually keep his miraculous winning streak alive against Qingjing. Qingjing has massive home field advantage today. I've got a seriously bad feeling about this match. Sitting behind them, Chu Dongni thought gloomily, "Yeah, their chances of winning really are way higher, but can brother Chu Yi pull this off?" Suddenly, a massive system announcement echoed through the entire stadium, now welcoming the elite teams from Qingjing University and Suhong University. As both squads stepped onto the stage, the crowd absolutely erupted. Suhong University, Qingjing University, Suhong University. The second he hit the stage, Chu Yi instantly triggered his skill. Mystic Light Warhammer, a gigantic hammer materialized out of thin air, slamming hard into the arena floor. The crowd stared, totally speechless. A Warhammer? So Suhong's captain is a weapon user? Makes total sense for a holy knight. But wait, Chu Yi's entire aura feels completely different today. Exactly. Even from hundreds of meters away, just looking at the guy gives me some seriously bad vibes. Chu Dongni's eyes totally widened. The intense aura Chu Yi is giving off right now, why is it suddenly several times stronger than before? I know exactly what you are thinking. Are you telling me this absolute beast was not even using his full strength before now? Just then, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, spoke up. What is Chu Yi's deal, standing so far up in the front lines? Does this guy seriously think he can be the main damage dealer? Xiaolan, a level 19 archer, replied. Based on his insane performance yesterday, it is not too crazy to think he is the DPS. Chu Xiao, a level 18 priestess, chimed in. Plus, Chu Yi's overall level is the absolute highest among all the freshmen this year. Lu Zhou, a level 20 mage, scoffed. He is just a holy knight with decent damage output. Who cares about his high level? Wang Xuan, a level 22 mechanic, sneered. For a team captain, that tiny bit of strength is just straight up pathetic. Li Yuan's voice turned ice cold. Last year, Suhong University was the only reason we completely lost the team battle. Everything we worked for was destroyed, and we lost first place. Slamming his sword into the stage floor, Li Yuan gave a stern order. This year, we are facing Suhong University again. So I need 100% of your absolute focus today. When the match starts, go all out. I do not care if you heavily injure them or worse. The team agreed in perfect unison. No problem. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Dean Chang approached Wu Muang smirking. Yo, old Wu, Chu Yi has to play support and DPS? You seriously think he can handle all that pressure? Do not spread him so thin that you throw the entire match away. Wu Muang just laughed out loud. Do not worry about that. On the battlefield, raw, unadulterated strength is the only thing that matters. I have complete faith in him. That unshakable confidence gave Dean Chang a really strange sense of unease. Normally, first-year freshmen have very limited skill points. Being a jack of all trades usually means you master absolutely nothing. Could this old fox actually be hiding a massive ace up his sleeve? Back on stage, Li Yuan stared down Chu Yi, eyes turning ice cold. The referee raised the flag high into the air and immediately declared, Let the match begin. On the stage, Chu Yi looked deadly serious. Once this starts, just like in training, I will launch the first strike. You guys just react as the situation develops. Wang Xuan yelled out excitedly. You and I both know that with brother Chu Yi going all out, absolutely destroying Qingjing University, is going to be an easy win. As Chu Yi turned back to give instructions, he warned them, we still need to be extremely careful out here. They were last year's runner-ups, so stay sharp. If anyone takes a hit, fall back to my position right away. I've got your healing spells covered. All right, you and I are about to watch absolute peak disrespect. The team agrees. The countdown drops 3, 2, 1. Game on. Right at the buzzer, Chu Yi yells he is going in. The second he launches forward, countless power-up skills trigger around his body. Divine Grace, Shielding Blessing, Self-Boost, Courage Buff. On the massive arena monitor, the announcer totally loses his mind watching him rush Qingjing University. Chu Yi from Suhong University is showing zero hesitation right now. He is rushing the entire enemy squad head-on, and the whole stadium is absolutely losing it. Since both of these teams are pretty evenly matched, shouldn't they be playing it safe with some long-range pokes first? This solo rush just proves how insanely confident Chu Yi is in his raw power. Look at him speed casting magic while running at full sprint. That requires next-level mastery to pull off. Seeing the solo rush, Li Yuan practically starts glowing with excitement. A super creepy grin takes over his face. So eager to die, he sneers. Perfect timing. We readied our heaviest long-range artillery just for you. Right behind him, Xiaolan is already locked in, her massive bow pulled completely taut. In a flash, she fires her signature stifling arrow. The lethal shot screams straight through the air toward Chu Yi, but staring down this deadly strike, he doesn't even blink. As the projectile closes the distance, Xiaolan starts trash-talking. My A-rank arrow completely seals off all your escape routes. You don't even have a tank to take the hit for you. Chu Yi, let's see you survive this. Watch closely, because you and I are about to see something wild. Right as the arrow hits, Chu Yi sighs. Well, this is annoying. And then he literally just crushes the arrow into dust with his bare hand. Xiaolan's jaw drops in absolute, pure shock. What? He broke my stifling arrow with nothing but his bare hands. That is an A-rank skill, and I literally buffed it to level 8. Standing right next to her, Li Yuan coldly scoffs. Whatever. A paladin is basically just a giant meat shield anyway, but your run ends today. Luzhou is fully done casting his spell. Let's see your bare hands try blocking this. Right on cue, an insane amount of energy gathers around Luzhou's staff. He blasts it forward, screaming, Chu Yi, eat my ultimate attack. Suddenly, a massive bird woven from pure fire bursts out, the Inferno Phoenix. This raging firebird locks right onto Chu Yi and spews out a gigantic fireball. The whole thing explodes into a devastating sea of blazing phoenix breath. Chu Yi immediately jumps back to evade the blast zone. But this combo is far from over. Luzhou presses the attack, commanding the blazing impact. As the giant firebird dives straight at him, Chu Yi just stands there completely relaxed. Wait, is this really just fire? Luzhou practically foams at the mouth. He isn't even trying to run. Looks like I get to finally bury Chu Yi. Up in the stands, the entire crowd is gasping in amazement. Qingjing University's ace player isn't messing around. That Inferno Phoenix is a legit A+ rank skill. Raw power like that is literally impossible to just block. You and I both know charging in solo looked like pure arrogance. So how on earth is Chu Yi going to survive a direct hit? High up in the VIP section, Zhu Yu chuckles like she's already won. Honestly, the smartest move for Chu Yi right now is to run for his life. If he uses his speed, he might barely survive to regroup with his tanks. Hearing this terrible take, Su Mei just starts cracking up laughing. Zhu Yu snaps back, annoyed. What is so funny? Su Mei just smiles. My apologies. I just found it hilarious that you actually think a basic A+ rank skill would ever force our Chu Yi to retreat. Zhu Yu crosses her arms, totally fuming. When your boy gets eliminated, you can go cry about it. Su Mei doesn't even flinch. Oh, really? Well, I sure hope your team actually has the firepower to do that. Down in the arena, Chu Yi starts casually walking straight into the massive blast. Everyone watching is completely mind-blown. Zhu Yu stares in disbelief. What is he doing? Suddenly, an absolutely insane aura of power explodes around Chu Yi. The system displays his status for everyone to see. It is the A-rank Sacred Flame Halo. This crazy halo compresses holy fire, letting the user completely control the fire element. Plus, It boosts him and his team's fire damage by 20% across the board. This buff lasts for a set duration. Standing in the flames, Chu Yi shouts out, "Sacred Flame Halo. Absorb it all." Lujo screams in pure panic. How is that even possible? The giant phoenix is getting vacuumed right into Chu Yi. He stares down the shrinking firebird. "Come here and fuel my strength." In a blink, the terrifying phoenix is completely swallowed up by his glowing aura. Watching from the backline, his teammate smirks proudly. "Looks like Qingjing University totally underestimated the actual monster level of our paladin captain." Jiang Churan chimes in next. "Even a legendary flame dragon bloodline couldn't burn Chu Yi. A basic skill like this? Total joke. Fire attacks mean absolutely nothing." Chu Yi smirks, crushing the last sparks of the phoenix in his palm. "Sorry to ruin your big moment, guys. But I have the Sacred Flame Halo too, which means I completely own fire magic. You and I knew it, but the crowd is gasping in pure shock. He is a god. I literally just felt a divine presence right there. That is so broken. Chu Yi actually scored a god-tier skill. That overpowered? The man absolutely deserves the title God Yi." Up top, Chu Yi is completely frozen in shock. She slams her fist. "A god-gifted skill? Stick with me, you and I are watching a total system break." A god-gifted skill? Elite veterans cannot grab a sacred flame halo easily. So how did he pull it off? Sui just smirked. Maybe Chu Yi is just insanely lucky. Geniuses have fateful encounters all the time. But Chu Yi shot back, totally unconvinced. "Do not get too cocky. We still have plenty of hidden trump cards left." Sui just casually shrugged. "Like I said, I really hope you do." That casual attitude was driving Chu Yi completely insane. Meanwhile, Chu Donger was staring at Chu Yi with pure admiration. "Dad, what exactly is a god-gifted skill? Why is everyone losing their minds over it?" Chu Hang sighed. "Because those skills are the absolute rarest. You cannot learn them from any skill book, and you definitely cannot inherit them from your bloodline. Only a class user directly blessed by a god is ever worthy of holding that kind of power." And Chu Yi's Sacred Flame Halo? Clearly a personal gift from the god of light. Chu Hang looked back, remembering. Our Chu family runs on the Frost Bloodline. Naturally, we used to follow the goddess of frost, but ever since our bloodline got cursed, her blessing vanished. He dropped his head in total defeat. Anyone worthy of a god's blessing has potential off the charts. Those pathetic terms we offered him earlier probably looks like absolute garbage to Chu Yi. Donger turned to look at him. "So we came all this way for nothing?" But Chu Hang answered firmly. "No, there is a chance. After this match, I am going straight to Chu Yi to negotiate. He could literally revive our entire Chu family. I absolutely will not give up." Now, watch closely. Here is where it gets totally wild. Back in the arena, Lu Zhou stared at Chu Yi, completely mind-blown. How is this possible? My extreme fire phoenix. Where did it actually go? Seeing Lu Zhou totally dazed, Li Yuan came up from behind and patted his shoulder. "Look, man, I have zero clue how he pulled that off either. But one thing is absolutely certain. Fire magic is completely useless against him. Do not quit on me, Lu Zhou. Try hitting him with a totally different elemental skill." He instantly snapped out of it and nodded. "Right." Li Yuan raised his heavy sword and aggressively commanded Helan, "Keep spamming your long-range spells to stop Chu Yi's advance. We absolutely cannot let him break through our defensive lines," Helan replied, firing off a massive volley of arrows. "No problem." Beside her, Lu Zhou eagerly launched his next attack. A wicked smirk spread right across his face. "Do not get cocky, Chu Yi. We have our own ways to completely crush you." Boom. A massive stone wall erupted straight from the ground, totally blocking Chu Yi's vision. Lu Zhou roared, "Rock wall." At the exact same time, Helan's arrows rained down from the flank. Gale arrow rain. Chu Yi's face hardened as he thought, "You really think this is enough to stop me?" A nice thought, but you guys are still way too naive. Standing his absolute ground, Chu Yi simply raised one hand. Sacred Light Shield. Instantly, a glowing shield materialized, completely shattering every single incoming arrow. Chu Xiaoyi was totally stunned watching it. "That is an A-rank Sacred Light Shield," she murmured. "And judging by that insane power, definitely not a low-level one." Even Hylin looked impressed. "Chu Yi's defense is rock solid. I will give him that. But at least we finally stopped him from rushing us. You saw this coming, right?" Chu Yi just nodded. "Yeah, this definitely ruins my rhythm. Looks like I need a long-range skill of my own to break your little formation." Suddenly, Li Yuan realized something was going terribly, terribly wrong. "This is bad. Everyone, fall back right now," he screamed. But they were way too late. Chu Yi already summoned a massive fire vortex tearing straight through the arena. Sacred Flamestorm. Li Yuan leaped backwards, screaming out loud. Get away from it. That storm will literally annihilate anything it touches. The destructive power is totally off the charts. Hilan desperately scrambled out of the way, her heart pounding with absolute fear. A sacred flamestorm on that massive scale? If I get sucked in, I am eliminated instantly. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes widened in pure horror. Wait, where is Lu Zhou? Do not tell me he is still inside. And he was dead right. Lu Zhou was trapped inside the storm, burning every ounce of strength just to survive. He roared in absolute fury. Damn it! Is this guy really supposed to be a holy knight? These elemental skills are way more terrifying than anything a true mage like me can do. Seeing Lu Zhou desperately struggling and barely holding on, Chu Yi just smirked. Looks like the fire is not hot enough yet. But do not worry. After all, I am the extreme fire phoenix now, and I will absorb you completely. The flames surged wilder and wilder, completely shattering Lu Zhou's final shield. Burn! Chu Yi yelled coldly. Inside that blazing whirlwind, Lu Zhou screamed in pure agony. His scepter dropped, shattering. That is where we leave it. Let's dive right into this brutal battle. After the firestorm, Lo Xia was charred black, crying for help. Meanwhile, Chang'e was totally hyped, sighing with just a hint of regret. Such a shame I couldn't finish you in one strike. Trust me, you won't be getting so lucky next time. His arrogant attitude drove Lu Yan absolutely insane. He roared out, "You arrogant bastard. Hubak, quickly heal Loco. I'll handle Chang'e myself." Chu Hubak quickly nodded. Chang'e just casually raised his heavy mace and smirked. Right on time. A blazing beam of golden light shot straight at Lu Yan radiant. Slash. But Lu Yan just stood there, sneering, "Hump. Watch me block this attack head on." The second the attack hit, Lu Yan instantly popped his defense parry shield. Seeing that massive golden shield floating in midair, Chu Hubak gasped. That's the captain's shield. The radiant slash smashed directly into the parry shield, triggering an absolutely massive explosion. After surviving the hit, Lu Yan dropped to his knees, totally drained and gasping for air. He thought to himself, this Chang'e's raw power is just terrifying. No wonder Li Hong and his steel talent couldn't even defend against him. Suddenly, Lu Yan's eyes lit up with pure fighting spirit. He let out a furious roar. I'm no pushover. Then he launched a fierce counterattack. Wrathful slash. Chang'e casually shattered the attack with his mace. He scoffed, just for show. Seeing his ultimate move instantly crushed, Lu Yan stammered in shock. Now watch closely here. How on earth did Chang'e just block that head on without flinching? Normally, just a single slash of mine would instantly take down a level 20 gold tier beast. Refusing to accept reality, Lu Yan charged forward with his blade again. I don't believe this. As Lu Yan leaped up to strike, Chang'e quickly readied his azure mace to counter. Then, I guess I'll just beat you down until you finally submit. Their weapons violently clashed, sending shockwaves everywhere. Lu Yan's raw strength totally hyped Chang'e up. He yelled out in pure excitement. Now this is fun. You're definitely the Thongqin University captain. You're the first person my age who can handle my power directly. Meanwhile, Lu Yan was struggling to block, his mind racing in a panic. Damn it. Chang'e's attribute power is way higher than mine. At this rate, my stamina is going to run out. A second later, Chang'e's heavy strike sent Lu Yan's sword flying from his hands. He barked, "You can't even hold on to your own weapon. Are you completely out of strength already?" Chang'e dashed right at Lu Yan, roaring, "Get back." Lu Yan was stunned. He couldn't dodge. You and I both thought he was finished. But in that critical second, a shield magically appeared, blocking the fatal blow. Seeing his guaranteed hit get blocked instantly annoyed Chang'e. My sure hit attack actually missed. At that exact moment, a giant robot suddenly dropped right above Chang'e. He panicked and popped his shield, Holy Light's protection. But the centipede's horn instantly cracked the barrier. In a flash, Chang'e's defensive shield shattered into pieces. Furious, he lunged forward, screaming, "Break for me." After striking back, Chang'e landed safely on the ground. He quietly analyzed things, secretly mind-blown by the robot's insane sneak attack power. My level 9 Holy Light's protection got completely shattered in one stab. Panting heavily, Lu Yan stood up. Realizing Wu Hian had just saved his life, he quickly said, "Thanks, Wu Hian." Wu Hian just calmly replied back, "It was the right move. If I didn't step in, we would have lost for sure. Leave this Chang'e guy to me. From now on, you just focus on the other enemies." Wu Hian slowly started flexing his real skills. I originally thought I'd need to hide my true power for Mao University's team. I never expected Chang'e alone could push our squad this far. Wu Hian immediately spawned another giant robot. This time, a level 21 silver tier monster bot, the GX-100B. Then, boom, more robots spawned. A level 21 D light missile unit, a level 22 BT-200 cavalry unit. Staring at this entire mechanical army, Chungi was totally stunned. He thought, Wu Hian is only level 19, yet all his robots are level 21 or 22. Up in the stands, Gong looked over at Dean Trin, grinning. Dean Trin, looks like your Thongchin University team has been hiding a massive ace up their sleeve. Dean Trin confidently smirked. Of course. He stared proudly down at Wu Hian, saying, he actually possesses the heart of machinery talent, S+ rank. It lets him build robots at a way higher level than himself. Wang said excitedly, an S+ rank talent. So that's the secret. And honestly, you and I are about to see this entire battle decided by just these two guys. Down in the arena, Chungi suddenly cracked a massive grin. A mechanist using human wave tactics, huh? His eyes were literally burning with hype as Chungi yelled. Let's see it then. I want to see exactly how strong this mechanical army of yours really is. Wu Hian furiously ordered his swarm to advance, roaring out, how dare you charge straight into my mechanical army? You're asking to die. The robots immediately unleashed countless bullets. All right, strap in, because we're picking right back up with absolute chaos. Heavy rounds, aggressive robotic bees, and long-range tank fire are all swarming Chu Yi. Chu Yi instantly pops his defense. Gemini Heart Shield, fully active. His face stays completely ice-cold against the endless storm of bullets. Then, he just drops a single word. Go. The shield blasts forward, violently shoving back the bullets, and robots swarm. Then, Chu Yi immediately triggers his Holy Light Cross. A massive cross of pure light erupts around him. The surrounding robots get heavily electrocuted, and seconds later, boom, absolutely blown to pieces. Seeing his entire squad get wiped, Wang Guan is absolutely furious. He curses, realizing even his fire-resistant armor materials couldn't handle a hit like that. He violently pulls out a keyboard, screaming that he has high-tier robots too. One furious keystroke later, a massive new wave of mechs spawns in. Frustrated, Wang Guan yells that Chu Yi's spiritual power can't possibly be infinite. He orders a full charge. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's teammate Wang Tishan is just laughing, casually smashing robots to scrap. Wang Guan clearly didn't realize that our guy Chu Yi basically specializes in crowd control. Right then, Chu Yi checks his system window, running the math. The timing? Flawless. A brand new skill is ready to pop off. Divine Storm. Wang Guan spots the buildup and panics. He recognizes that terrifying move instantly and orders a full retreat, but he's way too slow. Divine Storm drops hard, instantly wiping out every single robot left on that arena floor. Wang Xuan's screen lights up with red warning spam. Unit 74. Connection lost. He aggressively grits his teeth, totally raging. The match barely even started, and he just lost a third of his entire army. Brutal. Taking a deep breath, he realizes throwing numbers at Chu Yi is totally useless. He has absolutely no other option left. Now, pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. He pulls his ultimate trump card. Enter the Hex Judicator. A colossal machine spawns in, rocking a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth like a mechanical shark, charging up raw destruction. Grappling hooks around the beast snap into place. Screaming like a total maniac, Wang Guan commands the Judicator to merge. The massive mech pops open a hatch and completely absorbs Wang Xuan inside, fusing them together. The Judicator's body expands, growing so ridiculously huge that it actually scrapes the arena's protective barrier. The second it hits, the system alarms go absolutely wild. Restriction detected. Emergency upgrade to the defensive force field initiated. Looking at this absolute titan of a machine, the entire audience is left dead silent and completely mind-blown. An epic-grade mechanical creation has literally never been seen before in the entire history of this national tournament. A certified monster just hit the field. Hex Judicator, level 23. Epic tier. A girl in the stands just sighs, muttering about how all the freshmen this year are literal freaks of nature. Down on the stage, Li Yuan sees the secret weapon and starts cracking up. His bro's ultimate Judicator is finally off the leash. Li Yuan glares over at Zhang Chiron, smugly declaring that her team is absolutely doomed now. But Zhang Chiron completely ignores his trash talk. She swings her blade at him relentlessly, confidently shouting that Chu Yi never loses. Scrambling back to dodge her heavy strikes, Li Yuan scoffs at her blind faith. He asks what the point is. Meanwhile, from inside the colossal mech, Wang Guan screams Chu Yi's name. You saw that coming, right? Time for a brutal taste of the Judicator's firepower. Massive fireballs launch outward. Chu Yi stares them down without a single drop of fear, quickly calculating that the spread is too huge to block head-on, so he instantly kicks up debris, using the flying stones as platforms to launch himself. He insanely weaves through the air, dodging explosions left and right. Glancing back, Chu Yi actually gets bored, wondering if this guy has anything new, but he gets a little too confident. Another massive fireball is hurtling right at his face. At the absolute last second, Chu Yi violently twists his body. The blast barely misses him before violently detonating right behind his back. Seeing the pure destructive shockwave, Chu Yi realizes that was a dangerously close call. Meanwhile, Wangguan is laughing like an absolute maniac. Keep running. Wangguan fires relentlessly, mocking Chu Yi that his luck and space are finally running out. Backed into a corner, Chu Yi pulls out his heavy mace and just starts brutally smashing the incoming fireballs out of the air. But then, he reaches back and draws his sword. With one explosive swing, he violently slashes straight down into the arena floor. A single strike literally rips the earth in half. But from the cockpit, Vong Hien just keeps taunting, asking if running is his only skill. He fires off countless more heavy strikes, laughing and asking if every single student at Su-Hong University is just a massive coward. That strikes a nerve. Chu Yi snaps back, ready for a head-on clash. You and I gotta see what happens next. Let's dive right in. Vong Hien cursed, thinking Chu Yi was just an idiot who couldn't take a taunt. Pulling his mech's lever, Vong Hien was full of pure contempt. How is a guy with zero self-control, the captain of Su-Hong University? Looks like Su-Hong University was finally hitting rock bottom. The massive arbiter mech swung its blade down, but Chu Yi didn't even flinch. He blocked it straight up with his mace, knocking that huge sword right out of the way. Then Chu Yi dropped the hammer. Hand of God. A blinding blast of light erupted straight from the sky. This light was literally sucking in everything around it. The giant arbiter mech instantly started sparking with wild electricity. Up in the booth, the monitor system went crazy. What on earth was happening? The arena's protective shield energy was being completely drained. Suddenly, alarms blared through the massive stadium, triggering an instant emergency protocol. Security drones instantly swarmed up and rushed straight into the arena barrier. See, these official matches are powered by a massive light magic stone. That stone was the only thing keeping the shield alive. Meanwhile, over with Li Yuan and Zhang Churan, the blinding flash instantly grabbed Zhang Churan's attention. Seeing Li Yuan rushing straight at her, she wildly flipped backwards to dodge. She locked eyes with Tongling Shi, screaming to retreat. Over in Helan's zone, total chaos. Arrows raining down everywhere as he and Wang Tixin scrambled back. The second Zhang Churan gave the order, they locked eyes and fell back together. Across the field, Li Yuan immediately felt that something was seriously wrong. He yelled out, telling his team to hold off. But Lu was furious. They were on the run, so why stop now? The Qingjing University squad quickly grouped back up. Li Yuan stared right at that blinding energy source. This was definitely a trap. This raw power was completely unnatural. And right then, a massive, terrifying hand literally formed right out of the pure light. The whole stadium screamed in absolute terror. What was that thing? Now pay attention to Wang Hien. Sitting inside his mech, the guy was paralyzed with fear. A terrifying god-level aura was totally crushing him. It had to be an S-rank skill. Wang Hien's face went completely dead pale, just one rank above his A+ arbiter mech, but the power gap, like heaven and earth. Still, the craziest part? He actually started smiling, adrenaline totally taking over. Wang Hien hyped himself up. No way he was backing down without a fight. It was just a god-level skill, right? He refused to believe Chu Yi could actually crush him. Wang Hien completely synced up with his arbiter mech, launching an absolutely manic counterattack. Arbiter limit style. The jagged edges of his huge mech sword started revving at maximum power. Losing his absolute mind, Wang Hien fired off an insane combo of wild slashes. His face was completely twisted as he threw out a rapid-fire barrage. A brutal storm of slashes flew straight toward the giant glowing hand. He seriously thought he won, but one blinding flash crushed that hope instantly. The massive hand just smashed straight down on top of the arbiter. You saw that too, right? Boom. A massive energy wave triggered an earth-shattering explosion. The crowd was absolutely terrified. Fans screamed as the sheer shockwave blasted through the stands. Down on the arena floor, chunks of shattered mech armor went flying straight at Chu Yi. Chu Yi just coldly kicked the scrap metal away. After that one god-level strike, the arbiter was dust, and Wang Hien was totally finished. Staring in shock, Helan mumbled that they had lost. Meanwhile, Choking on pure pain from his injuries, Vong Hien reached a shaking hand out toward Chu Yi. With a broken, trembling voice, he tried calling his name, but his only answer was Chu Yi's absolutely freezing, merciless stare. As he turned his back, the stadium erupted. Holy crap, that divine light was completely insane, totally terrifying. It hit like a literal nuclear bomb. Then, the entire massive crowd started chanting his name in perfect sync. Chu Yi, Chu Yi. He strolled away smiling, soaking in that deafening hype. Chu Yi, Chu Yi. Still in shock, Dean Chang finally broke his silence. The god-level skill, hand of God. He admitted his Qingjing University couldn't even complain about getting crushed like this. But inside, he was heartbroken. He really thought Wang Hien was the ace that would hand Qingjing University the championship this semester on a silver platter. But after watching that total beatdown, Dean Chang was literally sweating bullets. He never saw a total monster like Chu Yi coming. Hand-to-hand combat, support, raw magic. The guy was completely broken in every single stat category, a perfect all-rounder. Accepting reality, Dean Chang turned to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Dean Wu. Your Suhong University really found a true monster. 30 years of teaching, and out of all the prodigies I've ever seen, Chu Yi is hands down the absolute brightest. Dean Wu just chuckled proudly in response. Up in the stands, the fans were going completely crazy, chanting for Suhong University and their new hero, Chu Yi. Suhong University? Chu Yi. The deafening cheers just wouldn't stop. Watching the hype, Zhang Chuan felt completely overwhelmed. So what do you and I take from this? Wang Texan laughed, calling the win insane and way too easy. Qingjing University was weak. Stick with me here, because Song Xiulan is not buying it. Easy. Without Chu Yi, that Wang Shuang guy would have wiped us out. Tang Lingxi completely agrees. That is right. A level 23 epic class robot. Without Chu Yi, our survival chances were literally zero. Wang TX just laughs out loud. You guys keep talking about a situation where Chu Yi was not here. But he was right there. Was he not? Zhang Chiron chuckles. Looking ahead. Just wait. In 6 months, they're going to expand the stadium. This year's exchange match already holds 200,000 spectators, Zhang says with a massive grin. Combine the massive live broadcast with all this crazy hype. After today's battle, Chu Yi's name is going to be famous across the entire Zhongsha nation. Chu Yi just flashes a gentle smile. You are getting way too bold lately. Now, pay attention here. A mysterious woman watching the broadcast suddenly comments, Chu Yi's raw power is not bad. She arrogantly smirks. That kind of prodigy is exactly the insane talent our Tianwu guild needs. Even if his level is low, we will just have to wait until his second-class advancement before officially inviting him over. A guy walks up right then, reminding her, the Tianwu guild is Zhongsha nation's absolute top faction. Even our basic support staff must be at least level 30 with their second-class advancement. But after this insane fight, his combat data is going straight to every major guild. If we wait to invite him, will we not be totally too late? She snaps right back. No, it absolutely will not. We all know what that look means. Staring at him, she confidently states, the old guild master is here. Even if we cannot recruit him today, this little junior of mine is definitely going to join our Tianwu guild eventually. Over at the hospital, Wang Guan's room is pure panic. Doctors scream, keep up the recovery spells. Do not drop that mind-calming spell. Everyone report in before your mana completely runs dry. Everyone is desperately scrambling to save Wang Guan's life. The entire medical ward is an absolute blur. Second team, tag in. The holy light is failing. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this. That level of destruction, it even left a permanent debuff. Chu Yi went completely overboard with that attack. Right then, Li Wen chimed in. If that arena barrier hadn't popped up in time, trust me, you and I both know Brother Xuan wouldn't have survived that. And the rest of the team? Absolutely wrecked. The whole squad dropped their heads in pure shame. Stepping up for them, La Yuan muttered, Dean, we are so sorry we lost. We completely wasted all those massive resources the academy poured into us. But Dean Chang just waved it off. You guys are not to blame here. Chu Yi is just way too overpowered. This time, our Qingjing University squad is stuck settling for third place. Hearing that, the team panicked. Third place? Dean, we might have lost to Suhong University, but we can definitely crush Madu University. Exactly, Dean. Losing to Madu University too would be an absolute disaster for our reputation. Our school would be completely humiliated. Dean Chang looked straight at Wang Xuan. Wangan is critically injured, and every single one of those 200 mechs got completely trashed. Qingjing University has literally no one left to fight Madu's roster. Meanwhile, stuck in a hospital bed, Wang Guan was practically choking on his own rage. Chu Yi, he cursed silently, refusing to accept this loss. You are strong. I will admit that, but just wait until my second class advancement. My heart of machinery will finally unlock the true nightmare of an S+ rank talent. Wang Guan gripped those sheets, absolutely furious. Now watch closely, because when that time comes, he is going to settle this score once and for all. Meanwhile, in a totally different room, Chu Hang was bowing his head, giving Chu Yi a massive, sincere apology. Chu Yi, I am so sorry. I was completely blind. A holy knight might be a support, but they can pack some incredibly devastating damage too. But honestly, in all my years, you are the only holy knight I have ever seen actually pull that off. You are a once-in-a-generation genius, a literal dragon among men. But Chu Yi cut right through the hype with brutal honesty. Mr. Chu, drop the fake sweet talk. If you want something, spit it out. Chu Hang just laughed. Spoken exactly like a true powerhouse. Since you are direct, I will be too. I reported back to the family. Both the clan head and the elder council made a massive promise. If you just come back to us, they will dump the entire clan's resources into leveling you up. The clan head and the elder council? Chu Yi asked, looking slightly puzzled. Seeing his reaction, Chu Hang started breaking it down. The Chu clan is massive. Every single year, when it is time to hand out resources, the cut each branch gets totally depends on their raw power. This giant family is basically a tangled web of competing factions. The biggest players in this game are the Elder Council and the clan head. Chu Hang suddenly got dead serious, pushing up his glasses. Normally, there is zero chance those two factions would ever team up, but for Chu Yi, they completely aligned on one single goal. Let that sink in for a second. Everything revolved around him now, leaving Chu Yi pretty stunned. But honestly, not a bad deal. With a heavyweight backing like the Chu clan, he was set. Even if family drama exploded later, his own master was the legendary Principal Wang Hui anyway. No stress at all. So even without the clan's money, he still had the resources to power level his way up. Chu Yi weighed his options. Ultimately, his absolute sharpest, most broken weapon was his system. Making his final call, Chu Yi looked at the old guy. Sorry to disappoint you, he said flatly, but I am not changing my class. That rejection completely shattered Chu Hang. Is there really no hope for the Chu family to rise again? He asked, looking utterly defeated. Seeing the old man looking so broken, Chu Yi finally tossed him a bone. I do actually know someone with the ice bloodline. Maybe down the road, she will consider taking one of your family's rare hidden classes. Chu Hang just banged his head against the wall. It is no use, completely useless. The 3 legendary hidden classes do not just need the ice bloodline. The purity level has to be insanely high to even qualify. A basic ice bloodline is totally worthless for this class transfer. Chu Yi just pointed straight at him. My sister's ice bloodline purity is at least 3 times stronger than yours. That should be enough, right? The old man's eyes instantly snapped wide open. He grabbed Chu Yi's hands, absolutely hyped. Your sister awakened the ice bloodline too? Suddenly, Chu Hang burst into maniacal laughter. His energy completely returned as he howled with pure joy. This is incredible. I will actually see the Chu clan rise to glory before I die. I can finally face our ancestors with pride. The heavens are finally blessing the Chu family. Truly blessing us. Wait, is it actually true? Is her ice bloodline really 3 times purer than mine? That means her purity level is pushing nearly 10 whole points. She can take any of those hidden classes. Watching this old man lose his mind made Chu Yi cringe inwardly. You and I just witnessed pure madness. Alright, stick with me here. This guy has completely lost his mind. Chu Yi steps right in to calm him down. Hey, don't get too excited just yet. Whether she wants to follow the Chu family's development path or not, we definitely have to get her opinion first. Chu Hang aggressively nods. Right, exactly. Whatever you say, boss. So, when do we finally get to meet your little sister? Hearing this, Chu Yi falls into deep thought. Joining the main Chu family? Honestly, it offers him absolutely 0 real benefits. For starters, his class is locked. Plus, between his overpowered system and his master Wang Hui, he's basically swimming in high-tier resources. But for his little sister Chu Yun, completely different story. Sure, he could give her decent cultivation items, but that is nothing compared to the massive financial backing of an entire clan. Plus, the Chu clan literally did nothing when their parents were in trouble. So taking this massive compensation just for Chu Yun is more than fair. After weighing his options, Chu Yi grabs his phone to call Chu Yun, his heart absolutely racing. He left Xiao Kui with her right before the match, hoping the little guy was safe. The second the phone rings, she picks it up instantly. The screen connects, and Chu Yun is basically squeezing Xiao Kui to death, screaming, "Brother!" Chu Yi just sighs. I knew it. She's spinning poor Xiao Kui in circles, bursting out, laughing and hyping up her brother. That match was absolutely epic. You utterly destroyed them. Seriously, half the girls at my school are completely obsessed with you now. We both know how this goes, right? But nope. She chatters endlessly, completely refusing to hand over his contact info. My future sister-in-law has to be an absolute beast. Broad shoulders, toned arms, rock-solid skin, and super thick, insanely muscular legs. She wildly claims the perfect girl must lift a massive 100-pound sword with ease, but also be able to calmly sit down and sew clothes for him. Hey, stop talking nonsense and listen up. This is serious. Chu Yi turns dead serious. Some guys from the main Chu clan just tracked me down earlier. He quickly breaks down the entire situation. The Chu family's main branch holds 3 ultra-rare, great hidden classes: Ice Marksman, Bone Ice Swordmaster, and Ice Purity Master. The first 2 are brutal physical brawlers, while the last is a pure mage class. With your high Ice Bloodline concentration, you get to pick any of them. Hearing this, Chu Yun gets completely focused, staring intensely at the 3 glowing images right in front of her. She locks in her choice. Brother, I'll take this class. Ice magic attacks fit me perfectly. But Chu Yi quickly warns her. Once you take their class path, you are heading straight to the Chu clan's ancestral land in Tianlin province. For 3 to 4 solid years of brutal training, you better think this through. Chu Yun nods back with absolute certainty. I already have. She sighs with pure admiration. My brother shines so brightly right now. As his little sister, I absolutely refuse to fall behind. By taking the clan's resources, she completely avoids using her brother's hard-earned items, making sure she's never a burden. Seeing her final choice locked in, Chu Yi makes a solid promise. Let me finish things up here, and I'll head to Tianlan right alongside you. Call ended. With his sister's future finally settled, Chu Yi walks straight back into the massive freshman tournament arena. A loud, cheerful voice suddenly shakes the system. Welcome back to round 4 of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, we officially select the elite top 8 peerless geniuses advancing to the 5th round of the singles bracket. Watch closely, this is where it gets wild. The system announces the insane rewards from the Xi'an Professional Guild for the top 8 singles contestants. A glowing bottle appears. It's an S-grade magic potion. The entire audience basically loses their minds in pure excitement. Holy crap, an S-grade potion. The Xi'an Professional Guild is truly as generous as the rumors say. Damn right. Even a 3rd job advancement professional would literally kill for that. Zhang Kairon turns to him in pure disbelief. Brother Chu Yi, last year's grand champion prize was literally just an S-grade magic potion. Chu Yi stays totally calm. That's because with the level 3 threat hitting, the guild desperately needs to forge more geniuses. Zhang Kairon nods. Makes total sense. Boom, the system reveals the next prize. Anyone advancing to the final 4 gets pure S-grade resources. And for the ultimate champion of the singles tournament, a massive new weapon suddenly materializes. A legend-grade weapon, forged by Xi'an Guild's own master refiner, Qi Jun. This mind-blowing prize actually catches even Chu Yi completely by surprise. A legend-grade weapon. This is literally the absolute highest tier weapon that humanity is currently capable of forging. This insane reward just lit a blazing fire in every single contestant. I absolutely have to win that championship. With the crowd roaring, the system calls every single contestant down to the stage to prepare for their epic matches. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Zhang Chan steps up, smiling. Cheer for me. Chu Yi hypes her up. You've totally got this. All right, let's dive right into the arena. Chu Yi's opponent, Fun Qiang, steps onto the stage, gearing up for an absolute showdown. I know you are strong, he yells, swinging his massive sword. But I am no pushover. Deep down, the guy is completely thrilled. Normal fighters balance their stats. But not him. He is playing a completely different game. He dumped every single point into pure strength. When it comes to raw power, he is untouchable. Match, begin, the system announces. The very second those words drop, Chu Yi launches forward, swinging his massive mace. Fun Qiang charges right back, laughing like a maniac. Come on, Chu Yi, let's see if you can take me head on. He launches a violent slash. The 2 monstrous forces collide, and instantly his blade actually starts cracking. 1 second later, Chu Yi's mace shatters the sword completely and slams directly into his chest. Fun Chang drops to his knees, agonizing pain tearing through him. How? He gasps. How is this possible? I maxed out my strength stat. How could your raw power actually beat mine? Chu Yi just slings his weapon and scoffs. Is that seriously all you've got? The entire stadium absolutely loses it. A pure strength build destroyed. How insane is Chu Yi's raw power? His stats are a total mystery. People are literally accusing him of using hacks. Down in the stands, the Modu University squad is freaking out. No way. In a pure strength clash, Brother Cheng lost. Their captain, Su Qian, finally steps in. Now pay attention here, because the math is wild. With gear, Fun's strength is 370. To one-shot him, Chu Yi needs at least 450. Remembering Chu Yi's past matches, a cold chill runs down his spine. And don't forget, his intelligence stat is completely broken too. It is straight up terrifying. Su turns to his ace, asking, Wei Ji, what are your odds of winning? Wei Ji thinks for a second. 30%. Meanwhile, up on the stage, Fun Chang forces himself back to his feet. I am not done yet, he screams, refusing to back down. Bring it on. A true knight dies standing. He refuses to kneel. Chu Yi nods in respect. You are a real man, I will give you that. Fun attacks again. Void slash. Chu Yi doesn't even flinch. He counters instantly, and his heavy penance mace slams directly into Fun Chang's body. Fun Chang screams in sheer agony. Sent flying backward, the Modu team panics. Stop the fight. We forfeit. The system locks it in, immediately announcing Modu University's surrender. The winner is Chu Yi. Instantly, the entire arena explodes into an absolute sea of hype. Fans are screaming, Chu Yi is a beast. We love you. Down below, the medics rush in, sighing in total frustration. Dealing with this holy light damage again is a nightmare. Hurry up, start the healing. Can you blame him? He fought Chu Yi. With that, they quickly carry the battered tank away for emergency recovery. You and I both know the grind never stops. The very next day, the Su Hong University crew meets for strategy. Coach Wu starts off hyped. Excellent work. We already locked 2 spots in the top 8. He praises Song Helan, admitting her progress was a huge surprise. Hitting the top 4 is tough, but she has got to push. Just give it your all, he says. She nods cheerfully. Got it? Then, he turns straight to Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan, with your power, the top 8 was guaranteed. You just had terrible luck running into a monster like Wei Ji. He is literally a championship tier boss. Wu gets serious. There are only 2 spots left, pulled right from the loser's bracket. I need you to seize this chance. He looks over at our boy. Chu Yi, I have absolute faith in you. Bringing home the singles championship, it is all on your shoulders now. Chu Yi gives a firm nod. Understood. Coach Wu continues. Tomorrow, we have got 2 team battles, both against pretty average academies. He glances at the bench. So, you substitutes are getting field time to practice. With the roster set, Wu dives straight into the tactical breakdown. Meanwhile, Jiang Churan sits quietly, completely lost in her thoughts. The losers bracket semifinals? Everyone calls it the absolute brutal repechage round. Out of 70 hardcore fighters, only 2 will actually survive to advance into the 5th round. And from there, it gets harder. Make it to the top 4, and the 6th round offers a hyper-rare S-rank resource. Jiang Churan clenches her fists, totally resolved. Even for mega-rich families, S-rank items are priceless. You can't just buy that kind of power. If I can just secure that drop, my strength hits a completely new tier. Suddenly, a loud voice snaps her back. Wu laughs. Chu Yi, your power is public. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see him solo these teams. Tomorrow's team match is mostly just a training run for them. Your main job? Keep them safe. Just don't get involved. Chu Yi nods. Understood. But suddenly, 2 female students walk right in. Trust me, you know exactly what happens when the main character gets famous. A massive crowd of screaming girls instantly swarms him. Chu Yi. It's actually him. They're absolutely losing their minds seeing the guy in person. He's gorgeous. He's looking at me. Meanwhile, our guy is completely lost. Who are you people? We're your biggest fans. Can we get an autograph? Still totally clueless. He just blinks. An autograph? Boom. Countless photos of his face are shoved into the air. Me too. I want one. Thank you so much, God Yi. You are insanely handsome. We are all going to cheer for you in the next match. You totally got this. Oh wow. He's actually blushing. That is too cute. Make sure you take care of yourself out there. Please don't get hurt. Seeing those cringy photos, his expression drops completely. Is that really me? Sung Hulin casually chimes in beside him. Look at you, Mr. Popular. But right at that moment, a spirit's voice echoes deep inside Jang Chiron's head. Is Chu Yi gonna get snatched away by them? If you can't keep up with his crazy growth, you'll be completely left behind. Hearing that, she makes a hard choice. 70 people, but only 2 open spots. I have to grab one. I'll definitely get that spot. Seeing her fired up, the spirit was totally thrilled. Right then, a weird chill shoots straight down his spine. He glances over his shoulder, completely confused. Who is watching me? Now, pay attention here. That very evening, the 4th round singles semifinals officially kick off. Bam, they're teleported into a wild forest. Everyone looks around, super confused. A forest? Does the map change yearly? Last year was literally a castle. Someone quickly chimes in to explain. This round zone is custom built by top instructors and elite military officials from the university. They feed real war data into an AI, which simulates this exact battleground. A girl gripping her scepter nervously adds more info. To make this place feel like an actual war zone, they threw in a massive randomizer right from the start. So yeah, the map changes every single year. But get this, the monsters we have to fight are completely randomized too. Jang Chiron moves super carefully, scanning every shadow. It is insanely humid in here. Suddenly, another guy asks the big question. So, what's the actual mission here? His voice is cut off instantly. The system screen flashes right in front of them. Welcome, students, to the illusory forest maze. The AI breaks down the rules. Every 30 minutes, unknown monster types will spawn around this forsaken village. There will be 3 waves total. And, let that sink in, these monsters only care about devouring absolutely everything in sight. You need to wipe them out before you become their next meal. When the dust settles, the top 2 slayers with the highest kill count will advance straight to round 5. One final warning. Dying here won't end your real life, but you get absolutely 0 escape scrolls. Hearing that safety net, everyone breathes easier. Some guy actually laughs. Just killing monsters? That's super simple. Exactly. Nothing to sweat over. We've farmed basic dungeons like this a million times before. Piece of cake. Jang Chiron just quietly watches the group. This random, unknown beast mechanic is seriously making her feel uneasy. The AI announces Wave 1 is officially starting. Almost instantly, a massive, creepy cloud of purple smoke rolls in. She locks her eyes dead onto that toxic-looking fog. Here they come. But as the smoke totally clears, there's absolutely nothing. No monsters anywhere. Just the eerie rustling of leaves. She frowns, totally on edge. Did they not spawn yet? Suddenly, a guy behind her aggressively grabs his neck, loudly groaning. It's so itchy. He starts swearing in frustration. Damn it, why does this itch so much? Hearing that sheer panic, she is absolutely horrified. This nasty purple fungus is literally growing across his throat. He screams like a maniac. So itchy. And scratching just makes it spread faster. It itches. He crazily lunges straight at Jang Chiron, practically sobbing and begging. It's so itchy. Please help me. Somebody. But just like that, the guy is officially taken down by this completely invisible threat. The AI instantly confirms it. Lin Shu of Danthan University has been fully devoured. Player eliminated from the maze. You and I saw that, right? Not a single demon beast actually showed up. So exactly how are they hiding themselves? Let's dive right back into the madness. More students hit the dirt, and the whole place absolutely loses it. Everyone is screaming, terrified of an invisible enemy tearing their class apart. Absolute panic sets in. Where are these demonic beasts even coming from? They cannot even see their attackers, so fighting back feels completely impossible. But through all the screaming, Jang Chiron stays totally silent. She refuses to panic. First things first. She takes a deep breath to figure out this insane puzzle. Every demon beast has a weakness. Chiron runs the math. Are they invisible, ghosts, or do they even exist at all? To take down this many people in a split second, it has to be some kind of viral contagion. But how exactly is it spreading? While her brain works in overdrive, a tiny purple speck suddenly shoots out and latches right onto her arm. Her eyes lock onto it as the purple thing actually starts growing. Fungal bacteria. Disgusting, but clever. Without hesitating, she sparks a flame and burns that nasty parasite to ash. Seeing it burn, Chiron instantly pieces the whole mystery together. She cracks a smirk. Mystery solved. Transforming straight into her badass demon form, she shouts to the surviving crowd. The air is filled with spores. They grow on contact. Everyone, throw up your fire skills right now. Hearing the command, the students snap to attention, instantly throwing up flaming defensive shields. Now, pay attention, because things get brutal. The pure warriors without fire skills, screaming for their lives, begging for backup. But nope, they are competitors. Nobody is playing hero right now. Seconds later, the unprotected students are completely overwhelmed as the cold system announcements start rolling in. An alien from Hangon University has been fully devoured, forcing a critical elimination from the dungeon. The system announces it loud and clear. Lumion Academy's Xiao Xiao Jia has been completely devoured and eliminated from the dungeon. And right after, Luan from Thandong Academy gets eaten alive and booted out too. Meanwhile, Chiron stays laser-focused, calculating her next big power move. Burning the spores is just treating the symptom. She needs to rip out the source making this mess. Right on cue, twisted mushrooms burst from the tree trunks, bearing ugly fangs and spewing toxic dust. Target acquired. Chiron locks onto the actual monsters, blasting forward at top speed while yelling out. The real threat is in the trees. With one vicious strike, a monster falls, and the system chimes Tahong University's Zhang Chiron scores a kill. Immediately, more grotesque monsters reveal their hiding spots. Completely unfazed, she dives right into the swarm. Time for the enchanting shadow dance of Black Flame. Another kill point secured for Tahong University. While she dominates, the freshman team tournament arena officially sparks to life. The booming system confirms both squads are locked and loaded. You and I both know this is where the hype peaks. Tahong versus Mayo University. Let's go. The second the bell rings, both squads explode off the starting line. It is an all-out frontline clash. A fiery redhead immediately drops a heavy attack flame assault storm. A massive barrage of fire tornadoes rips forward. But a cloaked enemy answers water attribute. The elements collide violently, with razor-sharp water blades slicing right through the roaring fire funnels. But suddenly, Tanwei blitzes in. He slashes his claws, shattering the water magic to pieces, mocking the guy out loud. He laughs, calling the enemy's defense pathetically weak. But while he brags, an arrow snipes him. Bam! Chu Yi slams his shield down just in time to block it. He snaps at Tanwei. Stay focused. Do not get cocky out here. Chu Yi immediately pivots to the blonde support girl. Zhang Jing, do your job. You need to be our eyes and ears on this chaotic battlefield. Do not let us get flanked again. Getting scolded, a terrified Zhang Jing squeezes her eyes shut and screams an apology. Seeing this sloppy teamwork, the opposing redhead glares with pure rage. Are they treating us like a joke? The guy in blue armor absolutely loses it. Are we going to take this disrespect? His entire team screams back with fiery rage. Hell no. Time to end this. Blue armor roars, ordering a full assault. Both sides charge forward for the ultimate impact. But right before they crash, a casual text notification from Chu Yi's phone literally freezes the entire arena. It is Chiron bragging about her solo win. Chu Yi just sighs at her timing. But watching this absolute disrespect play out, checking a phone mid-match, the enemy completely snaps. Trust me, you are going to want more. Let's dive right into the madness. Zero respect. I'll make you pay. Yeah, 1 second later, that loudmouth was literally eating dirt. The system's voice echoed out. In this intercollegiate team tournament, Tahong University takes the win. By the very next morning, news of this insane freshman clash was everywhere. Round 4 of the solo brackets had just wrapped up. The 5th round, scheduled to kick off first thing tomorrow. 4 intense matchups. 8 fighters left, battling for just 4 spots. Then comes round 6, cutting 4 fighters down to 2. And the monsters left standing? Our guy Chu Yi and the absolute powerhouse Wei He. One streamer went live instantly to catch the hype. Listen up, everyone. Today is the single most anticipated championship clash of the year. He threw up a picture of Chu Yi, faking a super dramatic, sad face as he broke down his backstory. This kid started with absolutely nothing, orphaned, totally on his own. He grinded his way up, completely shocking everyone during the hardest Holy Knight University exam in recorded history. Then the guy totally flipped his vibe to hype up Wei He. Now, this guy? A total prodigy from a legendary 100-year-old family. He's packing god-tier talent, plus a wildly rare bloodline, the streamer shouted, practically losing his mind. So who takes the crown? Watch closely. You and I are finding out now. Your boy Quanji is streaming the whole brutal showdown live. Drop a like so you don't miss out. Quanji's video dropped, and the internet completely exploded. Yay, God versus Wei He? This final clash is going to be legendary. Going against Wei He? It's definitely going to be a brutal, one-sided stomp. Did you even watch Wei He's last fight? His style was straight up savage. No way this match is going to be a walk in the park. Still so incredibly sad that our goddess Jang Charon had to face Wei He in the semifinals, right? Suhong University taking first and second place would have been epic. Suddenly, the bright blue sky was completely ripped apart by roaring helicopter blades. The crowd scrambled. They rushed to clear a massive landing zone for the chopper. That heavy door slid open. The second the crowd spotted who was inside. Absolute pure chaos. It is Suhong University. As the Suhong squad stepped out, a massive wave of insane cheering hit them. Goddess Jang is flawlessly beautiful, an absolute goddess. Ye God, we are with you till the end. Song, keep your head up, you'll crush it next time. Ye God, picture please, sign this. Everywhere Chu Yi walked, the hype just exploded. Fans chanting his name over and over. Then, someone pointed up at a second incoming chopper, screaming, Modu University just arrived. Instantly, the crowd's crazy energy completely shifted. Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Hearing the chants, Dean Su strolled right over to greet Wu Mong. Morning, Dean Wu. Today, the singles champion and runner-up gets decided between our two schools. You know, friendship first, brutal competition second. Dean Wu smiled back. Morning, Dean Su. But inside, pure, arrogant disgust. Knowing Wei He's actual monster strength, you fools really think Chu Yi even stands a chance? Keep dreaming. Right then, Wei He locked onto Chu Yi from a distance. You feel that insane tension, right? The final battle is finally here. I will crush you and take that champion title. At long last, the earth-shattering war was moments away. Right before entering the ring, Chu Yi just flashed this totally wicked smirk. The announcer's voice shook the stadium. Make some noise for our two finalists, Chu Yi and Wei He. Fighters are in the arena. This epic clash is starting. Everyone grab your seats and keep the chaos to a minimum. The 5-second countdown flashed. Up in the stands, the crowd was basically losing their minds. Bring on the war. Ye God is an absolute legend. Senior Wei, you cannot lose this. Crush him. Wei He, shatter Su Hong's pride. The stands were packed so tight. Yo, who just stomped on my foot? Meanwhile, back at the Zhou estate, Zhou Heng watched alongside the old master. The giant timer hit 3 seconds. Suddenly, the old man broke the silence. This Wei family kid? They've called him a terrifying prodigy since day one, pumped full of elite resources his entire life. Can Chu Yi actually beat him? Zhou Heng just grinned. Seriously, he absolutely can. I ran the data on all his exams. Every single one of his battle logs. His growth rate is terrifying. His raw strength is peak level, completely leaving his peers in the dust. Zhou Heng locked onto the screen. Wei He is the best they have, a true genius. But in Chu Yi, you can literally see the terrifying shadow of his legendary ancestors. Back in the arena, that massive countdown finally hit 0. The system instantly screamed, start. The exact second it began, Chu Yi popped his divine skills. Courage Blessing, Holy Light Cross, weapon protection stacked and glowing. Wei He gripped his blade and charged. Trust me, we have to see what's next. Wei He leaped into the air, absolutely furious, and swung his blade right at Chu Yi. But Chu Yi just erupted in golden light. Boom! The two powers clashed with a deafening crash. Stick with me here, guys. Wei He glared at him, but Chu Yi's face remained ice cold. Chu Yi swung back, forcing Wei He to leap away. Wei He's eyes sharpened. He frowned, locking onto his target before diving right back in. Bloodshot eyes. A terrifying roar. Suddenly, Wei He's entire body exploded with a savage, blazing crimson aura. Gripping his heavy blade, Wei He roared at the top of his lungs, scorching blade technique. Dropping into stance, Wei He unleashed a brutal flurry of slashes. Chu Yi calmly dodged them all. Evading the strikes, Chu Yi realized it was Berserk, the ultimate Berserker class skill. It massively boosts the user's 4 core stats, but there's a catch. After the 3-minute rage ends, his body is going to be completely weakened. On top of that unexpected Berserk skill, he was already spamming his Scorching Blade technique. It buffs his combat power while dealing fire attribute magic damage. Still, Chu Yi easily dodged attack after attack. Wei He charged straight ahead, but Chu Yi was already locked into a defensive stance. He really is Magic City University's top freshman, Wei He realized. Chu Yi's eyes were razor sharp, dodging without a single trace of fear. Now, watch closely. Wei He roared Thunderous Slash. His blade suddenly erupted in a blinding, fiery red light. Thunderous Slash. An A-rank warrior skill that fires off an ultra-fast strike. And here's the crazy part, the higher its level, the higher the strength and slashing speed. At max power, this move literally hits at the speed of lightning. Wei He's bloodshot eyes went wide. his face twisting with pure, unadulterated rage as he thought, I've practiced this tens of thousands of times. I've already maxed this skill to level 9. Without blinking, Wei He slashed down with everything he had, but Zhao Yi blocked it with his axe. The impact created an absolutely massive shockwave. Wei He gritted his teeth, furious. Such insane power. Pushing harder on his blade, he thought. My battle blade weighs over 1,000 pounds, empowered by thunderous slash. The kinetic energy this thing generates is absolutely terrifying. I could slice through solid reinforced metal. Yet, Zhao Yi's face showed zero fear. And yet, Wei He realized he was losing the clash. I can't just fight him head on. With one massive shove, Zhao Yi sent Wei He flying backward. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's weapon began transforming, exploding with golden light. Level 9 B-rank skill Holy Light Cross. Gripping with both hands, Zhao Yi summoned a blinding beam of golden light shaped like a massive sword. Wei He just smirked. I was waiting for that. Dropping into a crouch, his expression turned terrifying as he screamed, Battle Frenzy. His body instantly erupted with a blinding crimson aura and intense golden light. You saw that too, right? Dansu watched in shock as the forces collided, creating a massive shockwave. Wei He knelt in the crater, covered by what looked like an extra layer of aura armor. He stood up, his smile turning downright psychotic, hand on his great sword. A system panel popped up for Zhao Yi, revealing Wei He's awakened talent, Battle Frenzy, S rank. While active, Wei He's 4 core stats skyrocket, and all incoming damage instantly reduced by 80%. But once it ends, all that block damage gets doubled and blasted right back into Wei He's own body. Wei He charged straight ahead. Zhao Yi watched him closely, thinking, he activated it so early, he clearly wants to end this fast. Wei He's Battle Frenzy talent can only stay active for 2 minutes maximum. The smartest play is stalling until his timer runs out. But even with an 80% damage shield, defeating him head-on is still possible. Wei He violently swung at Zhao Yi, who perfectly parried every single strike. Their weapons clashed, ringing out like an absolute war zone. As Wei He kept attacking, he thought, going against a holy knight with this many broken healing and recovery skills, playing the long game is just a stupid move. That's exactly why I popped Berserk and Battle Frenzy right at the start. I'm pushing my raw power to its absolute maximum limit. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the arena. The stunned crowd started whispering. One guy yelled, why is he fighting him head-on? Wei He is literally at his absolute peak. The smartest strategy right now is just to stall. But for Lorji to clash directly, he must be insanely confident. I believe in Lorji. Suddenly, Zhao Yi made his move. Wei He slashed wildly, but Zhao Yi leaned completely backward, dodging it by an inch. Raising his hand, a blinding golden light shot outwards. Spear of Victory. A massive glowing sigil instantly appeared, and right behind Zhao Yi, a gigantic golden spear materialized out of thin air. Shrouded in that red aura, Wei He roared with a wild face, bring it on. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. That's where we leave it. Wei He laughed triumphantly. Haha, your spear is absolutely useless. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch him calmly tap his forehead, cast a spell, and prove why celebrating early is a massive mistake. Punishment of Light. Fierce lightning bolts immediately rain from the sky, relentlessly hammering down on Wei He. But his barrier manages to tank the vicious assault. Wei He just frowns. He blocks the flashing strikes with his heavy saber, thinking to himself, so this is his ultimate offensive move? Even with 80% damage reduction, it still stings like crazy. Without his berserker state active, that single blast would have completely wiped him out. He glances upward. The lightning is finally starting to lose its juice. He knows Punishment of Light requires at least a 1-second cooldown between each blast. Stomping his foot hard into the dirt, he smirks. If that is true, he just needs to exploit that exact opening to crush Zhao Yi. He charges straight ahead, only to get slammed instantly by another blinding lightning bolt. Stunned, his face freezes in absolute shock as panic sets in. How on earth is that lightning technique firing off so fast? He studied every single skill his opponent used this entire tournament. Don't tell him this crazy Punishment of Light is already past level 20. The electric blasts brutally pummel his body. Meanwhile, a tiny hovering drone excitedly screams into the microphone. So savage, so utterly brutal. Once again, folks, you are watching the official finals of the National University Freshman Exchange Tournament. People in the stands shield their eyes, yelling about the cruelty. A girl shrieks, covering her face. Wang Guan smirks, while Wei He screams in agony. Now, pay attention here. This is where the mental breakdown starts. Only 10 meters apart, but looking at Zhao Yi, Wei He feels like a tiny ant facing a giant. It feels like Zhao Yi could squash him with a single finger. An absolute, impossible wall he can never climb. Screaming that he refuses to accept this, a sinister red glow ignites in his palm. Gritting his teeth, his eyes roll straight back into his head. Secret art. Heavenly Shadow Blade. Boom. A massive explosion kicks up rocks and dirt, completely swallowing the arena in thick, heavy smoke. Yet Zhao Yi just stands there, unbothered. A red streak clips him, and he calmly checks the fresh cut on his cheek. The crimson saber smashes into the ground, shattering it. Suddenly, a literal rain of blades drops from the sky. Watching the chaos unfold, Zhao Yi figures it out. Corporeal chi transformation. So the crazy rumors were actually true. The Wei family ancestor achieved enlightenment during the Demon Realm War, fusing his soul with demonic energy to forge tens of thousands of swords. Legends claim that guy could wipe out a city full of demons in one blink. Endless blades, dripping with a terrifying red aura, line up right in front of Zhao Yi. He hasn't hit his ancestor's legendary rank yet, but this physical energy transformation is absolutely stunning to witness. Zhao Yi just smirks. Playtime is officially over. With blinding speed, the crimson swords shoot straight down, tens of thousands plunging toward the earth. You and I both know his basic moves just won't cut it here. Flicking his fingers, he decides not to disappoint the massive crowd today. Instead, he drops a custom fusion skill he created entirely from scratch. Everyone stares as a freezing wind howls. 1,000-mile freeze. He stands dead center of a massive blue vortex. Reaching out, he takes total control of the energy. One step, and the ground instantly turns to solid ice. The frost violently spreads, completely paving the arena in a thick sheet of ice. The drone speaker blares loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, this insane skill from contestant Zhao Yi just swallowed the entire stage. The cameras are totally blinded. The stadium completely loses its mind, screaming in pure confusion. Someone in the stands angrily shouts, "What even is that? What kind of broken ultimate move is this? Since when could this guy use ice magic?" An elder jumps to his feet, completely losing his cool. The old man's face twists in pure horror as he points, screaming about the terrifying purity of that ice elemental power. Hands still extended, Zhao Yi effortlessly keeps the spell going, watching as all 10,000 falling blades freeze solid in mid-air. The countless swords are deadlocked, wrapped up tightly by glowing golden threads. Zhao Yi narrows his eyes sharply. Those golden strings rip right through the ice, violently detonating it into a million sparkling fragments. Gripping his pendant, his other hand glows with golden energy as shattered ice rains everywhere. Wei He gets blown backward from the massive blast. Hitting the dirt, he coughs up pitch-black blood. As the frozen screen fades, the announcer's voice echoes through the stadium. Contestant Wei He is out cold. Zhao Yi takes the win. The crowd goes wild. And trust me, you and I just saw exactly why this upperclassman is untouchable. The announcer booms. Huge congratulations to Zhao Yi. And thanks to Wei He. All right, you and I are jumping right into the absolute most insane exchange tournament showdown this decade has ever seen. Give it up for the ultimate prodigy of this new generation. Chu Yi smiles and throws his hand in the air while massive fireworks light up the sky right behind him. And just like that, the singles tournament officially wraps up. Next on the menu, team battles and the brutal survival match. Wang smiles cheerfully, telling everyone to look forward to the upcoming chaos. He is so young, but he already mastered the Wei family's hidden technique, total body and spirit unification. Any other year, he would have absolutely crushed the competition and taken first place. Too bad he had the worst luck and ran directly into Chu Yi. Zheng Churan just stands there happily twirling her hair. Meanwhile, Wang watches Chu Yi casually stretch and yawn as he strolls off, completely lost in his own thoughts. He figured Chu Yi would actually need to activate his angelic divine body just to stand a chance against Wei He, but nope. He only needed punishment of light and a crazy fusion skill mixing light and ice elements together. These new kids are absolute monsters. Wu Muang claps a hand on Chu Yi's shoulder, super impressed. You totally killed it. Su Hong University finally brought home the singles championship. Si Yalan chimes in with pure excitement. Exactly. They dominated the team event 4 years straight. But winning the singles championship? That only comes around once every 4 years, and they finally nailed it. Brother Yi definitely did us proud today, Wang Tixin adds, flashing a huge, confident smile. Tomorrow's team match is against Madu University, and their main guy Wei He is badly hurt. Madu University is basically free points now. The team trophy is secured. But Song Xiaolin quickly jumps in, telling them to stay grounded. Do not get too cocky, guys. Jang Chiron pulls Ling Shi into a hug, smiling brightly, as she admits little Shi was totally wrong before. You could absolutely pull off the ultimate archmage disguise. Ling Shi immediately turns bright red, yanking her hood down just to hide her burning face. Jang Chiron excitedly calls out, "Brother Chu Yi, let's hit the town and celebrate tonight." Chu Yi just awkwardly scratches his head. Cut to a packed night market. This is where the game Eternal and reality completely mashed together. Stick with me here, because this world is wild. 300 years of magical beasts, crazy races, and new classes. And because of that, the food scene on Blue Star has exploded with tens of thousands of crazy new dishes. Right in the East District, the richest part of Qingjing City, sits this massive, legendary food street. If it flies in the sky or runs on the dirt, these chefs will turn it into an absolute masterpiece to satisfy literally any craving you could ever have. One vendor starts shouting, "Fresh grilled dragon meat. Come get your 20-year-old premium dragon meat right here. Super tender, melts right in your mouth. And hey, try the Wolf King blood jello. It does absolute wonders for your pure vitality and gives you a glowing complexion. We have deep-sea monster fish balls, made strictly from level 30 ocean overlords. Perfectly chewy, flavor off the charts." Song links her arm right through Ling's, walking beside Wang Tixin and pointing out that everything looks incredibly delicious today. Ling's just smiles sweetly while holding onto a stick of candied fruit. Jang Chiron and Chu Yi stroll ahead, just laughing and vibing. But across the street, a guy named Aliang locks onto her and mutters, "Wow, an absolute total knockout." Aliang tosses 2 meat skewers straight to his buddy, tips his hat, and scores her a flawless 100 perfect points. His friend jumps and asks what the heck he is doing. Aliang smirks, claiming a chance to chat up a girl that gorgeous is literally a once-in-a-lifetime shot. "If I just let this walk away, I will genuinely regret it until the day I die." We both know exactly how this ends, right? The friend points out her boyfriend, but Aliang just scoffs. He honestly thinks once he makes his move, she is instantly his. But Chu Yi slowly turns his head. His expression is ice-cold, sharp eyes glowing an intimidating, deadly red. Aliang instantly freezes in absolute terror. His friend completely misses this and starts teasing him. "Giving up already? Seriously, not your style." Aliang points a violently shaking finger toward Chu Yi, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Jang Chiron stops to catch her breath, calling it an absolute foodie paradise. This place totally lives up to the hype. We have been walking for a solid hour and have not even seen half of the stalls. Cian laughs, linking arms with Wang Tixin. "Well, there are literally 6 giant streets connecting right here. So yeah, it is definitely not an easy walk. You guys find a spot and hold some seats for us. We are going to go hunt down some more food." Wang Tixin scratches his head, complaining that he really wants to rest too. Sun Holland just shoves him forward. "Rest? Give me a break. Just let the lovebirds have a quiet moment alone, okay? Are you seriously trying to be a massive third wheel right now?" Standing right behind them, Ling Shi spots the main specialty at a 50-year-old olive wine shop. The owner happily jumps in to hype it up. This premium olive fruit wine actually boosts your base agility stats, 800 milliliters per bottle. An absolutely top-tier choice for yourself or as a fancy gift. Hearing those stats, Jang Chiron points right at a bottle. "We will gladly take one." The owner pours it up, charging 200,000. And that is where we pause. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. A phone chimes, confirming a massive 200,000 transfer. Jang Chiron raises her glass toward Chu Yi. "Brother Chu Yi, huge congrats on winning the singles championship." They happily clink glasses. Chu Yi smiles. "Cheers to that." And just like that, Chiron downs her entire drink. Wiping her mouth, Chiron looks totally confused. Huh. The alcohol in this wine actually doesn't seem that strong. 10 minutes later, she is completely wasted. Blushing hard, she slurs, "Brother Chu Yi, why are there 2 of you?" He just stares. "You got drunk that fast?" Chiron just giggles like crazy. "1 Chu Yi, 2 Chu Yis." He sighs, looking at her mess of a state. As a level 19 pro, normal booze does absolutely nothing to him. But this, brewed with D-grade heavenly olives. Low alcohol, sure, but it hits like an absolute truck. Chu Yi stands up, dusting himself off. It is getting pretty late. Xiaolan and the others still aren't back yet. "Come on, let's go find them." Chiron grabs his hand, whining loudly. "Brother Chu Yi, I do not want to go." But suddenly, another voice completely interrupts her. "Hey there, handsome." A woman with a wine glass struts right up to them, pure seduction in her eyes. "My glass is totally empty." Buy me a drink? Chu Yi gives her the coldest side-eye imaginable. He points straight to the table behind him. There is half a bottle of wine right there. 100,000 medium-grade currency. Pay up. The woman just bursts out laughing. Oh, you are fun. Handsome. Pay attention here. This gets messy. She smirks. Let's find somewhere quiet to chat. Charon looks completely flustered and embarrassed. Her long hair hiding her eyes, lips parted in shock. Angry, Charon shoves her away. You are way too close. The woman just leans in and whispers. Little miss, that is not very nice. Honestly, you two clearly are not a couple. So who are you to block his absolute good fortune with other women tonight? She smirks, thinking to herself. Chu Yi, the absolute strongest rookie this year. And his friend Charon. Everyone out there assumes she is his actual girlfriend. But I know for a pure fact they are not a couple yet. An incredibly oblivious guy and a naive girl dealing with her first crush. It will take them absolutely forever to finally make a real move. This right here is my perfect opening to strike. If I can just get Chu Yi wrapped completely around my little finger, then all the crazy resources he is destined to win become mine. She steps even closer to him. Right? Handsome? Charon, blushing and fuming with jealousy, stammers. But right then, Chu Yi simply grabs Charon's hand. Completely shocked, she stares down at their fingers. Chu Yi stays perfectly calm, not missing a single beat. Actually, I do not mind if Charon blocks my good fortune. He confidently leads Charon away, but drops one final, absolutely brutal comment right over his shoulder. Besides, you are pretty average looking anyway. I would not call this good fortune. The woman's jaw literally hits the floor. Average? Chu Yi just keeps dragging Charon away. You and I both felt this coming, right? Charon stops dead. Blushing deeply, she looks up at Chu Yi and blurts out, I like you. Chu Yi is completely stunned. Charon, he stammers, while her face burns bright red. Charon pushes on. I know I should not say this before the tournament, but seeing all those other girls swarming you makes me so mad. I honestly just want to kill them all. Suddenly, a dark, terrifyingly sinister aura literally materializes right behind her back. She throws herself straight into his arms. Can I be your girlfriend? Then boom, she collapses right against his chest, completely passed out. Wang Tixin freezes, a steamed bun halfway to his mouth. He is speechless. Huh? Xiaolan, Tixin, and Lingxi all stand there gripping their steamed buns. Their eyes are wide with pure shock at the crazy scene unfolding. Next morning, clear blue skies. The alarm clock rings loud. Charon slowly wakes up, vaguely remembering the wild events from last night. The words, I like you, echo in her head. She shoots up, blushing madly, and carefully peeks out of her room. Wang spots her instantly. Charon, you are up late today. Come grab some breakfast. He happily waves her over to the dining table. Lingxi, Xiaolan, and Chu Yi all look her way. Chu Yi instantly whips his head back, aggressively stuffing his face. The other two eye him super suspiciously. Pulling out a chair, Charon starts spiraling. Could I have actually dreamt all that? Was the confession really just a dream? Her face is beet red, staring blankly into space as she nervously picks at her morning food. Chu Yi, though, acting totally calm, like absolutely nothing happened. Meanwhile, Lingxi and Xiaolan huddle close, staring straight at her. Flashback to last night. Chu Yi, holding an unconscious Charon, looks at his three friends. Please, guys, let's just pretend you never saw this happen. Xiaolan asks, totally confused. Why? It is super obvious you guys like each other, right? Chu Yi looks down at the sleeping Charon. The Zhang family of Jingguan is an ancient clan. You and I know this means trouble. They predate eternal advent. For centuries, that family built an empire as a top-tier power in China. Right now, my reputation is solid, and I am Master Wang Hai's direct disciple. Let's dive in, guys. Sounds pretty sweet, right? Zhao Yi looked up at the sky. Compared to the Zhang family, my little achievements mean absolutely nothing. I refuse to put Xiaoran in a tough spot. Once I get absolute power, no family or faction standing in my way will even matter. They will all turn to dust. It is just a matter of time. Hiding behind her snack, Cielin whispered, Brother Ye, what a pure god of war. I will support you forever. From today on, I am president of your romance fan club. Hearing that, Zhao Yi broke into a cold sweat. Wang dropped his chopsticks. 10 total universities and colleges are clashing in the National Freshman Exchange Tournament's final team battles. Every single academy has to face off against the other 9 schools. 45 matches total. Teams get ranked by wins to lock in the top 3 spots. Today is our 9th brutal team match. If we crush this one, that sweet team championship title is officially ours. Stay humble and crush Mu University. Everyone roared in agreement. Wang cheerfully raised her hand. Looking at Sonia, she added, as our substitute, do not put too much pressure on yourself. Yungfang stood nearby and nodded. Sonia is a summoner. She will provide massive team support. Protecting her is top priority out there. Dean Su sighed. As lead instructor, I could give a pep talk, but that is useless. Yi is heavily injured and still totally unconscious. Our team's raw power took a massive hit. Plus, facing Zhao Yi, zero chance we grab first place. Now, pay close attention here. Dean Su never imagined one freshman could be this crazy overpowered. If our entire roster's power level equals a 1, Zhao Yi alone is a 2, maybe even a 3. He is unbelievably strong. A total monster. No, wait. He is way worse than a monster. He could solo all the top academies. Dean Su gripped Wang's hand tightly. But I still have to say this. Even if we lose today, we cannot lose Modu University's honor. Do not let those other schools look down on us. I need every single one of you giving 100%. Can you do that? They roared. Yes, we can. Let's go. Dean Su led the 5 Modu University students, their auras completely imposing. Sun Chao muttered, even if we tried, we would lose. Is Modu University doomed to 3rd place again this year? But 7 years ago, their team captain got critically injured and literally could not fight. Yet through insane teamwork, they smashed their opponents anyway. Crazy enough, that year was also Modu University facing off against Su Hong University. Sunan Xiao touched her face, deep in thought. You and I both know she is plotting. If I use that forbidden method, could Modu University recreate that exact miracle? A camera drone buzzed overhead, while the announcer's voice exploded. The epic team showdown between Modu University and Su Hong University is finally about to begin. But before we start, let me announce the Cheyenne Professional League rewards for our top 3 winning teams. First, every single player from the 3rd place squad, including all substitutes, gets a custom 3-star golden grade gear set. Second place, you all walk away with custom 4-star golden grade equipment. And for the absolute first place champions, everyone gets a full 2-star epic grade set. The entire crowd gasped. Wow, that is insanely generous. I am painfully jealous. This year's tournament prizes are not just doubled. They are filthy rich. Absolute madness. I will fight you rich kids for that. Zhao Yi rested his chin, calculating the value. A legendary singles weapon outranks epic gear, but it completely pales compared to this insane team champion reward. One set means 7 items: top, bottom, belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, and ring. With 10 total members per team, that equals 70 shiny pieces of epic grade loot. That massive combined value could literally forge 2 full legendary grade weapons. Wang laughed like a maniac, clasping his hands together. Haha, this is huge. That epic grade equipment is totally ours. The announcer's voice echoed loudly. Rewards have been officially revealed. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Welcome Su Hong and Modu University. The entire crowd went wild. All right, you and I are about to witness the ultimate showdown. Su Hong versus Modu University. Position set. Chu Yi's squad looks insanely confident. 3, 2, 1, begin. Meanwhile, Sun Xiao's team looks absolutely terrified. Tension spikes. Chu Yi's team immediately rushes in. He swings his hammer, while Wang Tixin looks completely hyped. Sun Xiao shuts her eyes, raising her hands to cast. A brilliant ball of light gathers before her. Holding out both hands, she chants. Summon, Spirit Hatchling Dragon, Russ. Summon Spirit Beast Swarm, Jack. Summon Giant Snake, Magic Beast Hadida. Summon Hell Guardian Sebius. And summon Spirit Lion King, Kamala. Boom. 5 massive spirits materialize around Sun Xiao, radiating pure power. They roar, charging at Chu Yi's squad. The Lion King Kamala lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a devastating wave of golden energy from its body. Ling Shi instantly raises her scepter to block the hit, firing back with a heavy counterattack. Beast Swarm Jack shoots forward, stingers raised high. Song Halan snaps 2 fingers, instantly casting a spell that sends glowing talismans flying. The talismans latch onto the swarm. Song Halan raises her hand, and boom, they detonate like fireworks. Meanwhile, Wang Tixin furiously clashes with Hadida, spinning her weapon like crazy. Zhang Churan charges in, landing brutal slashes on Sebius. Meanwhile, Chu Yi smoothly dodges an absolute barrage. Now, pay attention. You and I are about to see his true battle IQ. He observes. Nothing beats real combat experience. Their teamwork improved by 30%. Zhang and the blonde girl gasp in absolute shock. Sun Xiao stays totally calm, continuing her cast. Chu Yi just wipes out everyone in front of him effortlessly. He throws a heavy punch right at Sun Xiao, but she doesn't even flinch. Eyes still closed tight. Finishing the spell, Sun Xiao snaps her eyes open. They are glowing. Suddenly, a massive, magical hand appears, blocking his hammer. Chu Yi frowns as the massive hand catches his weapon. Sun Xiao grits her teeth, struggling hard. Enter the blazing ape. With blood-red eyes, this absolute beast catches the attack with its bare hands. It slams its giant fist down, forcing Chu Yi to brace for impact. The ground shatters beneath him. The blazing ape roars as a glowing green circle forms, shooting out insane projectiles. Sun Xiao is shocked. Gritting her teeth, Sun Xiao summons Hadida. But the ape's blood-red eyes lock onto the snake, grabbing its neck and squeezing with lethal force. With terrifying raw strength, the blazing ape crushes it, sending black blood splattering absolutely everywhere. Ripping its head clean off, it glares at Sun Xiao. No need for cheap tricks. Why summon me? Sun Xiao shields her face in pure terror. Fight. She points a trembling finger straight at Chu Yi. Defeat him. This is the level 24 blazing ape. An ultra-rare legendary grade monster. This beast was born with insane innate control over fire. Finding one of these is incredibly rare. You and I both know what a legendary summon means: pure danger. The ape roars, and Chu Yi glares grimly. The blazing ape glares at Sun Xiao and actually speaks. Very well. Prepare to meet your death. Panicking, Sun Xiao waves her hands. Wait. Suddenly, debris explodes everywhere, forcing her to cover her face. Catching on, the blazing ape violently lunges forward. Wang Tixin screams in shock. How is that a legendary summon? Ling Shi instantly casts Tidal Shield, wrapping everyone in a glowing sea of blue light. But the ape dodges perfectly. Song Halen aggressively swipes her hand through the air, chanting, "Earth be my foundation, its energy my source. Earth spirits, heed my command." A giant rock slab erupts from the ground. She panics mentally. Tidal Shield is an A+ rank defense, maxed out to level 8 by Ling Shi. In previous one-on-one fights, it easily tanked a full barrage from the Qingjing University assassin. But right now, it can't even block one single hit from this ape. Boom. The blazing ape shatters the rock wall with one single punch. Wang Tixin dashes out, casting shield wall. A glowing red barrier pops up just as the ape leaps high, clasping its hands and smashing down brutally. Song Helen looks back, sweating. Thank God Brother Yi's buff more than doubled our raw defensive power. Otherwise, this monster ape would have instantly shattered my defense completely. A legendary beast is too powerful. Brother Yi, what now? He raises his hand high, casting Sacred Aegis as a sigil appears. The blazing ape readies its claws, swiping viciously at Chu Yi. He glances back at his team, totally unfazed. Leave this fight to me. Get off the stage right now. The squad screams. What? Are you kidding me? We are pausing here, but trust me, you and I gotta see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. This isn't some normal academy student. That is a legendary beast, and it holds absolutely nothing back. Chu Yi just stares back. Do I look like I am joking? I have a solid plan to crush this blazing ape, but once this fight starts, I cannot protect you. Jang Churan stares at him, her eyes completely filled with raw panic. Brother Ye, do not worry about us. We can handle it. Ling Si jumps in. Even with my weak power, I still want to help. Sun Halen steps up, her eyes wide. Brother Ye, we are a team. The blazing ape slams another massive punch. Chu Yi shakes his head. Fighting a legendary beast means one mistake equals death. Even if our healer revives you, you drop 30% of your stats. You will be completely useless for 3 whole months. 0 combat training allowed. Did any of you actually think about those brutal consequences? Chu Yi gently pats Jang Churan on the head. Look, I know you are worried I cannot handle this solo, but honestly, having you guys here is just a distraction. His gaze softens as he looks right at her. Besides, it is just one single legendary beast. The crowd below, completely losing their minds. A girl shouts out. This is a massive, totally unbelievable upset. A nightmare scenario from 7 years ago might be playing out all over again. The commentator grabs the mic, screaming. Magic City University substitute Sun Xiao just summoned a literal legendary beast. Can Chu Yi actually survive this absolutely desperate situation? Who takes the team tournament crown now? A red-haired guy laughs like a maniac. A legendary beast. This is awesome. Chu Yi is basically dead meat. Just like gear, beast power has distinct tiers. Bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. Even at the exact same level, higher tiers mean an insane gap in power. Take the charge skill, For example, used by a bronze beast, it hits like a weak F or E rank human attack, but used by a legendary beast, that single charge is an absolute nuke, easily hitting a rank, maybe even S rank power. The scariest part? Legendary beasts resist almost every negative effect. They are insanely tanky and basically impossible to kill. That terrifying Goblin King in the Abyss dungeon? He was only an epic rank boss. Now watch closely. A legendary beast crashing a basic exchange match? You and I know that is completely insane. Looks like Chu Yi's undefeated streak is totally over. The announcer screams into the microphone. Wait, what is happening? Why forfeit now? Glowing seals suddenly appear beneath Sun Halan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tixin. Forfeiting means 0 arena damage. Chu Yi glances back at Zhang Charan, and she instantly understands. I forfeit too, she declares. Glowing rectangular shards immediately wrap around her body. Chu Yi reaches out to stop her teleport. She just smiles back. Brother Chu Yi, I know you can win this. Boom. The demon ape smashes the arena barrier. Chu Yi dodges instantly, roaring as blinding red light totally engulfs both of his arms. The arena floor completely shatters apart. Debris flies everywhere as fresh blood hits the ground. The demon ape stares at its cleanly severed tail, groaning in sheer disbelief. I am hurt. Chu Yi transforms right there, standing tall, gripping a massive, devastating war hammer, golden aura blazing. You see where this goes, right? His team is safe, so his limits are completely off. Time to see how tough this legendary beast really is. The crowd loses it. Am I dreaming? Someone screams out. Chu Yi actually wounded a legendary beast with one single, devastating strike. The demon ape glares at Chu Yi. Human, I smell the aura of a supreme bloodline deep within you. The beast panics internally. My clan is born legendary. We are absolute kings meant to dominate any territory we step foot inside. But my mother always warned me. There are certain supreme bloodlines in this world that we must never, ever provoke. A flashback hits of his mother holding him tight. And now, for the first time ever, this random human is radiating that exact supreme energy. If his body was not so physically weak, I would run instantly, even if the summon backlash heavily damaged me. Luckily, he is just some fortunate human who managed to fuse with a supreme core. That is it. The demon ape raises a fist, a wild ring of energy swirling around it. I was careless before, tiny human. Now, you get my absolute full strength. It lunges forward. Blue energy sparks in its hand, crimson eyes glowing with pure rage as it brings two fingers together. A deadly weapon materializes right in its palm, spiked on one end, heavy chain on the other. The beast grips its new weapon tight. Chu Yi just smirks, his voice dead, calm. Bring it on. Golden holy chains erupt from his hand. Trust me, you will want to see how this ends. Let's dive right into this absolute madness. The beast throws its weapon, clashing right against the chains. Chu Yi counters with radiant pulse, blasting a massive shockwave of blue energy that knocks the monster back. It jams its weapon into the dirt, tearing up a huge trench to stop its slide. Those red eyes? Furious, Chu Yi stares in shock. 0 damage. Old Master Chu completely panics, screaming to stop the match. They cannot let their family's greatest prodigy die here. Zhao Heng turns and sprints, rushing to find Teacher Wu. The old master yells they must save Chu Yi, even if it completely ruins their reputation with Su Hang University. Principal Cheng begs Teacher Wu to just forfeit. Losing Chu Yi means the entire country loses a future legendary general. Another guy chimes in. He says Chu Yi is absolutely destined to rule an entire region one day. Dying in some random match? A total waste of his insane potential. It is absolutely not worth the risk. Zhao Heng bursts in, completely desperate. He practically begs Teacher Wu to forfeit. The Chu family offers to pay 100 times the penalty. Everyone agrees this meaningless ranking isn't worth his life. Teacher Wu, you have to stop this now. Now watch closely. Teacher Wu just cleans his ear, flashing back to a massive secret about Chu Yi's true power. Back then, the principal just stood there looking totally relaxed, telling him not to worry at all. Unless it is a legendary beast above level 26, Chu Yi can easily handle it. Wu stares at the monitor. He knows that past level 20, the power gap between every single level becomes absolutely massive. A level 26 beast equals several level 24s. And the monster on screen right now? It is only level 24, 2 whole levels below 26. Still, Zhao Heng panics, screaming that Chu Yi basically has 0 chance to win. Back to the fight. The flaming ape raises its weapon, glowing red eyes locked as it smashes right down. Chu Yi instantly drops his punishment of light. Golden lightning rips through the sky, blasting the beast as it shrieks in pure pain. The holy energy is overwhelming. Chu Yi fires again, another blast of light. The monster roars, blocking the brutal attack with one massive swing. Human, show me your true power. Floating high above, Chu Yi stays perfectly calm. His light skill is a rank. Add light enhancement, divine protection, and his crazy S+ angel talent. Once he transforms, that angelic body literally doubles his raw power. That strike could easily one-shot an epic boss in an abyss dungeon. But hitting this beast, it only takes temporary damage before instantly healing. I know what you are thinking. Unharmed? Chu Yi realizes its healing factor is just absolutely terrifying. It launches into the sky, landing right in his face. Golden energy flashes as magical chains suddenly wrap around the beast. It glares up, furiously roaring about these annoying little tricks. Chu Yi just watches coldly. He crushed a legend-ranked demon before, sure, but that thing was massively crippled by its fatal weakness to light magic. That demon could not even use its true, full-power legendary abilities. He needs to study this fight to beat real legend ranks later. Meanwhile, the monster's attack speed just keeps ramping up. That means its resistance to holy magic is actually growing. Its adaptability is completely insane. No wonder humanity lost so many heroes during the Dark Era. These demonic beasts are just on a totally different level. As the monster's wild attacks speed up, Chu Yi spreads his arms wide, chanting for divine grace. Grant me absolute protection. Bless me. Give me true courage. Chu Yi calculates his ultimate combo, stacking these powerful opening buffs, combining them with his angelic transformation, and multiplying the enhancement skills. That is his true, unstoppable peak state. The beast explodes upward, rocketing straight into the sky, completely shattering the ground below. A stunned teammate gasps, "Wait, Chu Yi can get even stronger?" Someone mutters it is lucky the beast is ignoring Xiao Chao. If the summoner dies, the summon simply vanishes. You think it forgot that? The lion roars, and they scream to keep their guards up. Protect Xiao Chao now. They brace for impact. And right then, Chu Yi suddenly appears, fully glowing with golden energy, gripping crackling bolts of pure divine lightning. The beast erupts with fiery power too, forging flaming armor. It slams its weapons together, instantly morphing them into one absolutely colossal staff. A massive hand crashes down. Trust me, we are just getting started. Absolute destruction. Their combined power shatters everything in sight. A massive hand slams into the earth, carving out a massive crater and setting off a devastating explosion. Stick with me, you and I are about to witness absolute, panicked chaos. Right on cue, a third awakening mage from the Cheyenne Alliance steps up. She flips open her grimoire, chanting rapidly. Swirling droplets of water instantly converge around her, channeling a powerful protective spell in mere seconds. The violent currents spin into a massive circle, forming a solid shield just in time to block the blazing shockwave. A guy with a black man bun lets out a massive breath. Thank goodness. A few people actually survived that blast. A pink-haired girl claps her hands, totally thrilled. A third awakening mage from the Cheyenne Alliance? Yeah, they are finally safe. The guy next to them in a t-shirt shivers. He was literally scared to death, wondering if the stadium priests could even revive them if they got wiped out right there. But right then, looking dead serious, the mage gestures and flips through her grimoire again, completely lost in her own thoughts. Knowing today would be brutal, the Cheyenne Alliance actually upgraded the protective barrier to level 7 before the matches even started. A level 7 barrier? That should easily tank a full power strike from a peak second awakening mage without breaking a sweat. Yet, she just stands there, gripping her grimoire. One single attack from Chu Yi completely shattered that ultimate defense. Now, pay attention. You and I are witnessing a supreme genius the Zhangxia nation hasn't seen in a century. A total honor for humanity. But suddenly, boom, a massive foot stomps down. The four of them freeze in absolute horror as fierce, crackling bolts of lightning completely surround them. Ling Yun Yuansha emerges from the dust. Pure killing intent radiates from its terrifying, ferocious face. The beast grits its teeth, exhaling thick puffs of smoke and fire. Damn it all. Just the raw power of those light and ice elements seeping into its flesh is totally destroying its healing factor. Curse these humans and their stupid holy light. Furious, the monster slams both hands down, cracking the earth with a deafening roar. How could a legendary beast die in a place like this? Instantly, Chu Yi answers with a devastating punch straight to its ugly face. Even though Chu Yi looks tiny next to Ling Yang Xiao, the sheer force of that hit sends the monster flying. It stumbles backward, letting out an ear-piercing, furious scream. The very next second, Chu Yi dashes in, leg extended, screaming for it to die. That powerful kick connects hard, sending the massive beast stumbling backward once again. Right then, a blinding golden light drops from the sky, blasting rocks and dirt everywhere. Suddenly, a roaring bird and lion manifest. Then, a booming voice drops, making Zhangfang and Sunia sweat bullets. Will they surrender, or keep fighting? Sun Xiao just closes her eyes, pulls back her magic, and whispers her surrender. Her voice echoes across the entire stadium. Dean Su finally exhales a heavy sigh of relief, while Old Master Chu smiles like a proud champion. A second later, the announcer's voice booms through the speakers. The official winner of the team competition is Suhong University. A massive congratulations to Suhong University, our new champions, and honestly, without Chu Yi's absolute insane comeback, you and I wouldn't even be sitting here watching this masterpiece of a battle today. The stadium absolutely erupts. Everyone starts screaming Chu Yi's name like he is a literal god. After 10 brutal universities and 45 crazy matches, it is finally over. Time for the final team rankings. Taking first place with a flawless 9-0 record, Suhong University. Second place goes to Mo University at 8-1. And taking third with 7-2, Qingjing University. The crowd is losing their minds chanting for Chu Yi. Meanwhile, a brown-haired guy jumps in with some expert commentary. It is honestly mind-blowing that Chu Yi is only 18 years old. His raw combat power is already just off the charts. Without a doubt, the name Chu Yi is going straight to the top of Zhang Xia's pro rankings very soon. Back on the ground, Chu Yi drops his transformation. He is completely exhausted, dripping in sweat from that epic showdown. Suddenly, Zhang Churan comes running up, her white hair bouncing. She calls out to him, completely worried since he pushed himself into his angelic form. Is he okay? Over on the sidelines, an orange-haired streamer frantically tells his cameraman to zoom in on them. He yells to frame the couple perfectly, knowing his stream views completely depend on this exact moment. 50,000 live viewers are watching. On screen, Chu Yi gently pats her head and softly apologizes for making her worry. He admits he's still a bit weak, but leveling up saved him. This sweet little interaction instantly sends the live chat into an absolute frenzy. Trust me, you and I are probably feeling that exact same jealousy over this sweet romance right now. Fans are literally having heart attacks. One cries out that Chu Yi belongs to everyone, while another just praises Fairy Ran's beauty. Out of nowhere, a massive hand slams over the camera, followed by a light cough. The comment section absolutely explodes. Stick with me here, because this gets wild. Viewers start raging, spamming the streamer for blocking the absolute best part. One guy even offers a super rocket donation to kick him out. But the man blocking the view, Wu Mang, he crushes the lens with terrifying strength, almost shattering it completely. Yet he's smiling ear to ear. He reminds them that private streams are strictly banned post-match. He asks if they need a personal lesson on the rules. Instantly, the two streamers freeze, their faces turning completely pale with sheer terror. With that handled, he turns to Chu Yi. He tells him to head back to the villa for a briefing on the final event, the survival match. The survival match. Just a little later, his voice echoes loudly all through the villa. It's the absolute final event of the team tournament. Wu Mang stands sternly, hands behind his back, explaining that all 10 academies will drop into a dungeon for free exploration. But this isn't some safe simulation like Round 4. This survival zone is a massive, completely real open-world dungeon environment. Meaning, now pay close attention here, this means total chaos. Even an absolute beast of a fighter could get unlucky and be instantly wiped out. A graphic pops up showing a player crushing multiple monsters, scoring a solid 100 points. The rules are dead simple. Hunt down magic beasts of different tiers to rack up your score. Then the screen shifts, showing a player surrendering. They lose 500 points, straight into their opponent's pocket. He drops the brutal twist. Knock out a rival student, and you instantly steal half their total score. After 7 brutal days, the academy with the highest score takes the crown. Then, he brings up the actual map of this secret realm. This dungeon's sheer scale is completely mind-blowing. But every single day, players are restricted to exploring one specific zone. As time ticks down, the playable map shrinks. You have to reach the new safe zone before the clock runs out. Fail to make it, and you are instantly disqualified. But there is one final, deadly catch to remember. Everyone drops in completely random locations. And if you ever see the void zone on the border, run for your life immediately. A sudden flash of dark sorrow crosses Wu Mang's eyes as he gives the warning. That void is packed with spatial rifts. They can shred a third-tier professional to pieces in seconds. Hearing this, the team shouts back together, understood. Fast forward to the dead of night, and we see footsteps slowly walking down a dark hallway. It's Dean Su. He reaches a secret base, the metal doors sliding open to reveal a seriously tense and heavy atmosphere inside. The room is dead quiet. You could literally hear a pin drop in there. Breaking the silence, someone finally speaks up, welcoming the dean as he steps up to the table. He looks around, noting that every lead instructor from Su-Hong University is present. He asks what they're planning. Let's pause for a second, because this hits different. Dean Cheng casually claims that Su-Hong University is absolutely guaranteed to dominate this survival competition again. He asks if they're really just settling for that. Cut to a blue-haired girl casting magic for the live cameras as the announcer's voice explodes. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate showdown of the National Freshman Exchange Tournament, the legendary survival competition, is officially kicking off right now. This year is completely different. It's a brutal marathon lasting 7 full days and nights. Because of the extreme danger, no live audience is allowed. Instead, it's being broadcast 24/7 through a dedicated app. And now, time for the massive reveal of this year's secret survival zone. Through thick fog, an absolutely massive, ancient stone structure slowly appears on screen, while the announcer keeps hyping up the crowd. This is no basic dungeon. Intelligence confirms this is an ancient ruin, a literal beastman battlefield, better known as the terrifying ruins of the 10,000 Beast Emperor. Staring at that epic gate, the competitors are absolutely buzzing with pure adrenaline. As the voiceover drops more lore, the actual timeline of this ancient war is completely lost. But one thing is guaranteed, this place is absolutely packed with deadly, unknown threats. Insanely high-tier magic beasts are prowling the wasteland. Their razor-sharp fangs are just waiting to rip apart anyone bold enough to step inside. But every single rock and patch of dirt could also be hiding ancient divine artifacts, or totally priceless heavenly treasures. Only the smartest and bravest fighters will ever uncover its hidden secrets. Hearing that hype, one student starts cheering. Divine artifacts? Heavenly treasures? He thinks he's about to strike it rich. But a black-haired student glares at him, mentally roasting this guy. Which academy let this clueless idiot in? If this place was actually a free exploration zone, you and I both know the military already looted it completely dry. Trust me, there are 0 treasures left here. You and I are about to watch absolute madness unfold as the gates open. The announcer roars, grab your weapons, hold your ground, and face the challenge. Time to see who becomes a legend today. The black-haired guy suddenly spots Chu Yi in the crowd, sweating bullets. He is praying he does not run into that absolute monster too early in this dungeon. Just seeing the broad shoulders of this guy in a simple shirt is enough to scream pure boss energy. And right at that exact moment, another figure steps up in a long dark cloak dropping to his ankles. Total elegance, mixed with crazy overwhelming power, it is Chu Yi and Wei standing back to back. Chu Yi instantly realizes that even touching each other did not keep them together during teleportation. Finding the rest of the squad will take a while. Lost in thought, he hears Wei sneaking off and snaps his head around. What a coward. That guy burns a massive speed skill right away and vanishes in a flash. Chu Yi just rolls his eyes and mutters, "You absolute idiot. Your point value is literally 0 right now. Why would I waste my breath?" Out of nowhere, he summons a massive warhammer. A wicked smirk creeps across his face. Gotta let the little rabbits get nice and fat before you hunt them down, right? Meanwhile, deep in a dense forest, a soft green light pulses. It is Jolan. Her eyes are shut tight, locked in deep concentration scanning the area. Suddenly, a bright red figure flickers through the heavy tree line. She freezes up completely, locking onto her target's exact spot. North, 1,000 meters out. Male. Unknown academy. Xialan cracks one eye open, pulls her bowstring back tight, and aims dead center. Watch closely here. She wonders if it is Chu Yi, and whoosh, she fires anyway. Seeing the projectile flying straight at his head, the target realizes it is a spirit arrow. Wei barely dodges out of the way, just in time. He screams out, "Xialan, it is me." He glares hard, and the glowing arrow stops right in mid-air before hitting him. Her voice cuts through the woods. "Lucky you spoke up fast. Anyway, what were you running away from so frantically back there?" Hearing her, he awkwardly scratches his cheek, trying to play it cool. Have you seen anyone from Su-Hong University around?" He is sweating internally. "I definitely cannot admit I panicked and burned my flash step skill just to run away from Chu Yi." The two of them decide to team up. As they walk, she tells him no. "My plant empathy skill only scans a 10-mile radius, and only in green zones. You are literally the only person in my radar." Relieved, he nods. "Oh, well, sticking to our old agreement, we should probably work together." "Sounds like a solid plan." She agrees. Meanwhile, back outside the dungeon, the black-haired guy is streaming the whole match on his tablet. Another guy shakes his head, super confused. A Duke University student and a Thonkin University kid? Why on earth would rival schools form a team? Hearing that, the dude with glasses just chills on his bed, answering while reading. Their power levels are pretty much identical right now. Everyone is paranoid, so nobody wants to strike first. Plus, this dungeon instance is completely brutal. Teaming up early is the only smart move. The crazy survival bloodbath happens much later. We are only on day 1 here. We both know the real fun is coming. On day 7, their devices will expose everyone's location, and that is when the absolute chaos starts. The first guy nods, finally putting it together. But back in the war zone, a massive horde of mutated monsters is already charging straight ahead. Chu Yi triggers his power, dropping 2 fingers. He mutters one cold word, fall. Instantly, the entire wave is obliterated. Points start raining down immediately. Score plus 100. Seconds later, ugly green beasts rush in, roaring wildly. A human brat dares to enter our sacred territory. Kill him right now. But instantly, a harsh blue aura erupts from Chu Yi's arm as he snaps freeze. Boom. The beasts are frozen perfectly solid in mid-air. He literally snaps his fingers, turning his back as the ice blasts into a million pieces. Next, he absolutely demolishes a pack of giant spiders, snatching 500 points, catching an endless stream of 50-point bonuses. With one devastating swing, Chu Yi smashes his warhammer into a spider. Easy kill. The system flashes a massive score, plus 1200. Soon enough, every single monster is completely wiped out. Chu Yi smirks, tapping a glowing blue ring on his finger. That takes care of the annoying ones, he thinks. Let us see how many points I stacked up today. Pulling up his stats, he realizes a solo mechanist absolutely dominates this entire field. I can drop scout robots to dodge the boss beasts and farm the weak ones. I can even divide my mechanical forces, hunting on multiple different fronts, all at the exact same time. Headmaster Wu was right. This is a mechanist's perfect stage. The system updates first place. Chu Yi, 15,792 points. You and I just witnessed absolute domination. Let's dive right in. Wang Guan takes second place. Li Mangza in third. Chu Yi checked the screen. Shi, An, Halan, Tin, and Ling Zi, right where he expected them. The board flashed. Ninth place Zhang Chuan. Wang Qixin in 10th. Halan taking 11th. But suddenly, he froze. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes in pure disbelief. Sure, Tan Wei and Zhang Ti weren't elite tier fighters like Ti Shin's squad, but they were definitely average compared to the rest. Why were their scores such garbage? Tan Wei hit 72nd place with barely 500 points. 81st place, Zhang Ti. Chu Yi froze completely in shock. Wait a second. Tan Wei just got wiped out. The board updated. Tan Wei, eliminated at 72nd. Zhang Ti at 81st. He sat there, thinking hard. 3 ways to die here. The zone, the monsters, or rival players. The ring hadn't moved yet, so dying to the zone for missing a checkpoint was completely off the table. Chu Yi remembered Tan Wei fighting that massive snake. The guy was a substitute, yeah, but he was definitely no pushover in a real fight. Out of everyone fighting in this massive tournament, Tan Wei easily sat right in the upper middle tier. Super careful, no stupid risks. If he hit a boss monster, he could easily escape. Then it hit him. Did a bunch of other players jump him all at once? He pictured those other allied teams, their faces twisted into sick, malicious little grins. Now, pay attention here. You don't just worry about random monsters or solo fighters anymore. You have to watch out for squads. Weaker teams group up, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush and wipe out stronger rival members entirely. But wait, he thought again. The initial spawn points were totally random. At the start, everyone drops completely isolated. Teaming up instantly like that was basically impossible, so an ambush like that should only happen way later. Suddenly, the system announcer blasted out, warning to all players. The safe zone is officially starting to close in. Get to the safe zone within 3 hours, or you fail instantly. Hearing that, Chu Yi froze in shock. A second later, deep in a ravine, a blurry figure ripped through at lightning speed. It was Chu Yi. My luck is actual garbage, he muttered, blasting off full speed toward the zone. Dashing forward, he realized something. This first zone shrink was insanely far. He'd have to burn everything just to cross that line in time. He had to push Tan Wei's whole elimination to the side. Right then, a massive flash of blue energy erupted on a distant peak. He instantly pivoted, burning skills to launch himself up that mountain. You saw that coming, right? It was Ling Shi's aura. She was blasting an orange-haired girl with a huge water arrow. Out of nowhere, Wu Kang dropped in, weapon ready for a dirty surprise attack. A shocked Ling Shi spun around as he launched a massive strike. "You annoying woman," he screamed. She threw up a heavy shield to tank the hit, instantly firing back. Sea Mace, a massive spiked orb spawned right above his head and violently slammed down. Wu Kang's eyes bulged, jaw hitting the absolute floor. Ling Shi scowled, clearly annoyed. Okay. Now, this right here is what I actually call troublesome. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to underestimate your opponent? Also, do I look like someone who forgets a face? Right on cue. Lu Shan vaulted up, going for another sneaky blindside strike. Ling Shi dropped into a combat stance. Did you seriously think I forgot there were two of you? She viciously slammed her staff down. Before she could hit, massive boulders hurled toward her. Rock tomb. Suddenly, Lu Shan was swallowed by a stone sphere, while Wu Kang got completely pinned. Both guys were completely immobilized and locked down. Catching her breath, Ling Shi smirked. Surrender now? Or do I need to severely cripple you before you get eliminated? Out of nowhere, the slow sound of clapping echoed. Ling Shi turned, totally shocked to see Li Jian creeping in the corner. Another one? He stared back with fake awe. I never expected Suhong University to hide such a top-tier elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang's talents have been overshadowed by her team. What a total shame. The second he finished, his demon hounds aggressively lunged right at her. You talk way too much, she yelled, unleashing rapid-fire water arrows to shred the beasts. We both felt that one. A shadow hound spawned right behind her, biting brutally into her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian yelled with absolute pure joy. Perfect chance. Rip her arm right off, he thought. Stick with me here, he thinks. Without her staff, her casting speed and power drop completely. She's wide open, right? Absolutely no way she can fight back now. But Tang Ling Shi? Totally fearless. She flashed this ice-cold, cunning smile. A good opportunity only matters if you can actually grab it. Right on cue, a blazing magic circle formed instantly beside her. Li Jian absolutely lost his mind, screaming in pure panic. Without a staff? How is that even possible? And then boom, a massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted. The raw force sent Li Jian flying through the air, completely obliterating his two hounds into dust. Right as the smoke cleared, the system pinged. Contestant Li Jian of Qingkang University detected with critical, comatose injuries. He is totally unable to continue the match. Contestant Li Jian is officially eliminated. Contestant Tang Ling Shi is awarded plus 1,150 points. Meanwhile, Tang Ling Shi collapsed, gasping for air as she coughed up a heavy mouthful of blood. This is really bad. My mana is entirely drained out. One of the cowards who had ganged up on her noticed her state. He immediately jumped at the chance to land a fatal blow. Wu Kang hurled a dagger straight at her head, but suddenly, a solid kick materialized out of thin air. He froze in total shock. What? The guy blocking his attack was none other than Chu Yi. He raised his leg, eyes glowing with pure rage. You are courting death. Now, pay attention here. One single kick from him triggered an absolutely massive shockwave. Right then, Tang Ling Shi barely managed to whisper his name. Zhao. Burning through her absolute last drop of energy, she forced out two words before blacking out. Brother Yi. The match moderation system instantly chimed in. Contestant Wu Kang of Ue University detected with critical comatose injuries. He is completely unable to continue this match. Contestant Wu Kang is eliminated. Contestant Zhao Yi receives 1,240 points. Suddenly, while Zhao Yi was healing Tang Ling Shi, his icy gaze locked onto someone else. Luo Shang had been creeping up for a sneak attack, but that single, murderous glare made him freeze entirely in pure terror. Right on cue, the system announced again. Contestant Luo Shang of Chaoxiang University has been detected officially forfeiting. Contestant Tang Ling Shi receives 1,860 points. Hearing this, Zhao Yi realized these three rivals had obviously teamed up just to eliminate Ling Shi. There was zero chance this was random. A moment later, he carried Tang Ling Shi to a safer spot to recover. Suddenly, his AI bracelet flashed with a new notification. Rank 69, Zhang Za, 680 points, eliminated. Tang Ling Shi stared at the exact same flashing alert. She screamed out in pure frustration. Zhang Za must have been ambushed and ganged up on too. Those absolute, shameless cowards. Then, she looked up at Zhao Yi, completely bewildered. Brother Yi, something about this whole setup has been totally wrong from the start. Everyone's drop-in point for this secret realm was supposed to be 100% random. You and I both know that's impossible, right? How did they group up day one and somehow pinpoint our team's exact locations for a coordinated strike? He frowned, sharing his dark theory. I'm betting they found some kind of special, underhanded method to actively track everyone else's movements. Hearing that made her explode in absolute outrage. That is totally cheating. How dare they pull a stunt like that at nationals? He shook his head. If one of their members just has a unique tracking skill, technically, the rules don't forbid it. But if they are secretly using dirty tricks, his eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. I will personally make sure they lose everything. Tang Lingshi's voice broke. But our friends are scattered everywhere across this map. They've probably already been surrounded and taken down. I'm really scared. Hearing this, Zhao Yi softly reassured her. These 9 schools have completely joined forces. They are absolutely trying to chip away at my power. For 6 days, they hunted you guys down. Now, for the finale, they want me. I've played along with their pathetic little traps. Getting swarmed and ambushed was totally inevitable. Then, with absolute supreme confidence, he smirked. But when faced with overwhelming, unstoppable power, all these clever schemes mean absolutely nothing. For every single thing they did today, I promise you, I will make them pay it back double. His raw confidence made her blush hard. Her cheeks burned bright red as she looked at him, thinking silently. Brother Yi. Once she was safe, he grabbed his blade and turned to leave, tossing back one last warning. Don't stress yourself out. Your wounds are still serious. Drink down this magic potion and just hide here tonight. I'm going out to slaughter every magic beast in this area. A few tense days later, the overhead drone echoed out. November 20th, 2064. The final day of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, the 74 surviving contestants begin the ultimate massacre for the top rankings. Everyone's exact location and stats will now broadcast live directly to their AI bracelets. Trust me, you and I are about to witness something truly legendary. All right. Strap in, we are about to dive into the wildest tournament finale. The ultimate massacre is finally here. After 6 brutal days of fighting, Suhang University is down to just Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi, and Zhang Kairon. And the other 9 schools? They still have 71 fighters left. That numerical advantage is just totally insane. Can Zhou Yi actually survive 9 schools teaming up? Suddenly, the recon drone broadcast lights up the screen. It flashes to a massive desert inside the Mystic Realm. A huge army of students is just waiting there. Someone shouts out the intel. Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi are approaching fast. Wei Yi quickly barks out orders. He spots Zhang Kairon to the northwest. Her power is solid, but she is nowhere near Zhou Yi's godlike monster level. Plus, over 10 fighters are already closing in on her exact location. Xiaolan, grab 5 people and rendezvous with the others over there. You must eliminate her. The remaining 47 of us will crush Zhou Yi together. Without hesitating, Xiaolan shouts back. Understood. Instantly, Wei Yi hypes up the rest of the massive crowd. Based on Zhou Yi's insane speed, he will be standing right here in 1 hour. Now watch closely. This is where it gets crazy. This battle decides the final rankings. Everyone, you must give 100% focus right now. Meanwhile, a vicious blade cuts the air. Zhang Kairon is effortlessly blasting away her attackers. Anyone rushing her gets instantly swatted away. Xiaolan finally arrives on the scene and speaks up. Little Ran, it has been a long time since our last serious fight. Drawing her bow, she smirks. I guess I am just bullying you with sheer numbers today. Once this tournament ends, we will have a proper duel. Zhang Kairon just laughs coldly at that ridiculous threat. Little Ran, why wait until later? Her fierce aura explodes as she proudly shouts back. Brother Zhou Yi always does the heavy lifting, which clearly made all of you think that I was just some weak, easy target. Today, I will open your eyes to my true power. Xiaolan freezes in absolute shock, realizing it is the complete transformation of a succubus. She is totally speechless. How did Little Ran master her terrifying succubus bloodline so perfectly for this massive showdown? Even with 24 of us, we have to go completely all out. She quickly fires a covering arrow to support her team's massive attack, screaming at the top of her lungs. Go. Back in the massive desert, 2 giant beasts are clashing hard. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure drops out of nowhere. Both monsters run for their lives. Wei Yi and Wang Guan wait until a massive earthquake kicks up a blinding cloud of dust. Wei Yi knows exactly who it is, shouting out, Zhou Yi. Just as he speaks, a colossal rock golem stomps straight out of the dust. Standing right on top of its head, Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. The second he spots him, Wei Yi smirks with total confidence. Chu Yi, you should honestly feel incredibly honored today. To deal with you, we brought 47 top-tier elites from every college just to take you down. Chu Yi simply scoffs, firing back with pure sarcasm. 47 elites? He laughs, dropping a brutally blunt insult. You are nothing but a disorganized mob. That massive disrespect hits a nerve. The crowd erupts in pure rage, screaming back. That is way too arrogant. But Chu Yi is not intimidated at all. He just stares them down, asking, "What is wrong? Did I say something incorrect here? Is there even one single person standing there that I have not completely crushed?" He points a finger, laying down hard facts. You relied on your massive numbers to eliminate half of my university's actual fighters. Let us be real here. Without your massive numerical advantage, you cowards would never even have the guts to step up. But it is totally useless. Come on, weaklings. Even grouping up changes nothing. His brutal trash talk pushes the entire crowd over the edge, but he calmly smiles, declaring, "Let me make you understand. A million swarming ants can never bite a real dragon to death." Without hesitation, the epic battle begins with Wang Guan striking first. Backed by his friends, he shouts, "Hear my summon, raging flameblade technique." The rest of the army instantly charges forward. Chu Yi jumps off the giant golem's shoulder, yelling back up at Tang Lingxi, "Stay right up there for me." Instantly, his system window goes absolutely crazy, spamming massive blessing of courage buff notifications. A second later, he slams into the ground with a crater-cracking thud. Without stopping, he charges straight in with his weapon raised high as the system flashes. Self-blessing activated. Just one single devastating sweep from his weapon easily destroys countless rushing fighters. With every massive swing, another broken squad crashes hard into the dirt. His raw power makes them gasp. He is so fast. Another guy shouts in denial. He might be strong, but he is just a freshman. How can a freshman fight 47 people? Well, you and I are about to watch him charge those summoned monsters with zero hesitation. Stick with me here. You are about to watch their fists collide, and our guy literally shatters this monster into a million pieces. The others just won't quit. They spam everything: angelic body, defensive fields, guardians of light, and mana shields. Layers of heavy barriers pop up. Chu Yi's strike shatters the first layer, but the rest actually hold up. Spotting this, those three pink-haired fighters smirk. They still have 6 whole layers of defense left. They actually think they blocked it. Chu Yi just laughs out loud. Blocked it? Yeah, right. He points right at them, a confident grin on his face. This is just the warm-up. Instantly, a massive hand drops from the heavens. The second that giant hand appears, Wang Xuan goes completely pale. Total panic. The other fighters are absolutely terrified too. The sheer terror literally freezes them all right in place. Snapping back to reality, they scream, run, dodge, get out of the way, or it is game over. But while everyone panics, Wang Guan actually stands his ground. Seeing him freeze, the others scream, "Wang Guan, what are you doing?" Ignoring those flashing red system warnings screaming extreme danger, Wang Guan looks dead serious. "Even if my chances are basically zero, I have to try. This is the exact counter-strategy I built after rewatching our last fight." Heavy iron plates snap together as he breaks it down. "I fought you before. I have analyzed the power and radius of that hand of God 100 times. He struggles, pushing the metal pieces into formation. That divine hand looks completely solid, but the raw force is actually spread out. If I use all my machinery to build a shield that scatters the impact, I might actually survive this totally fatal, crushing blow. Watch this closely." Just as Wang Xuan locks his iron shield together, Chu Yi's hand of God finally strikes down. With absolutely zero fear, Wang Guan screams, "Bring it on." The glowing hand slams into the shield, instantly crushing his defense and completely shattering the ground beneath him. Thick dust chokes the air. Chu Yi floats above them like an absolute god. "Your lives belong to me now. Surrender or be completely destroyed." But Wei He absolutely refuses to throw in the towel. Screaming his name in pure rage, Wei He launches an expanding fire sphere straight at Chu Yi. Firing that off leaves Wei He gasping for air. He thinks, as long as this pins him down, he will absolutely never survive what is coming for him next. Immediately, the others charge in with azure silver swords drawn. Watching them all jump, Chu Yi, he smirks. "Our squad is perfectly positioned. Even if we do not completely eliminate him right now, we will absolutely cripple him." Watching this entire mob rush him, Chu Yi just sighs. "I was way too nice to you guys." Without blinking, he completely wipes out the Radiant Academy team. Defeated and completely crushed, Wang Xuan is choking on bitter regret. "I know what you're thinking. An epic team battle? Nope. He realizes Chu Yi got insanely stronger. This is just a brutal, one-sided slaughter. If he knew Chu Yi was this broken, teaming up with 9 different universities literally would not have mattered at all. Staring miserably at the system prompt asking if he wants to surrender, he feels absolutely pathetic. We are going to be the entire nation's biggest laughingstock. Meanwhile, Dean Wu bursts into smug laughter. Looking up at the giant screen broadcasting this absolute beatdown, he smirks. A 9-school alliance. Dean Chang, you really went all out trying to crush Su-Hong University. Playing completely dumb, Dean Chang replies, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Annoyed by this, Wu snaps, "Nobody else is here, so drop the act." He starts ruthlessly listing every single student involved in this massive ambush. Wei He from Mo University, Xiaolan, Shang Jing's Lian, Uki's Wu Kang, and Xiao Yang's Lu Shang. Anyone with half a brain can see exactly what you snakes are plotting. Let us be real. That question was a straight-up accusation. A normal school would never have the guts. And Motto University is cruising in 2nd place. Zero reason to join this mess. Unless, of course, you look at Qingjing University, the actual organizers of this entire tournament. Who else has the influence to unite 9 rival colleges? Dean Chang secretly starts panicking. Even with massive home field advantage, his school was getting totally destroyed. Using this dirty trick was literally his only way to save face. Flashback to their secret meeting to sabotage Chu Yi. He had aggressively confronted Dean Su. Think about it. If Su-Hang University completely sweeps all 3 major events in this tournament, where does that leave the reputations of our schools? But that sly Dean Su fired right back without even blinking. Dean Chang, do not use that as a pathetic excuse. Mado University is happy taking 2nd. That is where we leave it. You and I must see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we are about to watch some seriously shady academy politics. Forget 1st place, Dean Chang just made a very tempting offer. He promises that if they team up, his Qingjing University will hand over S-rank resources to every single allied school. He calls it a little show of good faith, but that greedy bastard Dean Su jumps on it and demands double. No compromise. And honestly, Dean Chang has no choice but to agree. Then he drops the ultimate master plan on everyone. The new rule? Nobody touches any of the students from their allied academies. They have to work together perfectly. The real mission? Wipe out every Su-Hong student except Chu Yi before day 6. If anyone actually runs into Chu Yi, run away instantly. They plan to jump him as a massive group. Meanwhile, back in the present, Wang calls out all these supposedly honorable deans. He demands to know why these high-status big shots are suddenly keeping their mouths completely shut. He targets Dean Fang Hai next. Realizing he is completely caught on the spot, the man just stammers out a confused noise. Wang stares him down, reminding him that he is supposed to be this incredibly moral, highly respected guy. A literal gentleman of pure honor. Doesn't it scare him that this dirty scheme will totally destroy his reputation? But, without skipping a beat, he brushes it off. He claims teaming up is just a totally fair, logical strategy for the tournament. They technically didn't break any rules, leaving Wang scoffing in absolute disgust. Now, pay attention here. We both know their pathetic little tricks won't actually stop Chu Yi from taking the championship, right? It is an absolute joke. He proudly states that Chu Yi's crazy power speaks for itself. Cheap tactics won't work on him. A real heavy hitter like Yi never backs down from a fight. Su-Hong will take 1st place anyway. Meanwhile, across the map, a student hits the escape button, but a giant red error pops up. Teleport blocked. Please wait. Wang Wan starts absolutely freaking out. What is going on? Outside, the guys Chu Yi just crushed are screaming in pure agony. They beg to surrender. They need a healer right now. Why is teleportation completely down? Wang Wan instantly knows something is super wrong here. Suddenly, a massive crack rips through the empty space. Right behind Chu Yi, these terrifying, gigantic eyes just pop out. The deans watch the horror happen live on the big screen. Wang is absolutely stunned. How did that thing break into a closed realm? Dean Chang screams to force extract all the students immediately, but the gate is totally jammed. The operator starts shaking and frantically reports. Space and time are totally ruined. He cannot activate the magic, sending the entire room into pure chaos. Those kids are the future elite fighters of the Xia Nation. Losing them would be an absolute disaster. A devastating blow to the entire country. It is broadcasting live to the whole country. If rival nations see this failure, their pride is completely finished. They agree they have to pull every single student out, no matter the cost. Even Wang is sweating, wondering if Chu Yi can actually survive. Suddenly, The entire monitor blows out to pure static. The connection drops completely. The deans lose their minds, screaming over each other, trying to figure out what is happening. I know what you are thinking. A bizarre, demonic beast appearing behind Chu Yi? Let that sink in, because things are getting crazy. Back in the fight, Chu Yi hears the warning and spins around right as the void beast swings at him. He instantly summons his gear and throws a massive punch straight at it. But the thing just vanishes into thin air. Where did it go? Right then, down on the ground, Wang Wan finally lands his massive mechanical suit. Once he safely hits the ground, Chu Yi instantly demands answers. Right away, the kid drops its terrifying name, the Void Beast. He explains it was supposed to be sealed deep in a hidden realm, unseen for literally decades. This thing is pure legend, a myth told by veteran class holders, born straight from nothingness. It breaks every single rule of reality. It can warp right through dimensions, switching from solid to ghost form. Hitting it is nearly impossible, but its craziest move? It can rip reality open to make a deadly dimensional storm. If you get pulled inside, you are absolutely dead. Right as Joe asks how it escaped its cage, an absolutely horrifying scream echoes across the whole battlefield. The rest of the fighters completely lose it. They scream in blind panic, turning to run for their lives. But Chu Yi, he readies his stance. He fires off a massive, shockwave-level punch straight at the monster's face. It opens its eyes, warps instantly to Yi, and slashes his legs twice. So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? Game over, or just the start? Stick with me here. He is bleeding, gritting his teeth in pure pain, when suddenly another spatial gate rips wide open. The portal starts sucking Chu Yi inside. Undeterred, he immediately prepares a brutal counterattack. He blasts his attack right into the gate. Fighting that crazy gravitational pull, he spots the void beast inside, ready to strike back. Without blinking, he unleashes his ultimate skill, screaming out, Sacred Fist. This attack packs horrifying power. It literally shreds the air, blasting forward just like an absolute lightning strike. But get this, that brilliant crimson blast gets instantly shut down by the void beast. Suan rushes in, grabbing Chu Yi to shield him from that brutal explosive shockwave. The massive pressure slams them into the dirt, sending them skidding way back. Meanwhile, Halan grips her bow, hyping the team. Everyone attack. Then, through the thick white smoke, Swan pushes herself up right on top of Joy. Looking down, the guy is completely drained. That brutal fight really took its toll. Barely breathing, he asks, Swan, why are you here? Sighing with relief, she whispers, I am just glad I made it in time. She quickly explains the whole situation. I noticed the others could not escape this secret realm, so I knew something was wrong. That is why I came. But suddenly, Chu Yi senses something terribly wrong. Now, watch closely. Things get crazy here. The beast changes targets, but a golden power beam intercepts it. The crash triggers an earth-shattering explosion, completely tearing the ground apart. Unlucky Holland is standing way too close and gets caught in the blast. Suan screams her friend's name in absolute terror. Holland, Chu Yi uses this chance to warn her. Suran, I am poisoned. I need a minute to heal. Protect the other students. Emboldened, the void beast goes completely berserk. Now, only one person stands in its way. Gee. Right as those razor-sharp claws crash down, Suran appears out of nowhere, throwing up a defensive barrier. Get back. The terrified guy can only stammer, I. But the monster is not done. Its massive hand swipes across, refusing to let prey escape. In this life-or-death moment, a familiar voice shouts out, activating my power. Get out of the way. Skill, bewitching sound. Ji's body is instantly blasted backward, barely dodging that fatal strike. The void beast roars in absolute fury. You are totally overestimating yourselves. Zhang Shan is forced to keep dodging this absolute unit of a monster. Seriously, where did this thing even come from? He thinks to himself, fighting just to survive. Knowing the situation is getting incredibly desperate. Massive pressure crushes the area, followed by a mocking laugh. You are no match for me, just ants thinking you can challenge the god of space-time. Meanwhile, Chu Yi quickly activates two skills, self-heal and death resistance. This void beast is just too bizarre. I mean, think about it with me. You get close, it opens a rift. You try long range, it runs away. How do you beat that? The whole battlefield has turned into total, absolute chaos. Tons of players are grouped up, but nobody can do a single thing against this ferocious monster. Suddenly, a pink cord shoots out, grabbing Olivia right out of danger. Her savior? It is none other than Suan. Entrusting the injured girl to Lin Hai, Nan dashes off. Lin Hai, already playing medic, quickly agrees to help. But Olivia is completely losing her mind, screaming, "Ah, we are totally screwed." Linhai tries treating her frozen arm. "Calm down. Let me seal the wound." But Olivia's face is consumed by pure terror. It is hopeless. No escape. "We are all dead." Linhai shoots back. "Not true." Linhai tries reassuring her, having total faith in Chu Yi. "Pull yourself together. Mi is incredibly strong. He will save us." But Olivia is not listening. This is not what the master promised. Fed up, Linhai grabs her good arm. "What do you know?" But Olivia is completely hysterical now, just rambling nonsense. "It is all wrong." Someone demands, "What do you mean wrong? That is impossible." But Olivia's next words make Linhai's blood run completely cold. Her whole world just goes dark. Off in the distance, the brutal war between the Void Beast and the players rages on. Attack flashes light up the front lines. Listening closely, Linhai's face tightens up, her wide eyes showing absolute horror. A brutal slash slices a player in two. "Trust me, you and I absolutely need to see what happens next." Zero hesitation. Not wasting a single second, "Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch a situation hanging on by a thread." The battle hit maximum overdrive. Nan was completely trapped inside the Void Beast's massive jaws, pinned down hard by terrifying razor-sharp teeth. Chu Yi, Holland, and Linhai figured out the truth way too late. Before anyone could blink, the beast blasted out massive shockwaves, instantly shutting down their entire counterattack. Going fully reckless, Chu Yi charged straight into the distant black hole, tearing up the battlefield. From right behind him, Linhai screamed, "Gee, the Thanawang Academy Dean." He actually planted void-guiding butterfly eggs on everyone. The mother bug uses a crazy technique to track our exact location from thousands of miles out. That was the dead giveaway. It is the only reason the competitors from all 9 academies managed to group up so insanely fast. Chu Yi snapping his head back made Wang Hian physically flinch. He totally panicked, swearing he had zero idea, and thought it was just luck. But Linhai kept on explaining, "Worse than tracking, those butterflies are perfectly linked to the Void Beast itself. That is exactly why we crossed paths in this secret realm. It straight up thinks we are thieves. That is why it keeps attacking without mercy. Nan might actually not survive this." Chu Yi stared hard at his glowing hand, cooking up a wild plan. "Linhai, listen, I need a huge favor. Locate every single egg on our squad right now and pinpoint that mother insect. Now watch this closely." You can feel the tension, right? His entire body was suddenly overflowing with overwhelming raw energy, every single cell practically bursting to life. "I failed to protect her. I failed Nen, but if there is even a 1% chance to find her, I will completely level this secret realm or cross the endless void itself." Those golden eyes were dead serious, pure, unbreakable resolve. "I will play bait." Right then, another voice abruptly sliced straight into their tense conversation. "Chu Yi, I know a way to crush this Void Beast." Tonku forced the words out, painfully pushing himself up. The Tun family possesses a totally unique secret sealing art. Even against a god-tier monster way beyond our level, we can seal it. But an epic power play brings absolutely massive risks. The absolute catch? The second this sealing art activates, it violently rips away all of the caster's mana. If they cannot handle the brutal shock of their energy draining out, if they cannot survive that exact razor edge between life and death, then they are instantly dead. Tonku's eyes clouded with pure despair, finally admitting his harsh limits. "I just cannot do it." Linhai yelled right back at him, "Then why even bring it up?" But backed entirely into a corner, Chu Yi had to bet everything on this tiny sliver of hope. "I will do it. Tell me how." Following Tonku's exact method, Chu Yi sprang straight into action. A spirit butterfly, shining with magical light, softly touched the massive pile of insect eggs. Bam! Several immediately blew up. "I know what you are thinking. Game over, right?" Nope. After the dust cleared, the space ahead ripped open. He clenched his fist, surging with fresh power. Rocking a brand new form, he was fully ready for war. But Chu Yi is not a summoner. To use the sealing art, he absolutely needs a catalyst, and a real summoner's body is top tier for that. Ultimately, he made a totally cold-blooded choice. "I will pump all my remaining mana into this eyeball and forge it right into a summoning catalyst." Gripping his hammer tight, Chu Yi started teleporting like crazy. He blasted through the chaos, realizing this was exactly enough to trigger the sealing spell. Seeing this human kid still standing tall in the literal void, the monster actually felt a tiny drop of doubt. Wait, he can actually survive against me this long? But its ego was way too huge. It literally sighed at him. Pathetic. "Try all you want. You are nothing against me." Then boom. A blinding explosion of light violently slammed right into its massive body. The insane shockwave sent his golden hair flying backward. Taking a devastating hit, the void beast panicked hard. How is this possible? Zhao Yi just kept swinging his massive axe, growling like a demon. You are not going anywhere. The giant beast instantly burst out laughing. You absolute fool, have you not figured it out? You will never catch me. And just like that, the massive rift in space quickly zipped tightly shut. Thinking it won, the beast still nervously tracked his every single move. But when he easily caught up to it, the monster screamed in pure terror. Exactly as the beast feared, Zhao Yi gathered up all his remaining strength and unleashed a world-shattering smash that absolutely battered it to a bloody pulp. Even the void dimension itself shattered into pieces. His suppressed rage finally erupted. Just because you got lucky and bumped into me once, you really thought you could act this smug? The literal fabric of the universe, sharp as a razor blade, swarmed in fast to tear him apart. So what do you and I take from this? Never blink. Just as the god of time and space mocked his arrogance, he suddenly remembered Sun Shao's careful instructions. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how Summoner Mana conquers dimensions. Take this power. It opens the seal and traps enemies inside the rift. But mana is running out fast. Safety isn't guaranteed here. Zhao Yi instantly drops the Holy Light Giant Peak and Punishment of Light for defense. Total danger zone. But his brain, operating at absolute max speed, trapped in the chaotic flow of time and space, every single second is a brutal fight. He strikes the massive void beast head-on, forcing a crucial opening to drop it into a weakened state. Stamina draining? Doesn't matter. He unleashes his ultimate, the devastating Sacred Fist Barrage. Covered in injuries and enduring pure agony, Zhao Yi held on, waiting for that one perfect shot to trigger his secret technique. The void beast, thinking it had the upper hand, totally dropped its guard. Kid, do not get cocky. I will absolutely repay today's humiliation. But before the monster could even finish, Zhao Yi shook. I can't hold out much longer. He forces his hand up. The punishment of light explodes into blinding brilliance, violently condensing into a massive seal formation that locks down the beast's body and soul. The monster's movements grind to an absolute halt. It's completely paralyzed, completely unable to strike back. But trust me, you and I know taking down 1,000 enemies cost him 800 of his own. Zhao Yi is running on fumes. Spamming the angelic divine body twice just burned right through his entire mana pool. A blinding frenzy of light forms as he mutters. Plus, I've been chaining my own power skills non-stop. The void beast finally realizes it's trapped and completely freezes in pure shock. His glowing fingers twitch just an inch. Boom. The divine spirit rune forms an inescapable cage, instantly locking the void beast down. It literally had no choice but to surrender. Completely out of gas, Zhao Yi collapses as old memories suddenly flood his mind. He remembers the intense pressure of winning the championship for the 5th year in a row, securing glory for the academy. And then, Chu Ran's gentle whisper. Those vivid flashbacks violently jolt his fading heartbeat back to life. He sees her dropping down, staring right into his soul. And that specific moment when, in her full succubus form, she gently touched his lips. Zhao Yi could literally feel her transferring some kind of hidden energy through the intoxicating blur and his heavy breathing. His eyes lock onto something incredible. Chu Ran holds up a glowing, bewitching heart. Remember to come find me, she invites. Boom. He snaps awake, eyes blazing with a terrifying crimson light. Surging with absolute god-tier power, Zhao Yi violently launches his next attack. He pours every last drop of strength into locking that void beast down. Now be a good boy, and stay right here. The beast, totally panicking, it watches as strips of blindingly bright golden sacred text sequence together. They transform into countless glowing chains, binding the void beast completely. Its arrogant attitude, instantly gone. Crushed by his absolute control, it desperately begs. I surrender. I surrender. Right then, the system pops up. Classic system prompt. I know you're screaming, accept it right now, just like I am. But Zhao Yi ignores the epic loot. He just wants answers. Hand over Xiaolan. The beast stammers back. Wait, who is that? Zhao Yi doesn't hesitate. He strikes. Ah, my eye? My eye? Okay, wait, I know. You mean that girl, right? She's perfectly fine. Doing great? Meanwhile, in a hidden, frozen zone he missed, a strange flower bud suddenly twitches. Cosmic-shaped petals slowly bloom open. Turns out, Chu Ran was sound asleep, safely hidden inside the legendary flower of time and space. Back outside, a super anxious Ling Shi finally realizes all she really cares about is Zhao Yi coming back alive. The crowd of students instantly swarm him. How's Xiaolan? Zhao Yi, did you actually capture the Void Beast? Meanwhile, the shady faction plotting against him starts sweating bullets. Hey, the teleportation array is back online. Should we still ambush him? Handing Churan over to safety, she groggily mutters in pure confusion. Second brother, not a single word. He just squares up, summoning a massive hammer aimed straight at the sky. Wang Guan completely loses it. Zhao Yi, what are you doing? Another guy nervously chimes in. Seriously, what is your plan here? His only answer? The tournament match resumes immediately, sending the entire panicked crowd scrambling for their absolute lives. Did Zhao Yi go totally crazy? Nope. He just stands there, giant weapon raised, challenging everyone. Surrender or fight me. Face that monster of a weapon? No way. Giving up was literally their only option to survive. Honestly, you've got to respect the ultimate flex. He still casually claims they were never even real enemies. Suddenly, a notification flashes. Sonya instantly forfeits. Hilan totally backs down. And you and I? We just watched a legend. Claim the arena. Let's dive in. Even the Chaoyang University guy just helplessly admits defeat here. He extends his hand to forfeit. Chu Yi's drive to win is just way too intense. Chu Yi's points absolutely skyrocket from 10,000 to nearly 50,000. He absorbs every single drop, leaving the rival squads completely furious and cursing him out. He hoarded it all, what is even left for anyone else to grab. But once the crowd clears out, Chu Yi suddenly goes totally limp, nearly scaring the girl to death. Lingzi panics and catches him. She asks if his injuries are bad, but he barely whispers back his mana is completely running on empty. If those guys had pushed their luck and attacked, he wouldn't have been able to hold them off. His vision starts blurring, but that fire in his eyes? Still burning hard. They locked down the top 3 spots in the survival match. And first place officially goes to Chu Yi, with almost 36,000 points. Right behind him on the board are Zhang Xuan and Lingxi. With the system confirming their win, Chu Yi lets out an exhausted laugh. As captain, he definitely did Suhang University proud today. Right on cue, the live broadcast updates. Suhang University takes first place with 500,000 points. Qingjing University snags second. Modu University lands in third by a massive margin. This national freshman survival tournament has run 183 times, and it has pumped out a ton of absolute geniuses. The announcer gets all deep, saying these prodigies grow up to be the nation's strongest pillars. They represent humanity's hope now. But honestly, the students are already zoning out and chatting among themselves. They get to pick epic grade gear tomorrow. Seriously, the hype is unreal. 20 grueling days of combat are over. Time to kick back, relax, and eat a massive feast tonight. Now, pay attention here. While others slack off, Chu Yi immediately checks his glowing system notifications. Huge rewards. Celestial Earth Milk, 50 free attribute points, and 50 shiny new skill points. He is pumped. A god-tier talent, skill, and treasure. And he actually thought this mission would be hard. The tournament spanned 20 days, and to beat the mission, he had to secure first in everything. Way tougher than the college entrance exams or even that crazy demon spawn mission. The loot is absolutely insane. A massive grin just completely takes over his tired face. An S+ swordsmanship talent, an S+ skill, and top it off with a literal celestial treasure. This gives him crazy room to level up fast. Obviously, he accepts every single reward. Instantly, a blinding light wraps around him, soaking straight into his cells. The pure rush of power is absolutely incredible. The power of the divine sword heart. Pure, high-grade energy starts swirling right above his head. It only fades once he fully absorbs it. He feels like he just woke from a deep sleep. Right in front of him is a chaotic void, glowing with faint golden light. Next morning, he is already outside testing his upgraded stats. A gentle swing of his blade completely annihilates the earth and stone around him. You saw that too, right? He stands completely stunned in that massive dust cloud. One casual swing causes this much destruction? The raw power output is just flat out unbelievable. Plus, the Divine Sword Heart gave him a bonus ability. He carefully checks out this brand new trick. It's a light that is way sharper and brighter than any blessed weapon's aura. A rare offensive sword chi that only drops when you hit master tier swordsmanship. This is way beyond anything he actually expected. He quickly raises his hand to test it out again. Normally, only hardcore pros training daily ever activate sword chi. But he just did. A blinding flash instantly slices clean through the air. Before, he struggled with basic moves. Now, he feels like an absolute grandmaster of the blade. Mixing this with other skills makes him unstoppable. Take the system's sword flash skill. For example, a basic attack paired with sword flash hits an 18 times damage multiplier. And that is just at level 1. That single strike carried enough insane force to shatter a solid stone wall, getting him thinking. Leveling up sword flash will double that crazy damage. But Chu Yi keeps his cool here. He sighs, reminding himself that right now, all this crazy math is just a theory. And that's where we leave it. He needs a real sword master now to truly test out this divine sword heart. Let us dive right in. You and I are about to see an epic clash. He immediately contacted Chu Ran. She was confused. Brother Zhao Yi, did you rush me out here just to spar? Asking for her help made perfect sense. As the direct heir of the legendary Zhang family, Chu Ran started swinging a blade at age 3, trained directly by her grandfather. She embraced her duty and trained like an absolute beast. 10 grueling years later, everyone called her the genius sword maiden. She stood there, thinking to herself with quiet confidence. Sure, in pure raw strength, Brother Zhao Yi is an unstoppable monster. But in sword tactics, I am winning this one easily. But the second this spar kicked off, Zhao Yi unleashed a totally different aura. Chu Ran, you better not hold back. She did not flinch. Actually, she gripped her weapon, ready to strike first. Watch yourself, Brother Zhao Yi. The warning barely landed before she swung her blade, unleashing an attack packed with insane power. The force was so devastating, it completely snapped his practice weapon right in half. Now pay close attention here, because this is where he flips the script. While she was still hanging midair, he launched his counterattack. Pure panic flashed in her eyes. She knew it, that insane sword energy. Landing back on her feet, she was absolutely mind-blown. His sword talent is completely unreal. But she barely had a second to process it before his next vicious wave of strikes came crashing down. Not backing down, she relied on raw experience, raising her blade to block. Her phantom shadow sword flared with fierce energy, launching an immediate counter. Sparks flew. They traded blows for over 100 moves, totally lost in the epic clash, completely missing Headmaster Wu showing up. Am I seeing things? Since when is Zhao Yi a master swordsman? The headmaster watched closely, analyzing every single swing. Every single strike from Zhao Yi felt like godlike perfection. Meanwhile, Chu Ran was lightning fast and totally wild. The headmaster used his veteran eyes to read the flow. It looks like she is actually holding her own against him. But since her level is lower, there is only one crazy explanation. Zhao Yi is actively holding back his insane stats just to match her pace. The instant her blade went flying, the headmaster knew exactly who won. A simple block created a shockwave that nearly shattered her arms. Just like that, her prized weapon was effortlessly snatched right out of her grip. She gasped for air, totally exhausted. Brother Zhao Yi, stop. I give up. He immediately softened his tone, asking if she was hurt. Seeing his panic, she smiled. I am perfectly fine, just drained. The headmaster stepped out of the shadows, clapping. That was an absolute masterclass. I had no idea you were a sword master. Zhao Yi. Why hide those epic skills during the big tournament? Startled, he greeted Headmaster Wu. Scratching his head, he laughed awkwardly, saying he wanted a secret trump card. But inside, he was hyping himself up. Unlocking brand new talents in this world is ridiculously hard. I cannot just farm high-level dungeons, and the job change ceremony will not grant it. I know what you are thinking. Why fake it? Because pulling broken powers from nowhere makes people suspicious. He had to play it smart. Then it clicked. Headmaster Wu, did you come all this way just to find me for something? The older man nodded. Yes. I came to gather everyone for the massive celebration banquet hosted by the Alliance. But there is also some dark news. A brutal crime scene flashed right through the headmaster's memory. Feng Hai was assassinated. By the time the lead Alliance investigator checked his dorm room, his body was already freezing cold. He laid out the chilling details of the hit. Students confessed that Feng Hai planned to use cursed insect eggs. It was a dirty trick to track targets inside the secret realm. He even offered S+ rank resources to get the job done. That rival headmaster planned this for months, manipulating kids to break into the laundry room and plant those gross eggs right on our fighters' clothes. But sadly, that is a dead end. He sighed heavily. The students are totally clueless about the rest. Zhao Yi froze. So the killer got away? But Headmaster Wu confidently shook his head. Relax. The Alliance is digging through 10 whole years of his contacts. We will track down the culprit within a week, guaranteed. Anyway, the banquet starts now. Let us move. But as they walked, he dropped the real reason this party mattered so much. The absolute strongest factions in the entire nation are waiting right inside. They want to recruit you. So what do you and I take from this? The real power struggle is just beginning. Let us see who claims him. Stick with me here, because to recruit our guy, these factions are dropping insane offers money, stunning women, and limitless resources. And right on cue, the absolute second they arrive, the heavy hitters immediately swarm them with massive deals. But there is a catch. Accept their conditions, and you are bound to that faction forever. Their advisor makes it clear. He will not stop them from joining, but this is no choice to make lightly. Suddenly, sharp applause cuts through the noise. Fang Yu steps up, raising his voice to grab the room's attention. He calls them the absolute best students from the top 10 universities in this year's massive freshman exchange tournament. Surviving this far was brutal. Therefore, every single one of you gets a massive reward from the Xi'an Professional Alliance. Right on cue, staff hand every single contestant a special item, a sleek personal bank card. Loaded on that card, 20 million Zhongsha currency, courtesy of the Alliance. Instantly, the whole room buzzing with hype. And it gets better. Every student just got their Alliance clearance permanently upgraded to the ultra-rare elite affiliate tier. That is literally the highest authority level you can possibly reach without being a core member of their inner circle. The epic perks Fang Yu listed sounded absolutely insane. Across the entire Zhongsha nation, they score a 20% discount on all premium gear and potions. And casually, he adds that anyone wanting to become a core member can come and speak to him directly. You and I both know the math here. 20 million per person? For 100 contestants, Chu Yi realizes that is 2 billion. This alliance is absolutely loaded. All around him, students start whispering in total shock over that massive 20 million drop. They never dropped this much cash before. With this payout, anyone could buy a rare B-grade cultivation resource. This is a massive score. His sharp mind quickly grasps the situation. Handing out this cash is the most direct way to flex their absolute power. Then, a huge announcement echoes out. The exclusive rewards for the top 3 in the solo, team, and survival matches drop tomorrow. Wrapping things up, Fang Yu proudly raises his glass to all the honored guests. The victory banquet officially begins. He tells everyone to feast, and the massive crowd below erupts into wild, enthusiastic cheers. Right then, Wang, completely hyped up, gathers his squad together. He raises a toast to Suhong University for taking first place. The crew instantly joins in, happily clinking glasses. Conway rushes over, totally hyped. He admits they owe this massive first-place victory entirely to him. This drink is for you. Wang totally agrees he absolutely deserves a major toast. Without Chu Yi carrying them, their school would have definitely crashed and burned, ranking dead last among the major universities. Suddenly, gorgeous girls start rushing over, acting exactly like a mob of Chu Yi's ultra-devoted fans. They all want to toast Senior Chu Yi. Me too. Me too. Almost everyone nearby is desperately trying to greet him. This crazy attention leaves him completely flustered. He jokes, "Are you guys trying to get me totally wasted?" Suddenly, Chang Shan's booming voice cuts through the noise. Clasping his hands with massive respect, he steps up to sincerely thank Chu Yi. He admits that without Chu Yi, he never would have survived long enough for the medics to arrive and save him. "You saved my life. If you ever need anything in the future, I will not hesitate to lay down my life." He completely drains his glass, locking in a serious warrior's oath. He will gladly risk his life for him. Swan watches from the sidelines, completely amused. It looks like Senior Chu Yi just scored another group of ultra-loyal fans. Right after, Wang Guan forcefully shoves Chang Shan aside, desperately squeezing in and yelling, "Me too. Me too." Zhao watches silently from the back, totally puzzled. She asks her dad, "Is it just my imagination? You noticed it too, right?" She asks why his divine aura feels way stronger, and Zhu Heng confidently confirms it is totally real. His aura has already blown past the level of most second promotion divine professionals. He is a beast. She is completely stunned. How? It has only been a few days. Even Zhu Heng struggles to believe the raw facts. This insane power spike proves his strength leveled up yet again. His progression rate is honestly terrifying to witness. The epic banquet eventually wraps up. The very next morning, a high-tech modern aircraft touches down right on the academy grounds. The advanced machine gracefully lands before the students. The heavy hatch door slowly opens. With everyone ready, Fang Yu calls out from the cockpit. "Is everyone safely on board?" He explains they are heading to the Dingshan district of Qingjing City to grab their massive rewards at headquarters. It is only accessible by specialized fighter jet. Inside, Tani is absolutely hyped over the insane tech. "Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive in. Check out these brand new Zone 1000 Ghost Fighter jets." Sitting up front, Surin dropped some lore. These beasts are built by the Jiangxia nation's biggest weapons manufacturer. 10 seconds flat. That's all it takes to hit Mach 3. Young Tani was absolutely losing his mind over this. And, honestly, same. These things cost almost 1 billion. Fang Yu locked in and yelled to buckle up. But the second they launched, Dam Vi ignored the seatbelt rule and got absolutely launched into the cabin wall. Instant whiplash. Dude was bouncing around like a rag doll. The jet was moving so insanely fast. Everything became a glowing blur. When they finally stopped, he was definitely seeing stars circling his dizzy head. So, Nian had it rough too, completely face-planting right on top of Chungai. The second she realized what happened, she scrambled back to her seat, her face flashing beet red. Meanwhile, he awkwardly tried mumbling something to break the heavy silence. Crazy speed. The base was 20 kilometers away from Thungchin University. At that insane acceleration, the trip took 20 seconds flat. Boom. They successfully reached the security inspection gate. The entire base ran like absolute clockwork. Feng Du stepped right up to play tour guide. This place boasts 40 ground entrances and 15 different aerial passages. Massive setup. Every single jet entering has to pass a crazy strict security scan. So yeah, time to wait in line. A security drone flew over for the scan. Registration number 0638. Identified as a Xia Yan Professionals Alliance jet. Special clearance granted. Watch closely as they pass the teleportation gate. This magnificent headquarters inside is going to blow your mind. Sun stared out the window, completely speechless. Wait, is that the Thongqing University flag flying over there? Feng Du nodded proudly. Yep, that's the university's actual floating island. Tons of top-tier guilds and powerful legions built their headquarters right here in the base too. Meanwhile, Chungi quietly analyzed the Alliance's mechanical floating island, taking in every single detail. The mana radiating off it was insane. Every single machine was loaded with overpowered defensive mechanisms. Time to move. The students started pouring out of the spacecraft one by one. Feng Du officially welcomed them to the headquarters. But then, a loud voice suddenly caught Wang Hian's attention. Coming through, he turned around, only to end up staring right at a colossal beast, an actual massive dragon. You and I both know how rare those mythical pets are. Taming one requires level 60 minimum. Its master has to be an insanely overpowered third advancement pro. Moving on, Feng Du explained the reward process. Everyone needed to hit the main office. Staff members grabbed them one by one. Wang Hian was called up and guided away first. Next was Kwang Soin, then Ini Hop. But for the absolute MVP, Chu Yi, she escorted him personally. He dominated first place in both the solo tournament and the team battles, and crushed the survival match too. She told him to follow her straight to his massive payout. During the long walk, she broke the ice. Being the absolute top tournament performer, the Alliance wanted him badly. She flat out asked if he'd join as a core member. No hesitation. He rejected joining any faction. She pushed back, begging him to hear their offer. They claimed the Alliance had barely any rules. But our guy instantly spotted the trap in her words. Having a few rules still meant there were chains to bind him. Plus, he was just a freshman. Getting tied down this early? Absolutely not happening. Feng Du expected that answer. Geniuses always walk their own path. Arriving at the high-security vault, she smiled. Your epic rewards are split into 3 categories. For the solo win, a fully custom-made, legendary-grade weapon. The team victory scores you a fully custom set of epic-grade equipment. And as for winning the survival match, that prize is waiting inside the Alliance's massive resource vault. He gets to handpick any single item. Leading him deeper, she dropped the final detail. They were meeting Master Chiun, the absolute highest-ranking artisan in the entire Alliance. He's forging your legendary weapon. Trust me, you're going to want to see this forge. Stick with me here, because things are about to get wild. That massive door creaks open, and a heavy cloud of scorching steam instantly billows out, hiding everything inside. Feng Du steps right up and makes the big announcement. Master Chi Jun, our solo tournament champion has arrived. The master's suffocating aura feels heavy enough to crush bones. Then, a deep, booming voice echoes out. You must be Chuni. Showing zero fear, he politely fires back. Master Chun. Yes, I am Chungi. The Grand Master's eyes flash as he silently scans our boy from top to bottom. Looking completely satisfied, his harsh tone actually softens. Very nice. You are sitting at level 23 right now. Following the standard gear upgrade rules, I am going to custom forge a level 25 legendary weapon just for you. So tell me, what exact weapon do you need? Chungi does not waste a single second answering. I need a long sword with stats that heavily boost both my strength and intelligence. Watching them talk, Fang Yu is secretly mind-blown. To craft god-tier gear, Master Qijun literally mastered a super rare eye skill that sees through everything. Any average player getting hit by that intense stare would be completely crushed and left totally speechless. But as the ultimate champion, he does not even blink while staring down Master Qiyun. His face completely shifts. Right on cue, Chu Yi speaks up, dropping a few more specific details about his dream weapon. When we talk about special effects, I do not need anything totally insane. As long as it perfectly fits my Holy Knight class and packs massive damage, I am happy. But inside his head, he already mapped out the perfect strategy. Gold tier gear only buffs 2 primary stats. A legendary weapon boosts all 4, but as a frontline Holy Knight, raw strength and pure intelligence are the absolute keys to his build. Now, watch closely. Master Qijun delivers his final verdict. I have analyzed all your battle footage. Your combat style is sharp and completely overwhelming. A long sword is absolutely perfect. Suddenly, getting an epic idea, he excitedly summons a blinding radiant sun holy light stone right into his hand. I have some wild ideas. Fanggu recognizes it immediately. That is an insanely rare item drop from the brutal Holy Ruins dungeon. We are talking about an epic grade material. Less than 10 of these are found every single year. Like their brains are synced, she and Joy gasp in pure shock. The Radiant Sun Holy Light Stone, Master Qijun instantly flips into Professor mode to break it down. This Radiant Sun Holy Light Stone is a literal treasure pulled right from the sun's core. Weapons forged from this will instantly purify and vaporize any undead, demons, or dark monsters using pure holy light. Lecture over. He locks in his focus and summons the rest of the materials. On his command, a wave of rare stones rises straight up out of the bubbling magma. Gold tier, meteoric silver, steel, and legendary tier abyssal obsidian. Epic tier spirit shards, a gold tier dragon soul core, and legendary tier tears of the Holy Spirit. With one wave of his hand, a roaring inferno yanks everything into a massive fire vortex. The blazing flames core, raw void essence, and mystical sands of time. Even the eye of the storm. Qijun channels 100% of his focus, flashing hand seals to kick off the epic lava refining process. Boom, cooking under thousands of degrees. The volcano instantly blows up. You and I can literally hear those trapped evil spirits screaming as the earth-shattering blast purifies them. They are burning alive in that insane heat. Absolute agony. Using his god-tier forging skills, he purifies their raw essence directly into a massive, towering magma pillar. Divine smithing, great hammer strike. The molten liquid devours the remaining dark spirits while absolute thunder god energy fully charges his massive hammer. All that immense power fuses together, blasting out a blinding orange-gold light. Fanggu and Joy are forced to look up, completely mesmerized by this legendary forging spectacle. A heavy hammer strike violently shatters all the remaining impurities. Right here, Qijun carefully pours the glowing molten stone straight into the weapon mold. Internal stress fully dissolves, tempering its raw nature. The earth solidifies. Once the red-hot metal locks into its solid shape, he yanks it out with tongs. Bright light flows across the mirror-like surface. The sharp edge shines gloriously. He expertly hammers the blade's surface non-stop, physically carving ancient runes. Runes flash, wild mana flows, forging a true divine weapon capable of mastering all magic. Next up is the critical quenching stage. He plunges the burning blade into water for rapid cooling. Demon Might becomes pure decoration. Runes flash as mana flows, forging an absolute divine weapon. Master of all magic. Soul of the war god. Imbue this sacred blade. Fuel it with a peerless will to fight, sharpening the edge to crush enemy lines. Let absolutely no enemy bloodstain you. Now, moving directly into the final shaping step, Qijun smashes the metal's core with everything he has. Insane sparks explode everywhere, forcing Funyu to instantly throw up a magical protective barrier. When the masterpiece is finally complete, he yells out with total satisfaction. Perfect. That is one flawless golden sword. Tell me you aren't hyped. Trust me, this masterpiece is going to pierce through absolutely anything. All right, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. Gathering all his energy, Qijun shouted and launched the sword. It ripped through the air with lightning speed, leaving a brilliant streak of light behind. Chu Yi caught it perfectly. Feeling that massive, heavy weight in his hands, he lifted the blade to inspect it carefully. The master craftsman was absolutely exhausted. Panting, he explained the final step. A legendary tier weapon demands you prove yourself as its master. Release your aura and dominate it. Chu Yi did not hesitate. He closed his eyes, forcing his raw power inside. The two energies violently clashed, sparking with intense, wild electricity. Boom. The system announced a special bloodline detected. Angel of 6 desires unlocked. Chu Yi stared at his new weapon. From the flawless mirror-like blade to that solid wooden hilt, he was beyond satisfied. Pure perfection. It boosts 4 major stats and packs 3 special effects. Totally worthy of a legendary tier. Especially that massive attack speed boost. Think about it. In a real fight, for every single strike his opponent lands, he can slash 3 or 4 times. I know what you are thinking, totally overpowered, right? Chi Jun saw his hyped expression and knew he was satisfied. But suddenly, Chu Yi froze. The master looked terrible. Master Chi Jun, what in the world happened to you? The exhausted man sighed. Forging a high-tier weapon drains an insane amount of mana. It always leaves you like this. Fang Yu stepped close, whispering that birthing a legendary weapon takes a huge toll. Pulling this off so fast? That was only possible because of Master Chi Jun's completely unique, god-tier forging talent. Any normal refiner would need 2 or 3 months. Slowly turning his back, the master gave them one last piece of crucial advice before leaving. You guys should leave. I need sleep. Oh, and the Radiant Holy Sword was forged using purely holy type materials. So, when you upgrade its star level later on, make sure you stick to holy type materials too. Otherwise, you will ruin its raw power. Extremely grateful. Chu Yi quickly bowed his head in deep thanks. Thank you so much, Master Chi Jun. Fang Yu quickly grabbed him, shifting the topic. Time to grab the team battle rewards. Meanwhile, Chi Jun happily dove straight into a bubbling stream of scorching lava, but his next situation got a little bit awkward. A group of tailors dressed as black bunnies completely surrounded him for measurements. Hello there, student Chu Yi. We are the team handling your epic grade equipment. The purple-haired girl flirtatiously lifted his chin. So tell me, what exact stats do you need? Blushing, he yanked his shirt down and explained, I need light armor. Focus the attribute buffs heavily on strength and intelligence, please. The tailor immediately switched to professional mode. Got it. 1 month. And a special escort will deliver it to school. With business handled, the tailors started aggressively gossiping. Wow, such a slim waist, great muscles too. And he is just so adorable. It was like a deer surrounded by hungry hunters. Fang Yu could only sigh. This naive student was totally wrapped around their fingers. Watch closely now, here is the fun part. She snapped her fingers, pulling up the survival match rewards. A glowing ring of information popped up around them. Pick absolutely any single item. Chu Yi carefully scanned the massive walls of dense text on the glowing screen. Staring down countless epic options, he stayed totally calm and analyzed every single one. These were S-class life-saving artifacts. People would literally kill for just one. Without hesitation, he pointed straight at his target. I want this one right here. Fang Yu respected his choice, but honestly, she was a little bit confused. The space jumpstone is a great escape tool, but why skip the revival items? He firmly confirmed it. I am positive. I want this. Truth is, the guy was playing chess, not checkers. Sure, revival tools are insanely rare, but the system already gave him the Cross of Rebirth. Plus, he had bigger plans for that jumpstone. Fang Yu just shrugged and granted his wish. All right. She handed over the mysterious green gem box. It is all yours. He admired his prize, smirking. But suddenly, a terrifying, choked voice echoed directly into his soul, violently begging, Let me out, let me out. Seeing him freeze up, Fang Yu asked, What is wrong? Your face suddenly looks absolutely terrible. He forced a laugh. Just tired, nothing much. But you and I both know better, all right. You and I are jumping straight into the aftermath. The professional hands over a business card. The epic rewards are collected, and her job here is completely done. She tells him straight up, any issues with that epic tier gear or the legendary weapon? Just give her a call directly. The rest of the academy students are already waiting down in the hall. Time to move. Back at the meeting spot, the 2 Chu Yi sisters catch sight of our guy and immediately sprint over, totally hyped. Brother Chu Yi. He turns around. What is going on? He suggests finding a quiet spot to talk in private, but they shake their heads. No need for that at all. We just came here to say goodbye. This afternoon, everyone from the exchange program is teleporting out using Holy Bible University's magic circle, and they have to head back to the main clan with Donger. Meanwhile, hidden in a blind spot, a tiny beetle is secretly recording every single word. They ask him a massive favor: bring Xiao Yun to Tianlin province when he has free time. Since both of them are descendants of the Zhou family, the clan will absolutely pour insane resources into training them. It is a total win-win. So he agrees. Once Xiao Yun graduates in 6 months, I will personally bring her over. Have a safe trip back. Chu Yi stands there, quietly watching them leave. But the second they are gone, his eyes lock onto the trees above. He knows. Boom. He teleports straight to the exact branch where that beetle was hiding. Empty. Nothing there. Chu Yi frowns hard. Was that intense feeling of being watched just in his head? Suddenly, a voice shouts from below. Brother Yi, we are heading to the market to grab some local loot. Wanna tag along? He shuts it down instantly. No thanks. Moments later, Chu Yi is home, slamming his door shut. His brain is totally fried. Are his old injuries acting up again? Did he push past his absolute limit? Now, pay attention, because things get wild here. A blinding headache hits him like jaws crushing his skull, and a totally unknown voice echoes out. Human, let me go. Instantly, glowing magic patterns and an eerie, creepy light explode across the floor. A terrifying, bizarre monster slowly forms right in the center. Chu Yi knows exactly why it is here, but he tries to play it cool. We already signed a soul contract. So why are you even trying to fight this? The Void Beast is having none of it, unleashing an absolutely ear-shattering, furious roar. I have lived for thousands of years. And now I take orders from some weak little kid? No way. Without that weird final spell, I would have crushed you. But Chu Yi fires right back. You hurt 63 people. You killed 10, and you forced the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance to burn millions repairing that secret realm. If they find out you are still alive, how do you think this ends? But the Void Beast just glares, totally stubborn. Are cheap threats really all you have? Seeing this monster refuse to yield, Chu Yi loses his patience. The Alliance's third advancement mages can use a mind-wiping spell to completely erase a high-tier beast's consciousness, turning them into mindless puppets. Maybe that does not scare you at all, but even dead, your flesh and blood will sell for an insane fortune. Absolutely furious, the beast spits out a disgusting curse. I know what you're thinking, but wait. He suddenly tosses over an S-rank spatial jumpstone. You took heavy damage fighting me. Taking you to a healer is way too risky. So use this to refill your energy right now. The Void Beast freezes. It stares at the ultra-rare stone, totally confused by this random kindness. Then, Chu Yi drops one simple, heavy condition. 1 year. He pauses to let that sink in before finishing the deal. I actually need your energy. Serve me perfectly for 1 single year, and I will tear up the contract. Freedom, but this beast despises humans. It is not buying it. Why should I trust a human? Chu Yi does not even try explaining. He goes straight to threats. You literally have 0 choices here. Trust me, or die. And, just to prove he is serious, Chu Yi pulls out a second item, your half-life beast. I am giving it back. The Void Beast gently takes its companion, resting it on its head like a super fragile treasure. But just as Chu Yi turns to leave, the monster calls out. Wait a second. It swallows the jumpstone whole, looking dead serious. There is actually something you need to know. The Void Beast speaks slowly, letting the truth hit. Xiao Da told me this right after capture, and trust me, this twist changes everything. They aren't really human. Meanwhile, at the bustling shopping district, merchants are yelling. Blazing Frenzy Blade comes with massive fire damage effects. Only 998. Sir, do not wait. Special discount today. Buy a full set of battle armor, get a free nail clipper. Genuine tier items, dirt cheap, no scams. Nearby, Nadia is hyping up a shiny item to a customer. Miss, this hair clip is loaded with real frost crystals. Let's dive right in. This gem boosts your aura and packs serious defense. The vendor eagerly kept listing its perks. This green stone holds pure wood element, mage mana. It speeds up healing, absolutely perfect for a fighter as stunning and powerful as you. Suddenly, Chu Yi stepped up from behind, slipping a hair clip into Suan's hair. This suits you better. She was thrilled. Brother Chu Yi. Swan was totally surprised. I thought you weren't coming? He just smiled softly. I wrapped up my work early. Figured I'd check things out and grab some local snacks. Watching them vibe, Nadia grinned to herself. Such a ridiculously good-looking power couple right there. They are way too perfect together. I totally ship it. But then, some loudmouth ruined it. Miss Zhang. 3 pairs of eyes snapped over. It was Wang Hao looking smug. Can't believe we bumped into each other. Must be fate. Ironically, Swan stared blankly. Who are you? Totally ignoring the awkwardness, he bowed. Miss Zhang, you are way too forgetful. I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Bian, and the absolute second-best lightning genius of the Thunder Prison Wang family. Nadia almost cracked up. Seriously? Who introduces themselves as a genius, let alone second place, on day one? Haha. He just kept happily rambling. I gave you an ice soul sword last year. But Swan was completely fed up. The Wang family? Like annoying ghosts. Sensing her annoyance, Chu Yi stepped in. I saw a street food alley right over there. Let's go. Wrapping an arm around her, he dismissed the guy. We're busy. See you later. Now, watch this next part closely. The jealous Wang Hao violently summoned a lightning ball. How dare you? A filthy commoner touching the pearl of the Zhang family. He roared furiously. Kneel. He hurled the sparking lightning ball straight at him. But wait, it never hit. A solid barrier blocked it completely. Using his appraisal skill, he checked Chu Yi's stats and laughed mockingly. A holy knight hiding in a turtle shell? This commoner's level is trash. Totally useless class. Crushing him will be incredibly easy. Swan instantly saw red, furious that someone insulted her man, but Chu Yi wouldn't let his girl fight for him. He stepped right up to the plate. Let's play. Chu Yi set the rules. 3 moves. If you even graze my clothes, I will apologize. If not, you drop to your knees and apologize. And if you break anything, you pay. Sensing epic drama, a massive crowd instantly gathered. Kids these days are wild, fighting in the streets. Hearing the whispers, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, pure malice showing. Who does this absolute nobody think he is? Going all out, he screamed his ultimate move. Thunderstorm Fury. Massive lightning bolts rained down, striking hard. Yet, nothing cracked Chu Yi's glowing protective barrier. You and I saw that coming. Chu Yi stood there unbothered, while the stunned crowd started whispering. He can't even scratch his defense. Wang Hao felt real fear creeping in, but stubbornly kept making loud excuses. Nice turtle shell. I bet you dumped every single attribute point into pure defense. So pathetic. But inside, he was panicking. Damn it, this guy's shield is way too tough. But the second best genius refused to lose here. Flexing his energy, he summoned 2 fierce phantom thunder leopards. Just a warm-up. These leopards are my ultimate trump card. You peasant. I'll show you what happens when you cross Wang Hao. The beasts lunged viciously. Time to get serious. Chu Yi summoned the Divine Soul Star Pendant and Cross of Salvation. He launched the 2 glowing holy artifacts forward. In an absolute flash, both phantom thunder leopards were completely blasted into nothing. Shielding himself from the massive shockwave, Wang Hao finally felt genuine terror. How is this possible? Who is he? While he sweated, Chu Yi looked completely chill. 1 move left. Make it count. Wang Hao racked his brain wildly, but couldn't identify this monster at all. Impossible. I've never seen him. He's just a worthless knight. He can't be stronger. Trust me, you and I both know he's completely doomed. All right. You and I are jumping right into this epic showdown. Refusing to back down, Wang Hao draws his blade. Unblockable, right? Moving like literal lightning, he charges straight at Chu Yi, unleashing his signature thunderclap/technique. But Chu Yi? Lightning fast. He fires right back with his holy light cross. Boom. A massive pillar of heavenly light smashes down, completely obliterating the area and blasting debris everywhere. Floating above, Chu Yi just stares down at the guy, completely face-planted in the dirt. Absolute disrespect. So much for being a lightning genius, right? It takes Wang Hao minutes just to lift his head, sitting right in the middle of a massive smoking crater. Meanwhile, Nadia at her stall suddenly pieces it all together. Why does that guy look so familiar? That holy light technique, wait a second. And then, it finally clicks. She snaps toward her coworker. That is Chu Yi, the absolute #1 freshman from this year's massive exchange competition. Her coworker is totally starstruck. Makes total sense. And that girl right beside him? Has to be his girlfriend, Zhang Qiron. They aren't exactly whispering. Wang Hao hears every single word as he wipes the blood off his face. He is completely shell-shocked. A freshman? That monster is just a freshman? Now watch closely, this is where the grudge truly starts. Staring at their backs, Wang Hao swears total revenge. I will let you live today, Chu Yi, but I will be back. And his hatred for the girl? Even worse. That absolutely shameless witch, Zhang Qiron. Nobody messes with the Wang family and walks away. Cut to the very next day. Under bright, warm sunlight, Chu Yi's squad strolls inside while surrounding students start whispering like crazy. Look, it is the Su-Hong University elite team. Bro, that is Chu Yi. He looks way better close up than on the stage. And wow, Goddess Zhang lives up to the hype. Even as a girl, my heart is totally racing right now. Wang is grinning ear to ear. Huge thanks for the amazing hospitality. Qingjing University. Cheng Tian is boiling inside over playing second fiddle to these guys, but he forces a totally fake friendly smile. This year's tournament really put Suhong University in the spotlight. The rest of us were basically just your stepping stones. Wang is too thrilled to hide his giant smirk, faking some modesty. Ah, do not be so dramatic. The competition does not matter. Friendship is number one. Another guy jokes back. Haha, yeah, right, and I am number 3. The banter gets cut short by the mages. Everyone, step up and prepare for the teleportation magic circle. The mages chant together. Activate. Xiaolan is first to wave goodbye to her new friend. Goodbye, Xiaolan. She warmly smiles and waves right back. See you next time. Everyone gets their last trash talk in. Next time, I am crushing you. Keep dreaming, loser. Goodbye. Let's pause a second. You and I know teleporting is always flashy. Flash, they vanish entirely, instantly reappearing inside their own academy. Wang Haijiang is waiting, welcoming the nation's rising stars with completely open arms. Welcome home, heroes of Suhong University. The students respectfully greet the higher-ups. The principal is absolutely beaming with pride. Suhong University is the main event. Every single headline is about our massive championship win. Sei chimes in smiling. You all crushed it out there. Great work. Now, the principal steps up for the actual rewards. This tournament is basically a massive proxy war between academies to prove who has the absolute best teaching. So, naturally, we must hand out some heavy rewards. He starts listing off 5 names. Even as substitute members, you all stepped up and showed off some seriously outstanding skills. He announces loudly, you each get 5,000 school credits. The students' eyes go completely wide. Just to put that into perspective, running the Abyss-level Goblin dungeon, that only costs 500 credits. So 5 grand gets you 10 full dungeon clears. A regular student grinding normal missions would need an entire year just to earn that much. Anyway, the ceremony keeps rolling. Zhang Kairon, Song Solan, Wei Tixin, Tong Ling Shi. Exceptional performance from all of you. Your reward? 20,000 credits. The 4 of them bow in unison. Thank you, principal. Then comes the final, absolute MVP. Chu Yi. As team captain, you dominated, taking first place in both the team and solo brackets. You crushed Wang Xuan and Wei Hai, flipped the survival match entirely, and saved your squad to secure the absolute top spot. Here's what you and I were waiting for. The grand prize, 100,000 school credits. Chu Yi's eyes practically glow. 100 grand? The entire crowd just completely loses their minds. 100,000 school credits? That equals 3 billion mid-tier coins. Zhangja shot back, frowning. Let's kick things off. Who taught you math? 100,000 credits can literally buy several S-rank divine skills from the vault. What could some useless mid-tier coins even buy? Hang Bin blurted out, absolutely mind-blown. With 100,000 credits, you could literally raise a basic pig into a top-tier magical beast. Xu Zhang smacked him right on the head for talking absolute nonsense. Are you crazy? How dare you compare Brother Ye to a random pig? Clutching his head in pain, he scrambled to explain himself. Another guy yelled, this is insane. But Brother Ye totally earned this reward. Now, here is where things get interesting. Chu Yi smiled, already calculating his payout. Perfect timing. I was broke, but now I am fully ready for the next instance. The Twisted Tree Grove instance. Strictly locked for levels 23 to 26. I will check it out later. The ceremony ended, and Wang Hai finally stepped up. Suhong University rewards real effort. Go get some rest. Everyone cheered loudly in response. Yes, sir. Once the crowd cleared out, he stepped right up. Sir? The older man paused, casually asking, what is on your mind? Chu Yi hesitated for a second. Sir, I need to ask you something. But his teacher had already figured it out. Is it about Feng, the headmaster of Qingkang University? He nodded, but Wang Hui stayed completely silent. This massive secret was way too dangerous. Even heavy hitters like Headmaster Wang were kept in the dark. Staying quiet protected the kid. But Chu Yi's next words stopped him cold. What if I am already involved? You and I need to watch this. His teacher spun around, just in time to see Chu Yi slice open the void. The void beast familiar straight up told me that the ones, stick with me here, because things are getting wild. Staring at the massive rift, the teacher asked if Feng Ha was behind this chaos. I really thought your brutal showdown with that void beast was just a desperate fight for survival to push it back. I never guessed you had the raw power left to actually tame the monster. Wang Hui finally gave in. Pulling out an ancient book, he dropped a massive bombshell. Feng Ha wasn't human. He was a pseudo-human. Hearing that bizarre term, the kid froze in utter confusion. A pseudo-human? Flipping through pages of ancient text, his teacher explained. They are half-demon freaks. literally forged by the chaos god. They look just like us, but their hearts are pure evil. Absolute monsters serving the Lord of Chaos. Wang Hui laid it all out calmly. That void beast attack? Totally Fang Ha's doing. He was proving his twisted loyalty. The teacher broke it down. Death and utter destruction are what the chaos god craves most. Chu Yi remembered the dark rumors circulating around. So he's dead? His master shook his head. That is just the fake story they fed the public. The real truth is insane. During the official investigation, he literally shed his human skin, transformed into a demonic servant, attacked everyone, and vanished completely. Wang Hui tested his student. Chu Yi, why do you think Fang attacked during the big exchange tournament? The boy answered without hesitation. Because that tournament brought together the absolute strongest freshmen in the entire nation. Causing a massacre there would deal a devastating blow, but his master revealed another dark secret. Now, pay close attention here. The real reason is that beneath the myriad beast wasteland lies a crack in the chaos god's actual seal. He thought back to that ancient, bloody history. They call it the myriad beast wasteland because a legendary war wiped out the beast clans right there over 1,000 years ago. But the real spark for that epic war? The Lord of Chaos descending. It was total survival mode. That dark god tried using the rift in the wasteland to invade and completely conquer the mortal realm. The beasts sacrificed everything to seal him away, completely destroying their own civilization. Chu Yi frowned, taking the heavy warning seriously. Fang isn't just spreading chaos. He's using the void beast to hunt for that sealed rift. Once he learns you tamed it, he will hunt you down. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle flared beneath their feet. Wang Hui sighing. Decades back, our guild scored a legendary skill book, a massive attack straight from the angelic god clan. I was gonna hand it over soon anyway. Guess we are bumping up the schedule to right now. A few minutes later, they arrived at the massive gates of the guild's main vault. His master led the way, pointing out the defenses. This vault is the guild's absolute core. Let's check this out. Inside are century-old divine artifacts, protected by the most insane defensive layers imaginable. 2 level 60 legendary magic beasts guard the doors. He made sure to highlight every crazy detail. Those gates are carved with forbidden runes. Any rogue magic gets instantly absorbed and blasted right back. Not even a third transition powerhouse could smash their way inside. Yang Ba looked up, surprised by the visitors. Wang Hui gave a cheerful wave. Old Yang, guarding the vault this month? The man just shrugged. My shift ends tomorrow, actually. Perfect timing though. We definitely need to grab drinks. Off to the side, Chu Yi quietly analyzed him, even hiding his aura. The guy's magic felt way heavier than the headmaster's. A true third transition expert. Wang Hui finally dropped his real agenda. But first, hand over the Holy Lightning skill book. The guard caught on instantly. Oh, grabbing it for the new kid? Nothing slipped past Yang Ba. Wang Hui smiled, making introductions. Exactly. Chu Yi, meet my brother in arms. We survived pure hell together back in the day. Just call him Yang Ba. The boy bowed respectfully. Hello, sir. Yang Ba actually recognized his face. I watched your match. A real prodigy, just like the rumors claim. The boy scratched his head, blushing. You flatter me, sir. The veteran scoffed, giving a quick lecture. Modesty is great, but don't overdo the humble act, kid. Play weak, and trouble knocks on your door. Wang Hui thought that was harsh and quickly interrupted. Old Yang, still as preachy as ever, always lecturing. No wonder none of the young rookies actually like you. But Yang Ba didn't back down. Ignore a veteran's advice, and you will pay the ultimate price. Pulling a glowing book from his ring, he tossed it over. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see this next. Stick with me here, he has points to burn. Time to consume this book directly. He carefully takes it. Yes, sir. Checking his points, he realizes those daily quests have been giving way more rewards than before. He really saved up a massive amount. Staring at the book, he gives the system a simple command. Begin. Instantly, the pages turn into blinding sheets of pure light, shooting straight into his mind. A 6-winged angel with a glowing golden sword appears in his vision. System alert, 100 skill points consumed. Triple S rank skill unlocked. Divine Thunder, Apocalyptic Form. Level 1 boosts status resistance and lightning skills by 50% for 14 straight seconds. A godlike strike shatters the vision, and the display instantly updates. Another 100 points gone. Second, Triple S rank skill, Learn Divine Thunder, Blade of Divine Judgment. At level 1, summon that Divine Thunder straight to your weapon. It unleashes a lightning fast slash dealing massive elemental damage. Next up, countless golden chains materialize. Another 100 points drops. Third, Triple S skill, Divine Thunder, Chains of the Celestial Prison. Level 1 lets you form a lightning jail to trap any enemy. Now, watch closely. While those two keep chatting, Chu Yi, who is standing right behind them, gets completely swallowed by lightning and floats upward. A blinding light erupts from him. Thousands of violent lightning bolts just explode in absolutely every direction. This crazy bombardment totally wrecks the area. A massive cloud of thick dust kicks up, hiding everything. Even the golden lion growls nervously at the blast. Meanwhile, our guy just checks his system window. Divine Thunder activated. That level 1 effect just perfectly fused with his Divine Sword Heart talent. Lightning damage boosted by 20%. He never expected one single book to hold 3 god-tier skills. Absolute jackpot. As the wild lightning storm finally dies down, Wang Hui walks right up to him. Looks like you leveled up big time. The Angel Clan's Divine Scion skills are all A+ rank or higher. But honestly, nobody understands this crazy new power better than Chu Yi himself. Insane physical strength, extreme elemental affinity, and top-tier skills. No wonder those Divine Scions are absolute beasts. Young Ba is way more blunt about it. A+ is actually low tier for Divine Scions. They actually have skill books ranked above S+. Hearing this completely catches him off guard. You and I thought S+ was the peak, right? The man pours wine and explains. Triple S rank is the absolute max for humans. But Divine Scions? Their skills go way beyond S+. Wang Hui suddenly gets an idea. I will have someone show you around the guild so you can settle in. He snaps his fingers, and suddenly a woman in high heels appears. Ningxin bows respectfully. Elder Guildmaster, you called? Chu Yi immediately remembers what she told him before this. Deacon Wei, haven't you been begging to meet my student? Well, here he is. This gorgeous lady is one of Tianwu Guild's 3 great deacons. She reaches out first. Hello, student Chu Yi. I am Wei Ningxin, a proud deacon of the Tianwu Guild. I tried finding you at Qingjing University, but you were already gone. He politely shakes her hand, totally curious. You were looking for me? Wang Hui steps up. Deacon Wei handles all guild recruitment. Basically, she just cannot help herself whenever she spots an insanely promising new talent. Young Ba warns her. Chu Yi is just a freshman, so skip the guild talk. The master and I need to catch up. Why not take Chu Yi for a walk? Ningxin immediately follows her orders. Yes, sir. As they walk, she explains everything. Founded 45 years ago, this is Tianwu's very first stronghold. Tons of guild members actually live right here. This entire place used to be nothing but a dense mountain forest. But after years of crazy development and 5 huge expansions, it became a massive city. Standing on the giant fortress wall, looking out, she mentions their future plans. We are actually starting our 6th expansion. But right then, Chu Yi senses something crazy and looks up. A split second later, his pupils shrink. It's like he just witnessed the impossible. A massive silver dragon is crawling along the cliff. Every single step literally crushes the ground beneath it. It settles down and slumbers. He stares at the majestic beast in disbelief. And honestly, you and I would be just as stunned seeing a legendary Eastern dragon. Let's dive right into some absolute peak manhwa action together. Ning Zhen was glowing with pride. That huge dragon? The Sky Marshal Guild's guardian. It has protected them for 32 whole years. But she warned him stay back. It has serious anger issues. Taking the hint, Chu Yi backed off and looked down instead. Seeing a massive line of people, he wondered what they were waiting for. She explained it simply. That is a dungeon tower. The guild headquarters offers 3 levels: gold, epic, and legendary. Strictly for guild members to train and level up. Then, she totally hooked him up. Wanna try? Just use my card. Chu Yi was already itching for a fight, so he accepted. Perfect timing. He needed target practice anyway. Ningxin just watched her guild points completely vanish. You have 0 shame, seriously. As soon as he teleported, the system notification popped up. Entering nightmare-level Sighing Plague Zone. Barely 5 seconds in, and a massive horde of monsters already locked onto his scent. Dungeon specs? Level 20 to 30. 1 to 8 players. Watch closely, because this place is pure nightmare fuel. Everything here is completely corrupted by plague. Completely mindless and violently aggressive towards anything living. Stage 1 begins Tide of the Dead. Those pale freaks rushing him? Level 20 normal zombies. They just pounce, bite, and claw like absolute animals. Plus some level 22 intermediate ones that can actually scream. But Chu Yi, he just powered up. Golden lightning instantly sparked, slicing through the horde like absolute butter. Real fruit ninja style. That signature move? Divine Lightning S rank, Revelation Stance level 1. It buffs his resistance by 50%, and amps his lightning damage by 50%. 14 seconds total. Honestly, that was plenty for him. Revelation Stance practically shoots his power up an entire tier for that short burst, and Chu Yi milked every single second. 14 seconds might sound short, but in a real fight, that is an absolute eternity. Every single strike he threw hit way harder than before, a literal golden tornado of lightning. He knew immediately with this setup, he could wipe this dungeon completely blindfolded. Boom. System alert. Congratulations. You have cleared the very first stage. 200 zombies flatlined in 35 seconds. Passage unlocking now for Stage 2 Mutant Village. He was loving this test drive. If he leveled this skill, these monsters would melt instantly. But stepping through that next portal, the rotting stench hit him so hard he covered his face. I know what you're thinking. Easy win, right? Wrong. The smell was worse than toxic poison, and he could barely see. He had to play this smart. Creepy noises echoed everywhere as the light completely vanished. This human stinks. Chu Yi just grinned. Perfect time to test out my legendary grade weapon. Shadows whispered in the dark. Kill him. Kill him right now. He is so low level. Just trash here to die. My babies are hungry. A useless holy knight. Disgusting. I am going to throw up. Tear him apart. But their trash talk ended real quick. Found you. Come out. The fog cleared, exposing level 25 zombie hounds. Fast and deadly. Chu Yi did not hesitate. His sword smashed right through one's face. But they were not acting alone. A massive level 25 butcher zombie pulled the strings, packing power, slash, whirlwind, and a berserk roar. It held a massive, razor-sharp meat cleaver. Seeing the big boss just hyped Chu Yi up. Time for his ultimate new skill, Divine Lightning S-Rank Punishment, Edge Level 1. It channels raw holy lightning into the blade, delivering an ultra-fast, devastating elemental strike. Without wasting a single breath, he swung hard, instantly slicing that massive butcher boss clean in half. The attack ended perfectly. Not bad at all. This guy was way tankier than the first stage mobs. Still only lasted 2 seconds. The ground itself was completely split open. The surviving zombie dogs just froze, staring in absolute shock before muttering alien strategies to each other. Then, boom, one of them triggered Berserk Roar, throwing every single monster nearby into a complete frenzy, hyping them up to charge right at him. The horde is charging in full force. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. That holy night stench is overwhelming. Today is the day you die. You mere little human, you really don't know your place coming here. Stick with me. Chu Yi has zero clue why they're spouting this absolute nonsense. He thought about it for a second, then charged in for the loot. His S-rank flash sword unleashed a lightning-fast slash, dealing massive mixed damage. The zombie hound started mutating at a dizzying, insane pace. Its fangs grew so huge that chunks of flesh tore right off. Then, its head grotesquely split completely in two. Did this gruesome evolution scare Chu Yi? Not even slightly. Instead, he leaped up, delivering a beautiful parabolic swing that sent the zombie hound flying away. Suddenly, a deadly aura from a level 26 plague spreader rushed right at him, a literal chill down his spine. He spun around just in time to block the attack, while the system flashed new info about the plague's breath. The second a player breathes in this highly toxic gas, instant plague affliction. They bleed a huge percentage of their health every single second, eventually becoming paralyzed and totally helpless. With absolutely astonishing precision, Chu Yi expertly reversed his blade grip, turned the weapon sideways, and decisively chopped the monster's head off, sending it tumbling away. Annoyed, he flicked the disgusting slime off his hand. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice chimed in. Death resistance activated. Any sustained damage rapidly regenerates. Sheathing his weapon, he quickly analyzed his next strategy. He used a warhammer for range before, but up close, drop it, trigger the pure white blade skill, then switch to a long sword for easy counters. Now watch this. Facing those massive zombie hordes swarming in, Chu Yi actually felt disappointed. Wiping out 20 monsters a minute? Way too slow. It wasn't satisfying his grind at all. Maybe the Ring of Heavenly Punishment should be saved for the heavy hitters to get maximum effect. No sooner said than done. He formed a seal on his forehead, focusing his mind to instantly activate his latent energy. Magic was definitely the play here. In a flash, his Holy Storm skill ripped open a massive, destructive tornado. Countless enemies were violently sucked right into the massive, raging vortex of absolute power. Zombie Butcher, Plague Spreader, Zombie Hound all dead. The second the notification popped up, Chu Yi stepped right through the portal. Congratulations, You have cleared the second stage by wiping out 100 zombies. Clearing it in 1 minute and 50 seconds opened the third stage, the Forbidden Passage of Wind. Please proceed forward. He stood there, pensively observing this new passage shrouded in a dark, crimson gloom. A level 45 zombie priest swaggered down the stairs, speaking all flowery. You who enter must be filled with life's doubts. Drawing closer, the priest skillfully tried planting a tempting, psychological lure right in his heart. It is all right. The Divine One welcomes all lost souls. Obviously, Chu Yi was super skeptical of this garbage info. The Divine One, the creature kept whispering, desperately trying to build up his faith. That's right, under the Divine One, who holds life and death in his very hands, we find life's true meaning. Then it slowly wove a fantastical illusion. Life is weak and short. Follow our Divine One, gain immortality, and escape the reincarnation shackles. This is the ultimate honor. Transcend the mere mortals struggling between life and death. Finally, it dropped the bait, hoping to reel him in. Lay down that sword, a symbol of narrow-mindedness, and join us. Together, we shall enjoy the endless blessings of eternal life. I know what you're thinking. Did this powerful boon actually pull Chu Yi into deep inner conflict? Thinking he was totally captivated, the priest cracked a smug, calculating smile. That's right, young one. The opportunity of a lifetime. With a question seemingly bubbling up, Chu Yi finally spoke. I have something to say. The smug creature magnanimously allowed him to ask. The Divine One is willing to listen. But it definitely wasn't expecting a massive sword slash right to the face, or his next words. Boom. He unleashed his S-rank divine ring of thunderous punishment, instantly obliterating them. A lone priestess just watched her comrades burn to ash. Furious, she threw her head back and let out an absolutely blood-curdling shriek. Looking totally amused, Chu Yi closed the distance. So, you things can make a sound after all, he mused, finishing her off instantly. They fell so fast, it actually made him pause. Sure, they looked impressive, but honestly, they were surprisingly weak. Chu Yi slaughtered countless elite zombie priestesses with just a single spin of his blade. Trust me, you and I just witnessed an absolute massacre. His blade danced in dazzling arcs, severing limbs, and sending spears skittering away. Let's jump right in. Watch him absolutely clear house. The priest, watching this absolute chaos, finally opened his mouth. He claimed this lightning and blood would wipe away the sins of the world. Totally delusional to the bitter end. He called their dying screams a symphony for his god, saying the louder they cried, the deeper his dark altar would sink into pure hellfire. Chu Yi just stood there on the rotting floor, surrounded by roasted enemies. His eyes went totally cold. You are next. The psycho priest just smiled like he was looking at dinner. Suddenly, a nasty glare flashed in his eyes as black smoke blasted forward. Chu Yi totally froze when he saw that. Before he could even blink, pure death energy wrapped right around his legs. Catching his breath, he stared at the glowing circle beneath him. Complete shock hit him out of nowhere. When did they even cast this? Thinking back to his easy wins, he figured it out. Their attacks were totally fake, just buying time to draw this trap. Pay attention here. We are about to see those weak attacks were just one big distraction. Boom. A creepy hand exploded from the circle and snatched his ankle. He looked down, absolutely stunned. As dead priests started dragging themselves out of the floor, he was completely lost for words at this insane zombie show. His face got dead serious. Suddenly, his body felt like a ton of bricks, and his raw power just started vanishing. This insane gravity locked onto him, basically feeling like a massive underground beast was ripping him straight into the dirt. That trap grabbing him? It is the Curse of Withering, a massive area skill that takes a full 10 seconds to pull off. It blasts you with a rotting debuff, completely wrecking the stats and mind of anyone caught inside. Right after the system warned him, boom, he took 2 straight hits. His attack, defense, and health instantly dropped by 100 points. He popped a skill, and golden energy exploded, totally vaporizing those gross tentacles holding him down. Thank God his crazy death resistance and magic immunity tanked half of that nasty curse, he thought to himself, staring at his arm that was already halfway rotting. Meanwhile, that psycho priest kept right on preaching, telling him to take his god's blessing and become something beautiful. But while that arrogant boss kept running his mouth by the demon gate, Chu Yi was still stuck in the trap, totally ignoring the dark energy trying to snatch him back up. I know what you are thinking. Is he scared? Nope. He just laughed, calling him a broken record as a huge crimson spark ignited. A massive halo of holy fire flashed behind his head, the legendary crown of the divine flame, giving him insane control over fire, totally maxing out his own stats, and spiking his team's fire and light damage by 40%. A giant holy fire pillar slammed down, covering the trap. He ripped straight out, launching into the sky covered in flames, totally roasting those zombie priests. They were instantly turned to pure ash, scattering like fireworks going off everywhere. He summoned epic light spears, firing them straight at the boss. But that annoying Dark Ages shield blocked everything. It does not just eat a ton of damage, it literally makes him immune to physical and magic hits. Plus, it reflects damage right back at you as nasty dark acid. Not caring at all, he kept pushing, swinging his blade to blast a huge flash right at the shield. The crazy heavy impact started cracking it, leaving the boss totally shook. The guy threw up his hands to block, screaming for Great Aya to show wrath and crush this bug. Hearing that name mid-swing, Chu Yi instantly froze. Aya, he stared right at a golden three-eyed statue, and his eyes went totally wide in pure disbelief. Wait, is that the exact same evil god the beast tyrant talked about? Why is it here? He stopped swinging, glaring at the boss who was literally mutating now. Wrapped in dark aura, Chu Yi gripped his holy sword tight, calculating his next move. No idea what is coming, but there is zero chance I let him finish this. That annoying shield eats huge damage and reflects it right back. He has to break it with one absolute monster strike. He slashed hard, unleashing a huge blast of holy thunder. Pure doomsday energy exploded as he screamed. If one hit does not work, just hit harder. He dropped the ring of divine thunder punishment again. That blast did not just break the barrier. It literally chopped the guy's head clean off his shoulders. The dark, mutating body completely crashed down while the severed head went flying, its face totally frozen. Trust me, you and I will never forget that brutal, messy ending anytime soon. Stick with me here, because Chu Yi didn't let this gruesome sight break his focus whatsoever. Boom. He activated his angelic transformation, but that blackened corpse twisted together, morphing into a dark entity with glowing, blood-red eyes. You wretched brat. Refuse to submit, and I'll devour you for my great lord. But Chu Yi? He just hit him with a cold smirk. Gotta admit, this dark monster vibe suits you way better than the last look. Absolutely furious, the priest lunged, firing a massive barrage of dark orbs straight at him. But Chu Yi wasn't about to just stand there. Lightning fast, he dodged every single strike. His silhouette weaved perfectly right through those explosive streams of crimson energy. Unbelievable speed. Reading the battlefield, he calmly clapped his hands together and started his chant. Sacred Light Heart Shield. Instantly answering his call, a massive holy magic circle flashed right above them. It blasted a blinding pillar of pure light onto the battlefield. Without missing a beat, Chu Yi dropped another spell, Chains of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Prison. The second he said it, raw energy morphed into wild lightning bolts, violently pinning the monster straight to the ground. Completely pinned but conscious, the creature screamed in pure agony. Let me go, you bastard. Even pinned down, this thing absolutely refused to yield, shrieking out with zero chill and pure hatred. You're going to pay for this. Oh, almighty and powerful God. Rain down punishment on this absolute blasphemer who dares disrespect you. But Chu Yi totally laughed it off, instantly shattering that desperate little fantasy. Now watch this carefully. He raises his hand for the final blow, totally shutting down that pathetic evil god fantasy. Accept the judgment of the light. The moment he dropped the name of his ultimate skill, Chains of the Heavenly Prison, thousands of massive chains rained down, ripping right through its shapeless body. The creature roared out in absolute agony. Release me. Lord Asia will annihilate you. He'll grind you to dust. Right then, a system window flashed, revealing details of the S-rank skill, Chains of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Prison. It lets the user control actual divine lightning to create a super prison, locking targets totally in place. Chu Yi just stared at that golden interface, quickly breaking down the different class skills in his head. You've got 5 main types here: attack, defense, buffs, debuffs, and control. Sure, summoning and crafting exist, but they're less common. And out of everything, control skills are ridiculously rare. While that monster hopelessly thrashed against the golden chains, Chu Yi kept thinking, control type skills? Absolute top tier. Throw them into real combat, and they pull off some seriously unbelievable results. I know what you're thinking. A control skill like this is completely broken. Because of it, massive attacks that enemies normally dodge just became 100% guaranteed hits. Accuracy isn't even a problem anymore. But even while locked down, this priest kept screaming in total, hopeless defiance. Lord Asia's wrath will burn you to ash. Your soul will be tortured for all eternity. Chu Yi tilted his head. This Asia guy you keep hyping up. What is it, exactly? Instantly, the entity's giant eye shot wide open. Disgusting black veins violently pulsed across the eyeball. Staring up at the massive statue, the creature let out this completely fanatical scream. Lord Asia is the supreme, almighty god. He holds boundless power, wiping out 10,000 enemies with one hand wave. Traitors get devoured, but the loyal get eternal life. Zero respect given. Chu Yi just kicked that grotesque head so it rolled right to his feet. Eternal life? Looking like that? Like some ugly, deformed monster? The priest instantly shrieked back at him. You ignorant fool. Then, his mind flashed back to a seriously painful past. He used to be just an unknown priest in a tiny, quiet village. The locals absolutely loved him, treating him like pure family. And because of that, he threw his whole heart into curing their sicknesses. But then, a nightmare plague swept right through the village, leaving nothing but absolute suffering and total helplessness behind. Everyone begged him to save them, but he was just too weak. He literally couldn't do a single thing. He remembered running to the city over and over again, desperately hunting down the higher-ranking priests. He begged them to save his people. He swallowed his pride, took their dirty looks, and ignored the humiliation of being kicked out like trash. He just desperately hoped they'd find a shred of compassion in their hearts and actually lend a helping hand. He even dragged himself to that corrupt archpriest. But the brutal reality? Not a single one wanted to step foot in his ruined village. To them, the villagers were just ants. And you and I know that kind of arrogance never ends well. Still, he sprinted all the way back home, desperate to give his people some kind of hope. He screamed out, I'm back. We're going to be saved. From then on, even as his own flesh rotted and dark magic corrupted his body, he forced a bright smile, clutching a twisted demonic cross. As he ran toward his village, the priest finally collapsed. All right, stick with me here. We start with a desperate priest on his knees, gripping his cross and praying for a miracle. Boom! The corpse suddenly explodes, blasting him right on his back. In that terrifying split second, he realizes he got completely played. Afterwards, the priest and the surviving villagers dug graves for the bodies, their hearts heavy with pure, crushing grief. But things only got worse. The villagers grew weaker, the death toll kept spiking, and their agonizing cries echoed endlessly in his mind. Lord Priest, please save me. It hurts so much. Have mercy on me. The desperate pleas just wouldn't stop. He absolutely loathed himself for being so useless, and he hated the cold, cruel indifference of the high priests above him. Helpless tears streamed down his face. Forgive me, he trembled. But right at his absolute lowest, some mysterious dark power suddenly called out to him. Tapping into that massive new energy, the priest drove the sickness away. The suffering vanished. Even the dead actually sprang back to life. Those agonizing, twisted faces were suddenly replaced by wide, chilling smiles. The plague was gone. Staring at these mindless, hollow husks, the priest genuinely believed trading his soul was the right move. Losing his humanity was just a tiny price to pay. Totally worth it. Even now, he's a hardcore fanatic, screaming, "The great Lord Asia chose us. I will spread Lord Asia's dark glory to the absolute ends of the earth." Zhao Yi just sighed heavily, completely exhausted by this guy's insane, blind devotion. This guy is a total lost cause. No way I'm getting any useful info from him. Now watch this closely. Zhao Yi swings his blade, slicing the guy right in half. But even dying, this fanatic keeps praying to his god. Lord Asia, reveal your ultimate power, save your servant, and crush this enemy. Zhao Yi shot him an icy, mocking glare. Still waiting for your pathetic god to save you? Then he dropped the brutal, cold, hard truth. He abandoned you a long time ago. You die today. Yet somehow, the priest kept screaming, stubbornly clinging to his crazy, twisted faith. How dare you disrespect Lord Asia? Even if I die, I'm dragging you straight to hell. Zhao Yi just smirked at the lunatic's threat. Trying to self-destruct? Yeah, it's not that easy. Before the priest could blow himself up, Zhao Yi whipped out a magic chain, locking him down. Raising his hand, he summoned blinding sacred energy, his voice echoing like absolute divine judgment. Holy light cross. The seal snapped shut, paralyzing the priest instantly. Writhing in pure agony, he desperately begged his silent god for salvation. Lord Asia, save me. But the creepy stone statue did absolutely nothing, as black blood splattered everywhere. A system notification popped up. Zombie Archbishop defeated. Zhao Yi powered down and landed smoothly on his feet. The glowing reward panel instantly flashed his new loot. 12,323 experience points, a high-grade health potion, a mana crystal, the Guardian's chestplate, and the Guardian's boots. He grabbed the gear, muttering casually, "Not bad, I guess." Sadly, the experience wasn't quite enough to trigger a level up. I know what you're thinking, Boss Dead. We're done, right? Think again. Zhao Yi senses leftover evil energy, kicks up a weapon, and readies himself. He marched straight toward the statue, winding up for one final strike. You disgusting thing. This ends now. A blinding flash of golden light pierced the sinister statue, shattering it into a million jagged pieces. The system chimed one more time. Congratulations. You destroyed the evil god's statue and scored a bonus reward. That actually caught him off guard. Red text flashed, revealing the brand new item. Divine Crystal. An ancient relic packed with divine energy that lets holy classes trigger their second-class advancement. Only found in god-tier dungeons. Zhao Yi stared hard at the glowing crystal floating there. Man, this is the very first time I've ever seen a second-class advancement item. Looks like I'm grinding this dungeon a few more times. The second he warped outside, Ning Xin walked up, clapping for him. Not bad at all. First try clearing this nightmare, and you did it in 10 minutes and 25 seconds. That actually ranks you in the top 20 on the leaderboard. Zhao Yi just shoved the loot at her. Here, you can keep all this. I need to run this dungeon one more time. Ning Xin immediately tried to stop him. You literally just cleared it and want back in? This place is no joke. It's exhausting. But flashes of previous server records were already racing through his head. He clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. That first run was barely a warm-up. This time, I'm taking the fastest clear time. Rank number 1. I know I can absolutely smash that record right now. She tilted her head, hesitating before warning him. Look, the top 10 players are all level 30 professionals. Wait until you're level 27 before challenging it. So what do you, and I think? Yeah, there's no way he's waiting. Stick with me, we are about to see our guy get completely overpowered. Zhou Yi answers without flinching, knowing exactly what he is doing. Unable to stop him, Ning gives a final warning. Fine. Just stay alive in there. I will even let you keep my share of the dungeon rewards this time. Keep it for emergencies. Right then, Young Ming suddenly steps onto the scene. He blinks, shocked. Director Wei, you are here too? Ning Xian jumps in surprise. Zheng Ming, when did you even get back? He scratches his head awkwardly. Literally just now. 2 straight months hunting down those ugly, otherworldly monsters, and I am absolutely exhausted. Standing nearby, Zhou Yi naturally catches their conversation. A sharp question instantly pops into his head. Hunting otherworldly monsters? Was that about the recent spatial rift? He casually strolls right into the new dungeon, his mind flashing back to his previous combat lessons. Reaching the Cheongglong mountain range, he realized something alarming. Weak otherworldly beasts could easily slip straight through that exact spatial rift type. The instructor had mentioned the nation instantly bumped the combat alert to level 3, sending massive legions to completely wipe out the rift area. Back outside, Ning Xian nervously asks if they suffered a lot of casualties. Zheng Ming looks completely heartbroken, remembering the fallen comrades he lost. Our elite team had over 12 members. Only 8 of us survived, and that was with an entire legion guarding our backs. Without them, I definitely would have died out there too. Silence hangs heavy before she lets out a pained sigh. A brutal 1/3 casualty rate. Such a devastating loss. Ning Xian suddenly crosses her arms, giving Zheng Ming a light scolding. Have you even called your mother yet? You absolute idiot. Running off on a deadly mission without telling anyone. He just responds with a super strained smile. Well, that is exactly why I came to see you, Auntie. I took this job secretly. If I tell her now, she will absolutely murder me. She just shrugs her shoulders casually. Yeah, I definitely cannot help you with that. He instantly claps his hands together, desperately begging her for a massive favor. Come on, Auntie, look, I came back without a single scratch. Ignoring him completely, Ning Xian turns around, totally confused by the guy walking up. Zhou Yi, why are you not inside the dungeon yet? He stays totally calm. Director Wei, I literally already finished the dungeon run. She gasps, covering her mouth in pure shock. What? He just points over at the newly updated global leaderboard. Divine Breath, Domain, Nightmare Difficulty, Rank 1. Zhou Yi, Level 23. Cleared in 1 minute and 59 seconds. He flashes an epic smirk. See for yourself. Ning Xian is completely speechless. Now watch closely here. He just crushed a nightmare tier dungeon in under 2 minutes at level 23. Zhou Yi immediately drops a brand new crazy request. Director Wei, I want to tackle the abyss difficulty next. She just lets out a heavy sigh, her eyes showing a total mix of pure helplessness and absolute disbelief. You are an absolute monster. Go on. Take my VIP card. Run it as much as you want. Right then, even Zheng Ming cannot hide his jaw-dropping shock. Wait, You are Chu Yi, right? The legendary #1 freshman out of Suhong University. 2 whole months had flown by, but his record-breaking Divine Breath domain run was still the biggest gossip everywhere. All the university students are absolutely losing their minds. Holy crap! The Abyss difficulty record for the Divine Breath domain just got smashed again. 1 minute and 29 seconds. That is completely unbelievable. Barely over a minute, I would still be crying on the very first stage. Terrifying. So this is the insane power of President Wang's personal hand-picked disciple. Suddenly, another student in the massive crowd chimes in with total awe. Guys, did you even see his nightmare difficulty record a few days ago? I know what you are thinking. Absolute madness. He did it in 59 seconds. Not even a second advancement pro could clear it that fast. Chu Yi walks out of the dungeon glowing with pure joy, totally obsessed with his insane streak of luck over the past few days. These last 2 months have been incredibly fulfilling. When Master Wang Hui realized I was hitting dungeons at the Tanu Guild, he handed over his personal point card to let me grind infinitely without any limits. Checking his glowing status window, he smiles. With 0-point restrictions, of course, I had to push my levels up as insanely fast as possible. After 2 solid months of grinding at the Tanu Guild, I finally hit level 29. I can finally grab my huge job advancement quest. Chu Yi quickly plots out his next power move. I will call Master Wang Hui later and secure that Holy Knight job advancement letter. Suddenly, his phone buzzes loudly. It is an urgent direct summons from Principal Wang Hui. Dangling off his phone is a cute Schwan keychain, a monster pet from Ningen City's most hyped blind box series. Man, it took me forever to pull this puffer fish model. A short while later, Chu Yi steps right into the massive principal's office. Master, the second Wang Hui spots him. He nods with heavy praise. Exactly as I predicted. 6 levels in 2 months. Not bad at all. He walks over, patting his shoulder. He speaks cryptically. I could have power leveled you to 40 or 50 in the wild. But here is the crazy part you and I need to hear. Do you know exactly why I refused? Let's dive in. He answered without hesitating, knowing that buying levels just creates weak 3rd-tier pros with 0 foundational training and basically 0 real potential. Chu Yi looked dead serious. True power? That only belongs to people who survive actual, brutal, life or death situations. His master, Wang Hui, just smiled as a sudden golden spell flashed right across the room. He was seriously impressed. The kid understood this. Pulling out an official job advancement letter, he set it right down. Listen, he warned. The world has plenty of rich kids who bought their levels, but they almost always die during their 2nd or 3rd class advancements. Since you already hit level 29, it is time to prep for your 2nd tier. Wang Hui kept explaining. A Holy Knight evolves into the Harbinger class. It massively buffs your control over Holy Light and covers every single weakness you had during your 1st class tier, but your raw power is already completely insane. So take this advancement letter right here, channel your mind into it, and check the requirements. Immediately, a bright system window popped up before him. Item type, Holy Knight advancement letter. Once the specific conditions are fully cleared, activate this to evolve straight into a Harbinger. He calmly closed his eyes, pulling energy directly from the glowing paper. He quickly activated the class advancement module on himself. Right then, a ton of system alerts flooded his vision, listing out the exact conditions. Target level 29. Plus, you need 100 Holy Spirit crystals and exactly 100 wisps of penitence. Now, pay attention. This is tricky. Wisps of penitence are literally the dying regrets of insane cultists worshipping evil gods. Chu Yi scratched his head. Master, remember the special loot I grabbed from that Abyss-level Plague Breath run? Wang Hui nodded calmly. You have to trigger a very specific skill to force them to drop a wisp of penitence, and it must be used within exactly 30 minutes of their death. Otherwise, the soul just fades away. Chu Yi frowned, noticing a weird detail about this whole thing. Wait, teacher, how did you even know I had that skill? Wang Hui just stayed completely calm. I heard you cleared the dungeon, so you definitely got the skill. With your insane stats, you probably already farmed 100 crystals, right? Chu Yi was actually pretty moved. His master had perfectly mapped out his entire 2nd class advancement path, right from the start. He looked up and nodded. Yeah, that is exactly right. Then you just need to finish that final requirement to hit your 2nd tier jump. Wang Hui gave him one last tip. There is a fresh bounty on the Academy network hunting cultists. It is the absolute best spot to farm those wisps. You should really log on and check it out. Chu Yi just gave a single, rock-solid yes. The second he got back home, Chu Yi booted up the official university board to hunt for those missions. Let's pause a second. You and I know Su Hang is top 3. This info dump made him really think. Their total student population was actually pretty tiny. All 4 years combined barely hit 5,000 people, less than a third of normal academies. As he slammed the search key, he started analyzing the numbers. Because the resources Su Hang pours into training are totally insane, they keep enrollment super low. But the mission board is still absolutely stacked. Everything gives course credit, but right now, he only cared about hunting down cultists. The exact search results flashed up immediately. One combat bounty meant taking down a level 34 rogue cultist for 400 credits, but there was also a totally different investigation mission. Cultist tracks were found in Longfang City, Shan Province. Just reporting them could drop anywhere from 100 to 1,000 course credits. Chu Yi rubbed his chin, going into deep thought. He needed 100 wisps. So, that single target first mission? Totally useless. Let's see exactly where this Longfang City is located. Without hesitating, he immediately pulled up the map to check the area. It wasn't some massive city, but thanks to farming abyss fruit, it was definitely way more advanced than normal towns. If dark cultists were actually active there, the drop rate for wisps would be huge. Chu Yi clicked accept, but a blaring red warning suddenly popped up. This bounty was officially flagged as completely high risk. 2 hunters who took this job already vanished without a trace. Proceed anyway? This actually caught him off guard. A high-risk alert. Frowning, he quickly ran the numbers. Just like dungeons, academy missions are split right into 4 separate tiers: simple, normal, dangerous, and this insane high-risk category. A sharp, calculated glint flashed inside his green eyes. High risk meant a death rate of over 70% minimum. But honestly, none of that was gonna stop Chu Yi. Cultist missions are basically suicide. But trust me, you are gonna want to see how he prepares for this absolute chaos. He raised his hand, summoning his ethereal void-guiding butterfly out of nowhere. Master, it asked respectfully, what are your orders? Stick with me here. Our guy stays quiet, pops a tracking skill, and boom. A glowing map drops right in front of him. This skill uses the void-guiding butterfly. It burns through mana to lock onto a void beast, pinpoints the coordinates, and instantly teleports you there. Chu Yi tells his butterfly to stay ready. If things go south, he is using its insane speed to bail out. Having this emergency escape plan makes his Longfang City mission way more secure. With everything prepped, he steps onto the campus. Time to stock up on mana potions from the school shop before heading out. Out of nowhere, 2 random girls spot him and totally freak out. Oh my god, God Yi is actually alive. Her friend is just completely starstruck. He seriously lives up to his golden generation hype. Even the 4th year, seniors cannot match that crazy intense aura. Meanwhile, over in the academy's elite training room, Wu Mang is absolutely destroying 7 combat robots all by himself. While dodging attacks, he glances at Su Mi. Wait, Chu Yi actually took a high-risk mission? She nods right back. Yeah. He is heading to Longfang City in Shan Province to hunt down cultists. Wu Mang smashes another robot to pieces. Cultists? He must be grinding for his 2nd class advancement. The kid knows exactly what he is doing. Still, that location name gives him a really weird sense of déjà vu. Now watch closely. That Longfang City mission sounds way too familiar. Su Mi checks her files and confirms it. It started as a normal quest. But after a level 26 and 28 student vanished without a trace, boom, high-risk upgrade. The academy thinks you need a 2nd class advancement just to survive it. Wu Mang keeps crushing robots without breaking a sweat. Those cultists are definitely hiding some dirty tricks. For a normal student, absolute nightmare fuel. But for Chu Yi, basically a walk in the park. He chops off a robot head, launches himself forward, and keeps analyzing the situation out loud. Those missing guys trained hard in the Skyfeather Guild dungeons. But at level 29, Chu Yi could easily body a 2nd advancement pro. Plus, the guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Wu Mang wipes out the last robots with 1 hit, deciding to formally approve Chu Yi for a leave of absence. He is not worried at all. He just tells Su Mi to debrief the kid later. But getting there is a total grind. Right now, his high-speed train is blasting down the tracks. We all know what happens next. A 100,000-kilometer trip straight through monster territory. Pure madness. His brutal journey started way back at the Ningen University Teleportation Plaza. 12 teleports and 7 bullet trains just to reach Yongqing. Absolutely exhausted, Chu Yi rests his head against the glass. Just a 2-hour subway ride left. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with a new message. Hey Chu Yi, are you close? He types back fast, almost there. About an hour. The guy replies, awesome, call me when you drop in. Then, the girl sitting beside him gasps. Whoa, Is your phone charm the famous chit mouse beast from Ningen? Are you from there too? Chu Yi gives her a friendly nod. Yeah, I actually am. You too? She lights up with this huge smile. Basically half native. My grandma lives there, so I only visit during summer break these days. Suhong province is insanely far away. Are you heading to Longfang for a vacation, or what? Just taking care of some business. He replies vaguely, secretly casting appraisal. How about you guys? Just visiting Longfang for fun? His system scans them both are level 13 pharmacists. Totally clueless about his scan. Bina just keeps chatting away super casually. Yeah, we are hitting up the Longfang hot springs to chill. I am Bina, and this is Lu Ji, but your level is too high for my appraisal. With that scary aura, you are a combat class, right? He gives a small grunt, and she instantly gets super hyped up about it. I totally knew it. My sixth sense never misses. Combat professionals like you are just so incredibly cool. To him, it is hilarious. The vibe of a life class versus combat is obvious. Wanting to make friends, Bina quickly pulls out her own phone. Trust me, you and I know this is a total win. 20% off mana potions from 2 cute healers? Absolute steal. Stick with me here, things are about to get absolutely wild. Chu Yi finally arrives at Longfang City on the high-speed train. Boss speaks up right after they step off. Time really flew by. The girls grab their bags and quickly say their goodbyes to Chu Yi. If you guys need absolutely anything, call me up anytime. But mid-sentence, she crashes right into a guy walking past them. Seeing a cute girl, Shi-Yun instantly steps up and shamelessly starts pitching his totally shady cult. Sorry about that. Beautiful. Hey, the Holy Spirit cult can offer you endless joy and absolute happiness. He keeps pushing it hard on Lu Jie. Our church actually has a massive event coming up, where we will show off a real divine miracle. If you want some real power, you should definitely come check it out. He even targets our boy Chu Yi. With an intense aura like yours, you are absolutely destined to stand right beside the true gods themselves. Chu Yi knows it is pure, cheap flattery, but he still takes a quick look at the weird flyer the guy shoves into his hands. Reading it makes his suspicion skyrocket. He just lets out a cold, mocking scoff. That single look makes Shi-Yun completely freeze up in total fear. He violently snatches the paper back and bolts away, leaving one last quick blessing. May the Divine Master protect you. Obviously, Lu Jie has absolutely no clue what this dangerous Holy Spirit cult actually is right now. She looks at the weird paper. Is this religious stuff really this trendy here in Longfang City? Ba instantly rips it out of her hands. Throw that trash away right now. It is seriously bad news. Lu Jie looks completely confused. What is the big deal here? Is something wrong? Ba sighs, forced to finally reveal her own family's dark past. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. Her brother warned her that this exact creepy cult infected Longfang City over a solid year ago. Back then, they were just some super secretive, totally underground organization. Members were actually getting crazy stat boosts and leveling up fast. Sounds pretty awesome, right? But wait, people soon noticed that while their faces stayed the same, their personalities entirely flipped. It was like they morphed into completely different human beings. Ba continues her sad story. My brother had a super sweet friend, but after joining up, he suddenly became this raging, explosive maniac who snapped at everything. Her family was terrified. Even though the cult claimed it was just proof of ultimate loyalty, Ba knew deep down that something was seriously, horribly wrong. Once she finishes, Lu Jie asks the real, burning question. So what exactly is a miracle? Ba just aggressively dumps the flyer straight into the nearest trash can, looking totally exhausted. Honestly, who even cares? We absolutely cannot mess with those creeps. Who knows what sick stuff happens in there? Chu Yi crosses his arms, analyzing everything. Even when Fang and I saw a literal god of light, these so-called miracles were never just free, innocent blessings from above. This might be the perfect chance to expose them, since evil cults always love hiding behind completely normal-looking religions. Before long, night takes over Longfang City. 8:30 p.m. The neon lights of the Hangyang building blaze to life. Up on the 9th floor, a massive, dense crowd is already totally buzzing with extreme hype. You and I know this is a trap, right? But the crowd completely ate it up, begging to see today's big miracle. One guy claims his neighbor got a crazy 20-point intelligence boost and completely leveled up just from watching one of these exact miracles. Guan, perfectly hidden deep in the massive crowd, just sneers. Baiting regular, innocent people with fake miracles is so incredibly cheap, but they are dangerously good at it. Zhang Shang agrees. No joke. Taking over the entire city in just one single year, they definitely have dirty tricks ready. Even with the heavy sarcasm, He stays completely locked in and focused on his current mission. Exactly right. Just make sure to record every single second of them faking this whole thing. Xiaoling gently warns him. Guan, just grab evidence that the miracle is totally fake. Do not dig deeper. This is an A+ rank mission. Make one tiny mistake here, and you are completely dead. A level 19 order? He has to absolutely obey. I will follow your lead. Just gathering clues. 0 direct contact. Satisfied with that answer, she nods and immediately turns right to the level 18 mechanist on their squad. Jiang Shang, are those little micro-robots locked and loaded yet? He smirks. Relax. I have got the whole entire room bugged perfectly. But suddenly, Wu Han, who is running her appraisal skill, gasps in pure shock. Why in the world is my system glitching out? I cannot read that guy's class or level. Chu Yi is right there. But her screen flashes errors. The rest of the squad instantly fires up their own appraisal scanners. Nothing. I cannot see his stats either. Guan, what about your screen? He is hitting the exact same glitch. I cannot see a single thing. If none of our elite scanners work, this dude has to be above level 20. Zhang Zhang starts sweating. Why crash a basic Holy Spirit cult gathering? Why is a level 20 powerhouse here? Wuhan drops a bomb. That is where we leave it, trust me. His pure divine aura changes absolutely everything. All right, you and I are dropping into a seriously tense moment. Could he actually be a cultist? As they kept whispering, Zhao Yi suddenly shot them an ice-cold glare. All 4 of them completely froze. The blood in their veins literally turned to ice. Xiaoling did not hesitate and gave the immediate order. That gaze was terrifying. He is definitely a high-level second advancement expert. Do not attract his attention. Yu Han quietly whispered that he got it, while the other 2 men fell completely silent, and while they were busy sizing him up, Zhao Yi was already analyzing them right back. These 4 clearly were not your average citizens. But whatever. None of his business. His only target today was the cult. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a bell cut through all their secret calculations. The entire room instantly went dead silent. A representative stepped right up to the front. Welcome, everyone, to the official gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. Everyone standing here shares a special bond with our Lord. I am Priest Li Shu Yuan, and I will be your personal guide to his divine grace. Standing in the back, Zhao Yi just watched. 1 level 18 and 2 level 17s. Honestly, not that impressive. Let us see what kind of trick they are planning. Meanwhile, Shu Yuan just kept going on and on. The Holy Spirit cult worships the one true Lord, and our path is pure salvation. Under the eyes of our Lord, every single being is completely equal. He just kept selling them this massive fantasy, promising that if they were devout enough, the Lord would bless them. From free dungeon access, to rare mana potions, and natural treasures for a massive energy boost, absolutely anything was possible here. Finally, he played his absolute most tempting card. Every single month, the church provides all members with 8,000 mid-tier credits just for basic living expenses. Now, watch this closely. That bombshell sent the crowd into an absolute frenzy. I work my butt off for 4,000, but joining gets me 8,000 plus free gear. Maybe I could actually become a powerhouse. Shu Yuan just kept pouring these sweet lies into everyone's ears. This is our Lord's pure love for you, so you never have to worry about money again. You can just devote your entire heart and soul to absolute faith. And his very next words seemed to be a hidden signal for the 2 assistants nearby. My friends, the power of the Holy Spirit is truly infinite. And now, as your priest, I will personally demonstrate this massive power for every single one of you. He slowly walked over to the base of this mysterious statue, ready to start his grand performance. This is a super rare opportunity gifted by our Lord. A direct chance to witness his true glory with your own eyes and feel that boundless grace. Zhao Yi just stared at the object, deep in thought. I cannot appraise it, but I definitely feel a crazy magical aura leaking from it. The statue was covered in dense markings. It was absolutely some kind of magical artifact. Xiaoling's group also had their own hidden agenda here. They are totally about to use that statue to fake a massive miracle. We must gather solid evidence this time. The priest stood right in front of the statue, throwing his hands high and shouting with all his might, "O Lord of Holy Spirits, reveal your power to us." The intensely eager faces in the crowd only fueled his wild fervor. Let these devout followers witness your absolutely magnificent miracle. The exact second he finished, an assistant rang a small bell. With a gentle chime, that weird statue started emitting a super soft golden glow. The chiming kept going as the glow heavily intensified. It quickly formed a blinding halo, forcing Zhao Yi to throw his hand up to shield his eyes. You seeing this? He stared in utter disbelief at the so-called miracle, taking the literal form of a goddess embracing her followers. Someone in the crowd loudly yelled, "What is this?" And that question unleashed a massive wave of pure excitement. It is a miracle, a real miracle. This light is making my body overflow with power. Suddenly, the statue's figure began emitting a weird series of chants. The stunned believers turned to each other in pure amazement. This is totally incredible. Does everyone else hear that? The miracle is literally speaking to us. Guan's group was completely enveloped by the strange trance as well. Yuhan and the others had fully fallen into a deep trance. Suddenly, Xiaoling looked down at her own hands and quietly stammered, "I have finally reached my second job advancement." Her crazy words completely shocked Yuhan, who was standing safely inside a protective barrier. Nearby, Sister Ling and Guan were laughing like complete maniacs. So much currency. With all these resources, I will become the absolute strongest warrior. No one will escape my demonic grasp. Mom, I am finally a top-tier mechanic in the Zhongsha Kingdom. I have finally done enough to make the family proud. Yuhan shuddered watching this madness. This is definitely a high-level hypnosis spell. He could only watch helplessly, as the fake miracle's terrifying influence just continued spreading. My necklace grants total immunity to mind control, but I can only activate it once every 30 minutes. My only choice is to wait out the cooldown, wake a teammate, and force our way out. Zhao Yi was the only other person completely unaffected by this spell. So where do we go from here? He grabbed a believer's head, piecing the dark truth together. Just an evil hypnosis spell. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to see exactly how this insane cult brainwashes people. Vian was grinning. The bishop's holy relic worked flawlessly. Unmatched power. He instantly ordered his crew to start the main event. Enough boring speeches. The crowd was getting restless, and time was ticking down. That creepy bell rang out again, sending heavy sound waves ripping through the air. Suddenly, glowing golden rings completely trapped the room. As the ringing faded, a suffocating, death-like energy started bleeding into every single corner of the 9th floor. Thick black smoke erupted on the altar. Slowly, 5 shadowy figures stepped right out. Tuvian instantly bowed down. "My Lord Bishop." Watching from the crowd, Chu Yi froze. That dark aura, absolute heretics. Fang didn't even say hello. He just glared at Tuvian and snapped, "What took you so long?" Panicking, Tuvian quickly bowed his head. "Lord Bishop, there were delays. Shoving the Holy Spirit's gospel down their throats takes a little finesse." The bishop just stared him down coldly. "These people are mere consumables. Never waste my time again." Fang reached out, touching the stone statue. "Once this sacrifice ends, you're officially in the cult. The god himself will bless you." Hearing this, Tuvian's face lit up with pure joy. "Thank you for backing me, Lord Bishop." Watching this twisted scene, Chu Yi finally understood. Now, pay close attention here. When these heretics hide their dark magic, they look exactly like ordinary people. A normal fighter would never notice. But Chu Yi, he's a holy knight. Blessed by the light, he can literally smell that evil energy. The dark god's stench rolling off those 5 was blindingly obvious to him. Back on the altar, Fang resumed his creepy sermon. "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying," he shouted. "Great God, your offerings are finally ready. Enjoy your feast." Hearing this, Chu Yi started doing the math. "Wait, that bishop is only level 27? No way. He moves like a high-tier boss. I must lay low and gather more intel." Wiping out 5 heretics is a solid start, but it won't crush this cult for good. The statue began pulsing with golden light. Fang and his goons threw their arms wide open, screaming together, "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying." They chanted that creepy line 2 times. The statue actually looked satisfied. Its carved stone face warped into a terrifying, ear-to-ear grin. Its jaw dropped, blasting shimmering waves of energy straight over the crowd. The brainwashed followers looked absolutely euphoric, like dying crops finally getting rain. But Chu Yi sensed that heavy atmosphere and panicked. It was violently ripping out their soul energy. Suddenly, the mindless believers around him started chanting too. "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever, undying." Chu Yi's brain went into overdrive. The soul is the ultimate key to resurrection. Priests reviving people, warriors saving themselves. A normal person's soul is way too weak to survive after death on its own. You saw that coming, right? Chu Yi just realized the cult's absolute, twisted endgame. They cast a massive mind control net, but this fake miracle was actually bleeding everyone's soul power dry. He remembered the brutal rumors about them. Cult members look totally normal on the outside, but their actual personalities get completely wiped and replaced. Finally, all those weird, violent incidents in the city made perfect sense. The drastic personality shifts in the victims? It was because their souls were utterly shredded. Watching golden light literally get sucked out of the zombies around him, one massive question hit Chu Yi hard. What the hell was that demonic statue planning to do with thousands of stolen human souls? Nearby, Zhao Ling had walked in looking ready to fight. Now, she was just letting her soul get eaten alive. Wu Han yanked her friend's arm with everything she had, her heart completely hammering out of her chest. If they just sat there, they were dead meat. She couldn't just wait around to die. Come on, Ling. Snap out of it. Risking it all, she triggered her ice spirit art. Spirits of ice, heed my call and gather now. Bring forth the freezing frost. A thin layer of ice coated Ling's body. And Wu Han cheered. It was working. But her joy vanished instantly, as the ice melted away into nothing. The anti-magic field is up. Her flashy move totally grabbed Tuvian's attention. Looks like someone wasn't completely brainwashed after all. He flicked his wrist, launching a nasty storm of dark energy. Black flame. Strike. Seeing that deadly blast rushing at her, Chu Yi instantly prepped his hand of holy light, ready to jump in. Watch this, you, and I know what's coming. Two awake followers jumped in, throwing up a massive radiant shield. Let's dive right in. A solid golden shield flares up, perfectly blocking the attack. Cover blown? No backing down now. She goes all in, instantly following up by hurling a blazing radiant light fireball straight at Feng Li. But the sacred spirit cult's leader is built different. He casually swats away the deadly strike with a flick of his wrist. Brushing off the attack, he instantly calls out her exact technique. Radiant Light Art. Church of Radiant Light, huh? She is a level 25 mage, but seeing her spell shattered that easily leaves her completely stunned. Impossible. She had literally grinded her Radiant Light Art all the way to level 15. This exact same move once one-shot a level 26 golden-ranked Savage Bear. The terrifying power gap snaps her right back to reality. Zero hesitation, she violently yanks out a handful of teleportation scrolls. A random cultist just blocked her best shot with bare hands? Yeah, this is bad. His power is off the charts. She needs to run. Now. But escaping isn't that simple. After she tried to ruin his ritual, Feng Li is absolutely not letting her slip away. Running already? Did you honestly think you could just waltz in and leave whenever you want? He drops a quick summoning spell. Disgusting. Sticky sludge erupts straight from the floorboards, wrapping around her. Luran jumps back on instinct, but two of Feng's cultists immediately lock in and launch a simultaneous attack. A wind blade and a fireball scream toward her. Instantly, a swirling vortex of golden light explodes. She desperately calls on the light to form an unbreakable barrier. 2 against 1? Yeah, she is boxed in. You and I know how deadly a pincer attack is. Trapped front and back. Damn it. 2 mages out of 5. If it was just one caster, she could have torn a scroll and dipped during their chant. But 2? Game over. Plan ruined? Definitely. But Luan grits her teeth and chants, begging the divine light to purge this overwhelming evil from the world. Her odds look terrible. And to make things 10 times worse, a massive melee fighter is charging straight at her. If he closes the distance, it is an instant death sentence. Panicking, she spams spells at her enemies, praying something cracks their heavy defensive barrier. At just 18, unlocking the hidden Radiant Light Mage class got her instantly scouted and trained by the elite Church of Radiant Light. But these sacred spirit cultists are not training dummies. They won't just stand around taking hits. Their vicious counterattacks force her into frantic dodges. 4 grueling years of training, and her very first field mission turns into this. She honestly thought she could solo this cult's entire operation. Instead, it looks like it is going to cost her everything. Now watch this. Chu Yi sighs. He is done observing. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashes the devastating blade of penance. The Hongyang department store had been completely, eerily quiet, but in a flash, multiple floors violently explode. A deafening, ground-shaking shockwave completely rips through the area. Lu Ran drops to her knees, staring frozen at the smoking crater. Half the freaking building was just wiped from existence. Wu Han, barely holding on just seconds ago, stares in shock. Did he seriously just obliterate all of them? Tu Yuan points a violently shaking finger, screaming out a warning. Another intruder. That holy aura, it is absolutely suffocating. Feng Li is not blind. He turns to glare at Chu Yi. You a high-ranking knight from the Church of Radiant Light? Chu Yi does not answer. He just drops his judgment. A pathetic cult of societal trash. Your sins are unforgivable. Trembling, Lu Ran forces herself up, her mind racing to connect all the crazy dots. 2 mages, 1 warrior, all over level 25, fully buffed, and they just got instantly vaporized like absolutely nothing. Could he actually be a second advancement pro? The church must have been tracking Longfang City for a long time. Fun Li is furious at the disrespect. Swiping his hand, he commands his last two surviving cultists to rush the guy. Know your place. Chu Yi does not even view the boss as a threat, let alone these two random lackeys. One clean sword swing. That is it. The enemy is deleted before he can process what hit him. One shot? Impossible. The old cult leader panics, his brain instantly calculating his absolute worst-case survival scenario. Time to bail. Zero hesitation, he brutally kicks his own minion, 2 Yuan, straight into Chu Yi's warpath as bait. The minion never saw this betrayal coming. A literal meat shield. And Chu Yi? He does not hold back against free targets. He coldly grants the guy's death wish with one brutal slash. Trust me, this chase is just getting started. He summons a blue void butterfly, commanding it to track the escaping boss straight through the death portal. Luran timidly approaches him. My respects, esteemed high-ranking divine user. Let's dive right in. She introduces herself as Luran, a light mage from the Church of Light's magic capital branch. As she gets closer, it hits her. The sheer concentration of his holy light isn't just terrifying, this guy is the literal embodiment of holy light. She can even feel the energy around him, practically breathing. Chu Yi asks what someone from the magic capital is doing all the way out here. Grateful, she decides not to hide anything. She explains she took a training mission here. I am so lucky you showed up, my lord. Otherwise, I'd be dead. But he just turns and walks away like an absolute boss. It was nothing. She completely scrambles after him. Excuse me, my lord, but which divine user from the church are you? I have never seen holy light this powerful. Chu Yi waves his hand and drops a bomb. I am not in your church. A massive rumble echoes. Not a member? Luran stares at the altar, absolutely confused. It's now a total ruin just from him snapping his fingers. She blinks hard, trying to process this insane power. With holy light that insanely dense, who else could he possibly be but a divine user from the church? Now pay attention here. A crazy idea pops into her head. Could this absolute beast be the Holy Sun? Holy Sun and Holy Saint are titles strictly reserved for the top-tier prodigies inside the Church of Light. It's pure authority, giving them total access to the absolute best training the church has to offer. They're trained to be completely invincible at their level, even crushing enemies, sitting at a much higher rank. To dodge evil cults, the identities of these holy sons and saints are kept strictly secret until their official debut. Only high-ranking cardinals know the truth. Totally convinced, she looks around. My lord, should we wake everyone up? He obviously has zero time for annoying chores. No need. It is already way too chaotic. Let the Public Security Bureau handle it. The situation is messy, and waking them carelessly would just spark massive panic. Chu Yi walks right up to the dead sacred spirit cultist and calmly explains his logic. The Public Security Bureau has real experience handling weird situations. They will do a much better job comforting these citizens. She happily trots after him, piling on the praise. You truly think of everything, my lord. He presses his hands together, sparking a penance spell, using the divine name to forcefully wake the soul's conscience. Golden dust rains down from his hands onto the corpse. Suddenly, the whole area is filled with glowing lilies of repentance. Answering the spell, a dark shadow of deathly energy violently twists and shoots out of the body. Distorted souls follow right behind, hovering in midair as sorrowful voices echo. I am guilty. I repent for my terrible sins. After the clash, Chu Yi raises his hand, retracting the magic. He clenches his fist, mind racing. You and I both know 4 kills aren't enough. He let their bishop escape so his void butterfly could track down more. It should have caught up by now. Luran watches silently from behind, doubting her own skills. My personal penance spell is pretty basic at best. It is literally nothing compared to the Holy Sun. If I could just train with him, I'd get so much stronger. But would a guy like him even notice me? While she's daydreaming, the Public Security Bureau finally arrives outside. They storm right in, screaming warnings, hands in the air. Everyone, drop your weapons now. We are official law enforcement from the Longfang Public Security Bureau. Standing dead center in the circle of soldiers is a massive guy. That is Wang Hao, captain of the action team. He approaches Luran, introducing himself. I am Wang Hao, captain of the Public Security Action Team. Respected practitioner, can you explain what happened here? Reflexively throwing her hands up in surrender, she innocently replies, Hello, Captain Wang. She then quickly recounts the whole incident. The sacred spirit cult is pure evil. They used a dirty trick to gather ordinary citizens, prepping to extract their souls for sacrifice. Wang Hao's expression goes grim. Extract their souls? Were you the one who actually stopped this? Luron frantically waves her hands, totally stammering. No, no, not me. She turns to where Chu Yi was standing, but he vanished. Huh? Where did he go? Luron lets out a sad, pouty sigh. Holy Sun, my lord, you really left me all alone again. Meanwhile, Wang Hao is busy directing the entire scene cleanup. Team 1. You are in charge of civilian evacuation. Ensure their total safety, and do not trigger a massive panic. Team 2. Check the scene and collect evidence. Do not miss anything. A mysterious hand appears, casting a magic spell. Team 3. Start triage. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Let's jump right into the madness. Everyone blasted by that spell instantly looked brainwashed. Who are you guys? What's going on? I just want to go home. Wasn't I at a party a second ago? Where the hell am I? So weird. My entire body aches, and my head feels insanely heavy, like someone's pounding on my skull. Zhang Shan groaned, rubbing his eyes. Ugh, my head is killing me. Getting his bearings, he walked up to his teammate. Did we succeed? No wonder you're so totally out of it. Wuhan chimed in, explaining Nishi's absolute pathetic state. What's wrong with you? You guys were totally hypnotized by the Holy Spirit cult. I only escaped using a magical artifact. I definitely didn't expect 5 masters backing them up, all at least level 25 or higher. He was completely stunned. Level 25? How do we survive that? She kept going. He's a second advancement divine class user. He wiped out the whole Holy Spirit cult with one strike. Zhang Zan was overjoyed, acting like he struck gold. A second advancement divine class. That is right. My drone absolutely had to have recorded his epic fight. We have to post this online. It'll cause a massive stir. Wasting zero time, he pulled out the drone to check the footage right there. Now, watch this. Before they could even hit play, the entire ground violently shook. Zhang Zhang's group froze. Elsewhere, a dark and heavy atmosphere completely filled the air. Right in the center, a figure was trapped inside thick magical slime. Feng Li screamed out, his voice dripping with pure, bitter hatred. Damn it. Who the hell was that guy? How could an absolute monster like that exist in Dragonwind City? He staggered forward, 100 crazy questions racing through his mind. He can't be Church of Light. I am always careful. There is zero chance I attracted a master from the Church of Light. The targets were all completely hypnotized. Absolutely no traces left behind. So what went wrong? Feng Li threw open the massive front door. The sacrificial ritual is totally ruined, and we lost 4 followers on top of that. The Lord is going to be absolutely furious. The more he thought, the more terrified he got. What do I do? Suddenly, a glowing blue butterfly emerged straight from the lingering magical energy. That changed everything. A mysterious crack appeared right on the wall. Chu Yi literally ripped the crack open with his bare hands, revealing his confident, handsome face. Spatial positioning uses the immense power of a void god beast to lock onto coordinates. Then, it violently tears open a massive spatial rift. It connects to any desired location for instant travel. Anyway, back to the present. Dufang spotted the familiar figure and immediately spoke up. Bishop Fun. So you returned. It spoke with absolutely zero respect, getting straight to the point. I sense 4 of our precious followers have vanished. Explain. Fun Li instantly dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. We had a huge incident during the mission. We ran into someone wielding an insanely powerful holy light. That bastard completely ruined the sacrifice and slaughtered our people. His raw power is on a totally different level. I was absolutely no match for him. Dufang coldly pushed back. Then why are you still alive? The old man frantically begged for his pathetic life. This humble servant deserves to die 10,000 times. Please, my lord, I am begging you, spare my life. I will atone for my failure. I will find even more sacrifices to make up for this. It replied coldly. You fail way more than you succeed. The old man trembled. My lord, I swear I gave my all, but he was too strong. Now, you saw that too, right? Chu Yi was standing right there, perfectly disguised. He quietly watched. The pure evil energy radiating from that black orb was just insanely dense. This had to be the meeting point for 100 cult members. This conspiracy is definitely about more than just collecting souls. Unwilling to waste any more time, Dufang decided to just let it slide. Forget it. Your pathetic excuses are entirely worthless. Luckily, even with the sacrifice interrupted, the ritual succeeded. The grand plan remains completely unaffected. The cowardly Fun Li nervously stammered out. My lord, you say it succeeded, but it was clearly cut short. The soul power the master requires definitely has not been fully collected yet. Did we anger the master? It completely lost patience and roared, "You imbecile. Do you really think we set up citywide sacrifices just for some pathetic amount of soul power?" Utterly hopeless, it turned to a different disciple to explain the plan. "Bishop Su, explain it." Suling flashed a wicked smile and slowly began explaining. "My lord, this is our ultimate grand plan to completely destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit cult performed 307 sacrificial rites, all at major crucial points. So, what do you and I make of this? Every sacrifice powers a massive citywide trap. And our guy, Chu Yi, he isn't missing a single word. Stick with me here. Once these nodes link up, they create the Chaos Purgatory formation right across the whole city. To pull this off, the cult planted their loyal followers in every single layer of Longfang City's society. They spread the twisted Holy Spirit cult teachings everywhere. As the man kept talking, insanely dark secrets spilled out. They purposely lured in anyone consumed by their own greedy desires. This grew their ranks for the master plan, but get this, they also spiked the city water with a totally undetectable potion. It quietly wrecked their minds and bodies, turning them into easy puppets. Hearing this absolute madness, Chu Yi's brain just exploded. So that is why those strong fighters got hypnotized so fast. But why activate this insane Chaos Purgatory formation anyway? Zuling's sinister voice kept echoing right in his ear. They secretly dug massive tunnels under the city, linking straight to sacrificial points covered in glowing magic runes. This channels all that massive energy. And then comes the terrifying timeline drop. The formation was already activated tonight. Every single person's life force and soul is constantly being drained away, flowing straight down the tunnels into the dark, sealed prison of the Lord of Chaos. As he kept talking, his expression twisted into pure, sick evil. The lives of this entire city were literally just one giant blood sacrifice. The legendary Lord of Chaos is waking up. He is going to bring endless darkness and completely reshape our entire world. An awakening Lord of Chaos. Listening to this complete nightmare, Chu Yi's face hardened. An ancient, evil god was actually coming back. He instantly charged up his magic, getting ready to attack. Sacrificing millions to wake up a dark god? Absolutely insane. He would never let this happen. Meanwhile, Fungi started panicking and begging. "Please forgive me, my lord. I swear I knew nothing." But Dufang ripped into him. "Fang, you absolute idiot of a bishop. How could I ever trust you with something important? Don't blink, because here is where it gets crazy." Suddenly, Dufang screamed out, "Who is hiding over there?" Chu Yi completely froze. Dufang blasted a magic attack right at his hiding spot, triggering a massive explosion. Luckily, Chu Yi threw up a shield just in time. As the smoke cleared, he was already locked in a fierce fighting stance. Divine Thunder, Heavenly Revelation form, rank 1. Entering the Heavenly Revelation state increases abnormal status resistance by 50% and boosts lightning skill damage by 50%. Duration 14 seconds. Sword Flash triggers at lightning speed, dealing huge mixed damage. The second Fungi saw his face, the idiot bishop instantly recognized him. "You again." Suling did not hesitate for a second, violently lunging forward with his Shadow Ripper slash. Dark energy flooded his weapon, morphing into a brutal, razor-sharp black scythe. Chu Yi refused to retreat. Divine Thunder, Ring of Heavenly Punishment, rank S. Level 1. He summons raw lightning, condensing the insane energy directly onto his blade. He slashes with blinding speed, dealing an absolute ton of shocking lightning damage. Dufang totally recognized him too. "Chu Yi, you again. Speak of the devil." Fungi immediately started crying to his boss. "My lord, that is the punk who destroyed Elder Shanghe's ritual. How dare he just walk into our main headquarters? We are making sure he dies right here." But Dufang completely lost his temper, viciously slapping Fungi across the face for letting an enemy trail him so easily. "You absolute failure of a bishop. I am honestly tempted to just execute you right here and now." Fungi whimpered, rubbing his burning red cheek. But his boss was not done destroying him verbally. "How dare you brag with that empty skull? If you did not have your bloodline, you would never be a bishop. Look at yourself. You are completely pathetic. Without my pity, you would be a literal bug forever. And you have the nerve to say he is not leaving alive? You and I both saw that coming, right?" Meanwhile, Chu Yi and Suling were completely locked in an absolute deathmatch. Purple and gold magic slammed together, ripping a massive, devastating shockwave straight across the entire battlefield. They violently broke apart from the clash, and Chu Yi quickly slid back to a safe distance. He activated his magic eye for a scan, but the appraisal completely failed. He had to admit, this guy was way stronger than any bishop he had fought, a true second advancement master. He finally met a real threat. Down below, Su Ling did not waste a single second. He violently swung his weapon. Unleashing his ultimate technique, Phantom Scythe Strike, he launched the scythe, spawning pitch-black, crescent-shaped blades that viciously swarmed Chu Yi from every possible blind spot. The brutal combo hit multiple times, totally breaking his stance. He was spinning that scythe so blindingly fast it literally morphed into a giant magic circle. It looked absolutely cinematic. Su Ling glared right at him, openly giving his opponent some serious respect. A level 29 Holy Knight blocking me. Not bad. But trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. He coldly preps his final spell. Stick with me. Things are about to get insane. He drops his ultimate move, Dark Vortex, unleashing a massive black hole right at the center. The gravitational pull was absolutely massive, instantly dragging everything into a storm of dark corrosion. Su Ling unleashed a wild flurry of magic. Razor-sharp, dark energy, slashing blindly in every single direction. Right where he stood, a literal black hole tore open, just waiting to swallow the entire room whole. Chu Yi braced his body hard against that crushing gravity. The situation? Rapidly going from bad to worse. He threw up Holy Light Protection and slammed his blade straight into the floor as an anchor. A brutal stalemate, ripping the very ground apart. Everything around them was shredded to absolute pieces. Su Ling literally laughed in his face. My Dark Vortex eats light for breakfast. Stop struggling, kid. For a weak first advancement, Holy Knight, you have some skills. But against a second advancement master, you are nothing but a bug, an ant fighting a dragon. You are 14 levels below me. Chu Yi knew he was trapped. His brain went into overdrive. Sure, his divine angel barrier blocked the dark rot. But that black hole? It was violently draining his mana and stamina to zero. At this rate, I am completely dead. The villain's eyes burned with black fire, drunk on his own overwhelming power as he kept taunting. Tell me, how much longer can your pathetic little candle stay lit? Chu Yi refused to fold. My light will crush your cheap trick. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance exploded from right behind him. Now, watch closely. This is where everything flips. He knew playing the long game with mana and stamina was a guaranteed death sentence. He had to end this fast. Suddenly, Su Ling froze, questioning himself for a split second. The absolute purity of this holy light, it is way beyond any normal level Holy Knight. Is he the Church of Light's hidden weapon? No, his level is garbage. But whoever he is, he dies right here, right now. Du Fang panicked, hating the delay, and screamed out. Archbishop Su, shut him down now, but it was way too late. His epic transformation was already done. A rank talent aura of concentration. Level 11, Sacred Radiant Wheel. And the S+ rank secret art divine angelic body. He fired a blinding photon beam straight at the villain's face. Su Ling stood there trembling, completely terrified by what he was seeing. I know what you are thinking. How is this possible? That chaos vortex was meant to devour literally any level 50 attack. How did he just shatter it? Impossible. All cultists, kill him right now. Do whatever it takes. His new plan? Drown the kid in bodies. The cultists were weak on their own, but an absolute massive army. They could easily bleed his stamina dry. Su Ling roared his order. Suffer the dark bindings and chaining pain. A brutal wave of black chains shot out to lock him down, followed by a massive, crashing torrent of dark water. Chu Yi calmly raised his light sword, his eyes turning ice cold. One single swing, the water spell completely exploded, but the fight was not done. That insane horde of cultists rushed him like absolute madmen. Too much trash. Time to clean up. Chu Yi threw his arms wide, feet locked like a mountain, summoning double light shields, level 11 twin heart shields. The rushing cultists were violently blasted away the second they got close. Just like that, he popped off with epic cinematic combos. A literal one-man army tearing the battlefield apart. Su Ling, realizing he was getting overpowered, desperately fell back. Then he launched his own fierce counterattack. Phantom triple slash. Chu Yi barely even flexed, and a massive wave of magic light erupted, blasting the boss right away. 1 second later, the battlefield went completely quiet. Su Ling smashed into a wall while Du Fang raged. You useless trash. You cannot catch a level 29 knight. Fang Li just shook in total fear, whispering, Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to kill a monster like that? Chu Yi clenched his glowing fist, feeling the absolute power surging. Thank God I popped that divine angelic body transformation. All the buffs stacked up instantly. On paper, I am level 29, but my real damage output? Closer to 40. Plus, Holy Light heavily counters dark energy. And that is exactly how I am punching so far out of my weight class. Du Fang was foaming with rage. a blood-red killing intent exploding off him. Useless garbage. Once the ritual finishes, you all pay. Spotting the coward shaking on the floor, he literally roared. Archbishop Feng, what the hell are you doing down there? Feng Li was losing his mind, violently shaking. There is no way that kid is level 29. He must be hiding his level. But you and I know the truth. My lord, I am waiting for the perfect moment. I can't just die for nothing. While they panicked, Chu Yi took full advantage of the distraction and charged right in. All right, stick with me here. Du Feng screams at his trash lackey to block the attack, but the coward is completely frozen. The guy mutters about waiting for the absolute perfect moment to strike, dodging his real duty. Focusing pure divine energy, our hero locks his hawk-like gaze on the two men. Then, boom, he lunges forward, his blade pressing against Feng Li. Du Feng instantly seizes the chance, brutally grabbing the guy's head to use as a human shield. Feng Li takes the massive blade head on. He violently coughs up blood, totally wrecked. Du Feng tosses the corpse like trash, cursing. Witnessing this absolute madness, our hero coldly asks, "Was that your own son, or not?" He claims dying for the Lord of Chaos is the highest honor. Chu Yi is left completely speechless by this pure insanity. Discarding your own blood for a fake dark god? You are absolutely insane, he yells. Mocking him, the villain smirks. When chaos finally falls, billions of souls will become my children. Watch closely here. The villain tells him not to die for a doomed city. Shocked, our hero asks how this enemy even knows his name. The villain reveals he knows exactly who the #1 freshman tournament champion really is. An outstanding performance. He has tracked him since that exact tournament. But suddenly, Chu Yi senses deadly danger. A sneak attack comes out of absolutely nowhere, and he barely raises his sword in time to block it. Before he can smash that guy, Du Feng attacks right from behind. Chu Yi instantly realizes this is bad. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yi teleports, completely vanishing from the deadly track. He reappears from the void, delivering a devastating hit. That is the spatial leap skill in action. Then, thousands of invisible punches absolutely rain down. A level 9B- rank skill, Azure Fist Barrage. The enemy screams in pure agony while getting pummeled. Watching this brutal scene, Du Feng just starts laughing like an absolute maniac. So it was you who stole the Void Beast, taking that legendary prize without even breaking a sweat. Ignoring the psycho, Chu Yi coldly unleashes a level 16 rank skill, Punishment of Light. He easily finishes the lackey, but his mind is racing with questions. How in the world did this guy know about his Void Beast? Putting the pieces together, Chu Yi calls him out. Headmaster Feng Hak, you are the traitor. The man simply smiles and confirms the dark truth. That is right. Feng Hak gloats, proudly stepping right out of the glowing magic circle. I know what you are thinking. Total psycho, right? He claims the dark god will rule everything, his milky white eyes fully consumed by absolute madness. Staggering forward, he threatens Chu Yi, saying the dark god would have already awakened if not for his meddling. He declares that both Chu Yi and the Void Beast are basically his property now. One is bait, the other is monster food. Chu Yi stands fearless, realizing this evil faith is giving the traitor an absolutely massive power boost. Feng Hak is a level 49 second job assassin, but his pressure feels way higher than level 52. Even with his Archangel state enhancing his power, Chu Yi knows this fight is going to be incredibly brutal. Suddenly, thousands of deadly stone spikes erupt from the ground below, instantly trapping him inside. Chu Yi quickly summons his light magic, struggling desperately inside that brutal stone prison. Feng Hak absolutely loves the bloody scene. He taunts Chu Yi, claiming every single minute he resists just feeds 5 more innocent souls to the dark god. Spreading his arms, the traitor summons another massive barrage of magical spikes that completely rain down like deadly arrows. Fortunately, Chu Yi blocks it in time by quickly casting his own magic, a level 13B+ rank skill, Aegis of Holy Light. Suddenly, the enemy attack completely changes direction. Chu Yi tries tracking it, but it is just too fast. He takes a brutal hit right to his bicep, blood splattering absolutely everywhere. Looking at his wrecked shoulder, he realizes it is barely healing. This is absolutely no normal corrosive effect. It is raw, evil god power. The agonizing pain is so insane, he actually grits his teeth and carves out the corrupted flesh himself. Lost in pure dark corruption, Feng Hak just lets out a totally unhinged, booming laugh. Boom. A massive shock wave of dark energy erupts right from his mouth, blasting straight at our hero. But this sudden, massive wave of power cannot make Chu Yi flinch or turn away. With one epic strike, he deflects the energy blast, tearing the sky apart. Then, in a flash, he teleports right behind Feng Hak, totally locking him down. The villain freezes, staring up at the blinding light descending from above, now completely helpless. At his command, an epic pillar of light slams down like a thunder hammer right on his head. A rank skill, level 16 punishment of light. His sharp instincts barely threw up a shield in time. Trust me, you and I will want to see what comes next. Stick with me here. He actually thought a fatal light blow could finish me off. Were you? He sneered, his cold words grating on the nerves. Honestly, the tactic was perfectly standard, but what a shame. He totally forgot I used to run the entire war academy. Suddenly, iron chains glowing with a creepy red aura shot out from the corner. It was like they were alive, striking fast to completely turn the tables in his favor. They dragged him backward, instantly freeing Fong-Hak. Chu Yi got slammed onto a stone altar while the villain's cocky voice echoed loudly in his ears. All these combat tricks? Literally the exact same stuff I taught my students 10 years ago. But Chu Yi had his eyes on a much bigger problem. These were abyssal bone chains, forged from pure chaotic energy. Their one specific purpose? Completely countering holy power. Once they wrap around you, they seal your light skills and actively drain your life force. Fong-Hak kneeled down, totally eating up his glorious moment. Struggle all you want. This is over. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was trapped on the altar. 4 chains pulled his limbs in opposite directions. It looked like absolute agony. Now watch this closely. The chains suppressed his holy power, just as ominous dark lightning violently ripped across the night sky. Fong-Hak gleefully squeezed Chu Yi's cheeks. Long black nails dug deep into his skin, making him violently cough up blood. With pure sick excitement, the villain actually licked the blood off his hand. He was completely hyped for a brand new era of human suffering. Fong-Hak felt the evil aura getting dangerously thick as life returned to his dead eyes. Out of nowhere, massive boulders started raining from the sky like an insane thunderstorm. Even standing completely out in the open, both guys remained completely untouched, like the falling rocks knew to avoid them. Chu Yi suddenly noticed blurry red shadows slowly materializing all around the altar. They were restless, damned souls, just wandering aimlessly while a purely malevolent energy completely blanketed the entire mortal realm. Seeing all of this, Fong-Hak's lips twisted into a sick smirk, like a clown fully losing his mind. Listen, he sneered. That is the Lord of Chaos approaching. Deafening thunder literally shook the foundations of the hall. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere, painting a brutally grim, downright apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, Chu Yi could only stare in absolute horror. Hundreds of lost souls drifted straight past his stone altar. Hidden in that spectral crowd were 2 people he actually recognized. Their faces blank, moving like totally mindless zombies. They stood frozen with the rest, waiting as that sinister energy started wrapping around their souls. That dark aura swirled, petrifying them into terrifying, soulless statues right in front of him. A massive surge of rage instantly ignited. He was absolutely furious at the God Fang's sickening lack of humanity. He literally worshipped that monster. But the villain just gave a freezing reply. This is a necessary sacrifice. A weak fool like you could never understand. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? But he quickly formed a new plan. Sure, his void beast could rescue him. But if he ran, everyone in Lingfang City would drop dead. He had to stop this madman. Even outmatched, running away was absolutely not an option. Without hesitating, he secretly summoned a tiny glass vial, entirely filled with a glowing golden liquid. S+ rank heaven and earth nectar. This stuff massively boosts your negative status resistances. It heavily enhances physical recovery. Without even a second thought, he tipped it back and chugged the entire thing. Resistance shot up 100%. Physical recovery speed doubled. But to Fong-Hak, this was just a dying fish squirming on the hook. Go ahead, he laughed. Struggle all you want. Chu Yi totally ignored him. A brilliant halo violently erupted behind his head, fueling his fighting spirit. Time to forcefully awaken the conscience of these lost souls. Seeing that sudden burst of confidence, the villain's arrogance cracked, quickly replaced by pure confusion. What are you doing? In response, Chu Yi smiled grimly, ready to pass judgment on this destroyer. Repent. With just one word, he activated a massive skill, draining the residual spiritual energy from the dead bodies scattered everywhere. Exhaustion hit his face. Will of repentance collected 104 times. Deep inside, he forced 2 totally opposing energies, his true chi and internal chi, to violently collide. The pain from this reckless move was completely excruciating. It was way too much, forcing him to cough up blood. But through all that agony, his heavenly saint warriors finally began rising. At the exact same time, his ice ghouls answered the call. You and I just witnessed true insanity. Those clashing energies sent a massive shockwave right through him. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, forcing his own body to absorb all that raw chaotic power. Let's dive right into the madness. Funi just stood there, totally dumbfounded by the raw energy swirling around his opponent. Then it hit him like a truck. A second awakening. Realizing Chu Yi's crazy plan, Fang Yi grabbed his face and just started laughing like a maniac. A fourth second awakening? Man, you are actually insane. Desperation must have scrambled your brain. He started lecturing the guy, screaming in pain, eagerly showing off his superior knowledge. Normally, a second awakening burns through a ridiculous amount of resources, magic gems, super rare herbs, expensive elixirs. You need all of that just to reinforce your body. Plus, you need a high-tier master watching your back, making sure nobody interrupts you during the big breakthrough. But look at you. Your sacred power is completely locked down by those abyss chains, trapped with zero external energy. Meanwhile, deep inside Chu Yi, his two elite powers were at war, completely paralyzing his nervous system. That power inside you is going to snap like a wild beast. It will literally rip you apart from the inside. A twisted, sadistic grin stretched across his face as he watched. Best case, your rank tanks. Worst case, your soul gets completely wiped out. But even with that confidence, Feng started casting a backup spell. You're weird, kid. Now pay attention. Even for a tiny chance, he wouldn't risk it. Zhou Yi's vision blurred under the intense internal conflict, while Feng kept dragging out his arrogant villain speech. Those two opposing energies secretly started merging. Just die during your pathetic little upgrade. But deep inside Zhou Yi, the ultimate silent clash finally happened, wiping away all that endless agony. Those terrifying ice ghouls suddenly shattered into razor-sharp crystals. The angelic guardians melted into glowing golden leaves. Both warring sides turned into pure fuel, blending perfectly. The absolute agony vanished. Chu Yi finally scored a massive victory on his brutal road to salvation. The system popped up. Congrats, you just unlocked the Arbiter's exclusive skill. Arbiter's Advent, God Summon, and Divine Armor Restoration. Plus, 100 free attribute points drop, surging with pure divine energy. His whole vibe shifted into something incredibly terrifying. And for his big debut, a massive shockwave blasted Fang into a stone wall. Chu Yi countered hard, literally draining the air's life force. The guy's body locked up, totally paralyzed and helpless to fight back. Feng got launched across the sky by that devastating hit. Even the ancient azure blade absorbed the full brutal impact of Chu Yi's wrath, sent flying into the sky. It felt like forever before Fanga finally slammed back down into the dirt like total garbage. You and I both know that's game over. His eyes bugged out, totally stunned that his entire lower half was just completely gone. But instead of screaming, this sick, twisted smile crept across his face. Totally useless. You honestly think a low-level Holy Knight's tricks can hurt me? A nasty black aura exploded, completely filling the gap where his legs were, pushing his broken body off the ground. Using pure demonic energy, he called up a massive army of waiting spirits. You bugs have no idea how many souls I've eaten. But Chu Yi didn't even flinch. Shut up. Your last words are getting annoying. He threw his hand up, tracing a complex magic circle. S rank skill. Advent of Judgment, Level 1. Channeling God-tier punishment through a mortal body. It drops a holy force field that absolutely obliterates any dark creatures caught inside. The catch: massive exhaustion afterward, dropping all stats by 40% for 2 hours. His glowing eyes locked right onto the charging Fang. Guilty, and I am your judge. Our MC stepped up, ready to end this stubborn rat for good. Death sentence. Holy lightning rained down like absolute hell. Every single strike blasted the traitor, but crazily enough, the more Fang got blasted, the more he taunted Chu Yi. You'll never win, my master's power remains. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating, and Chu Yi watched Feng's next move carefully. Just like the others, he sacrificed his own flesh to chaos. Instantly, these disgusting black magic tendrils exploded outward. They grabbed our hero so fast that Chu Yi couldn't even dodge. Chaos spoke, a terrifying, deep rumble. Submit. Why not just destroy the whole world together? A thick, toxic aura burned through his skin, forcing him to violently cough up a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Piles of screaming skeletons literally covered the ground, completely transforming this tiny space into an absolute, nightmarish hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth. Join us. That's where we leave it. Glowing red eyes on a blank face. Chu Yi just slipped into something terrifying. You and I are about to watch one epic battle of willpower. He fights back as chaotic tentacles scream, desperately trying to brainwash his mind. Become an eternal part of me. The holy power inside Shui reacts violently, causing brutal mental backlash. Using his expert combat skills, he easily breaks free from its disgusting grip. His entire body erupts with blinding holy light. Chu Yi charges forward with his sword, dripping with absolute confidence. This mental corruption is way beyond simple hypnosis. Boom! He plunges his great sword straight into chaos itself. Too bad, you picked the wrong guy. The deep wound throbs with pain, making the formless monster hiss like crazy. The brutal slash exposes a vital weakness. How dare you? Chu Yi ignores its pointless rage, replying ice cold. Why wouldn't I dare? I am a holy knight. His quiet words somehow slice right through the clashing demonic tentacles. His holy blade specializes in completely erasing evil. The brilliant divine aura simply dissolves those tentacles into nothingness. An explosion rocks the area as demonic energy destabilizes, entirely losing its form. Chu Yi stands dazed for a second. He watches the scene unfold and casually drops his shield to breathe. But suddenly, a demonic blade silently emerges from underground. Now watch closely, because everything flips here. He turns at a strange sound, and before he can react, chaos slashes his back, making him choke on blood. The swift, brutal attack sends his blood splattering right across its terrifying white fangs. A disgusting tongue slowly licks that delicious blood completely clean. The moment that blood enters its system, it shatters the mental chains holding back its wild instincts. I am so pleased. I am the Lord of Chaos. I am a god. A mere mortal cannot kill a god. The outcome was decided right from the start. Become my slave, and I will grant you demigod power. Hearing that trash only fuels Chui's fighting spirit as he starts healing. Demigod power? How about we make a totally different deal? You used me like a punching bag, so I will teach you real god-slaying power. Plus, fake gods really need to know their limits. He flashes a totally scornful smile at the chaos monster. At best, you are just an evil clone. That is why a mere human can hurt you. Keep talking that arrogant trash and get laughed out of town. Suddenly, the monster senses something is terribly wrong. It stammers, completely losing its words. You saw that panic, right? Chu Yi grabs his head, cursing his luck. This body can only handle 2 minutes tops. Time is running out. He summons an absolute miracle of holy power. With one cold wave of his hand, a massive pillar of light pierces the heavens, shaking the earth as holy soldiers appear, fully battle-ready at his command. The ultimate summon of a level 1 S-rank caller. This ancient angelic legion contract demands a heavy toll. 30% of his life force per battle angel. A brutal system warning follows. Keeping these angels active will continuously drain his spiritual energy. Other angels stand completely stoic, quietly weighing the intense situation. Seeing this insane legion, even chaos starts panicking. But it roars, desperate to save face. You lowly creations cannot stop me. At Chu Yi's silent command, the legion snaps their eyes open. Initiate purification sequence. Execute divine punishment. The entire holy squad descends, and a blinding light explodes, unleashing heaven's absolute wrath on the heretic. Boom. A furious explosion simply wipes out everything in the immediate zone. Even massive stone structures get blasted into dust by its terrifying might. The violent shockwave rips through the vast forest, making massive trees tremble endlessly. Right in the middle of that blast crater, Chu Yi drops to one knee. His body is covered in wounds, glowing golden cracks everywhere. A system notification pops up next to a red crystal. Evil God crystal obtained. Due to heavy damage, quality cannot be checked. Suddenly, he coughs up dark, murky blood. His battered body gives out, collapsing hard onto the stone floor. You are not even a real clone. On this empty battlefield, dusty wind swirls around, like Chu Yi has been entirely forgotten by the world. Above him, the moon and brilliant stars silently watch over the lonely, tragic young man. It really looks like he might just lie there and sleep forever after that insanely exhausting battle. But listen to those sickening cracks. His bones pop as he heroically forces himself back up once again. So where does that leave us? System alarms blare. Life signs failing, demanding immediate treatment. Trust me, it's wild. Look closely at the screen with me. Chu Yi's eyes go blank as a terrifying system warning flashes. Heart rate dropping to 8. Blood pressure crashing. 17 bones totally shattered across his broken, bleeding body. 63% internal organ failure. Immediate life-saving treatment required. Pushing past human limits, he pulls out his ultimate trump card. Blinding light erupts from his shaking, bloody hands. Divine Advent. Meanwhile, Lu Jie is absolutely panicking, screaming at the lifeless body on the bed. Nah. Wake up. Ba. Thank God. Ba actually starts twitching. Her mind is completely scrambled from the coma. Wait. Weren't we just at the hot springs? What happened? Liu Jie completely loses it, trying to explain the absolute madness. It is a literal miracle. Right at that second, a colossal pillar of pure energy rips straight through the pitch-black sky. Thousands of tiny, glowing angelic beings drop from the heavens. They start swirling around all the unconscious bodies scattered across the ruined city. This unbelievable miracle? It is the level 1 S-rank skill, Divine Advent Restoration, the one Chu Yi just activated. It drops a massive holy domain right over the entire city, cleansing all demonic corruption and reviving anyone who still has a sliver of their soul left. But the backlash is brutal. Chu Yi will hit pure divine exhaustion, with every single stat crashing down to 0 for 10 whole days. Now, wait, listen closely to this. The Void Beast's voice echoes out. You forced your second awakening, shredded your meridians, and still cast that. The fact that you are not dead right now is just pure, unbelievable luck. So why not just let me teleport you out of here? You really could have. Hidden like a coward? Then I would be no different from those insane cultists. He spits out blood, barely able to breathe. Panting heavily, he remembers everything. Right before choosing his second advancement, he thought back to the old academy days. Standing there, during the official class awakening ceremony back in school, he chose the Holy Knight path. Flashes of his past self hit him hard shining armor, proudly wielding his massive hammer with precision. Pure valor. That radiant cross carved right into his heavy weapon wasn't just metal, it was his unbreakable vow to justice. He ends his memory with a devastating, earth-shattering smash into the solid ground, fulfilling his sacred duty. Even choking on his own blood, Chu Yi clings to that raw, burning conviction. A whole lifetime dedicated to pure justice. Because that is exactly what a true holy knight does, fighting for air. He coughs violently. If I became a coward clinging to life, I would betray my oath. What is even the point of power then? He forcefully triggers another skill, positioning. A glowing blue magic circle flares up right under Chu Yi. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the cliffs. Hey boss, what is happening down there? You and I have seen crazy fights, right? Well, even Wang Hao is sweating, realizing this destruction is totally beyond their understanding. Some absolute god-tier expert sacrificed everything tonight to defend Longfang City. He is the ultimate hero of our home. Meanwhile, Chu Yi safely warps right back into his dark dorm room, gasping wildly for air. System panels flash blood red. Critical emergency. Massive soul damage detected. His life force is basically gone. Divine energy drained. Stats locked at 0 for 10 days. Right before he totally blacks out, he forces out one final groan. His eyes catch a timer, reading 239 minutes and 55 seconds. Sometime later, his vision finally clears up. The terrifying red system warnings are completely gone now. Chu Yi blinks, realizing he is breathing bubbles underwater. He slowly sits up, dragging himself straight out of a high-tech healing tank. Medical tubes are hooked all over his recovering body. I was unconscious for 2 whole days? Wang Hui, chilling nearby, shoots him a look. So, Sleeping Beauty is finally awake? How does nearly dying feel after you soloed an evil god's sacrifice ritual? Are you insanely brave? Or just incredibly stupid? Chu Yi just scratches his head awkwardly. Look, the situation was insanely desperate. Golden energy scars glow across his skin, making him cough violently. Wang Hui calmly breaks down the brutal damage. Your entire meridian network is shredded like wet paper. Basic healing magic only fixes the outside meat. That is why you are in this medicinal spring to stabilize your life force. He glares with a serious threat. 5 legendary dragon orbs are dissolving in that water. Absolutely priceless healing artifacts. Do not waste a single drop. But suddenly, Chu Yi cuts him off. So what happens next for us? Master, he yelled, totally annoyed. This is literally your foot-washing water. But Wang Hui just flashed a clueless smile, trying to dodge the topic. You and I know he is dodging, but hey, at least the kid is alive. Then, his goofy face instantly turned dead serious as he swiped open a glowing screen. Here's what went down while he was out cold for 2 days. The security captain completely locked down the entire Longfang City battlefield, and get this, they actually managed to scoop up some leftover holy light energy. Both of them locked eyes on the floating data. Just look at this energy spike. That frequency matches his sacred power exactly. If anyone dug into this, they would instantly trace the whole crazy event right back to him. That is exactly why his master publicly claimed full credit for the Longfang City incident. Chu Yi absolutely hated that idea. Master, I do not need to hide behind you, but Wang Hui was not budging. He insisted the kid was way too young and underleveled. Flexing those achievements right now? That would just draw crazy assassins from the evil god cult. Those absolute fanatics murder any threat they find. So, he pulled some major strings and locked the whole thing down as Triple S top secret. Once he hits his third-class advancement, all that glory goes right back where it belongs. The kid frowned, his mind snapping right back to the brutal, bloody moments of that death match. A split second later, he spoke up. Master, after crushing that evil god, I found out its true body was just a solid chunk of raw power. He pulled the crystal out as hard proof, letting Wang Hui inspect the creepy thing as long as he needed. Here is where it gets crazy, and I know this tiny thing ruined countless lives. Just holding it, you can literally feel endless screaming souls, packed with pure, toxic hatred. It was just this gross, slimy ball of pure tragedy and absolute terrifying nightmares. Seeing this horrifying mess made the master's blood boil. Just a tiny fragment, causing this much absolute chaos, Wang Hui instantly channeled massive energy right into his palm, making the actual air around him warp and shake violently. Seal, in a flash, he wrapped that cursed crystal tightly in a glowing magic fabric. Cut to another scene. Hong Ling stopped his pruning shears mid-cut the second he heard Wang Hui's name. The old villain snapped his head back, looking completely confused. Wang Hui? Why go there? Ewing immediately gave him the exact cold facts. According to their spies, Wang Hui's personal student, Chu Yi, went to Longfang City for a quest. He stumbled onto Feng's tracks and called his master, who showed up instantly. Hong Ling rubbed his chin, looking super tense about Wang Hui finding out. That guy is a total nightmare to fight. He ordered all branches into deep hiding to completely avoid provoking the military. His loyal henchmen immediately bowed to the command. Yes, sir, but the old man kept staring at the bright red rose. Why does that kid Chu Yi sound so incredibly familiar? The subordinate's next words snapped him awake. 2 months ago, Chu Yi completely wrecked Feng's master plan at the rookie tournament. They suspected the kid tamed a void beast back then, and even tracked his moves for a bit. It finally clicked in the old man's brain. It is him. I remember. That annoying kid with the hidden tricks. Watch his face right here. That absolutely evil smirk means you and I are about to see a seriously deadly welcome gift. His henchman firmly nodded. Understood. Snap. The beautiful rose was brutally ripped from its stem, dropping with a dead, heavy thud onto the freezing floor in total darkness. Cut to Shen Lingfeng standing alone in the massive downpour, outside a glowing villa. His brain was totally fried, completely doubting his own absolute reality right now. That kid lives in a trashy dump like this? With zero powerful family backing him up? How could he possibly train someone to have such monstrous strength? It made zero sense. Suddenly, a blurry shape violently smashed right through the villa window, instantly snapping Lingfeng's attention. Huh? Who was that? The very next second, a terrifying roar absolutely shredded through the dead silent night. His eyes went wide in pure shock. Inside the house, a massive, dark villain was menacingly threatening Chu Yun's safety. Women and kids are my absolute favorites, the creep hissed. Your fear smells incredible. That raspy voice leaked through a grin of perfectly sharp, white teeth. Looking like a total savage, he sneered. And you two fit perfectly. The second those words dropped, Lu Bang charged up black energy in his hand and rushed straight for the kill. Double the pleasure. But wait, trust me. You and I need to see what just crashed in. Stick with me here, we're jumping straight into the madness. A massive collision just sent dust and smoke exploding absolutely everywhere. The enemy's attack hit a dead end. Why? Because Lingfeng just showed up, power fully unleashed, saving them at the exact last possible second. Seeing this, his enemy screamed out in pure shock. Furious, the Crimson Dragon Bloodline user, Lu Bing, attacked again. Another one coming to die? Lingfeng didn't care. He stood ready for an all-out war. Meanwhile, miles away, a sudden jolt of lightning flashed violently right through Chu Yi's mind. He knew instantly something was horribly wrong. Without hesitating, he shattered his medical tubes, his body levitating into the air as glowing biofluid sprayed everywhere. Void beast. Space butterfly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yi was fully geared up and ready. His voice was dead cold as he ordered, spatial teleportation, lock onto Chu Yun's exact location. He looked completely serious. Xiaoqi's life force was plummeting fast, meaning his sister Xiao Yun was in deadly peril. Cut the crap and find her. The void beast closed its eyes to focus, and instantly, a massive butterfly magic circle sparked to life. Dodging the blame, the beast quickly warned him, saying it would do absolutely everything to protect his physical body. But as for the insane damage he'd take after teleporting, he just had to pray to his own damn luck. Instantly, the space around him shattered like fragile glass. Without holding back, Chu Yi dove headfirst straight into the violent rift. Now watch closely. Things are getting wild. He quickly spotted the brutal showdown between Ling Fang and Lu Bing. Even while losing ground, Ling Fang checked on the girl behind him. "Little girl, do you still have the strength to stand?" Chu Yun shakily nodded, whispering that she could. He yelled back instantly, "Run and find your brother right now." Lu Bing was furious, his own face slashed and bleeding. "You pathetic brat. Do you really have a death wish? Is getting torn to pieces for some random girl really worth it?" Ling Fang choked on his breath. Worth it? With zero hesitation, he fired a colossal beam of flames straight through his enemy's chest. "That is none of your damn business." Swallowed by the absolute wrath of a dragon, Lu Bing was literally incinerated into nothing but ashes and dust. His blood-curdling screams were the only things left behind. Finally, the blistering heat faded into the freezing night breeze. Ling Fang wiped the boiling blood dripping off his chin. That burning, sticky pain actually managed to clear his completely foggy mind. The exact second she spotted him, Chu Yun sprinted straight into Chu Yi's open arms. But he clearly wasn't fully healed yet either, his face turning pale as he groaned. She frantically started explaining everything. "You finally made it. That guy was terrifying. He hurt Xiaoqui." Chu Yi just softly patted his sister's head to soothe her. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Then, his eyes locked onto Ling Fang, who was barely standing up, his entire body violently shaking. Why on earth was Shen Ling Fang here? Even half dead, the guy still had enough energy to throw a snarky taunt. "You and I both love this banter. Yo, the savior finally arrives. Your brother really lives up to his title. I honestly thought his little sister was gonna turn into a roasted pigeon." Chu Yun instantly stepped between them, super defensive. "You are absolutely not allowed to insult my brother." Hearing that, Ling Fang just flashed a totally sarcastic, bitter smile. "Little girl, you are seriously breaking my heart. I literally just put my life on the line for you." But she stood firm. "I will definitely pay you back for saving me. But you still cannot talk about him like that. Since we were kids, whenever danger hit, my brother was always the very first one to shield me. He is literally the greatest brother in the entire world." The guy groaned, pressing his hand against the massive bleeding wound on his chest. "Hey, you, Chu, at least your sister actually knows how to be grateful. How come I haven't heard a single thank you out of you?" Drops of dark blood splashed onto the freezing floor as he kept running his mouth. "Is this all the class a holy knight possesses?" Chu Yun opened her mouth to argue, but Chu Yi grabbed her shoulder to stop her. "Xiao Yun, he's just jealous that I have such an amazing sister. He's miserable, so he's just spouting absolute garbage." The two siblings bounced off each other, perfectly in sync. Even though Shen Lingfang saved Xiao Yun, Chu Yi still suspected this whole thing was a self-inflicted injury scam. Just a classic case of a guy wanting what he can't have, and then trying to devalue it. That totally hit a nerve, making Ling Fang mutter furiously, You're good." He was so incredibly mad he could literally spit blood over this nonsense. "Me? Jealous of you? How could I ever be jealous of you?" But the insane physical strain finally caught up, and he blacked out. His eyes rolled completely back into his head like a hollow shell. Just when we thought it was over, bam! As Ling Fang's body fell, a brutal stake ripped right through his abdomen, pinning him midair. Thick crimson blood stained the cold steel rod, as his limp body slowly slid down with gravity. "Stick with me, we are dropping into the aftermath of absolute chaos." Chu Yi gently pressed Chu Yun's head to his chest, shielding her from trauma. Suddenly, a weak voice broke the silence. "Hey, stop dawdling and save me. I haven't checked out yet. Don't just stand there like a useless log." Chu Yi just fired back a cold taunt. "Shen Lingfeng, half dead, yet you are still running that annoying mouth. Guess those wounds aren't too bad after all." Then, he calmly called out the guy's incredibly suspicious timing. "I am honestly more curious why you magically appeared at my house the exact moment Chu Yun was ambushed." Ling Fang froze, his memories hitting him like a movie in reverse. "You see, there's this massive new trend going around called the Hero's Path of Remembrance." "What on earth is that?" Basically, Ling Fang heard rumors about people visiting the childhood homes of absolute legends to absorb their leftover aura. The logic? If you pick up even a tiny fraction of that energy, your strength skyrockets. What the heck? Stop messing with me. Why would I even lie about this? Tons of people are doing it right now. He violently hacked up blood, desperately throwing out any random excuse. "Can I not just be passing by? Do you honestly think the universe revolves around you, and everyone just exists to kiss your feet?" Deep down, he knew there was absolutely zero chance he would ever admit the humiliating truth. Meanwhile, Pure panic hit Chu Yun as her brother's body suddenly slumped dead weight against her. Brother? What is wrong? His vision blurred from absolute exhaustion, but he forced out one final, gentle reassurance. I am sorry I scared you. His arm was covered in glowing golden veins, literally oozing thick fluid. She cried out for him, her voice completely breaking. Brother, you feel that panic, right? A sharp scream shattered the silence. Seeing Chu Yi lying totally motionless and covered in brutal wounds, she clamped a hand over her mouth. Hot tears flooded her eyes and just kept pouring down her face. Completely terrified, she scrambled for a nearby phone like it was her only lifeline, her entire body shaking. What do I do? Crying uncontrollably, she dialed the number, desperately pleading between her heavy sobs. Brother, please do not scare me like this. Please pick up. Suddenly, a voice echoed from right behind her, dropping a loud, casual joke that made her completely lose her mind. Man, this room of yours is way messier than an actual war zone. Yep, it was none other than Wang Hui. He calmly walked over, plucked the phone from her shaking hand, and said smoothly, Do not panic. I have got this. Right on cue, Shan Ran sprinted in through the doorway, screaming out, Brother Chu Yi. She quickly propped him up, shoving a weird green potion toward his mouth. Drink this fast. It will make you feel so much better. Wang Hui did not waste a second either. He pumped raw healing energy into Chu Yi, complaining the entire time like an angry parent. You absolute menace. I literally just dragged your soul back from the underworld, and you blindly charge off without a single drop of magic protection, diving into pure turbulent spacetime? Surviving that is a literal miracle. I am no doctor. I can only staple your wounds together for now. After that frantic rescue effort, Chu Yi's eyes finally fluttered open, staring blankly at the chaotic group. Looming right over him, he just had to ask, Master, Shan Ran, how did you guys find me? Wang Hui winced, completely annoyed. That void beast sensed you were half dead when you tore through the space-time rift. The second it dropped you off, it came sprinting for me. Shan Ran and I were together, so we tracked it here. This dark energy matches the Elfong County cultists perfectly, but they were not hunting you. They deliberately ambushed Chu Yun. My guess is they are completely clueless about what happened in Elfong County. Pay attention here. They recognized your face and took their rage out on her. Then, Wang Hui dropped a massive bombshell of bad news. The military just triggered a massive, secret, nationwide purge against the Holy Spirit cult. They are hiding in the shadows, and we are giant targets. Staying here is a death sentence. You need to evacuate to the Chu family estate right now. Chu Yi did not even hesitate. Heading back to the main estate was the absolute best way to keep little Yun completely safe from harm. Even though he acted totally annoyed, Wang Hui was secretly terrified about Chu Yi's brutal condition. He warned, You are way too mangled for instant teleportation. You will have to book a public sky-class airship to reach the family territory. Those ships are A-rank flying fortresses packed with heavy weapons. You should hit the Chu family borders in roughly 48 hours. I will tell the main house to meet you at Sky Harbor. Shan Ran instantly jumped in. I am coming too. This time, I am going to be the one protecting Chu Yi. Right mid-conversation, a weird noise suddenly echoed. Wang Hui caught the sound immediately, keeping his voice casual while scanning the dark corners. We have no idea how deep this cult has infiltrated, so you guys must blend in as standard tourists. Keep an ultra-low profile, no flashy moves. So what do you and I make of this? The weird noise echoed again. Wang Hui's eyes locked onto a damp corner, revealing a pathetic figure cowering and sobbing uncontrollably. Hey, am I literally invisible? Can anyone actually see me? Stick with me here, because this guy getting completely ignored is hilarious. I am injured too. Wang Hai finally walks over, gives him a quick look, and facepalms with a laugh. Oh man, my bad. Let me check out those injuries of yours. Wait, aren't you the guy Chu Yi absolutely wrecked in the freshman tournament? Ling Fang just laughs awkwardly. Thanks for the concern, headmaster. Cut to the Sky Harbor. Chu Yi is chilling in his usual wheelchair, flanked by Chu Yan, Suo Ran, and that weird guy they just ran into. Seeing Chu Yi looking so comfortable, Ling Fang's face totally scrunches up in annoyance. He immediately yells out his objection. Why does he get to play the pampered young master in a wheelchair, while I, a proud descendant of the legendary Flame Dragon bloodline, have to act like his servant? Unbothered, Suo Ran glares right back at Ling Fang. Cold as ice, she tells him an extra mouth brings extra risk. Honestly, if you had not thrown a massive tantrum earlier, we wouldn't have brought you along at all. Hearing that, Shen Ling Fang leaps right up, completely outraged and ready to throw hands. The headmaster literally forced me to join this urgent mission. You think I actually want to be here? I carry the legendary Flame Dragon bloodline. But before he can keep complaining, Chu Yi totally ignores him and cheers out loud. The airship is finally here. A massive cloud of thick fog covers the entire area, hiding everything. But slowly, the mist clears up, finally showing exactly what was hiding inside. Watch closely, because towering right in front of them is a colossal spaceship that is absolutely mind-blowing. From the massive ship, this glowing golden tentacle slowly drops all the way down. It moves completely smooth, just like a ribbon. Chu Yi instantly runs up to it, screaming that it is a giant flying octopus. Hello there, Mr. Octopus. She is absolutely hyped. Her eyes are literally sparkling as she points forward, begging her brother to look. The tentacle is actually glowing. Hearing her excitement, Wang Hai calmly steps in to explain. That is just the ship, charging up its mana energy. It stopped here to refuel, and it cannot take off until that mana gauge is full. Plus, those tentacles do a lot more. Right now, they work as a simple boarding staircase. In battle, they become massive energy shields or even fire mana cannons. A second later, they board the ship, stepping into pure, breathtaking luxury. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoes through the ship's PA system. Attention, all Sky-class passengers. The boarding ramp is closing up now. Please complete your ticket checks immediately. Noticing Chu Yi looking super pale, Suo Ran starts panicking that his old injuries are acting up again. She quickly grabs his arm to support him, gently asking if he wants to head to his room and rest. The ship taking off might be uncomfortable, but your room has a special isolation formation to block it out. Seeing how worried she is, a tiny smirk pops up on Chu Yi's face. He decides to tease her. Little Ran, are you seriously trying to baby me right now? Suo Ran instantly turns bright red, awkwardly stammering out a defense. That is not what I meant at all. I just thought you were uncomfortable. But Chu Yi is definitely not letting her off that easy. He pushes it, saying she has been stressing over him being hungry or getting too much sun all day. You even pinched me to make me drink my medicine. Chu Yi looks deep into Suo Ran's eyes, speaking super gently but firmly. I know exactly how my body is doing. You really do not need to stress. But suddenly, a crazy flashy figure appears. You and I both saw this coming. A wildly dressed woman barges in, staring at him. So beautiful. Zero hesitation. She literally reaches out and strokes Chu Yi's face. Just look at this skin, she purrs. It is whiter than snow. Her eyes are completely hungry. A crazy mix of obsession and pity. Looking at you gives me so much desire and sorrow, she whispers. Why not come with big sis? I will hire the absolute best priest around to heal that completely crippled body of yours. Hearing that nonsense, all three of Chu Yi's companions completely freeze. Their jaws practically hit the floor in pure shock. Suo Ran snaps out of it first. Eyes full of total rage, she whips out her weapon and swings it at lightning speed. Absolutely furious about this woman touching him, Suo Ran snarls, her eyes literally spitting fire. Get your filthy hands off him, or I will chop them off. The crazy woman just admires her perfectly done nails, sighing dramatically. She smirks, voice just dripping with complete mockery. Oh my, the little guard dog actually has some bite to her. Big sis here only wanted to invite the young master for some tea and chatting. Besides, your master has not even spoken a single word yet. Why so rushed? Oh my, dear young master, is this super angry little guard actually your lover? Hearing this, Suo Ran grits her teeth, face twisted in pure fury. And trust me, you and I know she is seconds away from tearing this woman to shreds. Let's jump right into the drama. The woman smirks, noticing how Suo Ran is glaring like she wants to eat her alive. She teases her, saying, if she likes guys, just admit it. As a woman of culture, she completely understands the feeling. Suo Ran is seeing red, ready to charge. But Chu Yi quickly grabs her arm, softly calling Suo Ran to snap her out. Joy points right at the massive warning sign hanging nearby. He calmly tells Suan to chill, realizing this is a trap. The sign is super clear. Getting into a brawl on the Skysail spaceship is strictly forbidden. No exceptions at all. Break the rules, and you get thrown into the bottom of the ship with your magic completely locked down. After finally calming Suo Ran down, he turns to the flashy woman with a perfectly polite smile. He suggests she head straight down to the third-class cabin for fun. The entertainment down there is definitely more suited to her wild tastes anyway. He smoothly adds that his fragile body just cannot handle the lady's crazy enthusiasm. He sounds super casual, but internally, the guy is on max alert. He realizes she is carefully studying the four of them right now. Her goal is definitely not just messing around. And honestly, the brightly dressed woman is definitely thinking the exact same thing. She knows third class is full of untalented porters. Is this kid seriously using those filthy people to insult her? Furious, she snaps back. She calls the young master a total killjoy, complaining that he just completely ruined her good mood. But before vanishing from sight, she drops a heavy threat. She makes sure everyone knows her name, Lady Hong. Now watch closely. She promises that in this world she always gets what she wants, swearing they will be begging to serve her very soon. Everywhere Lady Hong walks, the staff practically bow their heads, absolutely terrified and fawning over her. Suo Ran tries to talk, but Chu Yi cuts her off. He looks at Shen Lingfang, mentioning that strange chain on her wrist. It looks slightly damp. He asks if Shenlong recognizes it, and without missing a beat, he absolutely does. Dropping his massive knowledge, Lingfang confirms it is the official symbol of the Dangerous Mermaid Merchant Guild. He explains that Zhang Xuan, living isolated for so long, probably has no clue. This guild is basically a ridiculously wealthy, mega powerful financial conglomerate. They have been super active in Jiangbei recently. On paper, they act like legal businessmen. But in the shadows, they pull off the most messed up, illegal atrocities imaginable, like hunting down beautiful people with rare bloodlines. They literally kidnap them just to be sold off as shiny playthings. These poor souls end up locked inside twisted noble mansions, or simply tortured to death during sick black market deals. This Lady Hong is probably just a lower leader for them, but her actual rank is still dangerously high in the guild. Word is, the boss of this guild has insane connections. We are talking a massive, untouchable shadow network behind him. Even his own powerful father warned him to stay far away and never cross these guys under any circumstances. 3 years ago, this specific guild branch went to war with the mighty Tianlin Chu family. And shockingly, the Chu family actually lost. Shen Lingfang is sweating bullets right now. You and I can feel his panic. Should he really tell Chu Yi about that dark history? Meanwhile, after hearing Shen Lingfang's dark confession, Chu Yi just stands there, totally deep in thought. He quickly pieces the scattered events together. It turns out Lady Hong was not just running her mouth. She provoked Sun Yunyan on purpose to check their trump cards and appraise them. And out of everyone, Chu Yun is clearly the weakest. If she wants to snatch Chu Yun, they are sitting ducks. Thinking fast, Chu Yi immediately comes up with a proposal. He asks Shen Lingfang to stick to Chu Yun like absolute glue for the next 2 days. Lady Hong is way too ruthless. She is definitely coming for revenge. He is terrified she will target Chu Yun. Hearing this, Shen Lingfang gets completely hyped up, nodding fast. He confidently smirks. He basically asks, "You think I cannot watch over one single little girl?" The massive spaceship glides through the dead, silent void, looking like a streak piercing an endless silver tapestry. A cleaner pushes a cart down the quiet hotel hallway. But, right behind her shadow, a crazy, blinding red light violently rips through the dark. This freakish light beam shoots straight into the tiny, cramped bedroom where Sun Yunyan and Chu Yun are sleeping. The eerie glow lights up the entire space. And then, that ghostly energy creeps its way right into Shen Lingfang's room too. The nasty blood-red light spreads, gradually swallowing up every corner of the room. The intruder is literally Lady Hong. She glares at her victims, like a giant toxic spider eyeing its juicy, trapped prey. She whispers to her new darlings. Her greedy eyes lock onto Chu Yun first. She knew this girl had rare succubus blood inside her, super rare stuff that will fetch a crazy price. Next, Lady Hong checks out Sun Yunyan. Finally, she approaches a sleeping Shen Lingfang. She literally gropes his abs, judging him. "Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Stick with me here." This kid looks totally ordinary, but with a solid build like that, he could survive the mines for 10 years. That insult hits Shen Lingfang right in his pride. Absolute humiliation. His anger instantly boils over as he screams, "Your entire family is plain looking." Spitting that venomous curse, he immediately launches a brutal kick straight at Lady Hong's stomach. Seeing his violent outburst, she just smirks. Her face screams pure contempt. Shen Lingfang's rage is absolutely red hot. Not cooling down anytime soon, he charges at her again, roaring, "Who are you calling plain looking?" Neither side is backing down. Just like that, they clash head-on in an insanely tense, high-stakes showdown. Right at that split second, a bizarre streak of light suddenly tears through the dark night. Shen Lingfang grits his teeth, his absolute fury fueling a relentless beatdown. But Lady Hong dodges instantly, whipping out soft silk ribbons to tie him up completely. Meanwhile, Suo Ran finally wakes up and joins the chaos. Suddenly, a wild wolf leaps out of absolute nowhere, charging straight at Lady Hong. But instantly, Its snout gets tied up super tight by her magical silk. Seeing this nightmare, Suo Ran screams out in pure panic. Xiao Yi, Lady Han Lu Shui, connects all the dots and spits out bitterly. Well played. So you were all just tricking me. Her cold eyes lock onto his fist, now completely engulfed in fire, flame dragon bloodline. She whispers. Then, her sharp gaze snaps directly towards Suo Ran and Xiao Yi. Watch closely here. She smirks. Succubus bloodline, so you are not just pretty faces. Right on cue, Chu Yun helps Zhao Yi into the room. He gives a formal bow and mocks her directly. Thanks for your little gadget, Lady Hong. It completely jammed the Sky Sovereign security system, masking all this noise and letting us strike first. But this does not even faze Lady Hong. Actually, she just sneers right back at him. Make your move. And, you are just a rookie who barely knows anything. Today, I will personally show you what absolute domination really looks like. Before she can try any sneaky tricks, Shen Lingfang dashes forward at a completely breakneck speed. She is not someone you mess with. Realizing she got completely played, sends her into absolute fury. Gritting her teeth, she snaps. The rest of you, cut the pathetic victim act. Shen Lingfang throws a blazing punch right at her face, screaming, you pushed us too far. But sadly, he just punches a flimsy ribbon. It vanishes instantly, leaving him swinging hard at nothing but thin air. A split second later, that same ribbon morphs into a human shape, quietly materializing right behind him for a counterattack. A brutal, decisive strike is launched directly at Shen Lingfang with absolutely terrifying raw power. Taking her shot, Suo Ran unleashes a blindingly fast Phantom Shadow combo attack straight on Lady Hong. But get this, the absolute second she gets close, those creepy silk threads instantly snare her tight. She is tied up so tight she cannot even twitch. Her entire body, from feet to torso, is wrapped up like a white cocoon. Zero escape gaps to be seen anywhere. Unbothered, Madame Hong just scoffs, looking down on Suo Ran with a completely mocking, arrogant glare. I know what you are thinking, she is doomed, right? The silk puppet raises its razor-sharp strings to slice the trapped little beauty. Getting ready to strike from afar, Suo Ran starts panicking. She feels completely out of options. A massive, devastating blow crashes down hard onto Suo Ran's fragile back. Madame Hong smirks directly at Zhao Yi, crossing her arms like she is watching a movie unfold. Got any more tricks up your sleeve, young master? You better drop them right now, because my patience is zero. You pushed me way over the line. I am going to turn you into a literal specimen. Zhao Yi tries staying totally calm, meticulously analyzing every single detail. He knows he is their absolute last hope right now. Every brutal attack from that silk puppet forces Suo Ran to waste her magic on pure defense. At this brutal pace, her energy will hit zero fast. My master's special item can definitely shatter this fake space Madame Hong just created, but using it means blowing this entire room wide open. The guards would definitely come swarming in 3 seconds flat. It is way better to wait until she steps a little closer. Trapping her with a different item is a much safer bet. Meanwhile, Suo Ran desperately struggles to block the endless, brutal attacks from those silk puppets. Out of nowhere, her eyes flash a deep crimson. It is like some insane hidden power is forcefully waking up inside her. Madame Hong reaches out, a hypnotic pink mist swirling around her hand as she coos. Stop resisting it. Just hurry up and embrace my power. Suo Ran violently pants, gasping out a desperate warning between every single ragged breath. Get away. Seeing this, Madame Hong remains completely unfazed. She steps even closer. Her voice drips with pure toxic sarcasm as she whispers, why must you push me away like this? I am who I am, and you are who you are. Plus, you should be thinking about your precious Zhao Yi. He is heavily injured right now. Shen Lingfang is useless right now. You are his only shield. So what do you and I say? Is she really that selfish? All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Madame Hong's hand squeezed tight around her neck as Suo Ran gasped. Liar. Seeing her hesitate, the villain pushed harder. Zhou Yi literally put his life on the line for you, and now that he's trapped, you're gonna play the victim? Seriously, just look at the guy. He can barely stand, yet he still thinks he can save you. She laughed, her voice absolutely dripping with pure venom. And you? Trapped by my strings? What makes you think you have the power to protect him? Suo Ran thought to herself, should I stop holding back? Time to let the real succubus out? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi secretly activated his item. The treasure in his palm started glowing with this insane, otherworldly light. Boom! A massive explosion totally shattered the heavy silence in the room. The puppets got violently blasted into the air. Right then, a totally creepy laugh echoed everywhere. and a very familiar silhouette stepped out. She had Suo Ran's innocent face, but Madame Hong's deadly vibe. Flashing a stunning smile, she finally spoke up. Chu Yi, long time no see. The poor guy was totally frozen, mind blown by the sight. Then it clicked. This girl was that mysterious, hidden presence he always felt lurking deep inside Suo Ran's body. Even Madame Hong was completely stunned. A pure-blooded succubus. Now watch closely here, you can actually see her eyes flashing with pure, wicked greed. A flawless specimen, she muttered. This is an absolutely perfect catch. Chu Yi was reeling, his brain buffering. Beside him, Shen Lingfong just stared blankly at Suo Ran's new form. He was totally hypnotized by her epic upgrade. Zhou Yun and Xiao Kui, completely speechless. Jaws dropped at the insane visual in front of them, fully dominating her new strength. Suo Ran's voice dropped to absolute freezing. So, you want to hurt my Chu Yi? You're just a pathetic level 30 puppet master. She totally exposed the villain's actual rank. That's right. Level 30. Madame Hong snapped back, weirdly proud of it. You just have a fancy bloodline. You really think you can beat me? Instantly, she fired a massive wave of razor-sharp silk straight at her target. My guild has enough dead succubus specimens to fill a giant freezer. Thinking she was in serious danger, Chu Yi couldn't help but scream out her name in a total panic. But in response, Suo Ran just flashed an incredibly cocky smirk. Her hand reached out smoothly, tapping those deadly ribbons right as they got close. With one flawless, confident kick, her long legs effortlessly shredded the silk into absolute confetti. Waving her hand casually, her voice dripped with pure disgust. Bugs belong in cages. Feeling the raw, terrifying power radiating from her enemy, Madame Hong finally realized she messed up. This is a domain. Yep, she was looking right at the legendary Purple Abyss Rune domain, a pure succubus innate skill. You and I know what that means. Enemies trapped inside get absolutely and brutally nerfed. Chu Yi just stood on the sidelines, completely paralyzed by shock. He could literally feel the pressure. Her aura was easily 10 times stronger than he had ever seen before. Completely outmatched now, Madame Hong desperately launched a huge swarm of deadly silk puppets. But Suo Ran's delicate face stayed perfectly calm. Without an ounce of panic, she casually raised one elegant hand, swiping through the air like she was manipulating invisible puppet strings. In that exact second, the villain felt pure dread. A monstrous energy violently exploded right out of the floor. It sent her flying backward. What the heck? A massive stone hand grabbed her, ruthlessly crushing her windpipe. The grip was so tight, her face turned bright red, while old, deeply buried memories started violently crashing into her brain. A second later, she coughed up a huge amount of blood. What did you do to me? She gasped. Suo Ran's eyes totally lit up with amusement. Looking down at the broken villain, she teased, just helping you reminisce about the good old days. Don't you look adorable? This was her broken skill at work. A forced, brutal memory invasion. It drains their life force by turning their darkest, most negative memories into reality. A devastating mental strike. Completely losing her mind, Madame Hong screamed in total despair. You're invading my head. You're destroying my brain. Unable to handle the insane psychological torture, she screamed frantically. Drop the innocent act right now. You're a pure-blooded demon, an absolute monster among all monsters. I wonder how your precious boy would react if he saw your real face. But hearing that toxic threat, Suo Ran literally didn't blink. Instead, she decided to finish this pathetic little game with her ultimate move. The Void Demon Sword Seed. Wild energy erupted, locking the villain inside an invisible cage. So what do you and I take from this? Never ever mess with a pure blood demon. Stick with me, watch her opponent's pure horror. Sununian just cracks up, letting out a wicked, mocking laugh. Suni treats Lady Hong's pathetic taunts like absolute garbage. She just smirks. You seriously think those words mean anything to me? Here in my domain, I make all the rules. Looking totally bored, Sunun decides to end this joke. Finish it. The explosive power Sunun Yen unleashes suddenly jumps into insane overdrive, filling the air. The crushing pressure makes everything around them violently shake and shatter into pieces. Suddenly, Lady Hong's face ages rapidly. All her youthful beauty totally fades away, replaced by deep, ugly wrinkles. In seconds, her skin completely cracks apart, looking exactly like some ancient porcelain doll that is about to crumble away, totally drained of life. But plot twist, the woman who just dropped dead was literally just one of Lady Hong's disposable sacrificial pawns. The real Lady Hong is sitting nearby, totally chill, taking a long drag and exhaling a soft smoke cloud. She does a lazy, graceful stretch to shake off the stiffness, muttering to herself with this highly amused little smirk. A second demon flame dragon from the Chu clan. Staring at these newcomers, a wild thought strikes Lady Hong's mind. Now watch this closely. Are they actually tied to the Tianlan Chu family? She quickly gives her minion a direct order. Tell the old man I am picking the tribute myself this year. Meanwhile, Sununhian acts super weird, dragging out her sweet voice on purpose. Sensing the absolute danger, Chun Yit and Chu Van instantly try stepping forward. Brother Shen, sister Nen seems completely wrong, but Shen Lingfang quickly blocks her. Do not go over there. She is extremely dangerous. But Sun Sin, acting totally different, stubbornly clings to Chun Yit. You promised you would find me. Nani waited for you for such a long time. Chun Yit acts like he did not even hear her, his eyes totally cold as he mutters, since when? Sun steps close, gently hushing him before he can finish speaking. This way you will remember, right? A crazy flashback suddenly hits Chun Yit's mind about Sunny. The image of their kiss becomes perfectly crystal clear. He finally realizes she was the exact girl who stood by him when he almost fell to full demonization. Chuni is absolutely stunned, staring wide-eyed at the girl. You were the one back then. You saved my life, which helped me resist the forbidden art and crush the void beast. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes completely light up with pure joy. Flashing a massive smile, she says, Brother Chungit, you remember me. I am so happy. Suddenly, Shen Lingfang charges from behind, his aura exploding like he wants to crush everyone. Let go of Chun Yit right now. Sunny blocks with a massive punch, a cold, murderous vibe flashing in her crazy eyes. Staring Shen Lingfang down like prey, she sneers. Wow, is the little flame dragon this mad? I thought we were supposed to be teammates, buddy. You feel that tension? Even with his head spinning, Shen Lingfang snaps back with a voice full of pure hatred. Stop faking it. You are not Zhang Sunun Yin at all. You actually have the power of a bloodline. Did you really think I wouldn't spot a monster? But mid-rant, he suddenly freezes completely, his eyes snapping wide like he just saw the devil himself. He watches in absolute horror as Sunny charges up a glowing, destructive fist, ready to kill. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper. How about I rip your tongue out for a snack? Panicking, Chu Yi screams out. Xia, wait. Thankfully, Shenling Fun manages to dodge her fatal strike right at the last second. But Su Ran is not letting him escape, hunting him down with absolutely terrifying, blinding speed. This time, he eats the attack head-on. His body gets blasted away, his face twisted in pure agony. As Su Wan aggressively yanks his hair, Shen Lingfang flashes a bloody smirk. Struck a nerve, you monster? Chu Yi watches the whole thing, completely frozen in total panic. Su Wan goes absolute berserk, raining brutal punches straight into Shen Lingfang's face, leaving him totally wrecked. She stares him down like an apex predator hunting dinner. Insolent little fool. Gripping his hair tighter, Saran glares at the weird beast hiding nearby, her voice dripping with pure, toxic sarcasm. Those pathetic claws could not even scratch Lady Hong's skin. And you think you can hurt me? Yan Long, still acting arrogant. Behind them, Chu Yi desperately screams out, chucking an item right into the fight. Stop it. A blinding golden aura explodes into view. It is a rare, rechargeable holy shield that costs 0 mana. It instantly pops a massive barrier that blocks both magic blasts and heavy physical hits. It just needs a recharge after every single use. Completely gifted by the legendary principal Wang Hai. That is where we leave it. Chu Yi forces himself from his wheelchair, wiping blood from his mouth, pleading softly. Xia, please do not hurt him. Shen Linglingfang frowned, urgently warning Chu Yi. Listen man, I'm only doing this to save your life. You and I need to pay close attention here. If that succubus charms you, my entire mission fails. That is not the Jiangsu Ran you know. Her bloodline consciousness woke up. It completely hijacked her body. If she doesn't vanish, the real Jiang Xuan is basically dead. But get this. Right as he finishes talking, the girl standing in front of them just confesses, without a single ounce of hesitation. Spot on. I am definitely not Jiangsu Ran. That weakling couldn't even protect herself. She practically begged me to come out and save you. Whining like a pathetic little dog. Hearing that toxic trash, Chu Yi gritted his teeth. He grabbed her wrist, growling to shut her mouth. He actually knew the real Suran. Hui roared right back. She threw everything on the line, forcing her bloodline open just to save me. You absolutely don't get to insult her. Xian is the strongest girl I know. I will back up every single choice she ever makes. After that massive emotional outburst, Chu Yi slowly released her hand. His face? A total mess of emotions. Thanks for saving my life 3 times. In the instance dungeon, during the freshman trials, and just a second ago, I swear I'll pay you back for all 3. But seriously, Can you please bring Xiaoan back right now? Not missing a single beat, Chu Yi poured his whole heart out. Just tell me what I need to do to send you back where you belong. The girl just smirked, thinking it over before replying. You are one seriously unexpectedly lucky guy. Swan leaned in, planting a light kiss right on his cheek. Consider that repayment number 1. Seeing this, Shenlong slapped his hands over Chu Yun's innocent eyes. Right then, her body started fading straight into thin air. Watch closely. This is where it gets dark. Before vanishing, her cold voice echoed just for him. The cost to summon me? She absolutely cannot pay it. Chu Yi frowned hard. Pure dread washed right over him. Every single time she lost control, she did it just to protect him. But what was the actual price? A second later, Suan snapped back to normal, totally collapsing into Chu Yi's arms. Holding her tight, he softly called out for Shen Lingling Fun. Hearing that, Shenlong visibly jumped. What do you want now? Look at my face. It's practically ruined. Hanging around you freaks and disaster magnets is literally going to end my life. Ignoring all his whining, Chui pushed harder. That embedded bloodline consciousness you brought up earlier. What is it really? Shenling Fun grunted, snapping his dislocated shoulder right back into its socket. I don't know all the details. My family's old master always says a top-tier bloodline is basically a locked-up ancient demon. If the host is strong, it's a massive power boost. I know what you're thinking. And yep, it gets worse. If the host is weak, it's a body-snatching demon. Chu Yi froze. Body-snatching. Shen Lingfang confirmed without missing a beat. Yep, literal body-snatching. How else do you explain Jiang Xuan becoming a totally different girl? Rumors are wild. Some think this embedded consciousness is just an insane split personality waking up. Others claim an ancient ancestor's ghost is hiding inside that bloodline, just waiting for the perfect chance to steal the body and be reborn. As Chui gently placed Suan down on the bed, Shenlong kept right on talking. Honestly, the exact situation is super hard to nail down and describe. But one thing is absolute fact. She's overused bloodline power way beyond her limit. Option 1, she loses her mind. Option 2, she becomes someone else entirely. And there's an awful third option. The conflicting powers inside her just completely reject each other. She would literally torture herself to death. Taking in all this fresh horror left Chu Yi completely torn up inside. The cost of begging that thing for help? Bare minimum. Handing over total control of her own physical body. He paused for a second, piecing Shenfang's explanation together. So, this is why you've been completely zoning out lately. Are you losing the battle to suppress that merged consciousness? Despite everything, Chu Yi still really needed to ask Shenling Fun, is there any actual cure for this? And the answer? No surprise at all. Man, if I knew a way, I'd have fixed this ages ago. But out of nowhere, Chu Yun peeked out from behind him. Brother, you totally know a way to save Ran, right? Her hopeful words completely stumped Shen Lingfang. Getting double-teamed by these two cousins was seriously starting to grate on his nerves. Shen Lingfang rubbed his spinning head, finally snapping in frustration. Just go back and ask your Chu family's main patriarch. Those ancient geezers have been around forever. They've seen every type of weird, supernatural garbage out there. Plus, if the Chu clan fails, just hit up the Jiang family. Those guys are an absolute powerhouse of a clan. A tiny glitch like hers could be solved in an absolute heartbeat. But suddenly, rapid, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door, rushing closer. A full squad of airship security guards, looking incredibly tense, sprinted straight toward the chaos of their little argument. They busted straight in. A stern voice echoed, "Who is fighting here? Trust me, you and I aren't ready for this." Disrupting the Sky Sovereign's order? The furious guard captain yelled, "You better confess now. Let's dive right into this mess. This ship isn't a playground for rich kids." Chu Yi and Chu Yun stood there, totally speechless. Then, in perfect sync, both of them raised their hands and pointed at Shen Lingfang. The exact same thought crossed their minds. He is taking the fall today. Instantly, the guards swarmed him and dragged him off. Shen Lingfang thrashed around, screaming his lungs out. "Do you guys even have a conscience?" Down in the lower levels, the poor guy was in tears. "I was framed. Why am I taking the blame for Zhang Chuan?" he yelled. "Wait till I get out. I'll wreck your wheelchair." Time flew by, and finally, the landing announcement echoed out. The Sky Sovereign had officially arrived at Skyport. All passengers were told to exit orderly, and that guy who got arrested days ago, he was already standing there, looking completely fine and neat. One glance, and you knew he dropped serious cash to get out. Shen Lingfang whispered down to Chu Yi, "You know, Chu Heng is a massive deal within the Chu family hierarchy, yet they sent him to pick you up? Your influence is insane." And sure enough, people were waiting. A young girl was literally jumping and waving to greet them. Seeing Xiao Yi's crazy excitement, Chu Heng muttered, "Xiao Yi, keep it down." Principal Wang said, "This is top secret. Watch closely. Things are getting real. Nobody can know." Xiao Yi immediately nodded, getting the hint. As they stepped off the ship, Chu Heng walked up with a huge smile. "You made it. Must have been a rough trip, Yi. Hop in the car and rest up." Hearing that friendly nickname, Chu Yi was surprised. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Are we that close? Sorry for the trouble." In no time, the luxury car took off, picking up insane speed, leaving nothing but a massive dust cloud behind. But unexpectedly, Madame Hong had secretly followed them. Pure greed flashed in her eyes. Chu Yi, top freshman of Suhong University, Wang Hui's personal disciple. So, the Chu family was hiding a monster genius like him. If I can recruit him, my rank in the Merchants Guild will absolutely skyrocket. Let that sink in for a second. Inside the car, Chu Yun spotted something. An Esther-grade artifact, the Ice Soul Spider. Chu Heng laughed out loud. "You have a sharp eye, miss." This is exactly what Principal Wang meant. Basically, while inside this barrier, it perfectly blocks absolutely all forms of psychic eavesdropping. Chu Yi replied politely. "You went through a lot of trouble, Chu Heng." Heng waved it off. "Not at all, just duty." But secretly, his hand signaled Xiao Yi, "Hurry up, make your move." Catching on, she smiled brightly and turned to Chu Yun. "Little Yun, I am your cousin, Chu Xiaoyi. Here is a welcome gift. I hope you love it." Chu Heng sat there, quietly calculating his next move. Even if Chu Yi rejected the hidden ice class, letting Chu Yun train with them was a huge sign. Win her over, and he naturally follows. Chu Yun took the gift, smiling politely. "Thank you so much, cousin." Seeing her joy as she opened it, Chu Heng felt incredibly smug. His mind was already cooking up way deeper schemes. Chu Yi's talent was unreal. Plus, he had Headmaster Wang Hui and the Heavens Martial Guild backing him. If they got his support more often, the Chu clan could totally ride his coattails straight back to the absolute top. Done with the small talk, he cut straight to the chase. His voice dropped, sounding dead serious. "Just like I warned you before, Yi, the clan's power is split. The old patriarch controls the Ice Dragon Tower and the main inner faction. He holds the Inner Gate inheritance and all the core resources. Meanwhile, the Elders' Council is run by the third elder, Chu Feng. He controls the Outer Gate's cultivation resources. The old patriarch and the Elders' Council are basically always at each other's throats. He is terrified. Someone might sabotage you out of pure jealousy." He leaned in, expression grim. "So what do you and I make of this? A secret path, the real clan war begins now. All right, stick with me here." Even the guards are completely clueless. Hearing this, Chu Yi just smirked, totally unbothered. "What a total waste of effort, Chu Hong. So, this Ice Dragon Abyss mystic realm you mentioned, what exactly is it?" Chu Heng immediately answered him. "It is the sacred ancestral land of the Chu clan, the final resting place of Kong Ya." He kept going, sounding super proud. "Back in his youth, our legendary ancestor ran into an ice dragon named Kong Ya in the northernmost frozen fields. Kong Ya had scales tougher than solid black iron. Its raw dragon breath could literally shatter glaciers. Our ancestor spent a whole year in that freezing wasteland, clashing with the beast for 49 intense rounds. In the end, he used his own blood to forge a contract, finally taming the terrifying dragon as his personal mount. Later, when the demon clan invaded, Kong Ya carried our ancestor straight to the brutal front lines. During the final clash of the Snow Demon War, Kong Ya literally used its own massive body to block the demon cave, just to protect our retreating clansmen. When the ancestor finally brought back up, Kong Ya was physically dead, but its soul was still hanging on. This caused a massive problem. Terrified its soul would fade, the ancestor used the clan's ultimate Dragonlance spell to lock Kong Ya's spirit inside its own dead body. Our ancestor originally planned to figure out some way to revive Kong Ya and set it free. But honestly, who could have guessed? In the chaotic aftermath, our ancestor completely vanished without a single trace left behind. After that, Kong Ya's body and soul mutated into the very mystic realm we know today. They kept talking like this inside the carriage until the heavy wheels finally crunched over the very first layer of thin ice. This was the absolute proof they had hit the snow-covered roads. Chu Heng slowly continued his epic tale, staring off into the distance. "Now, pay close attention here. The current Ice Dragon Abyss? Its outer walls are Kong Ya's scales. The pillars are its bones, and the lake is its blood. The whole realm is split into 3 deadly stages. Any descendant of the Chu clan can step into the abyss to face its brutal trials. If you somehow manage to reach the central area or the third layer, you get direct access to the inner gate. Hearing this, Chu Yi completely cut him off. So, Kong Ya's soul is still actively testing humans right now at this exact spot. Chu Heng answered without hesitating for a second. Of course, years ago, every single descendant of the Chu clan could enter the abyss to train. But, because their Frost blood lineage just wasn't pure enough, the vast majority of them were stuck, only ever accessing the outermost layer of the abyss. When I was 30, I barely entered the third layer, before Kong Ye's soul shattered 3 ribs and tossed me out. Once healed, my bloodline purity skyrocketed by 15%. Chu Heng made it super clear to Chu Yi that as long as he could step into that third layer, the massive benefits would be unreal. But the risks are fatal. Since Kong Ya no longer recognizes our Chu clan's bloodline, we both felt that tension, right? 50 years ago, a high-ranking elder rushed the third layer and got instantly frozen solid by a single blast of Kong Ya's breath. Chu Heng warned him seriously. You must reach the third stage where Kong Ya's remnant soul actually resides. If you want to tame its soul, you have to show the exact same death-defying power our legendary ancestor did. Only then might Kong Ya actually bow down. Chu Yi looked deep in thought. He replied coldly, I understand perfectly. Chu Hong then asked him nervously, so when do you plan to enter the abyss? What if your body isn't fully ready right now? We have a hidden base near the abyss where you can rest up. Chu Yi didn't even answer. He just silently pulled up his system interface. Status divine power, exhaustion, every single stat dropped to 0. Duration 10 days. Countdown 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Chu Yi quickly ran the numbers in his head. Perfect timing. The carriage suddenly stopped moving. Chu Yi spoke calmly, no need for rest. I can head into the ice dragon abyss right now. He stepped out of the carriage with everyone else, and a brutal, biting cold immediately hit them. Xiao An rushed up to Chu Yi, her heart completely terrified for his safety. She shyly asked, Brother Chu Yi, can I please come with you? Chu Yi gently turned her down. Wait for me out here. Just trust me. With those words, he locked eyes with Ling Feng. Before Chu Yi could even say a word, Ling Feng caught on completely. All right, I get it, man. I will absolutely protect this girl. Chu Yi glanced over at Chu Heng, making sure to show his respect. Thank you, Uncle Heng. Then he walked off completely alone, gearing up for the absolute madness ahead. A system alert popped up. Genius innate talent. The Parched God Miracle is actively restoring every single attribute. Name Chu Yi. Class Arbiter. Level 30. Experience 12,000 out of 1 million. The glowing outline of a massive sword started materializing right in his hand. This was a blessed weapon, the Dawn's Blessing. A literal gift, straight from the gods. Chu Yi gripped that heavy blade tight, marching forward with absolute confidence as an insanely powerful aura exploded from his body. Deep inside, spirit butterflies fluttered around a giant ice block, and wrapped tightly around it, a massive snake-like monster flashing bright blue scales. Trust me, you're not ready for this. It had literal arms gripping razor-sharp blades, and it wasn't alone. Stick with me here. We are looking at a massive horde of level 25 ice serpentoids, gold tier quality, packing frost breath and a linked group attack. Welcome to the Ice Mausoleum raid. Chu Yi had finally arrived. He swung his sword, doing a quick warm-up. He casually smirked, 10 days stuck without moving. My bones are practically rusting at this point. The second those ice serpentoids locked eyes on Chu Yi, they charged in for the kill. Fangs bared, tongues flicking, they looked like starving beasts. But Chu Yi, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he just laughed it off. He smirked, you guys make a decent warm-up. Then, boom. In a flash, Chu Yi instantly shredded right through half the horde. His strikes were lightning fast. Blinding flashes of light exploded through the heavy clouds of dust. But those ice serpentoids just kept swarming him. So Chu Yi unleashed his ultimate skill, Divine Tempest. A massive tornado sucked all the monsters into one spot. Meanwhile, a giant ice block began to crack open. Out in that freezing, snow-covered wasteland, a huge monster lay completely motionless, head trapped in ice. Its giant body was coiled up just like a dragon. The level 55 Abyssal Frost Serpent. Watch closely. Here's where it gets wild. Gold tier with frost breath. And Chu Yi's tornado was heading straight for it. Eyes locked in pure determination, Chu Yi roared punishment of light. A massive surge of radiant power erupted, and that light beam totally swallowed the beast. Its giant body just slammed into the dirt behind him. Zero emotion on his face. He just calmly walked away. By morning, the heavy snow finally stopped, leaving the whole area totally clear. Chu Yi kept looking around as he walked. This place? He felt a really weird sense of familiarity here. Suddenly, the void beast popped up. It's all because of that Frost Bloodline inside you. Any normal ice class user would be a popsicle by now. Chu Yi just grinned, long time no see. Then, he finally gave some proper thanks. Last time you brought my master to help me out, I never got to properly thank you. The void beast? It just gave a blunt reply. Just stop causing trouble. That is thanks enough. Plus, if you died here, you would totally break your 1-year promise. An incredibly awkward silence dropped as they just stared at each other. Suddenly, an entire monster horde ambushed them from all sides. Chu Yi and the void beast were still having a staring contest when it activated a skill. Using void rend, blinding rays of light sliced right through, wiping out the entire horde. Seeing that the void beast actually just saved him, Chu Yi finally broke the awkward tension. Thanks, buddy. The void beast replied coldly they were just small fry. But the danger was not over. Turns out, some survived, and they used their massive bodies to totally shatter the ice shelf beneath them. The ground under Chu Yi's feet ripped wide open, and he scrambled just to keep his balance. We both thought he was dead meat, right? Nope. He leaped onto another falling chunk of ice in midair. And get this, he actually dove straight into the abyss. But the crazy sight down there left him totally speechless. Right beneath the ice layer stood countless shadowy figures, gripping swords and heavy shields, an absolute army of warriors. And Chu Yi spotted a skeleton rocking a crown. Creepy blue light glowed from inside its skull. It sat there looking completely majestic and terrifying. Obviously the boss of this dungeon. Chu Yi realized the demon clan. Then, those massive chunks of ice finally smashed down right in front of the army. These armored guys? Level 35 Ice Abyss Bone Demons. Legendary tier. Skills include Bone Spears and a group ability, Ice Corpse Cage, a twisted fusion made from the remains of an ancient demon army, completely wiped out by an ice dragon during a legendary invasion from the past. Feeling the impact, that skeleton boss woke up, glowing with intense blue energy. Chu Yi stepped out of the rubble and instantly popped a skill. Appraisal. A tiny magic circle popped up to analyze his odds. The void beast warned him over 200,000 demons are here. Fighting them is pure suicide. Plus, you literally just hit the second floor of this realm. You have to save your strength. The skeletons searched the area, and one hissed out intruder. But hearing that, Chu Yi did not even flinch. He sparked up his power, the God's Boon, Dawn's Blessing. Deadly light rays danced in his hands, while his whole body exploded with a godlike aura. Chu Yi smirked confidently. The ice element down here is 10 times stronger than outside. More than enough juice to bury every single one of these bone bags alive. With that, he flared his energy, sending epic light flashes tearing across the dark sky. Sensing lethal danger, that skeleton boss roared out a warning. All units on alert. And trust me, you and I are definitely gonna want to see what that giant hand does next. Watch this, a massive hand just slammed down, absolutely crushing the demon clan. Even through the brutal blizzard, those surviving skeletons kept charging. Chui didn't hold back. His eyes flashed as let's jump right in. He roared, freeze. Instantly, a shimmering vortex of pure power exploded into existence. Countless massive icicles materialized in the sky, completely surrounding the demon horde. Chu Yi waved his hand, yelling, Holy storm! Boom! A massive gale swept up the ice. The freezing wind blasted straight into the demons, completely shredding them apart. Violent tornadoes formed, instantly sweeping away thousands of those skeletons. The demon leader was furious. He bellowed, You cowardly snake hiding in the shadows. My clan's warrior spirits are eternal. Insects like you can't touch us. Right after, the skeleton army started rhythmically smashing their weapons against their shields. With every single strike, glowing blue soul fragments flew into the air. Up on the towering walls, endless rows of skeletons radiated eerie light. Chu Yi gripped his head. Total confusion. His eyes were locked dead onto the demon horde as he wondered, what on earth are they planning? Suddenly, the skeletal demons started to merge together, forming an absolutely monstrous giant symbiotic skeleton. An entire army of long-dead demons, fusing into one. They were literally pouring their remaining power into their fallen comrades, resonating their life force to resurrect as one giant beast. Horrified by this towering monster, he muttered, Just a bunch of scraps thrown together. Are these bone demons actually immortal, or what? I didn't even get a system alert. But killing this Ice Abyss bone demon has to drop insane experience. Now, watch this closely. This is where it gets crazy. The giant eye on the skeleton's forehead glowed, booming loudly. Found you. Chu Yi didn't back down. He bravely drew his sword, smirking. A legendary grade boss is no joke. But whatever, he aimed his sword straight at the massive skeleton. And suddenly, the blade erupted with a blinding, dazzling golden light. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. From the bone tower, a massive pillar of light shot up, shining like a sun everywhere, like they were under a spell. Smaller skeletons started frantically leaping down, clad in heavy armor and wielding different weapons. The small skeletons were literally in complete freefall toward him. He swung his sword in fast zigzag motions, expression ice cold. Above him, the giant symbiotic skeleton watched his every move intently. Chu Yi leaped high, landing smoothly on the wooden bridge. In a total flash, face completely emotionless, he rushed straight at the giant boss. Chu Yi slammed the brakes right in front of its massive eye. He raised his blade. Suddenly, the monster opened its giant mouth, plotting something dark. But honestly, Chu Yi didn't care at all. He jumped, sword held high, ready to end this giant freak for good. But then he completely froze, cold sweat dripping. You and I didn't see this coming. Memories suddenly hit him. His eyes filled with sad regret, staring blankly at the changing surroundings. Desperate cries echoed everywhere around him. Zasi is falling. We need backup right now. Chu Yi walked forward, totally numb. Step by step, a tall man hurried up from behind, heavily clapping a hand onto his shoulder. Chu Yi looked up, turning to face the man with pure confusion. But his eyes locked onto a young guy getting thrown right past him, an arrow deep in his stomach. The tall man kept shouting, "Buy time for Lord Bonefang." Suddenly, a massive pink and purple vortex ripped open, leaving absolutely everyone in shock. It was the demon clan's dimensional gate. Heavily armored skeletons wielding giant warhammers started charging out. The knights didn't back down for a second. They took their combat stances, roaring with absolute valor and raw courage. Descendants of the Chu clan, hear me. Fight to the death. We cannot let these demons escape our Tanlin realm. Smash. A knight was sent flying from a brutal hammer strike. The tall man fought like a beast, roaring, "Live and die," with Tian. Suddenly, a massive blue-white dragon spawned in the sky. His voice boomed again, "Live and die with Tonlin." The giant dragon opened its jaws, revealing a glowing green gem inside. It blasted a beam of green light straight into the earth. And just like magic, everything started returning to normal. The crowd erupted into massive cheers. Lord Bonefang is here. We're actually saved. Chu Yi's eyes were wide with shock, but also a deep disappointment as he realized, wait, am I on the battlefield of the demon invasion from 100 years ago? Meanwhile, Bonefang coiled amidst the glowing light. It flew menacingly downward, glaring at the knights. But suddenly bam! Multiple massive swords flew out of nowhere, impaling the dragon's stomach. The dragon roared in pure agony. Bonefang writhed in intense pain, sending knights flying everywhere. Everyone in the distance just watched in absolute horror. Far away, a giant armored skeleton was wielding a sword tens of meters long. It started its brutal attack, instantly impaling several knights with just a single thrust. So what do you and I expect next? Total rampage. Chu Yi's eyes burned with bitter rage as he roared, "You demon scum, let's dive right into absolute madness." An armored skeleton on a black crow tears through the sky, screaming for blood. But before it can even strike, Zungia sinks his fangs right into the crow's wing. The skeleton plummets, its ride completely trashed. Zungia spits it out, without a single ounce of mercy. He glances down at his own body, blood pouring out where a sword was just ripped free. Zungia immediately snaps his gaze back skyward. A massive pink vortex rips open above, and right in the center, a horrific skeleton face peeks through. Zungia stares hard, putting the pieces together. That dark aura? It has to be a heavenly demon. The terrifying realization hits him. If they manage to break through, the entire heavenly land realm becomes an absolute demonic wasteland. Every living being would just become food for the demon clan. To save all those innocent souls, Zungia stomps in pure fury, completely shattering the ground beneath him. No way. He refuses to let them through. If this demon tide is really this unstoppable, he has to act. Shooting forward like an absolute meteor, he decides to use his own dragon body as a sacrifice. Zungia flies straight at that heavily armored skeleton, who is just sitting there calmly inside the swirling vortex. He plunges right into the portal, completely engulfing both himself and the terrifying demon inside it. The vortex violently snaps shut, blasting out a blinding pink light. Chu Yi watches this happen, shielding his eyes with his arm. The explosive force is insane, completely shattering the earth below into pieces. The portal flashes intensely before it finally starts to shrink. Now, pay attention, because this is where the tension peaks. Everyone stares, not daring to blink, until the portal completely vanishes into thin air. Soft cheers start breaking out. The gate is actually gone. Then, The entire crowd erupts into wild celebration. Lord Zungya actually drove the demons back. Absolute hype. They successfully defended the Heavenly Land front line, but Chu Yi just stands there, totally lost in thought. He was the one who threw the dragon core in to detonate it. All around him, the insane cheering continues. Long live Lord Zungya. As long as he stands, the Heavenly Land is safe. He stares out at the chaotic battlefield and celebrates in silence. This is perfect. He didn't break his important promise to him. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, making Chu Yi spin around. Zungya, a handsome guy, runs right toward him, sparking a realization. That is the legendary ancestor of the Chu clan. Chu Yi snaps out of his flashback, just as a massive blade swings directly at his face. Chu Yi barely manages to block that ridiculously heavy attack with his own weapon. He flies backward to dodge, touching down on the solid ice. A weird flash from the monster annoys him, making him wonder what is inside it. Right there, nestled deep between its creepy bones, is a glowing blue light. You and I both know exactly what that glowing thing is, right? A dragon scale. Chu Yi smirks confidently, wondering how he missed this obvious clue from the very start. The movements of these bone demons are just way too perfect. Yet their attack patterns are incredibly simple. Chu Yi just stares hard at the monster's loosely connected skeleton. He stays completely quiet for a long second. Chu Yi smiles with pure certainty. Just as he thought. These guys were the exact ones responsible for Zungya's tragic death. Seriously? How could the Chu clan's ruthless ancestor let his enemies die so easily? Sunlight hits the totally motionless skeleton. His voice stays completely steady. After absolutely trashing their hive, the ancestor slapped them with a twisted curse of infinite resurrection. Using Zungya's actual dragon scale for power, he forced their bodies to become eternal tomb guardians for Zungya himself. If anyone tries to bust in with force, they get attacked. Plus, even if you shatter these bone demons, they just instantly rebuild themselves. Chu Yi keeps walking, murmuring that even a top-tier master would really struggle to survive a brutal battle of attrition like this. Honestly, no wonder the descendants of the Chu clan always end up getting stuck at this brutal second trial. But if he completely drops his killing intent and plays harmless, these mindless monsters will naturally just lose their target. He takes step after step through the freezing snow, heavily pondering the situation out loud. This is honestly a genius, twisted method of revenge, using the enemy's own bodies as a meat shield, punishing them with an endless, miserable, near-death state. This kind of payback is way crueler than just killing them. A biting wind howls, forcing Chu Yi to squeeze one eye shut, but his mind is still racing. His ancestor was an absolute madman. Standing right here in the freezing snow, his resolve hardens. One day, he is definitely going to surpass even that ridiculous level of strength. He stares down at Zungya's massive, imposing skeleton before finally launching himself straight toward the ground. But out of nowhere, an invisible force violently blasts him back. Chu Yi gets totally slammed into solid rock. He painfully tries to get back up, totally confused by what just happened. What on earth was that? A massive phantom of Zungya appears, booming with authority, demanding his identity. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this madness. The beast roared, demanding if the scum who trapped it sent him. Chu Yi forced himself up, shouting out to Shuangya. Shuangya bared its massive fangs in pure rage. Are you here to mock me? A pathetic level 30 grunt like you isn't even worthy of touching my claws. You pack of disgusting parasites. All you people know is how to leech our dragon clan's power. The blood in your veins reeks of the exact same stench as those murderers. Its fury exploded, opening its massive jaws wide to spew even more venomous insults at him. You all just want to see me go insane. You greedy, selfish bastards. Do whatever you want. You coveted my body, wanting to forge me into a weapon. Chu Yi frantically tried to explain, telling the beast to wait, that he carried the Chu family bloodline. But Shuangya ruthlessly cut him off. Still seething with anger, it mocked the Chu family bloodline. So, what if you have their blood? Its rage intensified wildly as it launched an attack, screaming at him. How much longer will you people keep lying to me? You absolute piece of trash. I will tear you into 100 pieces. The devastating blow forced him into a completely desperate dodge. Chu Yi thought to himself, so fast. Too dangerous. The beast opened its massive jaws, firing off beam after beam of raw energy. He dodged every single blast, still desperately trying to reason. Shuangya, do you not remember? Years ago, you were the one who destroyed your own dragon core to seal the demon clan portal. You are literally the hero of the Chu family. But Shuangya refused to hear a single word, firing back with its own wild accusations. The dragon core is the beating heart of my dragon clan. Why in the world would I rip it out myself? Now, pay attention here. The rage is unreal. It screamed that humans dug out its core, and now he was putting on a fake act. Lies. It is all just lies. Its attacks grew even faster, slamming into the solid ice and shattering it to pieces. It roared out, vowing to rip apart everyone who ever deceived it. Fighting through the intense pain, Chu Yi still tried to calm the monster down. Shuangya, just calm down and listen. Don't you remember? The beast just whipped its massive tail right at him, roaring for him to get lost. Chu Yi was sent flying backward, but somehow managed to land on his feet. He realized the horrible truth. Shuangya had completely lost its memories. Plus, being locked up for so long had tormented its soul, making it attack absolutely anyone who approached. Its ancient mind is just in absolute, complete chaos, truly worthy of being the ancestors' contracted beast. Even after a full century, the leftover power of its dragon soul is more than enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. His expression grew completely dark, his body covered in severe injuries. But he refused to yield. He knew his level and raw strength were way lower than Shuangya, but there was no way in hell he was giving up right now. Since I have made it all the way to the Ice Dragon Abyss, I absolutely refuse to leave here empty-handed. A bright glowing cross symbol suddenly appeared right on Chu Yi's forehead as he screamed out a bold challenge. You want to vent your anger? Then come on and fight me. Fight me until you finally remember everything. You are probably wondering how he survives this, right? Just watch. He summoned a brilliant golden blast, and their two immense powers violently crashed right into each other. The monstrous beast spat out another massive blast of pure power, sending it straight for him and kicking up a blinding blizzard of snow and dust. Exploding out from within that white cloud, Chu Yi charged forward, sword in hand. Bring it on. If the Chu family ancestor could form a contract with you, then so can I. I will make you return to the clan. He swung his heavy blade again and again. Meanwhile, somewhere totally different, Ling Feng was casually enjoying a dragon-shaped ice cream bar. While munching on that exclusive Chu family popsicle, Ling Feng sighed. She has literally been standing there for 3 days and 3 whole nights. She is seriously about to turn into a stone statue waiting for her husband. Sonian immediately shot him a terrifying glare through the window, threatening him. Do you have a death wish for that big mouth of yours? Ling Feng's face instantly darkened, and he gritted his teeth so hard they almost shattered as he just kept spouting his total nonsense. You are Kong Sonian now, right? Suddenly, Haibok rushed in completely frantic, slamming the door open and screaming that things were bad. You guys have to leave right now. The two of them asked in sheer confusion, what just happened? But she totally ignored their question, barging inside and rambling nonstop. Before she gets here, my father ordered me to get you two out of this place immediately. Quickly. Where the hell is Chu Van? Ling Feng asked her with clear impatience. What do you even mean? Just spit it out. She grabbed Sonian's hand, her face completely etched with pure worry as she stammered. I cannot explain it right now. Just hurry up and follow me right this second. But Sonian calmly replied to her frantic plea. If you do not tell us what is actually going on, there is no way we can help you fix this. Besides, Brother Chu Yi is still down in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely will not leave this place so easily. Ling Feng completely agreed with Sonian and chimed in. She is totally right. I, Ling Feng, am not some weak, useless bum. Just tell us what happened. If we can help you out, we definitely will. She waved her hands frantically, trying to explain. No, that is not it. I did not mean anything by that at all. You guys cannot handle this. So who is coming? Trust me. We need to see what happens before it is officially too late. Stick with me. Here you are about to see Chu Hong's attack, past Lady Hong, stunning her completely. He glared at her. Lady Hong, our Chu family territory isn't a playground for you to just act so arrogant. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Sonian channeled their raw power into razor-sharp threads, swiftly wrapping them around Lady Hong's fingers. She just scoffed, totally unimpressed. Chu Hang, your power isn't even 30% of a level 40 right now, because you are suppressing that frozen bloodline. You seriously think you can stop me? Chu Hang pulled Chu Van behind him, trying to keep his voice steady. No matter how bad things get for the Chu family, we will never let an outsider harm our guests. He gripped his weapon, thinking fast. Chu Yi is at a critical breakthrough point in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I can't let her ruin this. Even if it means shattering my own frozen meridians, I just need to buy enough time for Chu Yi to escape. With a heavy breath, he launched a massive wall of solid ice straight at her. But elsewhere, her lips curled into a smirk. "And where exactly are you going?" Lady Hong casually leaned against a brutally beaten body. Suddenly, a voice echoed right from the doorway. "It has been a while, little girl." Xiao Yi, Lingfeng, and Chen froze in absolute shock, yelling out together, "You are actually alive." Now pay close attention. 30 minutes earlier, inside a huge traditional room, Lady Hong and her crew sat down for a very serious chat with the Chu clan patriarch. Lady Hong broke the silence first. "Patriarch, I brought this year's Frost Essence Crystal." Another elder quickly chimed in. "We really appreciate you making this long trip down here. Honestly, you could have just sent word and we would have fetched it ourselves." Right next to them sat several wildly sparkling treasure boxes. That Frost Essence Crystal? It is a super rare epic grade consumable that literally pulses with pure energy. Zhu Feng, the third elder, waved his hand and ordered the servants to bring the goods forward. Beside him, Chu Hang watched the whole exchange. The servants lined up, displaying every single treasure. First up was the celestial snow silk thread, an insane material used to give any equipment crazy stealth effects. Next was the mystic ice jade, perfect for tempering weapons and adding a nasty passive frostbite effect. "We kept our promise," the patriarch told her directly. "We gathered all the heavenly materials we agreed on last year." Lady Hong just let out a cold, mocking little laugh. She casually checked her nails and sneered. "Just this garbage? It is not nearly enough," she mocked them. "Your clan is obviously hoarding the good stuff. Guess you guys really don't want the Frost Essence Crystal that badly after all, do you?" Chu Hang instantly jumped to his feet, absolutely furious. "Lady Hong, what is that supposed to mean? Our clan drains every last resource we have just to trade with you." Meanwhile, she was just holding a level 30 treasure, the Frostbite Halberd. Like a toy, base physical attack plus 350. Ice damage plus 120. The patriarch narrowed his eyes. This greedy woman demands more every single year. What kind of dirty trick is she playing this time? "I know what you are thinking. A normal negotiation? Think again." She snapped the halberd entirely in half. "I am sick of these flashy, useless trinkets. So this year, we are trading for something entirely different. Agree to this, and you get a full year's supply of crystals." The third elder forced a polite smile, sweating a bit. "And what exactly would you like to trade for?" Chu Hang's instincts screamed that something was very wrong here. "A living person," she whispered. "A living person?" The patriarch echoed, totally baffled. "Who exactly?" She stared him dead in the eye. "Chu Yi," Chu Hang snapped. "What the hell did you say?" The patriarch kept his cool and held his ground. "Lady Hong, that has to be a joke. We do not trade human beings here." But inside, Chu Hong was panicking. Why target Chu Yi out of nowhere? She just smiled, completely shameless about it. "A joke? You are the funny one here. Trading one kid to save your entire clan? That is an absolute steal." The patriarch had heard enough. His face hardened. "Lady Hong, I am going to have to ask you to leave. Chu Yi is our family. He is not some product for you to buy." But she didn't even look at him, just coldly kept filing her nails. "If you refuse this deal, do you really think your precious Chu clan will even survive another 2 months? The third elder looked at the patriarch in absolute panic. "Last year, 3 of our kids died young because of that cursed frozen bloodline. Patriarch, if she cuts off our crystal supply right now, we are completely doomed." The old man's heart sank. The Mammoth Guild literally owns the only mine in the world that produces those frost crystals. Thanks to their family's frost curse, the Chu bloodline is getting weaker and weaker with every single passing generation. They desperately need those crystals not just for power, but to literally stop themselves from freezing to death from the inside out. So what do you and I make of this? They are trapped, forced to hand over insane loot to the Mammoth Guild every year. Finally, he snapped. "Not another word. I would rather see our bloodline completely severed. Stick with me, we are about to watch a clan leader completely refuse to sell out his people." But the furious third elder argued right back, shouting that the patriarch needed to think about the clan's children. Sure, Chu Yi is an absolute genius, but he is way too young to save the entire Chu clan. Jumping to his feet, the elder screamed that survival was their only option. Dying meant losing absolutely everything forever. The patriarch stared him down, his voice dead serious. The clan never protected Chu Yi. He wouldn't drag the boy down. The elder kept screaming about the kids, but the patriarch stood absolute ground. He turned to Lady Hong and demanded she leave, cursing the foolish elder in his head. This woman was forcing him to choose between his genius boy and the clan, fearing his insane future potential. If they threw Chu Yi to the wolves, the Chu clan was already dead and completely beyond saving. Lady Hong dropped her act, Her chilling voice echoed as she accepted his firm choice. Standing up with her guards, she spat pure venom. Their supply of frost essence crystals was officially cut off. She left a brutal threat: let the old geezer and his clan rot and perish together. Snapping back to the present, Lady Hong mockingly thanked Little Miss Xiao for leading the way. Now watch closely, this gets absolutely ruthless. Cruel silk threads choked Xiao Yi completely out cold. With the girl unconscious on the floor, Lady Hong flashed a twisted grin. She remembered that clueless patriarch, daring to signal Chu Hang right to her face. Did he think she was blind? Worried, Sun Xian rushed over. Lin Fong refused to retreat. Hyobak charged at lightning speed, screaming he was going for the kill. Lady Hong's minions rushed in, getting tangled in the silk ribbons, but Lin Fong never slowed down. He unleashed a crazy barrage of attacks. Creatures swarmed Sun Xian, but she rapidly sliced them into 100 pieces. Their shattered remains rained right down onto the floor. Lin Fong cast a blazing firewall for protection. Lady Hong just smirked at their brand new teamwork. She laughed, noting their 3 days of practice made things interesting. She was honestly liking them. Lady Hong realized something crazy. Both the succubus girl and the flame dragon were nearing a massive breakthrough. She actually called them geniuses out loud, but immediately delivered a brutal reality check. They were about to become dust. A Sunian helped Hyobak up, realizing protecting him was splitting her focus entirely. You and I both thought they already killed this woman, right? What is she doing back here? Lost in her own head, she completely missed the deadly silk thread sneaking up right behind her. He tried to scream, but choked. The deadly thread crept closer, and Sun Xian had absolutely no idea. Boom! It coiled tightly around her. Lady Hong's voice echoed, mocking her completely pathetic combat experience. Even Lin Fong got instantly trapped by threads shooting straight up from the ground. She bragged about leading the House of Teach, calling their families pathetic. The warm-up game was officially over. She decided to end them personally. A thread yanked Suni forward during her ruthless taunt. She mocked the succubus girl's missing power. Right as Lin Fong was violently slammed hard against the wall, her blood-seeking threads loved his dragon flames. In seconds, both fighters were hoisted high into the air, completely immobilized. Lady Hong scoffed at them. Fighting someone this overpowered? They still had a long way to go. Her face dropped. Where is Chuni? Instead of answering, he roared in pure defiance. Let him go or get burned. Lady Hong ignored him, walking right toward the heavy curtains. Since Chuni ran into the raging wind mountains alone to save his sister, she knew capturing her would force him out. He screamed in pure rage. Don't touch her. Chu Van hid behind the curtain, but Lady Hong already spotted her. That chilling voice echoed, mocking her for hiding back there. Did she expect to see her brother from there? Sunny refused to quit, screaming for strength one last time. Countless red threads wrapped around Lady Hong's hands. Now, the villain was absolutely furious. Fine, time to show them real power. Instantly, an entire army of terrifying puppets rose to their feet. Massive puppets launched a wild assault. Blue cracks rapidly spread across Chu Hang's face. Using this many puppets just to capture Chungi? Trust me, we're looking at absolute war. Let's jump right into the madness. Puppets swarming, Chu Hong grabs a chain, leaps, and screams. Lin Fong, take the others and run. I will hold them back. Seeing his heroic play, Lady Hong screeches, you are not escaping me. With Sunian carrying Chu Van and Lin Fong grabbing Hyobak, they yell out in agreement. Right. Cut to Chungji gripping an orb of raw, pure energy. He glares at the massive beast, dashes forward, and smashes a brutal hit right on its skull. Die. He roars out. Sacred Fist Barrage. Right after, Chungji smoothly dodges a lethal energy beam. He shoves his hand out, using just one epic technique to totally shut down his enemy. Holy Light Cross, he shouts. Begone now. Before the strike connects, the beast just stares at Chungji's overwhelming presence. It barely whispers out one single word, Master. An absolutely godly punch slams down. Hand of God. Then, pure, eerie silence. The heavy dust settles, leaving absolutely nothing behind but total devastation. Now watch this exchange closely. Chungji lands, looking icy cold. Finally, quiet. The battered giant beast whispers, Who are you? He doesn't hide a single thing. I am Chungji, a proud descendant of Chu Fan. He sits, catching his breath, and starts laying out the dragon's tragic history. 100 years ago, you sacrificed everything to smash the demon portal, saving the Tianlan continent. My ancestor was your master. He sealed your soul here, then went off totally alone to find a way to revive you. But he vanished too. Chungji smirks and drops an offer. Come with me. I will take care of you now. Trapped here forever, your mind slowly completely broke down. I had to use extreme force just to snap you back to reality. Hearing this painful truth, the mighty dragon shuts its eyes in pure grief. So that is it. My dragon core is totally shattered. How could I ever live again? It refuses to accept reality. 100 years wasted, and its master is really gone. Staring right into Chu Yi's eyes, it asks, "You came here for the dragon soul, right?" Kanga explains, "I see your core foundation is totally ruined. You need perfectly pure energy to fix this. When my soul enters you, the pain will feel like 10,000 ants eating your heart alive. Your physical body will literally feel shredded to pieces, over and over again. Can you handle that?" Chu Yi does not even blink. "I am. Because you and I both know, failing to protect the people you love is way worse than any physical torture." Hearing those absolute boss words, Kanga is seriously impressed. This Chu family kid has incredible guts. It blasts pure power right at Chu Yi and roars, "Come!" Boom! An orange vortex packed with glowing green light erupts. His totally frozen blood vessels actually start rapidly healing up. A bright green mist explodes from his body. Deep inside, that thick, deadly ice freezing, his veins finally start shattering apart. Chu Yi shuts his eyes tight, gritting his teeth hard as pure agony twists his face. Kanga shouts out encouragement. "Hold on just a second longer. Your meridians were completely broken. Without me, you would have been dead in a month." Those glowing green specks immediately rush in to rebuild Chu Yi's shattered bones. Every single fracture and deadly internal wound heals up piece by piece. But the pain he is enduring right now? Unimaginable. Blood starts leaking from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Yet the healing green light pumps endlessly, fully repairing his damaged heart. Chu Yun flashes a bright, joyful smile. The rest of the Helen group feels exactly the same relief. Suron squints, turning around in utter shock. The completely pitch-black sky looks like it is tearing wide open. A dark silhouette stands in front of the giant dragon. System pop-ups span the screen. 100% Ice Dragon Fusion complete. Core foundation fully restored. Ice affinity up 500%. Right then, awesome dragon horns sprout from Chu Yi's head. Congrats on clearing the hidden mission. Perfect second advancement reward dragon. God's domain. Kanga leaves a final command, "Protect this world in my place." Back with the villains, Madame Hong uses her sick puppet strings to tightly bind a young girl. She steps up, snaps the tension, and drops her hard. Then, she violently whips a glowing red ribbon straight at Chu Yun. She coos with a fake, creepy sweetness. "Come here, little sister. I won't bite." Instantly, the magical red silk completely wraps around Chu Yun. "Good girl. Now take me to your brother." But right then, a bloody, battered hand shoots out and grabs her ankle tight. "Get off me." Madame Hong glares down in pure, utter disgust at the guy clutching her leg. This dying little flame dragon is pretty stubborn, playing the white knight. "Aren't we?" Lin Feng, using his last ounce of strength, he blocks her. Madame Hong sneers. "That is where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what's next. Let's dive into this wild showdown." Look at him, beaten like a dog. He can't even protect himself, let alone someone else. Pathetic, right? But even on the verge of total collapse, Ling Feng refuses to back down. He is determined to protect Chu Yun. "What do you know, Shen Lingfeng? Even if I die, you aren't touching her." Lingfeng screams. Madame Hong just stares with ice in her eyes. "Let go," she orders coldly. "Never," he yells. Sick of his stubbornness, Madame Hong lifts her heel and viciously stomps down on his hand, gripping her leg. "How about now?" she taunts. But despite the absolute agonizing pain, Lingfeng won't budge. Tears are absolutely streaming down Chu Yun's face by now. She cries out in pure agony. "Mr. Shen, please let go. Forget about me. My brother won't blame you." But Ling Feng just roars, opens his mouth, and bites down viciously on Madame Hong's leg. "Never," he screams. "Mr. Shen." Chu Yun cries. Now Madame Hong is absolutely furious. She kicks him away with insane force. "You actual lunatic." Ling Feng slams his hands into the dirt, barely stopping his momentum from that brutal kick. Chu Yun screams out in panic. "Mr. Shen." Madame Hong rubs her chin, sizing him up. This kid is way tougher than she thought. Making the proud flame dragon bloodline submit this completely? Wild. It means this Chu Yi really is an insanely valuable prize. Then, Madame Hong just snaps her fingers in total disgust. "You worthless trash. I have zero interest in you. If you really want to die so badly." She wraps a deadly puppet string right around his neck. Then farewell. The sharp string violently tightens. Ling Feng's eyes bulge out, his mouth gasping for air. Pure, unbearable agony takes over his face. Chu Yun screams in total terror. "Brother Shen, run." Seeing him go limp, She just breaks down sobbing. She turns and begs her attacker, "Please, stop. I am begging you. Do not hurt him anymore. I will go with you." Now, pay close attention. This is where everything flips. An absolutely crushing pressure drops on them. Even Madame Hong freezes in total fear. "What is this terrifying pressure?" she stammers. The second those words escape her, a massive shockwave of energy rushes in and slams right into her. Boom. Chu Yi appears in a blinding flash to save his sister, rocking golden wings and 2 epic dragon horns on his head. "Brother!" Chu Yung cries out, totally stunned. Chu Yi scans the area. Ling Fong is brutally wounded, and Su Ran is pierced by endless puppet strings. Little Ran. Then, Zhou Yi spots Xiao Bai and Uncle Hang out cold, lying completely motionless on the ground. Xiao Bai. Uncle Hang. He calmly exhales a puff of smoke. But instantly, Zhou Yi's eyes completely transform. One flashes gold, the other icy blue. He channels crazy power into a massive weapon. Holy lightning, celestial chains. Lady Hong's eyes go wide. She licks her lips, a twisted smile of pure excitement forming as Zhou Yi stands right in front of her. Countless creepy puppets materialize, all looking exactly like her. "Zhou Yi, you finally came out to play." But any puppet stepping close, instantly vaporized into dust. Like a ghost, Lady Hong suddenly teleports right behind Zhou Yi. She softly coos, "Why don't you be a good boy and just come home with me?" Zhou Yi stays silent. He simply stomps his foot, completely shattering the earth beneath him. In a flash, a brutal energy wave slashes right toward Lady Hong's neck, while he gently scoops up his sister into his arms. "You feel that too, right?" Zhou Yi's power blasts her completely away. Lady Hong panics in terror. His strength is horrifying. Sure, he destroyed the weak ones, but a handful of her absolute highest-tier puppets are still standing. But even those elite fighters are struggling to survive Zhou Yi's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, her level 20 puppets? Completely useless right now. "My level 30 elite, my level 40 guardian. I poured my soul into making them," she thinks. Yet somehow, he just rendered her entire puppet army totally powerless. Pushed to the edge, she leaps forward to desperately attack. Lady Hong unleashes a massive storm of sharp strings, her eyes going wild as she screams, "This is impossible. You are only level 30. You can't possibly jump a 15-level gap. But this just makes me want you more." She screams an order to her puppet. "Trap him." Instantly, the crimson threads weave together, forming a massive red sphere that traps Zhou Yi and his sister completely inside. Even now, Lady Hong stays extremely confident in her ultimate binding technique. Now that you have dead weight to protect, who cares if you can fight above your level? With that, she and her puppet charge, striking the sphere with max power. Trapped inside that cage, Zhou Yi stays terrifyingly calm. He simply mutters 2 words. "Divine Tempest." Boom. A massive energy explosion erupts, completely shattering the giant sphere into pieces. As the shock wave rips apart the terrain for miles, the only safe spot left is right where Zhou Yi stands. Lady Hong frantically tries to form a backup plan. This raw power cannot even be measured anymore. "This is bad. I need to retreat. Right now." But Zhou Yi coldly walks toward her, calling out to Sunanfang. Realizing she is out of options, Lady Hong screams in panic. "Wait a minute." Desperate, she tries one last threat. "Zhou Yi, if you dare lay a finger on me, the Enchantment Commerce Guild will hunt you down. This is the guild's absolute highest wanted notice. The second I rip this, you will be hunted to the ends of the earth, until you die." She is certain he is intimidated. "But you and I know better, right? You really wouldn't want your precious Zhou family dragged into this? Right?" The dragon's absolutely murderous aura locked straight onto her. You and I are about to watch her realize she just picked a fight with an absolute demon. Terrified by that monstrous thing, she quickly clasps her hands and forces a pathetic smile. "Master Zhou Yi, look, this is all just one giant, terrible misunderstanding." With that massive ethereal dragon coiling right around her, Lady Hong frantically spills it. "I was wrong. I never should have laid a finger on Yoon or Suran. And I definitely shouldn't have made a deadly enemy out of you. Spare my life. And every single cold marrow crystal I own is yours. I'll even give the Zhou family a cut of the guild's crystal mine." Zhou Yi narrows his eyes. "A whole mine?" She nods wildly. "That mine pumps out enough cold marrow crystals to comfortably supply the entire Zhou family for 100 years. Think about it. Your family's frozen bloodline curse? Why even waste your time on a total nobody like me?" She's utterly desperate. She goes all in. "I'll be your most loyal dog. Say the word, and I will literally walk through fire and climb Blade Mountains for you. No questions asked." But deep inside her twisted head, the second my puppet strings connect, I'm teleporting straight out of here. Back to guild headquarters in a flash. I just need to stall him a tiny bit longer, just a few more seconds. Hearing this garbage, Chu Yi's expression turns ice cold. Now pay close attention here. Chu Yi knows a snake like her never begs unless it's a trap. So? He shuts her down instantly. I don't need your trash. A true master ignores threats and rejects weak temptations. Lady Hong freezes, completely stunned. Before she can even react, Chu Yi swings his arm, unleashing an absolutely massive wave of raw energy. Frantic, she weaves her puppet strings into a desperate shield. But against his godlike power, it shatters into a million pieces instantly. Her eyes practically pop out of her skull. She can't believe this reality. Right before the final strike hits, she realizes the truth. He's no normal holy knight. He's a literal god wrapped in holy light. Absolutely unbelievable. With Lady Hong wiped out, Chu Yi sets Ju Yun down safely. Blasting away the threads trapping Sununi, he gently catches her as she falls. Gazing down at the unconscious girl, Chu Yi whispers softly, "I'm finally back." Ling Fang watches, completely mind-blown. The monster he couldn't beat at full power? Zhao Yi just folded her in 2 seconds flat. How is that physically possible? He just stares blankly at Chu Yi. Watching him walk over, he feels a spark of intense inspiration. Zhuo Yi actually bows his head. Hand on his chest, he looks right at Ling Feng and gives him a totally sincere, "Thank you. Thanks for risking everything to protect my sister." Hearing that respect, Ling Feng grins and just bursts out laughing. "Then hurry up and heal me, man. I'm literally bleeding out over here." Meanwhile, across town, the Chu clan patriarch stands frozen in front of a massive painting. Now, here's where things get wild for us. That portrait? It's Zhuo Yi. The patriarch turns to the real Chu Yi, standing right there. "You came, our first official meeting. And as patriarch, I completely failed. I'm sorry you had to witness this absolute disaster today. I'm deeply ashamed." But Zhuo Yi skips the polite small talk and cuts straight to business. "Drop the formalities. Tell me right now why the Chu clan desperately needs the ice marrow crystal. You need absolute power to protect Ju Yun. Otherwise, she is never returning to this family." The patriarch sighs. "Did Zhuo Heng warn you?" He mentioned things, but stayed vague. The old man quietly studies Chu Yi, completely and utterly blown away. This kid just survived a brutal death match. Yet his energy, completely calm, steady as a bottomless lake. The raw, cold ruthlessness in his eyes easily crushes those pampered rich kids raised in total safety. The patriarch finally explains. Their clan's curse heavily tanked the awakening rate of their legendary ice bloodline. Worse, it made their bodies way too frail to survive the freezing backlash. Every single year, clan members literally freeze to death from the inside out. Your sister, Zhuo Yun, already suffered through this nightmare. Luckily, hers was the mildest form of the freeze. That's exactly why the extreme cold ice lotus actually worked to heal her. But for 90% of the Chu clan descendants, only the ultra-rare ice marrow crystal can suppress that deadly freeze. Lady Hong abused this exact weakness, he growls. That's why she jacked up the tribute every year. But this time, she crossed a major line. She tried to trade your life for the ice marrow crystal. His voice practically drips with cold, unfiltered fury over the tribute. But before the old man can finish his rant, Chu Yi cuts him off cold. Starting today, the payments stop. The Chu patriarch leans heavily on his cane, staring off into the distance. He starts breaking down the grim reality for Chu Yi. But trust me, taking out Lady Hong is just problem number 1. Stick with me here, this gets wild. The Misty Guild controls the crystal mines, meaning the clan has to beg. But Chu Yi? He just drops an absolute bombshell. Lady Hong is dead. Boom. The moment those words hit the air, the patriarchs completely freeze. The patriarch's eyes go wide. He actually trembles, screaming out in pure disbelief. What did you just say? She was a level 45 puppet master. A second advancement expert, with hundreds of puppets guarding her. Even with a breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss, killing her is absolutely impossible. Chu Yi just stays calm. She was way too arrogant. She didn't bring any backup. Plus, that abyss tripled the power of my ice skills. Right then, Chu Yi summons the legendary Frost Fang straight into thin air. And the kicker? I fully awakened Frost Fang in there. The patriarch's eyes basically pop out of his head. It awakened? Does it actually remember our ancestors? Chu Yi quickly steps in to answer. It remembers healing my body and helping me crush Lady Hong. But the dragon's soul is super weak right now, so I stored it inside me. Unless I absolutely have to, I am not waking it up. Hearing this, the Chu patriarch throws his head back and absolutely loses it. He is so insanely hyped that he drops his cane completely. He instantly hits his knees, praying wildly in front of the clan portrait. Ancestors, did you hear this? Getting Frost Fang's respect at his age? This kind of raw courage and insane destiny? Honestly, even the ancestors probably could not match this kid. The new generation really crushes the old, the patriarch thinks, bursting with pride. I thought he was just super talented. I never imagined he could pull something off like this. Throwing his hands up, he screams out, "The heavens have not abandoned our Chu clan." Chu Yi quickly grabs the cane, looking slightly concerned. Patriarch, maybe you should stand up first. Helping the old man up, the patriarch just laughs hard. My bad for losing it. I was just way too hyped. Then Chu Yi gets serious and says, "Tell me everything about this merchant guild." He thinks to himself, an evil cult is already targeting Ju Yun. I really cannot play bodyguard for her forever. If I help the Chu clan crush this merchant guild, this will definitely be the safest place for her. The Chu patriarch stops holding back. Stroking his beard, he starts spilling absolutely every single detail he knows. That Misty Guild started as a tiny shop, run by some low-level martial artist named Lu Xun, just scraping by, smuggling cheap ore to survive. Now pay close attention. 10 years ago, everything completely flips. That year, Black Wind Valley got slammed by a once-in-a-century blizzard. Every single trade route completely froze over. Lu Xun took his crew into that deadly valley. A month and a half later, he was the only survivor. Suddenly, he starts pulling out an endless supply of cold marrow crystals, profound ice jades, and glowing prosperity stones. He even got his hands on ultra-rare silver essence ore, stuff you only see once a century. The clan leader pulls out a wooden box to show Chu Yi. Lu Xun claimed he struck a massive mineral vein and somehow locked down the mining rights. For years, tons of people tried sneaking in to steal his route. They either vanished completely or ended up frozen solid right outside the valley. Not a single person has ever seen this mine entrance. Hearing this, Chu Yi instantly knows something is off. Way too many convenient coincidences here. The patriarch's face turns dead serious right now. He keeps going. The coincidences do not stop. 3 years ago, we could easily buy cold marrow crystals from traveling merchants. Sure, it was a little bit pricey, but it was definitely enough to supply our clan. You and I both know this is no accident. That spring, every merchant vanished, and the market completely dried up. Just as panic started setting in, Lady Hong came knocking at our door. She handed the clan a very suspicious offer. She claimed to have a private vein, promising to supply us with crystals at literally half the price. The only catch? We had to handle some small troubles for them. Chu Yi narrows his eyes, repeating it. Small troubles? Recalling the nightmare, the leader explains. Bluntly put, she wanted us as her attack dogs, crushing any small families who refused to bow down to her guild. Around this province, he adds, most minor families suffer from severe bloodline defects. The guild offers them rare cultivation resources. The price? Handing over the absolute best, most talented kid they have. But once those kids leave, they never come back. These families absolutely hate the guild, but dread losing their lifeline. So what do? Take all their rage out straight on our clan instead. We became the hated attack dogs. For 2 years, anytime our clan members step outside, they get ambushed and totally harassed. The guild's entire master plan was leaving us completely isolated, with absolutely zero backup. So what do you and I make of this? Chu Yi strokes his chin, finally piecing together the massive, insane conspiracy. Stick with me here, this conspiracy is wild. First, monopolize the supply. Then, drop prices and use the Zhao clan to crush any dissenters. Finally, you turn the Zhao clan into a massive public target. The leader completely agrees. After that, every single guild delivery came with shady new conditions. They knew they were walking straight into a deadly trap. But with their sick children needing those cold marrow crystals to survive, the clan had zero choice. They just had to close their eyes and jump. He pulls out a cold marrow crystal, holding it up for Chu Yi to see. This crystal arrived last year. 3 years ago, these things were a brilliant, pure ice blue, but lately, they are tainted with a dark blackish hue. Chu Yi grabs the crystal as the leader speaks. Madame Hong claimed it was just a natural impurity from deep inside the mines, but their physician suspects something corroded them. The second Chu Yi touches it, glowing golden smoke instantly wraps around his bare fingers. That pure power just keeps spreading. Strangely, a wisp of jet black energy trails right behind it. But a second later, his golden aura completely shatters that darkness. Chu Yi realizes something. This demonic energy is super faint, but feels insanely familiar. He has definitely felt this exact aura somewhere before. Then, another detail hits him hard. Madame Hong actually told him something. The leader cuts in. When the Great Lord wakes up, your curse vanishes. Zhao Yi knows this is not Lu Xuan. Now pay close attention here. To make a level 45 puppeteer like Madame Hong bow down, there has to be a terrifying true power pulling these strings. Luan simply does not have what it takes. Zhao Yi clenches his fists tightly. Madame Hong is dead, and the guild wants payback. He caused this mess, so he will face the fallout alone. The clan leader immediately snaps back. You belong to the Zhao bloodline. You carry the same blood as our ancestors. The old man grips his shoulder firmly. Your fight is the Zhao clan's fight now. No matter the storm, we face it together. Zhao Yi smiles, grasping the old man's hand. He truly appreciates it. But turning toward his arriving teammates, he knows he is never alone. Linggong complains loudly. Took you long enough. Taishan runs up to Big Bro Yi. The headmaster heard you were in trouble, so he packed the three of us up and shipped us straight over. You and I love a good squad reveal, right? A level 23 spirit Taoist, plus a mage and warrior. Zhao Yi is completely stunned. 2 months passed, and you all got way stronger. Tam laughs, patting his chest. Of course they follow their leader. They refuse to be the ones dragging him down. Holland grabs Lin Hai's shoulders with a totally knowing look. On the way here, Lin Hai even wanted to ask for ice magic pointers. So why is she acting so shy now? Lin Hai nervously clasps her hands together, hesitating, calling out to him. Chun Yi stands amidst the lush campus. His flawless face stands out perfectly with a faint, confident smile. He urges them on. This is an emergency. We talk on the way. The group follows right behind him. Nearby, an old man leaning on a cane silently watches them leave. His gentle gaze tracks the squad. He whispers that the boy is exactly like his legendary ancestor. The squad chatters excitedly. Someone wants road snacks, while another wonders if Black Wind Mountain is freezing cold. One brags about awesome snow boots, declaring this young master is absolutely not afraid of the cold. Their clan has massive cold resistance anyway. Standing slightly to the side, the MC is completely lost in thought. He feels like a total third wheel. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen with an intense, calculating look. Normally, he would just sneak in solo. The map lights up with a clear route. After all, that demonic energy is completely useless against him. Facing a stronger enemy, he could just use the Void Beast's power to escape. A flashback hits the image of him holding a girl right after slaying Lady Hong. Besides issuing basic daily quests, his system has been super quiet for a long time. But now, it feels like a forced command, blocking his solo route. A dazzling golden panel flashes open. Trust me on this. Time system mission activated. Team up and expose the guild's dark secrets. The mission reward? Every participating member receives 1 S+ rank skill book. Chest heaving, Chungi is sprawled on the floor in just his underwear. Right in front of him, a glowing system panel. Stick with me, his so-called strongest support system is finally showing its true colors. And it's insane. The real goal isn't just the mission, it's working with his team. Suddenly, a dark memory hits him. His comrades, battered and knocked out cold. He always believed his raw power was enough to keep his loved ones completely safe. But raw power alone? Nowhere near enough. A deadly, razor-sharp look flashes right across his eyes. Lady Hong's sudden attack was a massive wake-up call. Even the fiercest lion has to close its eyes eventually. And when he's asleep and totally alone, that is exactly when the wild dogs sneak in to take a bite. Thea Tam's loud shout snaps him out of it. Hey, if we don't move right now, Night's gonna catch us out here. So Nian rushes over, looking super anxious. Brother Chungi, are you all right? He just shuts his eyes. I'm fine, time to move out. He turns to the entire squad and shouts toward the giant teleportation circle. Right as the portal closes, someone yells back, about damn time. Another guy immediately complains, wait, no food first? I am absolutely starving. Chungi watches his squad stepping forward, but they still turn back, flashing him these huge smiles. He's incredibly proud of them. Thea Tam, fiery and fearless. Halen, flashy but super detail-oriented. Ling Feng, all tough talk but a total softie. The timid yet unbreakable Ling Shi. And the quiet, relentless Tunin. These guys? His best teammates. They are exactly why this lion can finally sleep peacefully. A whole day vanishes in a flash, and the entire landscape radically shifts. Massive mountains, buried under pure white snow. It looks totally insane, clashing against that heavy, blood-red fog creeping everywhere. Now, pay close attention. Black Wind Valley. By year's end, it's drowning in snow and choking on this thick, terrifying crimson mist. Almost nobody who walks in here ever makes it out fully intact. An armored military truck tears right through the snow toward them. But here is the crazy part. The Merchant Guild's base is completely unguarded. It is almost like Lu Tuyen doesn't care if anyone uncovers the valley's darkest secrets. Chungi's entire crew huddles up, freezing in heavy winter coats. So Nian nods. This is it. The public maps, they only show the valley's edge. Inside, totally blank. Nothing to go on. He casually shoves both hands deep into his freezing pockets. Expected that much. Chu Yi raises his hand, conjuring a brilliant blue butterfly before barking an order. Locate it. Boom. A skill panel pops up. This tracking skill burns raw mana, commanding the void butterfly to weave a magic circle that pinpoints exact spatial coordinates. Then the beast uses its hypersenses, locks onto the target, literally rips the void wide open, and teleports them straight there. Shivering, Theatam cups his hands, blowing hot air into his freezing palms. The wind in this cursed wasteland seriously feels like razor-sharp needles stabbing your skin. Hearing that, Chungi agrees mentally. He's absolutely right. This place is easily 3 times colder than the legendary Ice Dragon Abyss. He triggers his skills. A blinding golden aura bursts out, wrapping around him and the entire squad. Blessing of Courage. Weapons Blessing. Dawn's Blessing. God's Grace. Blessing of Protection. Layering epic buffs. He warns them. Squad, stay on high alert. You and I know support classes are wild, right? Lingfeng stares at his glowing body, totally stunned. It's his first time getting these insane buffs. The rumors didn't even do it justice. This power is unreal. Suddenly, his status window violently flashes onto the screen. Shen Lingfeng, level 22 Berserker. Strength 204 plus 61, jumping 30%, agility 190 plus 57, constitution 27 plus 63. All boosting 30%, intelligence 170 plus 51 with that 30% buff. While they were just chatting, his raw combat power absolutely went through the roof. Perfect timing. He gets to test this out very soon. Bizarre. Living threads silently snake through the snow, sneaking up on a backline member. Suddenly, Ling Shi is violently yanked high into the freezing air, screaming for help. Ling Feng snaps around in pure panic. What is going on? Someone pivots hard against the freezing snow and launches skyward. It is Chu Yi. He catches Ling Shi midair, holding her tight. Slashing his free hand, he slices the gross threads, painting a brilliant golden arc. Doing a flawless princess carry, they land smoothly back on the snow. Ling Shi blushes furiously. Thank you, Brother Yi. Ling Feng just glares at those creepy, squirming threads sprouting straight from the cliff. Seriously? What are those disgusting things? They look exactly like Madame Hong's terrifying puppet strings. Is there any way she survived? Chu Yi steps right up, looking totally deadpan. He grabs a thread and forcefully pumps his raw spiritual energy into it. The gross tendrils violently convulse as his raging spiritual energy totally fries them. They instantly shrink back. Those aren't strings. They are literal tentacles of a living monster. Chu Yi spins around. So what do you and I make of this trap? Helen triggers her spirit arts, floating up to look right through the solid cliff face. Glowing talismans swirl around her. Heaven and earth, primal sect, absolute root of 10,000 energies. Let's jump right into the madness. Helen thrusts her hands forward, sending talismans flying. They stick perfectly to the cliff, glowing with brilliant golden energy. Open, she screams. The formation kicks in, kicking up massive winds around her. Everyone's sweating bullets, sharing the exact same terrifying thought. Is the whole mountain alive? Suddenly, the snow vanishes, revealing an absolute nightmare of writhing tentacles, covered in hundreds of nasty, staring eyes. What even is this? Boom. Tentacles shoot out, twisting together into a massive, deadly drill spear. Holland doesn't flinch. She draws a talisman midair, chanting for hidden thunder to strike down the demons. A massive golden shield materializes, blocking the brutal attack. High-level spirit art in action. Evil suppressing seal. But wait, weird dark spots are infecting it. The barrier violently corrodes, melting into nothing. The seal is totally busted, forcing Holland to fly up. Dodging relentless strikes, she realizes the worst, that slime absorbs spiritual energy. Her powers run strictly on spirit energy. This monstrosity is her perfect counter. Chu Yi looks completely shocked. Now watch closely. The tentacles completely surround Chu Yi's squad, making Lingfeng furious. He summons a blazing fireball. His hair turns bright red, ready to turn this thing into ash. A massive wave of fire crashes right into the beast. But honestly, zero effect. The flames instantly die out, and the tentacles keep pushing. Lingfeng is super frustrated. Deep inside the slime, creepy eyes pop out, dropping these weird, puppet-like monsters. Humanoid shapes close in on the team. Their bodies, completely wrapped up in tentacles. Pitch black faces, glowing white eyes. Just soulless zombies marching straight toward them. Terrifying. Thea Tam cracks her knuckles. She lives for this. Beside her, Su Ran is ice cold, hand resting tightly on her sword hilt. Chu Yi holds them back as a glowing system screen suddenly pops up. S+ sword heart. Holy light protection active. Leave this to me, he tells his team. Stay right here. These freaks are terrified of the holy light. Sword drawn, he blitzes in like a hurricane, slicing through the horde before they can even blink. You saw that too, right? Chu Yi cracks the code. Immune to magic, weak to physical hits. He yells for Thea Tam and Su Ran. They grab weapons and instantly charge. Tactics time. Thea Tam, shatter their front lines. Su Ran, you take them out from behind. Triangle formation. Let's push. Thea Tam is absolutely hyped. Finally, my time to shine. He points back to the others. Stay inside the barrier. Do not step out. Ling Fong is annoyed. He taps his chest, desperate for action. Hold up. I'm a berserker. I don't just use fire. He instantly summons a red spear crackling with sparks. Grinning like a maniac, he points it forward. Chu Yi nods. Ling Fong joins the front line. Ling Shi, Halan stay back and analyze their weak spots. Both girls nod in total agreement. Got it. Ling Fong blasts forward at insane speed, leaving a trail of blinding golden rings. Leave some for me. Thea Tam leaps sky high, raising her massive, heavy battle axe. Aiming dead center for the huge eye, she screams out her mountain-cleaving strike. The blade slams down, dissolving the flesh instantly. She laughs, totally satisfied. It works. Meanwhile, Ling Fong and Su Ran are tearing it up. He skewers the beasts like chunks of meat. How's that for raw strength? Su Ran, cold and precise, slices the monsters clean in half. Chu Yi swings his golden blade with everything he has, obliterating them alongside Ling Fong. But the tentacles just keep writhing. Watching closely, Chu Yi realizes this horde is endlessly spawning. For every single one they kill, a fresh monster crawls right out of the mountainside. Suddenly, a black blur flies past Ling Shi. It's lightning fast, but her crazy agility catches a glimpse, and she completely freezes. She turns towards the battlefield, waving frantically. Brother Chu Yi, look, that's where we leave it. Chu Yi rushes over, and she shows him a mysterious token. Brother Yi, I pulled this token off one of those monsters. It belongs to the Tianlan family, and Halan snagged a cloth covered in weird inscriptions. Let's dive right in. You and I are about to uncover a massive conspiracy with these minor families. They definitely came snooping around for whatever epic loot the Black Wind Valley crew left behind, which means those silver threads do more than drain magic. They literally suck away life force, completely mangling the bones of anyone caught in them. Figuring it out, Zhao Yi drops into a combat stance, gripping his sword tightly behind him. The actual source of these deadly silver threads? It's the mountain itself. Every single monster is wired straight to the cliff. With zero hesitation, Zhao Yi swings his blade with terrifying force, blasting a huge arc ahead. Forget fighting the monsters, he cuts their leashes. His strike absolutely rips through the earth, splitting the ground into a massive canyon. Time to see what's really hiding down there. The rune-covered stone slabs instantly shatter, crumbling away in a massive collapse. Total chaos all around them. But Zhao Yi's squad stands completely unharmed inside a solid protective barrier. As the heavy dust finally clears out, the hidden truth behind the mountain starts coming into focus. Ling Fong and Taishin freeze up, eyes wide with pure shock. She literally gasps out loud. Human skeletons are buried everywhere. And surrounding the team, giant blocks of solid ice, acting like mirrors reflecting their horrified faces right back at them. Taishin tosses her weapon onto her shoulder, totally confused. Wait, was everything just a fake illusion? Zhao Yi steps up, his reflection gliding across the frozen glass. He shakes his head, definitely real. Staring dead into one of the icy mirrors, he calls it out. This is all just camouflage for a hidden dungeon entrance. He breaks it down. Black Wind Valley was never a natural mountain range to begin with. Now, you and I need to pay close attention. It's a colossal dungeon that merged flawlessly, with our world totally undetected. The whole team is dead silent, hanging onto every word. Zhao Yi raises his hand, piecing this absolute madness together. Actually, Li Wan figured this out. The Merchant Guild left this place completely unguarded because the dungeon itself is the ultimate death trap. Any trespasser just becomes monster food. Ling Fong shoves his hands into his pockets, practically scoffing. So many dirty tricks. Ling Shi's eyes go wide. Wait, so those freaks they just killed? They were past intruders mutated into monsters. Zhao Yi doesn't deny it. He presses a hand against the freezing ice, sending magical ripples across the surface. Spot on, the mountain is the Gate 1 boss. You die here, your soul gets bound to the rocks forever. A blinding light flares up under his palm. He shouts for everyone to brace themselves. The second gate's boss is waking up. Crack! The icy sky above them violently shatters into a million pieces. The squad instantly groups up, standing back to back for war. Ling Feng screams out. These broken mirrors are setting up a sneak attack. Zhao Yi barks out orders. Ling Shi, stack up 2 more layers of ice and earth. Do not give these things an opening. She quickly replies, got it. Every falling shard reflects the crew's anxious and exhausted faces. You and I both know, something nasty is coming. Through the heavy fog, a single creepy silhouette slowly walks right up to Zhao Yi. In another zone, Ling Shi is suddenly trapped inside a massive, dense forest. She spins around, totally lost. Brother Yi, Xiaolon, where is everyone? Gripping her staff, she nervously scans the spooky shadows. Now over to Ling Feng. Shirt ripped off, fists glowing with raw energy, absolutely growling with rage. What is this ugly monstrosity? Now we cut right over to Hallen. She's taking cover behind a huge pillar, gripping a massive talisman, and desperately chanting for all 10,000 mystic energies. Next is Chu Ran, standing alone on a transparent platform, gripping her blade tightly and yelling. And Taishan? She's going crazy in a graveyard, throwing a massive mountain-shattering strike. But an exact, perfect clone blocks it. The insane shockwave actually caves the ground in, cracking the earth wide open. She curses out loud. Some sick illusion. This annoying fake even copies this old lady's raw powerhouse strength. The fake stares back with dead eyes, mocking her by repeating her exact words. Some sick illusion. This annoying fake even copies my strength. Taishan is absolutely disgusted. Makes me sick. She violently yanks her giant axe right out of the clone's grip. Charging up her free hand, she throws a brutal hook with everything she's got. But the fake easily blocks the punch. Boom. Total setup. Seizing the opening, she throws a brutal blind spot kick, catching the clone completely off guard. The impact launches the fake backward, totally destroying the tombstones. You and I love a satisfying beatdown. Taishan strolls over and sneers at it. You absolute idiot. Couldn't even recognize a simple feint. Stick with me here. Lying in the rubble, the lifeless clone just muttered you fell for a feint. Totem just looked down from above, arms crossed, completely unbothered. She realized this cheap copy could only mimic finished moves. It had zero idea how to actually adapt. But then, boom, a massive tremor violently shook the ground. Totem threw her arms up, instantly dropping into a defensive stance. The clone came flying out of the thick smoke, but she easily blocked the strike. Trading blows, she realized something terrifying. This thing was learning way too fast. She needed to end this right now. Meanwhile, a blinding flash of light smashed into the dirt where Lin Feng stood. His dragon-scaled arm got pushed back, but he just smirked. What is the matter? Done copying? Now you are just throwing a tantrum inside my flame dragon zone. The fake lunged, but Lin Feng instantly vanished, entering his half-dragon form. His weapon practically exploded with raw, burning fire. Time to show you the massive gap between the original and a cheap knockoff. He unleashed an epic slash, but the fake dodged it fast. Suddenly, an exact copy of his spear materialized in its hand. Lin Feng laughed. Fast on the copy and paste, huh? He charged forward, spinning his spear like a blazing drill. You want to steal my moves? Let me give you a full lesson. That fiery drill expanded, burning hotter and completely overwhelming the space as it launched forward. Sky-burning strike. Those two spears collided hard, exploding into an absolutely blinding flash. The insane impact shattered the entire battlefield. Bursting from the rubble, the clone swung hard, but Lin Feng easily ducked under the blade. Gripping his spear tight, he channeled crazy power for his next strike. Riding the momentum, he spun that spear, summoning a massive fire ring to block. But the fake just walked up, tapping the flames with its own weapon. Then it perfectly slipped right through the fire. Face totally dead and blank. The blade stabbed right into Lin Feng's chest. Blood spilled. But suddenly, his body started glowing, his expression darkened, and his eyes practically ignited. Now watch closely here. You might copy a move, but you can never fake the raw flame dragon power burning inside him. Like a total tank ignoring the pain, he grabbed the blade buried right in his own chest. The fake just stared, completely emotionless. Lin Feng let out an epic roar, "You brainless fool." Behind him, a massive golden whirlwind erupted, taking the exact shape of a dragon. He seriously looked like a god ready to absolutely destroy the wicked. Go to hell. Meanwhile, razor-sharp talismans sliced through the air like literal blades. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the area, smoke hiding everything. Halan, totally battered and bruised, secretly gripped a talisman behind her back. She stared into the smoke, exhausted, when 3 more talismans suddenly flew right at her. She whipped around, completely stunned. She frantically jumped back as they exploded. Through the smoke, her clone's dead, a motionless face appeared. Halan circled it, actually laughing. And here I thought you were skilled. That is not how you use a Taoist charm. She kept dodging, then suddenly bit her own hand, drawing blood. Real Taoist charms need to channel the actual spiritual energy of nature. You might copy the look, but never the soul. Suddenly, glowing drops of rain materialized, hovering magically in the air around her. This wind, this rain, it is all part of the true Taoist heart. Halan raised her bleeding hand, tracing a brilliant line of golden light. Her expression went dead serious. The heart is the core. Power is just the tool. She yelled, "You have no soul. You do not respect the Tao." Meaning, you can never actually control the raw forces of nature. Copy a million charms. They are all just empty shells. Those glowing raindrops blasted straight toward the fake. The clone bit its hand, trying to copy her exact move. But instead of magic, disgusting tentacles violently twisted out of its wound. The fake looked terrified. You and I totally saw this coming, right? The fake gets impaled, and gross tentacles explode everywhere, in pure nightmare fuel. Cut over to a massive tree, where a heavily injured Lin Hai is slumped against the bark. Her fake stood right there, looking super cocky behind an impenetrable shield. "Little sister, just stop fighting it. I might be a clone, but you still cannot win." Lin Hai, absolutely covered in cuts, gripped her staff tight. "I am not struggling," she thought. "I am just waiting for you to mess up." She looked down at her battered legs, her brain working on overdrive. 10 minutes, that is all it took for you to copy my voice, my looks, and go straight on the offensive. Now you are literally setting custom traps just for me. Your level up speed is completely insane, but if you operate like a classic dungeon boss, there is 100% a weakness here. The fake fired off an insane barrage, forcing Lin Hai to dodge wildly. The clone just laughed. "See? Still running away." It unleashed a brutal wave of ice shards, taunting her. "Oh, sweet sister, just give up and let us merge into one." But she spots something: those ice shards are missing bone patterns. And that is where we leave it. "Trust me, you need part 2. All right, stick with me here." The clone arrogantly leaned on her staff. Lin Hai just scoffed, suspicious from the very start. She asked, "What kind of skill perfectly steals decades of power?" Turns out, you only copied the shiny shell, but totally failed to replicate her precise, god-tier control over the elements. Blood dripping from her wounds, the fake looked totally confused. "What do you mean?" Lin Hai slammed her hand against a tree, sending glowing veins of pure power straight through it. Behind that tree, a brilliant green flame instantly erupted. Take the ice element for example. A complete novice only summons a basic ice orb, while a true master condenses it into deadly needles. But when you use ice magic, you don't even form the most basic runic structures. It just proves how painfully crude your understanding of the elements truly is. She gripped her staff tight, slamming it into the earth as light flared from the glowing cracks. That is something you absolutely cannot learn. It is not just a minor detail. From those glowing cracks, deadly ice spikes shot straight toward the clone's face. Lin Hai shouted, "The real power of an all-element mage is making those elements work together perfectly." The fake's brows furrowed, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. Suddenly, countless magic circles of every type materialized right in front of her. A weak voice echoed, "Magic is never about cookie-cutter skills. It is all about deep elemental understanding. Given enough time, you could probably replicate every single one of these spells too." Suddenly, a blinding flash of epic light erupted. "But why on earth should I give you time? Now watch this closely." The fake Lin Hai was instantly vaporized by that light. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was facing his own deadly doppelganger, Holy Storm. Their heavy swords clashed head-on, triggering an absolutely massive explosion. 2 blinding flashes of energy cut right through the thick smoke. Chu Yi thought in pure surprise. He launched Holy Light Cross just 0.5 seconds after his last skill, with a power deviation under 0.1 degrees. The clone's simulation accuracy was constantly upgrading. Facing his opponent, he noticed something crazy. His movements were far less robotic now. Even crazier, he felt the clone actively analyzing his combat weaknesses mid-fight. Realizing this, Chu Yi gripped his blade tight and charged forward. A sparring partner improving this fast? That was an opportunity he simply could not pass up. The two clashed relentlessly in mid-air, raw power completely equal, neither giving a single inch. But this time, the clone simulation was half a second slower. Why? The lag spiked heavily whenever it copied his elemental skills. Does your fake database overload when trying to merge completely different combat data? Chu Yi gritted his teeth, glaring coldly at the exact copy of his own face. The fake sheathed his sword, landing smoothly. The real Chu Yi spoke with absolute ice. Your dead silence just proves you are nothing but a machine, he stated coldly. What do you actually want from me? The fake Chu Yi rubbed his chin, staring back with a totally blank expression. Then, a twisted, wicked grin spread across his face. I just want to see how far a replicated body can truly go. Facing that overwhelming aura, the clone confidently smirked. I know absolutely everything about you. You cannot kill me. Chu Yi just sneered back with heavy contempt. Is that right? Back where I am from, we have a saying. He held his hand out, golden energy threads swirling intensely. Chu Yi kept talking. You and I both know big talkers always bite their own tongues. Suddenly, a huge hole blew through the clone's stomach, cracking its entire body. You knew all along, Chu Yi explained calmly. From the exact second we started brawling, this mirror has been tracking my moves, and every single one of your lag spikes happened right after that mirror flashed. Basically, everything you have learned came from this stupid mirror just observing me. You tried so hard to hide it, using heavy attacks to distract me and keep it a secret. He reminded him coldly, but never forget. You were copied right from me. I know everything about you. Lin Hai looked over, totally stunned. As Chu Yi emerged from the thick dust, Lin Hai sprinted over to him. You are finally out. She was frantic, pushing him forward. Hurry up. You really have to save Ran. Chu Yi immediately asked, what on earth happened to little Ran? At that exact second, Ran was battling the literal demon inside herself. Her dark double just smiled, mocking her as she tried to hold the power back. The demon relentlessly provoked Ran. You do not even dare accept your true bloodline. So incredibly pathetic. And they dare call you a prodigy. Ran gritted her teeth, thinking, I can literally feel the succubus consciousness inside me, throbbing relentlessly, like countless greedy hands desperately trying to claw their way out of my body. But another voice echoed deep in her head. Just let me help you, Ran told herself. I absolutely cannot lose my control again. But that mysterious voice just pushed harder. You will never dodge her next attack like this. Ran struggled hard to suppress the dark urges. At the very least, she had to stay totally clear-headed to finish this crucial mission with Chu Yi. But the voice just kept whispering. Get up. Chu Yi will be so incredibly disappointed seeing you defeated like this. It whispered, constantly tempting her breaking mind. I am your real power. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. She screamed, get out of my head. Stick with me here. This battle gets absolutely wild. The demon charges forward, sword drawn, sneering. Too scared to unleash your real bloodline? Let us see you try and stop me. She swings a lethal strike, but Chu Ran barely dodges it. Missing doesn't stop her. The demon presses the attack relentlessly. Can you not see the massive power gap between us? Smirking, she exposes Chu Ran's hidden fears. You worry too much. Terrified of losing control. Terrified of what Zhou Yi will think of you. But me? I fear absolutely nothing. Another heavy sword strike flies out. Chu Ran leaps backward, continuing to desperately evade. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship or magic is, refusing to use your bloodline makes you exactly like any other ordinary professional. The demon relentlessly pushes Chu Ran right to her absolute breaking point. Oh, right. In your memories, your precious Zhou Yi claimed that kindness is never a weakness. She asks a brutal question, but your kindness is getting crushed. When I grind you to dust. Will he even remember a weakling? Chu Ran mutters in denial. I am not. I cannot be. That eerie inner voice echoes again. See what happens when you suppress me? Let me out. She is just a mindless, pathetic clone. Does she honestly think a little bit of demonic power lets her run wild? I can tear her apart, and I can protect him too. Ling Shi says anxiously to Zhou Yi. Once we kill our clones, we reset to the starting point. Now pay attention. This is crucial. These mirrors show everyone fighting their clones. Chu Ran is clearly stronger. So why is her clone completely dominating her? Xiaolan explains, the clone grows stronger over time, even developing its own consciousness. Big sis Chu Ran is in serious danger right now. Ling Fang is totally lost. He cannot hear them, but the situation looks incredibly dire. Why hold back her bloodline power? Zhou Yi stays silent, knowing the heartbreaking reason perfectly. Chu Ran is battling herself. She is not getting overpowered because she is weak. Losing control so many times has left her terrified of her bloodline. The clone holds one single, massive advantage. Zero inhibitions. It can unleash absolute full power without any fear or mental burden. Ling Feng furiously slams his fist against the mirror in front of him. Let her out to fight for real. Why hold back against a fake? Tai Xin grows incredibly anxious. Brother Yi, what do we do? Just smash it? Zhou Yi stays silent, realizing the mirror world could invade her consciousness. Forcibly breaking, it might severely injure her. You know exactly what he is thinking, right? He steps forward. Conventional ways will not save her. I must force it. Zhou Yi warns everyone, get back as far as you can. Instantly, he triggers his transformation, raises his hand, and violently shatters the mirror ahead. Everyone stares in pure shock. Brother Yi is forcibly destroying the clone's core energy node. He is breaking the actual instance itself to save Big Sis Chu Ran. Meanwhile, the demon pins her straight to the ground, sneering. Look how pathetic you are. Chu Ran coughs weakly, her eyes darting in pure terror. Something flashes brightly right in front of her. That blinding light shoots straight towards them. Instantly, the demon vanishes into thin air. Chu Ran squints, wearily pushing herself up. Zhou Yi steps through the mirror, smiling as he reaches out. Do not be afraid. I am here now. Hearing his voice, Chu Ran bites her lip, looking completely heartbroken. Suddenly, the surrounding space shifts, cracking apart violently. Chu Ran's eyes widen in sheer terror. Gripping her sword, she forcefully shatters the invisible wall, imprisoning her. But the second she breaks free, Chu Ran swings her sword and attacks Zhou Yi. He simply cannot believe what is happening right now. He silently calls out her name. To completely avoid hurting her, Zhou Yi can only raise a single fist to block her incoming attack. But even with that single blow, Chu Ran is easily sent flying backward. The others can only stare, their jaws dropping in pure disbelief. Chu Ran slams into the ground, shattering the earth on impact. Zhou Yi thinks grimly. The holy light is burning her. Why? Her constitution should not fear holy energy. Chu Ran once again charges forward, sword drawn. Zhou Yi uses holy light to counter, but quickly retracts it, realizing that both his lightning and holy energy are actively harming her. He immediately raises his hand, unleashing a thick stream of green smoke. The smoke forms tendrils, tightly binding Chu Ran's hands, then wraps around her legs too. In a flash, her entire body is safely restrained. It is the only way he can hold her down, without causing any serious damage. Zhou Yi steps closer. Look at me. The walls dissolve. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me. Chu Yi's entire squad was completely stunned. Wall fragments slowly merged into a totally unknown face. Then an angry voice roared, hijacking the dungeon rules. Ultimate elimination sequence activated. That creepy face? A level 20 silver thread spider? Epic tier potential. Packing skills like Silver Spit and Shadow Clone Annihilation Spike. Then a level 30 Rockfire Soldier. Gold tier. Wielding Magma Crash, Harden, and War Stomp. Next, a level 34 Bone Vine Puppet. Gold tier with Spike, Ambush, and Entanglement skills. Plus, a level 23 Epic Bone Warrior. Ready to spam Shattering Cleave and Will Siphon. Finally, a level 33 Water Monster. Gold tier Acid Spit. Ling Shi didn't hesitate, jumping in and effortlessly slicing monsters apart. But get this. The chopped up monsters instantly started stitching their own bodies back together. Ling Shi yelled they were fusing. The silver threads were forcing them whole again. He whipped out a talisman, chanting the Bing Ding fire command to dispel evil and shatter illusions. Spirit bursting talisman activate. Boom. Fire instantly swallowed the monsters. Tai Yishan charged right in. She swung her massive axe, smashing it straight into a skull. Then she launched the axe like a missile, tearing right through the horde and clearing a massive path. Now, pay attention here. Lingong crushed a monster, while Chu Yi realized one entity controlled every thread. He stared at Xiaowen. The dungeon's whole logic is survival of the absolute strongest. Just like before, anyone who fails gets hijacked by these silver threads, turning into mindless stage monsters. Even though Chu Yi forcibly shattered the second gate's main energy node to pieces, Xiaowen still couldn't fully break free from her own brutal mental trial. Countless silver threads swarmed her body. Her charm demon bloodline was completely unstable, giving the dungeon a perfect opening to strike. That's how the threads hijacked her mind. And the mastermind behind this? They see Chu Yi as the ultimate threat, so they're throwing literally every monster at him, treating Chu Yi like the real final boss. Chu Yi flared his aura, dead set on dragging out the mastermind pulling these strings. Mind controllers always hide in the shadows and rarely show their real faces. But to save Xiaowen for good, I know what you're thinking. He apologized to Xiaowen. Time to force the boss out. He warned her this might hurt a bit. Suddenly, a massive wall slammed down from the sky, followed by another one crashing right next to it. The walls slammed shut, forming an absolute prison around Xiaowen. Chu Yi just stood outside, staring at the box ice cold. He turned to Hilan, ordering her to use a chill-locking talisman to seal Xiaowen's energy. Hilan shouted she was on it. She whipped out 3 talismans instantly, executing Chu Yi's order, chanting that heaven and earth have their absolute boundaries. Qi flows within limits, ward off outside evil and seal the inner chaos. The talismans blasted out, completely surrounding Xiaowen in 3 directions. Boundary setting command activated. Total movement prohibited, slashing through the endless horde. Ling Shi screamed that there were just too many. They couldn't hold the line much longer at this rate. Ling Gong was really feeling the heat too. The monster numbers were just multiplying like crazy. He realized these freaks were eating each other to evolve. Chu Yi knew killing them all was impossible. The dungeon unleashed its entire arsenal. A head-on fight was suicide. The squad would burn through their energy in under 30 minutes. Plus, he'd be totally distracted trying to keep them alive. Decision made. Chu Yi closed his eyes, drawing a massive torrent of raw power into his core. No more holding back. To crush this once and for all, he had to drop his absolute strongest, most devastating attack. Chu Yi barked a warning. Everyone fall back now. Put up your absolute best defenses and do not look away no matter what. Ling Feng, Ling Shi, Xiaowen, and Taishin all screamed back in unison. They got it. Ling Feng told him to just focus on dropping the hammer. Instantly, a monstrous wave of pure energy swallowed Chu Yi completely whole. From inside her sealed box, Xiaowen watched his terrifying aura expand further and further. Crushed under this insane pressure, the entire monster horde totally froze. Then they actually started dissolving. Their flesh simply melted away, exposing those creepy silver threads underneath. Taishin screamed in absolute disbelief. What in the world were those things? They weren't vanishing. They were actively merging into one giant mass. Trust me, you're not ready for this. The dungeon was fusing them. Ling Shi's magic senses went crazy. The monster's energy swirls like a massive vortex around those silver threads. It's packing double the raw power of every beast we've seen combined. Chu Yi takes a deep breath. Stick with me, because this level 1 summon of the gods is about to blow your mind. Massive white wings burst open, completely blocking out the sky. An armored silver figure appears, drawing back a bow aimed right at the enemy. Countless silver-armored knights materialize behind Chu Yi. Ling Gong just points, his eyes absolutely wide with total shock. How can a kid like Chu Yi summon back up this insane? Taishin stammers out, is this the ultimate holy knight skill? Ling Zi can only watch in awe. That radiating energy is just terrifying. The chaotic dungeon space actually freezes for a split second. Pinned down by Chu Yi's overwhelming pressure, the massive monster lets out another furious roar. Chu Yi clenches his jaw hard. He knows this crazy angelic summon is only temporary. He's already burned 30% of his life force. Every single second this angel exists, his mental energy drains rapidly. Once this fight is over, he definitely needs to level up this divine summon. The energy cost is just way too brutal right now. Taking the risk, he screams out an order. Target and eliminate all monsters. Instantly, a massive volley of arrows fires off. Every single arrow locks onto one target, the giant monster. The beast throws up its hands to block, but it gets completely crushed under that godlike power. That blinding beam of light doesn't slow down at all. Ling Shi gasps. Now watch closely here, because a force this incredibly massive is literally tearing the dungeon's limits apart. Jian looks terrified. Brother Yi can't hold on much longer. Keeping a top-tier summon active takes a devastating toll on his mental energy. With the monster finally wiped out, Chu Yi lets out a huge sigh. He turns his gaze straight towards Suan. Leaving the trash to the angel is fine. He only has one real target left. Surging forward, he marches right up to her. Unleashing a terrifying wave of power, he gives a cold warning. I'll count to 3. Get out now. 1 second late, and I destroy this entire place. Suan just bites her lip, glaring back as Chu Yi starts counting down. 1, 2, right before the final number, a gigantic dark shadow looms up behind Suan. Chu Yi braces himself. He knew it, the dungeon boss. So you finally decided to drag yourself out of hiding. Huh? Seeing those sick black stains all over the boss's body, Chu Yi realizes the truth. It's completely corrupted by shadow creatures. A corrupted heart eater. Level 50. Legendary tier. Skills completely unknown. Chu Yi locks eyes with the terrifying monster. The heart eater studies Chu Yi up and down. Well, this is definitely interesting. Out of everyone who has foolishly barged in here over the years, you're the absolute youngest powerhouse. Yet, somehow, Your aura hits way harder than those old veterans. The Heart Eater is controlling Suron like a puppet, using countless silver threads. Chu Yi grits his teeth hard, blocking his vision with one hand. The Heart Eater leans in close, with a creepy grin. Don't be so tense. I didn't come to fight. It looks back before dropping the real hook. I know what you're thinking, but wait, it wants to make a deal. Hearing this, Chu Yi's eyes snap wide open. He stares in absolute disbelief as a massive pile of insane loot just spawns instantly. The Crystal of Purification, packed with holy energy. This thing wipes out any curse-type status effect immediately. The mind-calming Jade. It stops bloodline powers from going berserk and perfectly stabilizes broken constitutions. Then there's the Crimson Dragon Crystal, pure berserk fire energy that you can smash straight into a weapon. It boosts attacks with 50% bonus fire damage. Plus the Mystic Iron Star Core, a heavy metal ore humming with spatial waves. You can use it to craft teleport gear, and it slashes skill cooldowns by 15%. The Spirit-Nourishing Jade holds the literal breath of life. Slap it into armor, and it auto-regenerates your health. If you're a healer class, that healing effect doubles. A massive shield wall scroll that summons a huge energy barrier. We're talking a 10-meter radius of pure protection for 10 full seconds, and a no-weakness scroll. For 1 whole hour, you see every enemy's weak spot. Ling Zi is literally losing his mind. If we socket that dragon crystal onto the boss's gauntlet, that would be absolutely legendary. Who cares about the rest of them? One punch could literally blast these monsters to dust. He is hyped seeing all this god-tier loot. Healing types, crazy defensive gear, everything. What an insane bribe. Chu Yi glares coldly, realizing that Purification Crystal could finally cure the Chu family's eternal curse. He is definitely tempted. But that serene night liquid standing there, that was made specifically for Sun Yan. The Heart Eater wraps an arm around Chu Yi, whispering poison. Just look at how much pain she is in. One single drop of that liquid lets her sleep safely for days. No more stressing about her bloodline randomly exploding and killing her. The monster grins. This is just the appetizer. So what do you and I think he'll do next? You cleared the dungeon's trial, the voice declares. Here is your epic reward. Take it and get out. Now, trust me, you and I know a trap when we see one. Chu Yi instantly sees the bait. Sure, he could walk away loaded right now, but then he remembers his squad. The brutal life or death battles, the ticking clock on their mission to expose the corrupt Mammoth Merchant Guild's dark secrets. Staring down the giant heart, Chu Yi smirks. Tempting loot, not gonna lie. But you clearly misunderstood one crucial detail. He tightly grips his blade and slashes the monstrous creature. I didn't hike into Blackwind Valley just for some shiny handout. Pushing the brutal assault, he roars. The system quest, avenging my friends, breaking my family's curse. None of that gets solved by taking your pathetic bribe. Shocked, the Heart Eater screams out. You're seriously throwing away an absolute fortune that is right in front of you? Chu Yi holds his ground. You literally know everything about me, even my family curse. Obviously, this is a trap built just for me. Suddenly, insane energy erupts, transforming Chu Yi's entire body as he whispers, Star of Purification, Serene Heart Knight. I'm taking it all. His eyes lock on the monster. And you? You're completely dead. Triggering Dragon God's Dominion, he explodes forward in a blur, cleanly slicing the massive Heart Eater right down the middle. But wait, the ground abruptly crumbles beneath him. The torn monster spreads its arms, sinking straight into the earth itself. You're going to want to watch this next part closely. A massive rock golem erupts from the dirt. Without warning, the beast shatters the entire battlefield with its giant fists. In a split second, total chaos swallows the entire zone. Chu Yi leaps to safety, barely dodging the deadly abyss. But glancing over, his heart drops. Suo Ren wasn't quite as lucky. Caught completely off guard, she plummets down, screaming in pure panic. Chu Yi, hearing her terrified scream, he totally loses it. Suo ran, diving straight into the pit. He reaches for her hand, but his fingers just grab empty air. It hits him instantly. You're trying to mess with my head using a cheap illusion. Absolutely furious, Chu Yi lands a devastating direct blow on the beast. But getting exposed? The monster doesn't panic, even a little bit. Instead, it just laughs at him. Is that really your best? Chu Yi's eyes go dark. His voice, dangerously low. Why don't you test me and find out? The monster readies another brutal attack. Blinding white lightning cracking in its glowing eyes. I was going to reward you. I was going to let you live. But you had to be stubborn. Different faces rapidly flash through its mind. Sequence deletion is completely finished. I finished adapting. Now try fighting my ultimate form. With a single swipe of its hand, all those illusions shatter into glass. But then, the The beast spots a huge problem. What? Chu Yi is right there, with his real squad standing right behind him. Whoever said I was fighting solo? As he drops the line, a terrifying, massive blue dragon materializes right behind his back. The allied soldiers unleash a deadly rain of arrows, while Bone Fang recklessly charges forward to launch a brutal combo attack. Everyone targets the shadowy beast at once, burying it under a heavy cloud of dust and thick smoke. In seconds, its form starts melting away. No! A gigantic explosion violently rocks the cavern, shattering every rock in sight. I know what we're all thinking here, game over, right? But suddenly, through the thick dust, glowing glass shards just magically appear in the air. These weird mirror pieces aren't fading. Peering into one of the shards, Chu Yi actually spots a reflection, a desperate man kneeling on the dirt. The guy looks crazy familiar. Wait, is that? As Chu Yi reaches out to touch it, blinding golden energy completely swallows him whole. Time literally rewinds. 10 years ago, right here in Black Wind Valley, that same man is begging before an overwhelming dark entity. Creepy black tentacles coil around him, as a chilling voice echoes from the shadows. You wish to save your dying daughter? Absolutely terrified, he still forces an answer. The top priest in Tianlan claims without the 1,000-year mystic ice jade, she won't survive till spring. I heard wild rumors about you in the black market, so I risked everything for your blessing. The demon smiles. Blessing? Oh, I really like the sound of that word. I will grant you enough riches to buy every single healing herb in this entire city. But first, complete 3 tasks. Clenching his shaking fists, the man chokes out. What? What are the tasks? Suddenly, countless glowing jewels rain from the ceiling, alongside the monster's twisted demand. Use this fortune to lure as many fools as possible into Black Wind Valley. The souls of the weak will become my personal food, and the strong, they'll become my mind-controlled gatekeepers. The man's eyes totally widen in horror. You want to slaughter them all? The demon just bursts into maniacal laughter, pushing its razor-sharp teeth right into the guy's face. Let's pause and let that sink in together. Don't be tense. They come willingly. After all, who could possibly resist getting filthy rich overnight, left with 0 other options? Let's dive right in. He came back, bragging about finding mystic essence stones in Black Wind Valley. Just 1 piece? Worth a massive 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? His friend was super skeptical, obviously. Wait, isn't that the exact death zone where everyone vanishes without a single trace? Just last year, old Wang V took an entire squad inside. Result? Not even their bones made it out. He instantly spun a lie. That's just because they took the wrong path. I actually found the main vein, but I'm seriously lacking manpower. Team up with me. I will hand you guys a solid 30% cut of all the mined ore. Easy money. Thanks to his lies, the monster's body count absolutely skyrocketed. The sheer bloody horror of it all made him violently sick to his stomach. Heavy tears streamed down his face. He called it a sin. But honestly, their own blind greed walked them straight into the trap. The beast? It felt 0 guilt. Why do you think they enter Black Wind Valley? Out of the goodness of their hearts? Please, they just want to strike it rich, stepping over dead bodies. And he didn't quit. He kept luring fresh meat right into the slaughter. Elder Fun, we can negotiate the price. Just help me spread the word. But soon enough, absolute chaos broke loose right at his own doorstep. Boss, we have a huge problem. The North City Guild is demanding 80% of our profits, or they shut down our entire operation. We have 0 backing. Those brutal thugs could easily just wipe us all out. Watch closely, this changes everything. Hearing this made him completely snap. He turned absolutely ruthless, totally ignoring the desperate, begging cries of everyone else. Boss Liu, I was so stupid, totally blind. Please spare my life. From now on, the North City Guild answers only to you. I was so wrong, Boss Liu. I will do literally anything. He just stood there, cold, soaking in the terrified screams, begging for mercy. Every ounce of his guilt vanished. Standing before the massive monster, his fear was completely wiped out. He was now Lord Lu Xuan. His new plan was dangerously sharp. I am going to build a massive merchant guild. On the surface, a totally legal business. Just mining and selling high-grade ore, but in the shadows, it is the perfect trap to handpick victims for the valley. Naturally, the beast loved the sound of that. Fine. What do we call it? He smirked. The name he chose? The Enchanting Siren. Even the monster was curious about that specific name. Luan didn't miss a beat. I once sailed out to sea and ran straight into sirens. They looked like pure goddesses. Their singing voices? Absolutely beautiful. But their spell made men dive to their deaths, crashing ships right into the jagged reefs. I only survived by holding tight to the broken deck. Hearing this dark origin story, the monster casually spit out what totally looked like a human bone. Fitting name. Time skip ahead, and his bloody business is absolutely booming. Boss, here is this month's ore production list. We gathered enough Hansu crystals to cover the Zhou family tribute, plus 17 nutrient-rich human bodies dumped right into the valley. Luan took the list, looking incredibly smug. Interesting. He checked every single detail. These nutrients are a bit low quality. Next time, tell Madame Hong to be way more strict with her selections. Stop sending us useless trash. His assistant bowed with extreme respect. Yes, sir. But Luan had one more nasty trick up his sleeve. Also, bump this year's prices up by 2%. Meanwhile, this entire twisted history is exactly what Chu Yi was watching unfold. You and I can see why he's creeped out. These weird fragments somehow recorded 10 whole years of bloody karma perfectly. More glass-like shards rained down, swirling together like a crazy vortex right in Chu Yi's palm. Boom. A glowing purple stone materializes. That blue dragon from earlier instantly pops back up. That right there? The dungeon core. Holding that stone means you basically own this entire dungeon. Even mid-tier guilds wish they had their own private dungeon. Now, it's yours. The perks you get from this are absolutely insane. Holding the Mirror Prison Core grants 30% control over the whole zone. You literally rewrite the basic rules of this space. Frostfang dropped some epic news. From this moment on, your resource grinding days are totally over. A personal dungeon is a literal gold mine, an endless money printer. You really hit the jackpot, kid. Now, push your spiritual energy into it. Feel that raw connection locking you to the dungeon. Chu Yi locked in. Pure energy started surging directly into his veins, glowing rings of intense power wrapped around him. An absolutely beautiful, blinding sight. Right nearby, Lingxi was gently holding up Chuan, completely swept up in the radiating shockwaves. Those energy rings just kept getting bigger, exploding outward. Chu Yi pushed his focus to the absolute limit. It was unreal. I can see every single tree and blade of grass without opening my eyes. It feels like I control every atom in here. But as his aura surged, a small figure appeared nearby. Chu Yi squeezed his eyes shut, lost deep in thought. But suddenly, Chu Yun is right there. Trust me, we aren't ready for what comes next. Stick with me here. Chu Yun turns, acting totally innocent. Brother, I was so worried, so I just followed an online guide to find you. Chu Yi is furious but totally helpless. You did what? Seeing his dark look, she quickly apologizes. My bad. Suya jumps in, clearly enjoying the drama. This little lady has serious guts, and honestly, crazy good luck too. Since you literally control this entire dungeon now, she is totally safe hanging around here with us. Honestly, he has no other choice but to warn her. Behave yourself, or I am sending you straight back home. Right as he says that, boom, a system alert pops up. Quest complete. Uncover the M Guild secrets with your squad. The reward? Every single team member gets one S-rank skill book. Status? Completed. Distributing rewards now. Chu Yi's friends finally spot Chu Yin and completely freak out. Why are you here? Shen Lingfang immediately starts scolding her. This zone is lethal. What were you thinking? This is not a kid's playground. Before he can even finish, Chu Yi tosses him a system alert while literally handing his sister over to him. Shen Lingfang, guard my sister. He catches the alert easily, agreeing like a boss, without even a second thought. Watch this next part closely. Do you even need to ask? But wait, what is this new item? Rage of the Bloodthirsty. Level 1, S rank. It rips blood beads straight from the enemy's life force. Those beads fuse into a massive soul blood orb, toss it at an enemy, and boom, a violently massive, bloody explosion. Shen Lingfang stares at the screen, basically losing his absolute mind. A real S-rank skill book? Over in the distance, Holland hears this and freezes. What? Chu Yi casually hands her one too. These are for everyone. Holland just stares at it, completely unable to trust her own eyes. An actual S-rank? Ling Ji is just as stunned. Why would you give us something this insanely rare? Helen is wondering the exact same thing right now. Brother Yi, do you even realize how much this thing is actually worth? Just one sells for 7 million on the black market, and people literally kill for them. But Chu Yi acts like it is absolutely nothing at all. It is a hidden dungeon, clear reward, split by class. Shen Lingfang stares completely blankly. And you are really just handing them over? My entire elite Shen family only has 3 S-rank skill books in total. Holland feels super guilty taking it. This is way too precious. We basically just tagged along and did minor mob cleanup. How can we accept this? But the item in her hands is undeniably overpowered. 3 Absolutes Formation. Level 1. S rank. It summons a massive formation, throwing all trapped enemies into a cursed state, slashing their max health right in half. Chu Yi warmly insists she takes it. We cleared this together. I cannot take all the credit. Ling Shi still feels completely unworthy. But this is insanely valuable. Let's be real. He could sell this for millions. Her new book, Elemental Forbidden Realm. Level 1, S rank. It spawns a massive zone blocking all elemental energy. Huge crystals crash down, triggering a massive secondary blast. Chu Yi just smiles warmly and gently ruffles her hair. Is cash really more important than your own life? The battles ahead will only get crazier. I will not have my squad risking their necks with 0 high-tier defenses. Zhen Lingfeng, meanwhile, is absolutely hyped. This is epic. Next time, I do not care who we are fighting. I am charging in first. Chu Yi just coughs dryly, staying silent. Taishan clutches her book, totally ecstatic. My very first S-rank skill. From now on, I will be the vanguard clearing these dungeons. Helen is hyped. I will fully master this 3 Absolutes formation. I absolutely won't slow you down. Ling Shi obviously feels the exact same way. Me too. Zhen Lingfeng immediately starts bragging to Taishan. Check this out. It drains their life force and creates a massive explosion. Insanely cool, right? Taishan instantly fires right back at him. Well, mine literally vaporizes low-tier mobs. Yours needs to collect blood first? Trash. Her new skill is Earth-Shattering Wave. Level 1, S rank. It absolutely slams the earth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Enemies take massive ongoing damage, and weaker targets get instantly vaporized. Hearing them argue like kids, Chu Yi finally interrupts. All right, enough messing around. First, get a solid grip on those new skills. You and I know the real boss is waiting deep inside. Xin Lingfeng just smirks. Watch me, 10 minutes flat, and I'm a master. Taishan instantly shoots back. You are so full of it. Stick with me here. He only needs 5 minutes to prep. Helen chimes in right beside him. Time for us to gear up too. They absolutely cannot get shown up. Suddenly, a hand grabs Chu Yi's shirt. It's Su Yan, flashing a massive, joyful smile, just showering him with total praise. She tells him he always knows exactly how to unite the team. Hearing that, Chu Yi just lets out a humble, modest laugh. It's just 'cause they're teammates, right? But wait, he almost forgot something. He pulls out an item, the legendary Serenity Elixir, gentle yet fierce. It suppresses raw bloodline power and stabilizes unusual constitutions. He specifically wanted to give this to Sunan. He tells her the bloodline issue can't be completely fixed yet, so take this just in case. But he doesn't stop there. He looks Sunan dead in the eyes, voice completely rock solid. Little Nan, I will do absolutely everything in my power to keep you completely safe. Hearing that, Sunny is completely overwhelmed. Tears just start streaming down her face, totally out of control. Chu Yi instantly panics. He's like, wait, why are you crying again? Did I say something stupid? Sunny Yan's eyes are super red now. She leans right against his chest and whispers softly, no, absolutely nothing is wrong. I believe you, Chu Yi. Meanwhile, cut over to the Merchant Guild headquarters. A massive crowd of researchers is crammed onto the top floor. Right in the center, this gigantic stone, just radiating some seriously bizarre, twisted energy. The energy suddenly lashes right out at the researchers. But honestly, they look completely clueless to the massive danger they're in. Crazy enough, they actually keep creeping closer to the source. One guy looks back at his leader, sounding panicked. Boss, you seeing this? But the boss? He just replies with absolute, chilling composure. The Crystal Core Dungeon and Black Wind Valley have been linked for 10 whole years without a single glitch. This guy? It's Luan, the same boss Chu Yi met earlier. With that heavy hitter guarding the valley, it's an absolute fortress. Anyone who barges in there is basically just serving themselves up as pure nutrients. Pay attention here. This chaotic energy just spiked. Could something totally unexpected have gone down inside? Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, absolutely terrified. It's like he just witnessed pure nightmare fuel. Boom. A researcher gets blasted straight into the wall, thrashing in pure agony. The energy wave knocks everyone else down, turning the whole room into total chaos. One guy on the floor just screams out, "We are completely screwed." Luan instantly realizes this is about to get incredibly ugly. He snaps an order to his guy, send a message to Madame Hong. Right now, tell her to get down to Black Wind Valley and figure out what the hell is causing this disaster. His subordinate doesn't dare argue back. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, cut right to Madame Hong. She is an absolute wreck. Her clothes are completely shredded. Her hair is a total mess. Gripping her wound, she winces in pure agony. Cursing that damned holy night. She admits it if she hadn't been super paranoid and spent a fortune on a resurrection item way back, she'd be 100% dead. Here's the catch. That revival item only rebuilds the physical body. It definitely can't restore her back to peak condition. Right now, forget running her massive puppet arrays. She can barely even control 10 measly corpses. With her strength totally gutted, she plans to hide and recover at base for 6 solid months. Nobody goes out, but the second she thinks that, boom, a message drops. The boss is ordering her to immediately investigate that wild energy in Blackwind Valley and report back right now. I know what you're thinking. This hits her like pure lightning. Head to Blackwind Valley right now? With her body completely wrecked like this? That mission is basically impossible. Weird energy in the Blackwind Valley? Her first thought, could Chu Yi be causing this? If she runs into that monster while she's this weak, it's an instant death sentence. But if the guild figures out she's severely injured, all those greedy rivals gunning for her spot will smell blood in the water instantly. They'll swarm right in and completely shred the empire she bled to build. She has sacrificed way too much to just lose her rank now. She refuses to let it all go down the drain. But at the same time, she definitely can't ignore Luan's direct order. Absolutely burning with rage, she forces herself to stand up and obey. Just like a leaf caught in the wind, her fate isn't hers to control anymore. Get the car ready. Meanwhile, back with Chu Yi. He's still intensely trying to absorb that raw power. These bizarre fragments of pure information keep flashing into his brain. Stuff about an iron prison that constantly guards some dark creature. The secrets of this dark beast have to be locked inside these memory shards. If he uncovers it, he finds the enemy's ultimate, fatal weakness. But one specific glowing fragment really grabs his attention. Driven by pure curiosity, Chu Yi slowly reaches out his hand to touch it. Boom! The exact second his fingers make contact, it feels like getting dragged straight into a demonic abyss, grabbed by thousands of ghostly hands. An epic reflection of Chu Yi starts materializing right inside those crystal shards. The whole scene around him completely blurs out into this massive swirl. The darkness totally closes in. Chu Yi's eyes are squeezed tight, his body dripping sweat, while this creepy, faint skeletal aura actually materializes all around him. A brilliant orb glows at his core, a dragon shadow staring intently. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. Stick with me. Chu Yi's eyes snap open, anxiously biting his lip. The intel is pure chaos, and something's completely blocking him. His dagger-sharp eyes instantly start glowing with this crazy jade green light. He focuses everything he has, hunting for a clear signal inside this mental storm, totally straining to listen and see through it. Then a horrifying vision. A guy lying there, tentacles wrapping his whole body, with one brutally shoving its way into his mouth. Deep inside these shattered memory fragments of the dark sacrifice, one massive chunk shows this insane black hole gate. It's violently sucking massive boulders right out of the ground into a dark passageway. Another fragment drops fanged monsters roaring from their dark domain. Suddenly, the memory bursts open, sending a flood of chaotic fragments straight at him. Blinding light blasts forward, completely forcing Chu Yi to throw his hand up to shield his face. He violently jolts awake, eyes wide, desperately gasping for air like he just survived an absolute nightmare. Cold sweat dripping down, he tightens his grip on the stone, lost in heavy thought. Seeing his state, Shuangya worriedly asks, "What did you see? Why so pale?" Still dazed, Chu Yi slowly mutters, "The passage. I understand it now. That explains why Han Suar's demonic energy felt so familiar." Shuangya, looking confused, presses him. "What do you mean?" He breaks it down. "Months ago, I fought the demons and snuck into a medium rift back in the Raging Wind Mountains. The aura here? Exactly the same." Shuangya finally understands. "Wait. So you saw actual demons inside this prison core mirror? Now, watch this part closely." A nightmare flashes. A massive fanged mouth with tentacles, smiling wickedly at Earth. "Yeah, and it's way worse than I thought." Digging into the mirror's memories, I realized this dark entity isn't just a monster, it's an actual otherworldly gate, still in its early growth stage, transferring otherworld resources to our Blue Star. The Merchant Guild literally volunteered living humans to it, sickishly calling them a supply of life. In reality, the sacrifices fuel the true passage. Now, terrifying monsters just wait for their prey. Once it eats enough life energy, a massive, fully open gate will form, dropping an endless deep. Zhuangya lowers her head, then asks, "Are you scared?" Chu Yi's eyes stay locked on the gem. "Not scared. Cautious. Rushing in solves zero problems." The Tam and the others just survived a seriously brutal fight. They haven't even mastered their brand new powers yet. And nobody is in peak fighting condition. His expression goes dead serious, tightly clenching his fist. Charging in totally blind isn't brave, it's just stupid. It's not like the enemy is invincible. We simply need more time to get way stronger than our current levels. Chu Yi totally agrees, but stays curious. Caution is definitely rule 1 for a hunter's survival. So, how exactly will they adapt? You definitely can't level up just by sitting around. Chu Yi slowly raises the gem to eye level. A dangerous spark hits his eyes, and a knowing smirk appears. I know what you and I are thinking. Sit still? No way. Isn't this whole prison mirror the ultimate perfect training ground? Images flash through his head. I can manipulate it. Maybe even spawn a few simulated opponents. This lets the whole team safely test the raw power and mechanics of their shiny new S-rank skills without dying. He even considers some insane options. We could even run intense stress tests to push their actual limits. Hearing his crazy plan, Shuangya just laughs out loud. Interesting. Chu Yi walks over, loudly announcing this to his squad. Change of plans. We're not going deeper. Lin Fong turns around, totally confused. Wait, why not? Chu Yi gets real. Whatever is inside is way stronger than anything we've fought. I won't let anyone get hurt or killed, simply because we weren't fully prepared. He quickly lays out his epic battle plan. Before our final move, you're all undergoing some hardcore special training. The Tam just puts his hands behind his head, totally bewildered. Special training? What kind of actual training can we even do in this totally godforsaken wasteland? But totally opposite to that, Lin Fong gets super pumped. His eyes light up, excitedly clenching his fists. Special training? What kind of training? An epic imaginary scene pops up. A dead serious Chu Yi literally controlling an attack puppet. I'll hack the dungeon's energy. I'll spawn completely simulated enemies matching your exact power level, or maybe even one full tier stronger. There is exactly one goal here. In brutal fights that feel 100% real, you're going to squeeze out every ounce of potential to absolutely master your brand new powers. The more he listens, the more hyped Lin Fong gets, grinning and jumping. Simulated battles? Epic. I'll go first, and honestly, you and I are so ready for this. Stick with me here. Lin Hai raises her hand, worriedly trying to stop Shen Lin Fong. His wounds barely healed, but Lin Fong, he just waves her off. A total battle junkie, looking forward to training. It's just a scratch. I'm completely ready to go. Chu Yi gets dead serious. Shen Lin Fong, this isn't a game. The pain and pressure in this simulation? 100% real. I'll adjust the difficulty as we go. Honestly, you're probably going to die a lot. Is Li Nong scared? Not even close. He smirks, totally fired up. I couldn't ask for more. Hearing that, Chu Yi finally lets out a sigh of relief. A confident smile hits his face. His team isn't backing down, they're pumped. He was practically buzzing to start this master plan. Boom. He activates his power. The golden orb floats up, swirling with pure energy. Right before their eyes, blinding light completely swallows Lin Fong's entire body. He just stands there taking it. His expression? Cold as ice. Now watch this. Purple smoke clears, dropping Lin Fong in a cave. Suddenly, a bandaged swordsman charges from behind at absolute godlike speed. With killer instincts, Lin Fong instantly spins right around. A system screen pops up. Simulation. Shadow Hunter. Level 35. Gold tier talent skills. Shadow Step. Severing critical strike. Lin Fong transforms. His hair flares up like literal flames, his ears morphing into pointed elf-like shapes. Massive horns sprout from his head. In this epic demi-human form, Lin Fong summons a condensed ball of pure fire. He blasts a flaming punch straight at the assassin. Direct hit? Nope. The enemy vanishes into a puff of smoke, perfectly dodging. Absolute shock flashes across Lin Fong's eyes. No way. He instantly unleashes a wild barrage in every direction, but the enemy dodges every single strike. Lin Fong is spinning around like a top, finally realizing this opponent's true strength as he punches furiously. A shadow type. Damn it. Suddenly slash. A blade clips his neck, drawing fresh blood. Lin Fong is stunned by that insane speed. How is he so fast? He throws another powerful punch, but the bandaged man slips right past it with ease. Outside, Chuni claps his hands together, channeling raw power to maintain the dungeon formation. He carefully watches the holographic fight. Wow, so I can even feel the combat shockwaves. That means I can adjust the simulation live. Lin Fong isn't used to shadow types. First, I need to dial back the environmental hazards for him. Once he adapts, bam, Hard mode engaged. Back in the fight. As the enemy rushes in, Linfeng breathes massive dragon fire, trying to incinerate the guy. Engulfed in flames, the bandaged man turns to pure ash. But it's not over. Linfeng glares backward with total contempt. You and I both know he's carrying this squad. Outside, more and more insane power floods right into the glowing orb. Chung Yid looks at the crew. Are you all ready? Hatlin, Linhai, and Thotum's son get enveloped by power. Pure determination locked on their faces. Flash. They teleport away. Only Chuvan is left behind, standing there tightly hugging a little wolf pup. She looks around, totally dazed. Then, she and the pup stare at Chuni with those giant, hopeful eyes. Knowing exactly what she wants, he brutally shuts it down. Don't even think about it. Rejected mercilessly, her face drops in total disappointment as she pouts. Since she can't go, Chuvan angrily sits down and starts building a snowman. Sununya turns over to Chunit. He's busy observing the fights. So kid, how does it feel controlling this mirror core? From the orb in his hand, crystal clear images of everyone's fierce battles reflect right before his eyes. It's absolutely incredible. It feels like holding a key that's super heavy, yet a perfect fit, he says. He stares at the item in his hand, describing the insane sensation. It's faint, but I can definitely feel this deep connection locking in. Every single time I build and maintain it, my bond to this space becomes so much clearer. It even feels like the total amount of raw power I can command just leveled up. Suna is totally pleased, but keeps up a tough front. Guess you have some talent after all. Remember, this thing is literally like a brand new arm you've grown. The more you flex it in practice, the easier it becomes to completely dominate and command. Just wait until you can control it 100%. Every single blade of grass in this entire mirror dungeon will move straight to your will. While those two are talking, Chuvan is hanging right next to them, playfully bowing down to the snowman she just built. Suddenly, Chuvan looks up. Her innocent face is gone, replaced by pure killer intent, as she brutally chops off the snowman's head. That is the true power of a dungeon master, the person next to him adds. Staring down the majestic blue dragon, Chunit confidently declares, I will absolutely make it happen. Meanwhile, Chuvan is heavily panting, running straight over to the spot where the snowman's icy head just rolled off. She bends down to hug the large snowball right beside a frozen wall. But inside that icy reflection, she spots the creepy figures of a whole group rapidly approaching. Sweating, Chuvan stumbles backward in absolute terror. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. The little wolf pup beside her suddenly started growling. Panicking, she screamed out for her big brother, Chunit. Stick with me, we are about to witness pure hype. Chunit instantly appeared, shattering the ice wall with one fluid strike, calmly asking what was wrong. Chu Yun grabbed his arm, trembling with absolute fear. Pointing straight ahead, she stammered out that the woman was back. The terrifying woman in the red dress was actually hiding right there inside the mirror. They both stared hard at the broken ice as she kept insisting. Suddenly, the scene shifts right over to the dark entrance of Blackwind Valley. Lady Hong finally showed up, draped in red silk, looking completely drained and exhausted. Behind her stood these massive, red-wrapped figures. She immediately ordered 6 of them to go scout ahead, warning them to stay low and totally hidden. The entire path in front of them was blinded by snow. It felt super dangerous. Sensing a weird aura, Lady Hong suddenly threw her hand up to stop her crew, telling them to hold on. 2 targets were heading right for them. Sneaking inside, 2 of her guys quietly circled around back, slipping right through a narrow crack. Looking down with pure worry and totally wiped out, she ordered the other 2 to protect her. Up above, Chu Yi smirked. His mental energy was fully linked to the mirror prison core, letting his senses cover literally the entire Blackwind Valley. Basically, he had the whole valley locked down like security cameras. She had zero chance of escaping his sight. His eyes went dead cold as he tracked every single move the intruders made, so she actually survived. But her breathing was a complete mess. She clearly used a forbidden technique to revive, but was super weak. He gently patted his sister on the head to calm her down. The enemy was basically on 0 HP, walking straight into his trap. He told Zhao Yun to relax. He promised to show her a fun little game. Hearing that, Chu Yun finally relaxed and asked what kind of game they were playing. Watch this next move closely. Chu Yi smiled cat and mouse. Meanwhile, hiding nearby, Lady Hong felt something horribly wrong, way too quiet. Her gut was screaming, feeling totally exposed. Almost like the entire valley was staring right back at her. She desperately needed to find out what was happening before reporting back to her boss. She barked at her 2 red-banded puppets to push forward. warning them to stay hidden. The puppets dashed across the ice walls while she ran below, absolutely shocked. The first gate was already smashed to pieces. Staring at the massive ice block, cleanly split in half, she realized it was cut down by just one single sword strike. Plus, there was this crazy familiar energy left over. A faint golden light glowed from nearby tentacles. They twitched weakly on the ground. She slammed on the brakes, kicking up snow as she stared in pure shock at the mess. Glowing golden tentacles burst right out of the frozen ground. Lady Hong gritted her teeth. Holy light. It was definitely him. Checking her wrist device, she panicked, wondering if she should report this straight up to her boss. Let's be real here. That's a terrible idea. Exposing her weak state meant instant mission failure, so she backed off. She figured she'd ping the hidden scouts in the valley first for intel. Finding Chu Yi's exact spot would be perfect, but it was completely useless. Her bracelet just kept flashing aggressive red. Connection totally failed. She was mind blown. Even the Merchant Association's top-tier secret communications were getting jammed out here. A spatial jammer? No way. Lady Hong shut her eyes, spawning red strings from her fingers like a crazy evil puppeteer. These puppet strings were powered purely by her soul energy. They shouldn't be blocked by regular energy shields at all. But ever since she stepped inside, some insane pressure was dragging the connection. Dark red threads exploded outward everywhere. Her two guys showed up as blurry shapes, but they were linked. Then, bam! A blinding flash forced the puppets to snap their heads around. In that exact second, she violently coughed up blood. The connection was wiped out. Her jumping puppets got absolutely blasted by two insane forces, ripping them to shreds like their strings were snipped clean off. Pure panic hit her face. The other two went down too. Did Chu Yi seriously possess some god-tier spatial ability, or were there more enemies? Lady Hong clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. Taking out 4 elite combat puppets in 1 second was absolutely insane. She literally couldn't react in time. In her weakened state, fighting him directly was just begging for a massive game over. Out of nowhere, a girl with twin pigtails dropped in from above, mocking her. Wow, Lady Hong, why so pale? Lady Hong snapped around, demanding to know what she was doing there. The mysterious girl touched down smoothly on the snow. She faked some pity, bragging about collecting from the sex retainers while she was bedridden. So, what do you and I think? This rivalry is about to get completely unhinged, so it looks like I'm taking over this mission too, right? Let's dive right into the madness. Lady Hong glared. Did you kill my puppets? Unbothered, Yingji just twirled her pigtail. What are you talking about? I have no idea. She smirked. Looks like you're in serious trouble though. Better hurry back and heal up. Who knows? Could be multiple intruders out here. You really wouldn't want to die today, would you? Lady Hong's face went completely pale. You still have that vicious tongue. Yingji just flashed a playful, wicked smile. Maybe I learned it from hanging around you. Taking the hint, Lady Hong and her surviving puppets spun around, bolting in the opposite direction. Fine, you go scout ahead. But suddenly, boom! A colossal chunk of ice slammed down right in front of Lady Hong, freezing her solid. She scrambled backward in pure terror. Meanwhile, Yingji glanced up at the sky, completely caught off guard. And then, absolute chaos. Dozens of figures looking exactly like he made this many clones. The fakes swarmed her. She dodged like crazy, screaming, "Since when did you have puppets like this? Hey, Lady Hong, explain yourself." But Lady Hong was completely frozen, just staring blankly at her own exhausted, pathetic reflection in the ice. Suddenly, horrifying screams echoed from deep inside the ice. The woman's face twisted into pure disbelief. Lady Hong, I'm begging you, spare me. We were best friends. Why did you push me? You would actually murder your own people just to climb the ranks. Back to Yingji. She was still clashing with the clones. They screamed, power surging, way deadlier than the mindless junk puppets from before. Watch closely now. What kind of insane expert built these monsters? Trapped. The girl fired off a barrage of massive techniques to block them, but within seconds, they copied her skills flawlessly, blasting her own moves right back at her. Absolutely furious, a terrifying, godlike aura erupted from her body. Glaring daggers at the clones, she growled. If I actually lose to you cheap fakes, how could I ever show my face at the guild? Boom. With one swing of her arms, she unleashed a massive shockwave of raw energy. Grabbing a fake by the throat, she roared, I've survived just as much hell as your precious Lady Hong. Flash. In a single, devastating strike, she obliterated every last remaining puppet on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lady Hong faced illusions of everyone she'd betrayed. You and I both know karma never misses. Their haunting, ghostly voices closed in. Hong, don't let the gold and silver completely blind you. Did you forget the scraps we shared in the slums? Please, I'm begging you. Let me go. I swear I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll leave right now. I'll never step foot in Tianlin province again. Your subordinate literally kidnapped my fiancé. He said if I fought back, he'd strip her and drag her through the public streets. Show some mercy. And I swear I'll tell you everything. Please don't do this. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If I die, he becomes an orphan. I'm begging you, for his sake, let me live. I'll do absolutely anything. I'll sell myself if I have to. Just let me watch him grow up. At least, leave my body whole. Let me bow to my mother before I die. Can't you even do that, Lady Hong? You slaughtered your own friends just for a fancy title. Was the wealth Lord Lu offered really worth throwing away 20 years of friendship? Finally, the last illusion materialized a woman with a gentle, warm smile. Reaching out her hand toward a tiny, blood-soaked child, she softly spoke, "You're starving, aren't you, little one? Wipe that blood off your face and come with me. Starting today, your name is Hong." Heavy tears welled up in Lady Hong's eyes. "Foster mother," she choked out. But in a split second, the woman's sweet face twisted into a demonic snarl. Eyes burning with pure hatred, she lunged right at Lady Hong. "When you were little, I thought you were just rebellious. I saved the best food, the finest clothes, everything for you. I never imagined you'd become this ungrateful monster, that you would actually kill me. Everything I ever taught you, you used as a weapon against me." Desperate, Lady Hong threw her arms up to block the ghost, screaming, "Get out of my head." The phantom woman whipped out crimson cloths, wrapping them around a giant skull and taking full control. For the first time, the villain actually looked panicked. She screamed back at the haunting voices, "I live in a massive mansion now. My floors are paved in solid gold. I have servants kneeling just to bring me expensive soup. That weak Hong who shared corn cakes? She died in those freezing slums a long time ago. I worked my fingers to the bone to completely conquer Tianlin province's economy. Did you idiots think I'd leave loose ends to destroy my empire? If I killed you but gave you a proper burial just to look like a good daughter, my entire reputation all these years would become a total joke. So, instead of trusting your pathetic, last-minute attempts to beg for your miserable lives, I'll make you watch her pay. And that's where we leave it. Absolute madness, right? Stick with me here. This villain is absolutely brutal. Defy her, and your loved ones suffer." She coldly mocks her victim. "Selling yourself? You aren't even worthy of that. This isn't a charity. Zero room to bargain. If you die, your son becomes an orphan. And honestly, that's entirely your fault. Why should she care? People claim Lord Lu handed her wealth and high status, but he didn't give her anything. She took it herself. She used her own brilliant schemes to climb up. That is way more real than 20 years of fake friendship you keep whining about. Calling her ungrateful? Please. You are the exact person who raised her this way. If you really cared, you would have plotted with her to gain power, instead of clinging to your pathetic, boring, peaceful little life. You told her to stop dreaming. In reality, you just couldn't keep up, so you tried dragging her back down into the mud. With those final, venomous words, she commands the giant skull to unleash raw, devastating power. Boom! The blast totally shatters the ghost crowd, tearing apart her very own physical nightmares. That energy beam shoots straight into a mirror, blasting violently outward. But in that split second, the mirror flashes, violently reflecting the strike back. Yingji suddenly pops up behind her, complaining about those deadly clones. He glares at her. "Time for you to give me a real explanation, right?" Before she can even reply, Lady Hong's crimson ribbons shoot out, binding her tight. All that unleashed energy comes violently rushing right back. A blinding flash. She's thrown into another illusion. A completely desolate ruin from her own memories. Why is she here? Suddenly, a massive monster opens its jaws right behind Lady Hong, ready to swallow her whole. She spins around, seeing red. Damn it, you really aren't going to stop? But the beast simply vanishes, leaving just a mirror. So, this crazy mirror maze uses illusions too? Just a cheap trick to trap her. Red threads burst from her arms, eyes going dead cold. Making her surrender will not be that easy. Watch closely here. She summons her deadly puppets, dropping a massive level 35 guardian. She screams her order, absolutely smash every single mirror here. But right before striking, the mirror reflects it. A dark, twisted shadow clone steps out of the glass. The puppet senses the immediate danger. It glances back, and a brutal, all-out war instantly erupts between them. The ear-piercing sound of their clashes would give anyone chills. Across the maze, Lady Hong watches in pure horror. Her own puppets are slaughtering each other. She screams at them to stop, losing her mind. Obey my commands. She shrieks in panic, watching their armor brutally crack and shatter apart. But they keep fighting like absolute madmen. When they finally pause, they are completely covered in devastating wounds. Lady Hong violently shakes. What exactly are you trying to do here? Suddenly, a puppet turns to her. It flashes a creepy smile, then vanishes. Her nerves are pushed right to the absolute breaking point. You and I both see her fear. This isn't an illusion, he is literally controlling her own puppets. What kind of godlike power is this? Sweating cold, Lady Hong's mind races desperately. Chu Yi's absolute control over Blackwind Valley is beyond comprehension. Now, she is utterly alone. Out of every single strategy, only one option remains. Run. She has to get out of here right now. She'll report back to Boss Liu. Sprinting frantically down her previous path, she keeps praying that he'll have a backup plan. Suddenly, the solid ground cracks wide open. Startled, she looks down. Her escape route vanished, replaced by a slippery, terrifying ice bridge. She violently slides down the ice. Her control threads snap completely. Finally, she stops by slamming brutally hard, straight into a solid wall. Looking up helplessly, she realizes her puppet strings are completely blocked out. He is just playing with her. She's a helpless bug trapped in his giant web. Just a sad toy left entirely at his mercy. Come out and kill me. Stop hiding. Outside, Chu Yi perfectly maintains complete control over the entire illusion. Watching her pathetic state, Chu Yi's voice darkly echoes through the maze. Go ahead, keep struggling, just like the people you sacrificed. Now, you can feel their endless despair. He forces her to face her reflection. This trap is yours. Desperate, Lady Hong starts bargaining. She begs. The Merchant Guild is too powerful, and Boss Liu still has a trump card. He just smirks. Not interested. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. She screams at Chu Yi that the guild's army is coming fast. Lady Hong suddenly pulls out a creepy doll. This thing, an explosive puppet forged by their top artifact refiner. The guild literally only has one. She yells that he can't control everything, daring him to stop it. Unleashing a massive power surge, she screams for the backup outside, to hear she's taking this whole place down. Boom. A massive explosion leaves Lady Hong completely battered in the smoke. She looks totally dazed, feeling like something is missing. Snapping back to reality, she looks down. Her legs? Completely gone. Blown clean off. Then, Chu Yi's voice cuts through the smoke. Die? I never gave you permission for that. Touching her head, Lady Hong laughs helplessly, tears streaming down. She asks if he's some kind of demon, begging for death. But he replies with zero emotion. I actually enjoy watching prey struggle in pure despair. Isn't that your favorite hobby too? So, when it's your turn, you just want to die? What a hypocrite. Utterly broken, Lady Hong props herself up on her hands. She finally gets it. If he controls Blackwind Valley, he definitely killed that woman from earlier, didn't he? Lowering her head, she mumbles in defeat. He wants her spot, and she's getting the exact same ending. Zhu Hang and Zhu Xiao are still at the family estate, right? She instinctively looks at the sky, searching for whoever is out there. Suddenly, her tone gets super cocky. Yes, that single word of confirmation targets Zhu Yun directly. She flinches, bad vibes totally washing over her. They mention the little sister. Suddenly, light chains spawn everywhere. Now, watch closely. A glowing blue light charges right at her, triggering massive danger alarms. Bam! Chains shoot out, instantly hoisting Lady Hong's ruined body into the air, trapping her in a tight glowing spiderweb. Chu Yi's tone softens up, though his face stays totally deadpan. He glances back at his sister, Zhao Yun. Look away. I'll end this fast. Chu Yun turns her head, hesitating for a second, but then she bravely steps right up. Brother, let me do it. Chu Yi looks back, genuinely caught off guard. Clenching her little fists, she reminds him. This woman tried to kidnap her, wanting to hurt everyone. She used to be terrified, but right now, Chu Yun's eyes are pure, absolute determination. Hand on her chest, she declares that staying afraid makes this woman a forever nightmare. She refuses to live in fear like this. She begs to handle it. Chu Yi gently pats her hair. His soft, reassuring voice makes her blush a bit. All right, I'm right here with you. Flash. He teleports them straight in front of Lady Hong, who is wrapped in heavy chains. Weirdly, she looks thrilled, practically expecting this. Sneering at the siblings, she mocks the little brat. asking if being protected feels nice. I know what you're thinking. She's insane. With a crazed grin, she screams. Got the guts? Lady Hong thrashes around like a maniac. The glowing chains dig deep, drawing serious blood. Her mangled leg wounds gush out relentlessly against the tight binds. A few red drops splatter onto Chu Yun's face, wiping the blood away. She literally wipes away her own fear. You evil, evil woman. Chu Yun summons a sharp ice crystal. I'm not scared of you anymore. Lady Hong just laughs mockingly, relying on that pathetic little ice trick. She hasn't forgotten how Chu Yun used to hide behind her brother, crying like a baby, and now she dares to point a weapon? But Chu Yun doesn't even flinch at the taunt. Commanding the ice crystal, she sends it flying straight through Lady Hong's body, completely shattering those heavy chains in the process. Even with massive injuries, she raves like an absolute lunatic. Chu Yi and his family are hers. Cackling madly, she grabs a broken ice shard. No way she's losing to a little brat. Taking aim, the crazy woman hurls the sharp shard right at Chu Yun. Chu Yi screams in terror, but a massive power wave erupts from the girl. Totally fearless, she just crushes the incoming attack, swearing to never let her near her brother again. Chu Yun crushes the ice shard into pure dust. Immediately, an absolute swarm of ice crystals surges forward, brutally impaling her. Blood splatters everywhere as her eyes roll back. And it doesn't stop. A massive swarm of tiny glass shards descends right onto her. They rapidly drain the blood straight from her veins. System notification. Absorbing Lady Hong's energy. Mirror prison core control hits 35%. Now scanning for new guardians. Phantom logged. Holding the crystal, she speaks softly. Trust me. You'll want to see what's next. She never wants to be a hostage used against him again. Chu Yi just gently holds his sister, feeling her lingering terror. Stick with me, you're about to watch them bounce back. She did amazing today. Hearing his soft praise, Chu Yun tears up, gripping his hand tight. He just keeps speaking in that calm, low voice of his. Meanwhile, Lady Hong's corpse fades away. Chu Yun, no longer the weak little girl needing constant saving, cut to somewhere else. A giant map, bleeding with red dots, covers the wall. While a man quietly watches it, a girl slips out of the shadows, standing dead quiet behind his chair. His tone is cold. Lady Hong outlived her usefulness anyway, he mutters. But this new intruder? Not some random amateur. Luan frowns at his compass. Their secret base is totally exposed. That dark compass? Epic tier. Carved from pure demon bone and abyss crystal. Packed straight into the core is a literal demon lord soul. It lets the user absorb demonic energy, heavily spiking their dark power and leveling them up. Seeing the heavy lightning crackling across it, Luan calls out to Dark Deer. Instantly, figures materialize and drop to one knee. Their eyes? Burning with absolute fanatic loyalty. They will do whatever he commands without hesitation. The elite Dark Deer Squad. A level 41 Wind Spirit, a level 42 Bone Mage, a level 43 Stone Warrior, a 42 Blood Swordsman, and a level 40 Assassin. Luan just stays seated, resting his chin on his hand. His eyes pure absolute ice. Blackwind Valley is a total mess right now, and he needs to clean it up before the master wakes up. Now, watch closely. He's ordering them to wipe out the intruders. Luan raises a hand, spawning glowing red orbs in midair for each of them. Blood intoxication pills used to violently unlock a person's absolute hidden potential. A blonde guy stands up, smashing his fists heavily together. He swears the shadow guards will slaughter the intruder. But Luan snaps, calling them useless trash. Luan stands up, blasting purple energy over his entire squad. His voice turns deadly quiet as he gives the final command to go. Hunt down that rat. Suddenly, a blurry memory flashes, revealing a literal hellscape straight out of the underworld. Flames that melt bone are raging everywhere, as someone suddenly complains about all the excessive noise. Right behind Lady Hong, dozens of innocent hostages are tied up tight, absolutely unable to move a single muscle. The scene shifts. She's kneeling respectfully, reporting that she offered the master 177 human sacrifices this month. And just like that, the entire memory fragment completely shatters into nothingness. Chu Yi is absolutely furious, cursing the Mammoth Guild. His sharp eyes glow ice blue, and pure, violent killing intent floods out like a massive tidal wave. The instance dungeon didn't absorb that female assassin's body. You and I both know they realized she's dead. Luan is definitely on his way to kill him. As for the guild trading living humans to the demon race, he's leaving all that dirty evidence for his teacher. Opening his screen, he knows only his teacher has the raw power to stop Luan and annihilate the guild instantly. Wang Hai picks up almost immediately, asking Chu Yi why on earth he's calling at this hour. Chu Yi drops the entire situation without holding back. It's an absolute emergency. He's deep in Black Wind Valley, and found the Mammoth Guild's darkest secret. He carefully recounts every single insane detail. They've been using living hostages to feed a dark creature here, but they are secretly hiding something way worse. He can't drop the real truth about the core prison mirror yet. So, he pins all the discovered info right onto Lady Hong. His mind is totally made up. Chu Yi begins to lie flawlessly, without even blinking an eye. He claims Lady Hong confessed this dark creature is actually a rapidly growing dimensional gate. The human sacrifices speed up its formation. If it matures, the entire demon race behind the gate will endlessly flood out, plunging the Zhongsha nation back into the same brutal crisis from 100 years ago. Wang Hai's face shows zero expression whatsoever. He coldly crosses his arms, demanding the dimensional gate's current status. Chu Yi reports honestly that it recently absorbed way too much wild energy. It's now in a dormant digestion period, making this their absolute last chance to strike. Once digestion finishes, the gate stabilizes permanently. Finally getting a full grasp of the insane situation over there, Wang Hai immediately issues his strict orders. He's using his highest absolute authority to contact the military right now. Trust me, you're going to want to see this elite squad lock down the valley. All right, stick with me here. We are diving straight into the chaos. Chu Yi orders everyone to retreat. Before he can even finish, boom. Crimson lightning, thick as fresh blood, violently rips across the sky. Static. The signal dies completely. His comms link with Wang Hui is entirely cut off. Luan has arrived. He's way faster than expected. The rest of the team reacts to this insane sky instantly, appearing right at Chu Yi's side. Su Ran looks up, confused but needing to know for sure. Brother Yi, what is this? He doesn't even answer her. Instead, he turns and projects a prism for everyone to see. Get over here, now. We have a massive emergency. The prism displays Luan's sinister squad rapidly closing in on them. Chu Yi instantly starts forming an escape plan for his squad. Listen to me very closely. He brought 5 guys over level 40, and he's 46 himself. The power gap here is absolutely massive. We have zero chance in a straight fight. I'm getting you guys out first. I will stay behind and wait for backup. But Shen Lingfeng immediately shouts back in pure defiance. I am not leaving. He angrily scratches his head. He's obviously terrified for Chu Yi, but completely sucks at showing it. Send the others away if you want. I didn't train just to turn tail and run away. Plus, you think you get to play the solo hero all by yourself? Not in this lifetime. But Chu Yi isn't touched at all. Instead, he glares sternly. Shen Lingfeng, this is no time for tantrums. The gap between level 40 and 26 is suicide. But it's not just him. Even the usually gentle Su Ran steps up. Brother Yi, I am staying right here. And it's not just her. The entire team chimes in, their voices locked in pure determination. We are a team. No one faces this kind of danger alone. We are fighting too. We can't let you shield us every single time. We all have S-rank skills now. If we stay, we can actually be useful. Chu Yi just sighs, keeping that perfectly long, deadpan expression on his face. He stares at them, totally exhausted. This squad of low-level, ridiculously stubborn friends is a massive headache. He finally gives up on stopping them. But before he agrees, he lays down some serious ground rules. Fine, if you're all crazy enough to stay, I am shifting the plan. I will forcefully distort space to separate Luan from his goons, dropping them into isolated zones. You each take one. Now, pay close attention here, because this is where the stakes get crazy. This isn't a training drill anymore. You fight with every ounce of power you have. But most importantly, do not fight to the death. Your only goal is stalling until the army gets here. The absolute second you can't hold on, yell for me, and I will yank you out. Got it? His intense lecture doesn't discourage this crazy squad one bit. Honestly, their hype levels just skyrocket. That is more like it. We got this, Brother Yi. Leave them to us. Meanwhile, Luan is slowly floating closer. Seeing Chu Yi's squad just casually standing there sends him into absolute rage. Pitch black mist violently erupts from his back. You pathetic insects don't know your place. Get the hell out of my way. Chu Yi just calmly spreads his hand, activating his cubic space. Begin. In a flash, Luan's goons are trapped by blinding golden light. A massive, complex formation instantly locks under their feet. Feeling his crew's presence vanishing, it takes Luan exactly 1 second to realize what Chu Yi just pulled off. Spatial distortion. Cut to Shadow Strike, who gets dumped into a completely wrecked, isolated zone. Su Ran is already waiting. You and I both know what happens next. She instantly lunges right at her, swinging that great sword high. Smash. But her downward strike only shatters a fake afterimage. The real Shadow Strike is standing there, totally unharmed. So this little rat is a girl, she sneers. Zero fear on her face. Just the disgusting arrogance of a level 40. Such a pity. What can a pathetic level 26 even do to me? Suran stays completely silent. She just spins that giant blade, launching the tip forward like a bullet. But damn it, she hits another afterimage. Still, Suran doesn't flinch. Instead, those pinkish-purple eyes turn icy cold, locked in with absolute, terrifying focus. With a sharp flick of her wrist, Suran violently spins and launches another heavy slash. Boom! Direct hit. This time, Shadow Strike is actually forced to block the heavy blade with her bare hands, yet the assassin actually sounds impressed. You can see through my chaotic shadow steps? Just like before, Suran says absolutely nothing. She just fiercely flips her grip on the hilt and swings the entire flat of the blade with both hands. So what do you and I make of this opening clash? It's like trying to flex on a veteran. Suran only clips her close, while Shadow Strike lands perfectly safe on flat ground. Suran tried to keep her cool, but the panic was definitely showing. Stick with me, we're about to see how crazy a level 40 assassin really is. Raw power isn't her thing, but fighting her head-on? Absolute suicide. Watching the whole clash from a distance, Chu Yi just closed his eyes. Telepathic commands engaged. Shaoan, do not take her head-on. Her speed and raw power completely outclass yours. Use your succubus senses. Lock onto her exact position, then trigger your sword formation. We are going to drag her right out of the shadows. An assassin is nothing without stealth. The second she loses her cover, her threat level drops to 0. Pushed to the edge by Suran's relentless pressure, Shadow Strike stopped running. Time for a kill shot. A massive wave of deadly steel flew right at her. Suran? She just slammed her greatsword into the dirt. Boom. The whole world moved in slow motion. Those lethal steel shards smashed into her blade and just bounced right off. A massive rune circle erupted under Suran's feet. Suddenly, a phantom clone of herself jumped straight into the chaos. Her signature move, the Phantom Sword Shadow Formation. Basically, this level 1 formation calls down a sword soul to relentlessly attack the target. Plus, it has a massive chance to completely break their stance. Oh, and it poisons them too. Once that sword soul fades out, it drops one devastating final hit. So, it didn't matter how many fake clones Shadow Strike spammed. The Phantom Sword Shadow wiped them all out instantly. She was busy talking trash when the sword shadow slashed right up, ripping a massive gash across her chest. Here's where it gets wild. Shadow Strike froze in pure shock. A direct hit. What just happened? Real fear finally hit her as she stared at this insane trap. Every single second she spent trapped inside that energy field, her speed kept dropping like a rock. Her flawless stealth was broken. Worse than that, she felt the poison actively eating away at her open wound. Her face went completely pale, cold sweat dripping everywhere. This crazy kid actually laced her blade with deadly poison. But then, Shadow Strike literally dove straight into the dirt, just phasing through the solid ground like it was water. In a split second, she popped back up, completely unharmed. High rank or not, inside a direct combat trap like this, her assassin toolkit was worthless. She was getting pushed right to the edge of death. Shadow Strike cursed under her breath, but kept charging straight at Suran at full speed. She figured out the core. This entire trap was linked to the kid. Kill her, and the whole formation shatters. She slammed her hand right into Suran's stomach. Screaming with absolute malice, she thought this fight was already over. Even then, she had zero clue what was actually happening, still blindly flexing about their massive level gap. But then Suran just grabbed the assassin's wrist and violently ripped the hand out of her own stomach. Shadow Strike was completely paralyzed in shock. What the hell are you doing? Suran locked her down tight, totally ignoring her own blood soaking through her gear. Right then, the floating blades above them looked like they were grabbed by invisible hands. You felt that tension too, right? Suran glared right through her, dropping one final, brutal checkmate to end this game. The sword soul went completely silent. Across the battlefield, total destruction. The ground was shredded with massive, deep gashes like a monster just ripped it apart. Boom! A deafening shockwave hit as Lingfeng's savage dragon claw smashed into an unbreakable steel shield. But honestly, he didn't care at all. That block just acted like pure adrenaline. He went full berserk mode. Time for the flame dragon's descent. Let's see your little shield handle this. He immediately triggered his double hidden buffs, Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist. Lingfeng's target was this guy with golden brown hair. Shield locked down tight in one hand. He gripped his spear and launched a vicious thrust. You pathetic ant. Lingfeng instantly flared his dragon chi to block that deadly spear tip. The whole zone split into two massive, clashing energy auras. But Shikai's spear was way sharper than Lingfang ever expected. Despite his heavy block, the brutal attack just kept pushing. It ripped right through. He was literally getting shoved backward across the dirt. Massive cracks spider-webbed across the dragon shield right where that spear dug deep. Watching from afar, Chu Yi felt the heat and blasted a warning. Lingfang, that guy is a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and raw strength are absolutely insane. Going head-on is suicide. Blast him with Dragon's Breath. Melt his guard, wear his stamina down, make him furious. When he finally snaps and goes berserk, that is your opening. Meanwhile, Shikai just smirked, utterly convinced he had won. So what do you and I take from this? Never get arrogant. He started flexing, claiming this was the first time someone fought dirtier than him. Let's dive right into this crazy battle. Shikai scoffs. Strong techniques, zero openings. Shame you're only level 26, kid. Shikai flexes his massive muscles, thrusting his spear forward. In a battle of pure, raw strength, I absolutely will not lose. Remembering Chu Yi's advice, Lingfang quickly switches up his entire attack pattern. Retracting his dragon shield, he instantly slams a fist hard into the dirt. I'm not playing your little game. Shikai is completely caught off guard by the wild move. A thick cloud of kicked-up dust leaves him totally stunned. Recognizing this once-in-a-lifetime opening, Lingfang shoots straight forward like a rocket. Absolutely zero hesitation. Wide open. He opens his mouth, launching an attack exactly like Chu Yi advised. Shikai instantly realizes how insanely deadly that dragon's breath is. He thrusts his spear, forcing Lingfang to fiercely dodge away. Just like that, the fiery breath attack fades. But Shikai, he's only getting more enraged. Stomping the ground, he spins hard. Using his heel to pivot, he launches his whole massive body forward. Spear gleaming, he violently roars, I left that opening on purpose. Did you actually think a level 43 fights that simply? Shikai can seriously sense the danger rolling off Lingfang now. He rushes in, thrusting his heavy spear with absolute maximum power. Die. But too bad for him. Lingfang is literally tougher than a cockroach. He nimbly dodges every single thrust, even finding breath to trash talk. Screw you, you tin can. Almost had me, but that was pure acting. In reality, he barely dodged that razor-sharp spear multiple times. He's actually starting to sweat. The massive gap in their levels is painfully obvious. If this keeps up, I'm going to bleed out for sure. Finally, his luck runs completely out. Too slow to dodge, Lingfang gets violently smashed backward by Shikai's brutal hit. But pay attention here. Chu Yi has been quietly waiting for this exact, brutal moment. Now's the time. His power is maxed out, but his defense is completely wide open. Hearing the warning, Lingfang staggers right back up, casually wiping fresh blood from his mouth. Nice hit, man. Shikai charges him again, giving zero breathing room. But Lingfang just laughs like a maniac. The harder you hit, the more hyped I get. Lingfang stretches out his bloody hand. Time to pay back every single hit. With absolute interest. This wound? Didn't you say you loved using brute force to crush me flat? Today, you'll learn that a blood debt gets paid in blood. Shikai, totally lost in berserker rage, doesn't even see this counterattack coming. In one single second, the entire battlefield transforms into a terrifying, deep crimson bloodbath. Blood literally pours down from the sky while erupting from the ground, covering absolutely everything. Lingfang screams, and massive, fist-sized blood drops violently hurtle in from every single angle. Shikai can't dodge in time, or rather, he's completely paralyzed as these dark crimson drops latch directly onto his thick skin. His immense strength starts fading. Pupils shrinking in pure terror, he realizes, they're draining my life force and power. Shikai crushes the blood sacs, clinging like parasites. His berserker state goes completely off the rails as he roars furiously. What kind of dark magic is this? Lingfang explains nothing, just standing there laughing like an absolute villain. Iron Turtle, even your hardest shell is totally useless now. Taste your own raw power, he mutters his ultimate move. Now, you and I need to appreciate how broken this skill is. Wrath of the Bloodlust. Level 1 literally sucks out an enemy's blood chi to form perfectly condensed blood orbs. These orbs merge into a soul blood orb. Throw it, and boom, a massive, wildly violent explosion of pure blood energy. All the soul orbs stuck to Shikai's body detonate simultaneously, instantly shrouding the whole area in a thick, terrifying red mist. Meanwhile, outside, Changji is grinding nonstop, using his magic scrying mirrors to monitor every single fighter's separate spatial zone. The first 4 spatial fragments proceeding perfectly smoothly with his direct backup. But big trouble is brewing on Holland's end. A nasty skeleton shatters her barrier, lunging right for her throat to tear her apart. Luckily, Chungji, Hawkeye watching from the outside, spots this deadly sneak attack just in time. Halan's in danger. He channels pure power into his glowing orb, shielding her from miles away. Light's protection. Instantly, a massive, brightly shining barrier of pure golden light wraps securely around Halan. It violently blocks the skeleton's hideous claw. The holy light easily purifies the undead monster, making it shriek in pure agony. The skeleton crumbles into dust. So what do you and I learn here? Always keep a top-tier support player on your team. Halan is completely filled with gratitude. Stick with me here, because things get wild fast. She refused to quit, fighting for her squad. Chu Yi just stayed dead silent. His eyes darted across the remaining 4 spatial zones. He was actually maintaining 5 separate battlefields all at the exact same time. But the massive drain on his spiritual energy? Way worse than he calculated. Luckily, his squad wasn't in any immediate mortal danger. Over in the 6th spatial zone, his little sister Chu Van was totally safe, just playing with a puppy. Knowing she was safe gave Chu Yi peace. Now, time to handle the absolute biggest threat. And that massive threat was playing right out on the giant scrying mirror, hovering dead ahead. Lu Tuyen was going absolute berserk out there, wiping out entire armies with just one single, devastating swing. The guy wasn't even breaking a sweat. To buy his squad enough time to win their fights, Chu Yi had to drop in some heavy reinforcements. Guardians, manifest. Instantly, hundreds of grotesque monsters of every shape and terrifying size ripped their way right out of the dirt. Long, twisted arms smashed through the solid rock, bursting upward like a massive, writhing swarm of nightmares. This guardian army just kept multiplying. Soon, a solid 1,000-meter radius was completely swallowed up by this chaotic, swarming horde of beasts. Now, pay attention, because here is where the tension spikes. Despite this insane monster army blocking his path, Lu Tuyen just kept walking forward, completely fearless. With both hands casually shoved right in his pockets, he glared at the squirming monsters like they were just annoying bugs. Suddenly, an insanely overpowering aura erupted straight from his body. The sheer pressure was so terrifyingly heavy, it literally made the ground shake, turning the air thick and suffocating. When the dust finally cleared, the legendary figure of the Red Countess slowly stepped into view. Her eyes flared a toxic crimson. She rushed him, leaving these wild red energy trails and deadly phantom clones right in her wake. Lu Tuyen just smirked. Not bad. Raising one hand up, his eyes went ice cold as he muttered, restless, even in death. Vicious streaks of purple spiritual energy blasted out, whipping around the Red Countess and violently throwing her back. She slammed hard into the dirt. He wasn't done. Stop hiding like a coward and playing these games. Step up and face your death. Suddenly, this weird compass materialized in his grip. Massive streams of blood-red spiritual energy started swirling right past his completely indifferent face. The energy fused together, spawning an absolutely massive, blood-red avatar, towering right behind him. He slowly raised his arm, and the giant avatar perfectly mimicked the motion. With a savage yell, he violently slammed his hand downward. The massive avatar crushed the earth with an epic palm strike, completely obliterating the entire battlefield in a deafening, earth-shattering boom. I know what you're thinking, game over, right? Nope. As the ground shattered, Chu Yi blasted straight up, dodging instant death. A brilliant golden light flared from his forehead. Instantly, a solid barrier snapped into place, perfectly blocking that lethal strike. Lu Tuyen glared up. A level 30 rat actually managed to block 50% of my raw power? Your little secrets are way more intriguing than I originally thought. Having fully absorbed the massive impact, Chu Yi's glowing shield slowly started fading away. In a literal blink, Lu Tuyen launched up, appearing right in Chu Yi's face. Before the strike could land, Chu Yi instantly teleported directly behind him. Lu Tuyen scowled. He snapped his head back, sounding genuinely shocked. You actually stole the mirror prison core and mastered it this much? Should I praise you as a once-in-a-century prodigy, or just call you an arrogant fool with a death wish? Chu Yi kept his cool, smirking back. You flatter me, boss. Compared to your insane master plan of sacrificing living humans to feed a demonic gate, my neat little tricks are nothing, he thought. Those beasts were literally just meant to buy a few seconds. Lu Tuyen fired right back, cursing that completely useless Madame Hong. Looks like she spilled her guts to you before dying. Chu Yi didn't miss a beat. People facing death will trade any secret to survive. But get this, the villain had zero clue the core lets users view past memories. Lu Tuyen raised his hand, charging up deadly energy with a deeply unhinged grin. Just hand over the core, and I might actually grant you a quick, painless death. I might even give you the rare chance to serve me. Trashing raw talent like yours would be a total waste. Right then, Chu Yi started glowing, laughing straight in his face. You've been a loyal dog for so long. Did you completely forget how to have an actual spine? But Lu Tuyen just kept pushing the deal. Smart men adapt and survive. If I wanted to, I could force the demon clan to awaken way ahead of schedule. So what do you and I make of this? This whole valley is doomed, but Chu Yi finishes his epic transformation, ready to risk everything. You just don't have the guts. Is your merchant guild just a smokescreen? Spreading fake rumors to hide the truth until your master wakes up. Chu Yi's voice echoed loudly. Your boss isn't ready yet, and a pathetic lackey like you definitely doesn't have the power to pull this off. Stick with me here. Luan was completely losing his mind. Veins bulged on his furious face as he wildly swung his arm and roared, You sharp-tongued brat. I'm going to rip your very soul out and make you suffer a fate way worse than death. But right before Luan could attack, a glowing golden magic array appeared overhead. A blinding light laser blasted straight down. Luan desperately threw his hands up, using every ounce of his raw power to block the heavy hit. A massive golden astral giant suddenly manifested, raising its arm to summon an epic sword. The giant lifted that massive blade high, getting ready to smash it down. The target? None other than Luan, who was now totally shielded inside a glowing crimson barrier, eyes glowing blood red. Luan violently roared, Crimson Hellstream. This massive move pulls dark energy from everywhere, creating a devastating wave of pure, corrosive destruction. Chu Yi watched that blinding light expand inside the red sphere. Time for his ultimate move. Activate, level 5, Righteous Judgment. This insane skill opens a holy magic circle, dropping blades of light from the sky to absolutely wreck any trapped enemy. The final strike. An angel of justice chucks a holy spear, dealing absolutely devastating, game-ending damage. Luan's heavy voice boomed out. Stealing the first move? Great battle instincts, but when the power gap is this massive, your clever little tricks mean absolutely nothing. Right before that killer attack hit, Chu Yi suddenly slammed his hands together. Floating mirror shards materialized before him, each reflecting Luan's furious face. Those shards were instantly obliterated by that crimson energy torrent. With the killing blow rushing right at him, Chu Yi had to leap backward, barely dodging the insane blast. You saw that too, right? He barely landed a safe distance from that impact. Chu Yi grabbed his chest in agony, coughing up a little blood. Holding his mystical compass, Luan stared him down and coldly declared, Very good. A pathetic level 30 ant actually managed to hurt me. But your run ends right now. He triggered his fusion skill, temporarily tapping into absolute demon lord power and rocketing all of his battle stats through the roof. With that massive red astral form burning behind him, Luan scoffed. To think you forced me to use the mighty origin compass. You should feel proud. Raising his hand, Luan roared, Be destroyed. Chu Yi's eyes immediately shot wide with pure horror. That energy wave blasted forward with an insane shock wave. Luan's palm strike directly blitzed Chu Yi's spot, unleashing absolute, terrifying destruction everywhere. Chu Yi's body was violently launched through the air, thrown back completely helplessly. As the massive dust cloud finally cleared, he was skidding hard across the rough ground, desperately bracing his hands just to stop from fully collapsing. Chu Yi slowly looked up, his mind racing. A level 46 boss with an epic tier weapon. His raw power has completely mutated. Even if my holy class counters his dark magic, with a level gap this massive, I literally stand no chance. Frowning hard, his voice rang out with pure determination as he screamed, Tixin! Over in her mirror dimension, she was completely losing the battle. A deadly blade was swinging straight for her neck. Chu Yi instantly intervened, deflecting the killer blade and saving her life. Then, an image popped up alongside Luan's mocking voice. Now, pay attention to this. Luan figured out he was maintaining 5 mirror dimensions this whole time. Luan smirked down at him. I was wondering why my shadow clones couldn't break through your home turf after all those relentless attacks. They're trapped for now, but with your focus this split, there's absolutely no way you can ever beat me. Chu Yi stood up, staring coldly. None of your business. But inside, he was panicking. Fighting Luan while holding up 5 dimensions? The mental strain was pushing him past his breaking point. Time for a desperate gamble. I need to pull back all the mental energy holding those dimensions together and dump every single drop into the mirror prison core. Luan suddenly lunged forward, raising his axe. Today, I'll prove why a level 30 is garbage against a 46. He smashed it down, completely shattering the earth and blasting rubble into the sky. Chu Yi dashed back just in time, instantly launching a counterattack with one hand. Punishment of light. Epic golden lightning rained from the sky. with every single bolt blasting Luan's exact spot. Chu Yi's brows furrowed in pure focus, keeping his eyes locked dead on target. Slamming his massive iron chains down, he completely locked Luan in from every angle. Divine lightning chains of the heavenly prison, an S-tier, divine lightning cage, trapped him instantly. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we're jumping into a life or death showdown. He backed into a massive stone slab. Chu Yi used it to launch himself forward with everything he had. But from the center of those heavy chains, a blazing red light locked right onto him. Boom! A massive explosion totally wrecked the prison Chu Yi built, even shattering the blade right in his hand. Cold sweat dripped down his face. But his hand was wide open, totally ready to unleash the hand of God. A giant energy hand swiped to block Luan's blast. But the destructive force was so insane, even the hand of God got erased. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, completely ignoring the searing pain and the blood now misting the air. Bone Fang suddenly materialized behind him, jaws wide open. I will help you, it roared. 3 terrifying forces clashed at once. The epic impact triggered a massive, ground-shattering shockwave. Bone Fang and Chu Yi were slammed into the dirt. Chu Yi's epic transformation totally vanished. As for Bone Fang, fading fast. Chu Yi fought to sit up, shaking as he watched his ultimate companion forced to retreat. Right as Chu Yi made sure his summon was safe, Luan hovered over. A dying dragon soul, basically begging for death. You are not bad, kid. But against me, all your little trump cards are absolute garbage. Luan's eyes shifted to the floating glass shards. A cold smirk. Now pay attention. We are watching his worst nightmare. In one mirror, Suan was brutally impaled by feathers. In another, Ling Feng was smashed into the dirt, paralyzed, and Xiaolan was doing just as horribly as her teammates. A mob of skeletons dragged her by the hair. A fourth mirror showed Ling Tong pinned to a wall like a literal pincushion target. Tyaxin was violently run through with a sword, dumped in a pile of rubble. She was completely out cold. Luan just laughed. Can't even save yourself, yet you play hero? Pathetic. He just flicked his wrist, and insane gravity slammed Chu Yi straight into the ground. You don't even have the right to save them. Chu Yi's fingers practically bled, desperately clawing the earth against the crushing pressure. He let out an absolute war cry, eyes burning with pure, unyielding resolve. System prompt. Divine Lightning, Child of the Apocalypse, S- rank. Entering Apocalypse stance, boosting his debuff resistance by 60%. Lightning damage spiked 60% for 15 seconds. Dripping in epic armor once again, he charged straight at Luan. He unleashed a vicious strike that actually forced Luan to lean back and dodge. The raw power of that attack ripped the very earth apart. But Luan just casually caught his wrist mid-air. With zero effort, he knocked the weapon right out of Chu Yi's hand. A sick, triumphant smile appeared. Luan followed up instantly, punching Chu Yi in the face and completely shattering his mask. He shoved the mirror of Ling Tong right in his face. You and I can feel the despair here. Listen, look, watch your precious friends march to their doom. Feel this absolute powerlessness deep in your bones. The second he finished talking, Luan crushed the shard. A sickening crack of webbed fractures spread across the glass. Chu Yi's eyes went completely bloodshot, veins furiously popping. He thrashed violently, but couldn't break the monster's steel grip. Then a piercing shriek ripped through the sky, bringing an absolutely suffocating, terrifying aura with it. Even Luan jumped, eyes wide in pure shock. A colossal gate just spawned from nowhere, carved with a dark dragon emblem. He looked around, completely dazed. Genuine fear hit his face. This energy fluctuation. It is not right. Chu Yi stared as the glass panels shook like crazy. The prison's core energy was going totally nuclear and unstable. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark red light exploded from the void, twisting into the sky like a chaotic vortex. That insane blast of raw energy actually forced Luan to drop Chu Yi and shield his own face. Chu Yi crashed to the dirt. His wrist, where Luan had gripped him, was now a dead, terrifying shade of black. What a monstrous mental strike. Pure primal fear that shook his soul. This was definitely level 60 boss power. Meanwhile, Luan stared at the new gate, absolutely panicking. No, impossible. The digestion phase is not even over yet. How is it awake? Was it that blast? He dropped down. My lord, please spare me. Calm your anger. I haven't even finished getting your offerings ready. But the blood-red gate just slowly creaked open in response. Trust me, we aren't ready for what's next.